At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the warm-up music gradually weakened, and the lights in the venue also slowly dimmed. The spotlight shone on the entrance of the stage, and everyone stopped chatting and looked in the direction of the stage. Backstage, Feng Jing, who had changed into a black professional suit and put on light makeup, put on a microphone with the help of Lu Qian. She held a remote control for a PowerPoint presentation. After taking a deep breath, she walked onto the stage with a confident smile on her face. The spotlight followed Feng Jing's footsteps to the center of the stage. Feng Rao could only see darkness below the stage, but she couldn't see clearly. However, the grand stage, the huge screen behind her, and the huge stadium all made her feel like she was in a dream. She took a deep breath, then pressed the remote control button on the PowerPoint. A deep starry sky immediately appeared on the big screen behind her. The stars gathered from the distant deep space, and finally formed a few big flashing words on the screen, which were the Peach Blossom Company's new product launch. At the same time, Feng Jing said, "Ladies, gentlemen, and friends. I'm Feng Jing, the General Manager of Paradise Corporation. Today, our company will be launching an epic, making new product. Before the press conference officially begins, please allow me to introduce the guests." Then, Feng Jing picked up the cue card in her hand. On it was a name list that her team had compiled a few minutes ago. She glanced at it and smiled. The founder and CEO of Kyokoboku Group, Mr. Lu Dong. Lu Dong stood up unhurriedly, buttoned the first button of his suit, and bowed slightly to the audience in a very elegant manner. A small half of the audience were the Kyokoboku Group's employees and their family members. The rest of the audience had also heard of Lu Dong's name, so they immediately gave him a warm round of applause. Ms. Zhong Yuan, General Manager of the Gold Rush Group's Beijing branch. Mr. Shen Zhou, the Chairman and CEO of Weiping Mall. Jimei Mall CEO, Mr. Qing Qing. Behind each name, there was a powerful e-commerce company. It was rare for an unknown company to have so many bosses in the e-commerce industry attending an ordinary new product launch. The old reporters in the media stands had already sensitively discovered the news point. They kept taking photos and videos, and some had already begun to draft a script. No matter what the content of today's press conference was, it would be quite a hot piece of news. After introducing the guests, Feng Rao went straight to the point. Today, I'm bringing you a magical product. Its name is Jaded Skin Cream. It's a skincare product with unimaginable effects. We have great confidence that the Jaded Skin Cream will be a phenomenal skincare product. After speaking, Feng Jing pressed the PowerPoint on the remote control in her hand, and the words Jade Skin Cream appeared on the huge screen. There was no unnecessary background or gaudy decorations. It was the most popular minimalistic style. Now, I'll introduce our Jaded Skin Cream to everyone. Feng Rao pressed the button on the remote control and said, "First, it's all natural." The words all natural appeared on the screen. Feng Jing continued, "This is a product that our company's research team has developed with full intellectual property after arduous research and development. The Jaded Skin Cream is made of pure natural Chinese medicine without any chemical ingredients. I can guarantee this with the reputation of our company and accept the supervision of the society, media, and relevant institutions at any time." Feng Jing pressed a PowerPoint on the remote control, and a series of data appeared below the words all natural on the big screen. It listed the number of precious herbs and procedures of the Jade Skin Cream. As Feng Jing spoke on stage. Xia Ruofei kept a smile on his face while he was paying attention to Feng Jing's performance. He was also paying attention to the reactions of the CEOs around him, the media reporters, and the ordinary audience. In all fairness, the previous introduction didn't attract much attention from the public, which cosmetic and skincare product wasn't pure natural or traditional Chinese medicine from Xuanqing. This concept had been overused, but the real natural Chinese medicine product, the jaded skin ointment, could not stimulate everyone's excitement. However, this was also a necessary part. Even if it was overused, the introduction still had to be done. Besides, Xia Ruofei had confidence in Feng Jing. Although he had not seen the last PowerPoint, he believed that Feng Jing would not follow the old routine and hold a simple press conference. Sure enough, after Feng Jing introduced a few key words in succession and the audience started to feel drowsy, she threw out the last key word. The effect was heaven-defying. When these words appeared on the big screen, the audience, the media, and the guest seats immediately buzzed with discussion. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Feng Rao stood confidently in the middle of the stage and waited for the audience to quiet down a little before she smiled and said, "I'm sure a lot of people think that I'm exaggerating, but I want to tell you that compared to similar products, the definition of jaded skin cream we gave is not exaggerated at all. I'll prove this to everyone through various means later." Feng Jing paused for a moment before she continued, "This time, our Paradise Corporation is launching a new product, jaded skin cream. We are very fortunate to have invited the international movie star, Miss Daphne, to be the spokesperson for this product. Now, please enjoy a short video, logo." Duff was considered an A-list celebrity internationally, and she just happened to be filming in China recently. So her exposure was much higher than before. So when Feng Jing mentioned her name, it also caused a wave of exclamations. The audience, who had initially thought otherwise, began to waver in their conclusions. This was the effect of a star. The screen slowly dimmed as Feng Jing walked to the side of the stage. At this time, the short video officially began to play. As soon as it came out, it showed the beautiful scene of a small bridge and flowing water, green mountains, and gurgling mountain springs. The background music used a guzheng and a shao. In such a scene, the ethereal feeling of the shao and the melodious feeling of the guzheng complemented each other. Then, the scene changed. A white-robed Duff was walking barefooted in a stream. As the stream rose, a peach tree fluttered down. Amid the fluttering petals, Duff looked like a flower fairy as she slowly entered the painting. Following that, there were scenes of Duff occasionally stopping by the stream to pick one or two herbs. Then, the camera turned to a thatched cottage by the water. Duff, who was dressed in white, crushed the herbs into a mortar, ground them, and then boiled them. In the end, Duff was holding a small bowl with the completed jaded skin ointment in it. She carefully applied the ointment on her face, and then a fast-forwarded scene appeared on the screen. The shaking of the grass and the flow of the stream became several times faster than normal. The rustling was telling the audience the passage of time in the language of the camera. In the last scene, Duff appeared by the stream. She washed the ointment off her face with the water and raised her head slightly to face the sun. Her cheeks were crystal clear like cream. Under the sunlight, they seemed to be shrouded in a layer of holy brilliance. Duff lowered her head and admired her beautiful face in the reflection of the stream. An extremely pure smile appeared on her face. At this time, the scene gradually darkened, and the music gradually faded away. The entire short video ended. The entire audience, guests, and reporters seemed to be immersed in the beautiful scene. 4. A short moment, the entire venue was very quiet, followed by a burst of warm applause. The short film was shot beautifully. Whether it was the graphics, special effects, or camera handling, they were all at the level of a master. They were exquisite, beautiful, and fascinating. From the beginning to the end, Duff didn't say a single line, and the short film didn't have any words about jaded skin cream, but she used the way of telling stories to highlight the two most important features of jaded skin cream: pure, natural, and effective. It could be said that this video, from the conception to the shooting to the post-production, was full of ingenuity. If one didn't know that this was an advertisement, they would think that it was a trailer for a Xia movie. Feng Jing was very satisfied with the first publicity video she released. She didn't know that the video had not only shocked the audience, but also attracted a lot of attention on the internet. Xia Ruofei had specifically instructed that the conference had to be broadcast live on the main online video and live streaming platforms. Although Paradise Corporation's reputation wasn't loud enough, the traffic on these well-known online platforms and live streaming platforms was amazing. Banner's launch conference advertisement was placed in an eye-catching position on the front page, and it was also hung on so many websites at the same time, so it naturally attracted netizens to click on it. And before the press conference began, there were so many e-commerce big shots appearing at the same time, which increased the interest of many netizens. Some even called their friends over to watch Ying, especially entrepreneurs like Lu Dong, who had his own internet popularity attribute. His own appeal was also very great. As soon as the video was played, the surveillance back end of major video websites discovered that the traffic of Peach Blossom Company's press conference had increased greatly. On a well-known bullet screen website, the live broadcast window was instantly covered with bullet comments. "This video is too awesome. 666,666 Duff is my goddess. I've become a fan of Daphne. I'm suddenly very interested in this jaded skin cream. Paradise Corporation. I'll remember this name today." I couldn't help but drag the progress back to take a look. Again. I was told that I wasn't alone. You're not alone. You're not alone, +1, you're not alone, +2. At the Beijing University of Technology Stadium, Feng Jing walked back to the stage with confidence. She smiled and said, "As everyone knows, Miss Dave is currently filming in China. Today, we are very fortunate to have invited Miss Dave to the press conference." In order to attend today's press conference, she specially asked for leave from the production team. "On behalf of Paradise Corporation, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Miss Daphne. Now, let us welcome Miss Duff with a round of applause." Duff had been waiting backstage the whole time. Other than Xia Ruofei and the rest of the company's team, no one knew that Duff was there as well. It was another big surprise. The audience couldn't help but cheer and clap. Even Huang Yu and the other professional players couldn't help but applaud. Huang Yu clapped and said, "Today's press conference is worth the price. Even if there aren't any gifts, it's worth it to be able to see Duff in person." "You didn't spend any money at all, okay?" one of the forum members said mercilessly. "You don't need to pay for a taxi? The subway doesn't cost money." Huang Yu said stubbornly. "You're so stingy." Duff walked onto the stage in a tube-top gown with a charming smile on her face. Feng Rao was also very good looking, and the two of them were quite a sight to behold. Feng Jing smiled and hugged Duff lightly. This scene instantly made many of Duff's fans envious. They all wished they could switch places with Feng Jing. The traffic of the online live broadcast once again broke through the peak. And the bullet comments flashed non-stop. The live broadcast window could not be seen clearly at all. Feng Rao smiled. Welcome, Ms. Duff. The short film has a strong Chinese feel to it. What do you think? It's great. Duff said. I feel like I've become a fairy from Chinese legends. To be honest, after seeing the edited product, I couldn't believe that it was me. Duff's answer immediately attracted a wave of friendly laughter. Feng Jing considered the fact that some of the audience's English wasn't very good, as well as the netizens who were watching the live stream. So she translated her question and Duff's answer in Chinese. Ms. Duff, Feng Rao said, you're one of the users of the Jaded Skin Cream. Can you please share your experience with the audience? Of course, no problem. Duff took the microphone and said, what I want to say can be summed up into one word, and that is incredible. The Jaded Skin Cream is too magical, its effects make me dumbfounded. China was truly a magical ancient country. Chinese medicine was like magic. Some seemingly ordinary plants could actually create such magical skincare products. This simply subverted my understanding. What I want to tell everyone is that after using the Jaded Skin Cream, I've abandoned all other skincare products. In addition, I've completely fallen in love with this beautiful and magical country. Although everyone knew that Daphne was the spokesperson of Paradise Corporation, they would definitely put in a good word for her. After all, she was working for someone who was paid. However, her praise still surprised everyone. Her evaluation was really too high. One could tell that it wasn't just for show. Furthermore, as an international A-list celebrity, Duff's words naturally gave the people of the country a sense of pride. Thank you for your affirmation, Miss Duff, Feng Rao said with a smile. Finally, what else do you want to say to your fans? Duff's appearance was just a small part of the show. She would be interviewed for a few questions and then have a few words with her fans. Furthermore, Feng Jing had considered the fact that DeFu was currently filming a movie and needed publicity, so she had asked her to speak a few more words to the fans. Under normal circumstances, a celebrity would definitely take the opportunity to appeal to everyone to support her new movie. To Feng Jing's surprise, Duff didn't mention the movie at all. She said, after the Jaded Skin Cream is launched, please support it. My evaluation just now was definitely not exaggerated at all. Finally, I'll tell everyone a little secret. I didn't charge any fees for the endorsement of Paradise Corporation, it's completely free. As for the reason, I'm sure you already know. After she finished speaking, she winked at the camera mischievously and then walked down the stage with elegant steps. Logo. After saying that, Duff left the stage. Her words caused a heated discussion both online and offline. The entire venue buzzed with disbelief. As an international A-list celebrity, Duff's status was very high. She had taken time off from the production team to shoot a promotional video for Paradise Corporation and had even taken leave from the production team to come to the press conference stage. For a big star, this was already a lot of energy. And all of this was free, which was even more unbelievable. Could it be that this Jaded Skin Cream was really that good? He could actually get a celebrity of Duff's status to endorse for free? In fact, Duff was only talking about the fact that it was free of charge. She was a little cunning and deliberately didn't say that the reason was that the boss of Paradise Corporation was friends with her boss. This was to deliberately lead everyone to misunderstand. Just as everyone was in a heated discussion, Feng Jing didn't want to give them any time to rest. She had all her big news waiting for the finale. After Duff left the stage, Feng Jing immediately smiled and said, "Our jaded skin cream is in the final stage of development. We've invited many people to try it out. I'd like to invite everyone to listen to what they have to say through a short video." After speaking, Feng Jing pressed the PowerPoint on the remote control, and the big screen started playing the video. When Feng Jing walked to the side of the stage, she winked at Xia Ruofei with a smile. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment. At this time, the big screen had already started playing the video. The first person to come out was Tang Yitian's wife, Jennifer. Holding a trial bottle of jaded skin cream in her hand, Jennifer had a charming smile on her face as she said to the camera, "The jaded skin cream is the most magical skincare product I've ever used, there's no other. The wonders of Chinese medicine have really opened my eyes." Looking at Jennifer, who was praising the jaded skin cream on the screen, Xia Ruofei was a little dazed. He really did not know that Feng Jing had arranged such a segment. And Jennifer's appearance almost made the online and offline audience boil with excitement. Compared to Duff, the starlight on Jennifer's body was obviously more dazzling, or perhaps the two were not on the same level at all. Although Jennifer had faded out of the entertainment industry, her dazzling past had never disappeared. The trophies she won were like monuments, and she had become a legend in the entertainment industry. Moreover, she had not completely left the entertainment industry. She just stopped performing specific acting activities. The entertainment company she was in charge of was well known around the world. So, one could imagine Jennifer's influence. She had countless fans in China, and even Lin Qiao, who used to live in a small fishing village, was her admirer. What was commendable was that Jennifer spoke Chinese throughout the entire process. Although she still had a hint of a foreigner's unique accent, it was already quite standard. As always, she liked to use idioms. She used 3 or 4 idioms in a short speech, but fortunately, they were all quite appropriate. The moment Jennifer appeared on the bullet screen website, all the bullet screens paused for a moment, but that was because everyone was so surprised that they had completely forgotten to type. So when the netizens came back to their senses, the bullet screen gushed out even more crazily. "My God! The goddess Jennifer! This company is too awesome. It was too awesome. He's so awesome, Jennifer is. At the platform. I'll buy this product even if it's just a pile of dog shit." The one who said, "Dog shit really has a weird taste. But I can tell that they must be Jennifer's true fans. The goddess is still as elegant as before. It's even more flavorful now. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. My heart can't take it anymore when I see the goddess." Am I the only one who noticed that the goddess Jennifer was speaking Chinese? The village's network is connected. Jennifer's husband was a Chinese. The news had reported that her Chinese was very good. But I've seen it for myself today. It's really quite standard. I think Jennifer is so cute when she speaks Chinese. The audience could not help but discuss among themselves. There was a burst of buzzing in the venue, and even what Jennifer said in the video could not be heard clearly. Fortunately, the video was accompanied by subtitles. After Jennifer finished her words of praise, the image flashed and another person appeared. The audience and netizens didn't even have time to let out a long sigh before their attention was immediately attracted by the person in the video. It was another A-list international actress, Angela Graf. After Angela, it was Natalie's turn to be the winner of the Cannes Best Actress award. Then Catherine, Juliana, Helena. One by one, they appeared. They were all internationally famous female stars and models. Everyone was almost numb to it. Many people even thought that they were dreaming because this was simply too unbelievable. With so many international A-listers supporting a new product from an unknown company in China, it was completely beyond everyone's imagination. This world was too crazy. Even Lu Dong and the other e-commerce bigshots were shocked by Feng Jing's arrangement. Lu Dong's jaw dropped as he watched the international female stars appear one after another on the screen. His face was filled with shock. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but look at Feng Jing. Logo. Feng Jing was standing in the shadows, but her eyes were very bright. Xia Ruofei could immediately feel that Feng Jing was looking at him. He could even see Feng Jing giving him a cheeky smile. This was clearly the surprise Feng Jing was talking about. Once the video was played, Xia Ruofei's heart was at ease. With this, it was hard for the Jaded Skin ointment not to become popular. The Jaded Skin cream was a rare good product, and its skincare effects far exceeded those expensive similar products on the market. What it lacked was brand awareness. If it were to develop step by step, with the quality of the Jaded Skin cream, it would naturally be able to develop and grow quickly. However, Xia Ruofei felt that the speed was too slow, so he had today's press conference, which seemed to be a little self-important. From the looks of it, due to Feng Jing's ample preparation, the results of this press conference would far exceed their expectations. For the media, with so many international female stars promoting a domestic skincare product, this in itself was a hot topic worth hyping up. Besides, Xia Ruofei also believed that the internet must be in an uproar. And that was the truth. Feng Xiaolong was a technical staff member of the well-known video website Youdu. It was his turn to be on duty this afternoon. He saw that in the background monitoring data, the traffic of a certain live broadcast link continued to rise, especially towards the end. More and more data requests flooded in, and it was simply growing exponentially. Feng Xiaolong subconsciously thought that the website had been hacked. He quickly typed on the keyboard and checked the status of the various ports on the website, but he did not find any traces of intrusion. Xiaolong clicked on the data related to the livestream link, feeling a little strange. With his rich experience, he quickly realized that these were all normal connection requests, not an attack by hackers. He quickly picked up the phone and asked for instructions from his superior, while he began to allocate the server and bandwidth resources. After getting permission from his superior, he quickly doubled the server resources for this live stream channel and tilted the bandwidth resources to it. The difficult situation of the interview began to ease quickly, and Feng Xiaolong was slightly relieved. After he took a sip of water, his curiosity was piqued, so he clicked on the live link and pulled the progress bar back to the time when the traffic had clearly peaked. Feng Xiaolong almost spat out the water in his mouth when he saw it. He quickly swallowed his saliva and dragged the progress bar forward. Then, he stared at it without blinking. A similar situation was happening at the same time on several major video websites that Paradise Corporation had bought advertising spots for. At the Beijing University of Technology Stadium. After the short video finished playing, Feng Jing walked up to the stage with a smile. She gently pressed the PowerPoint remote control, and two large words appeared on the big screen. There was a big question mark behind the two words. The finale of the press conference was naturally the price announcement. The audience had been excited by the waves of surprises. The audience who had come with the mentality of a bystander were now sitting up straight, concerned about the final price of this magical skincare product. The experienced reporters also raised their cameras and video cameras. Feng Jing smiled. I'm sure everyone's interested in the introduction. How much will we be selling this product that's made from all natural Chinese medicine ingredients? At this point, Feng Yi paused and deliberately kept her in suspense. Our jaded skin ointment uses 35 kinds of precious Chinese medicinal materials, of which at least 10 are very rare, she said. Moreover, the production environment is extremely harsh. If there's a slight flaw, the entire batch of jaded skin ointment must be thrown away, which also causes our cost to be extremely high. The audience and netizens couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If the effect of the jaded skin cream was really as good as what the celebrities said, then the price would definitely be quite touching. It was definitely not something that ordinary people could afford. Our sales team had a heated discussion about the pricing plan. Feng Jing continued with a smile. Some of our colleagues felt that if the price is lower than 3,000 yuan, we'll be out of business. But Feng Jing looked at the audience and continued, our company's principle has always been to walk the path of quality products, but we also hope that good products can be used by more people and let more people enjoy the effects of the magical Chinese medicine. Therefore, we would rather reduce our profits and at the same time, strive for perfection in the production process to reduce the waste rate and reduce costs. Alright, let's cut to the chase. Let's reveal the price. Feng Ku said. She pressed the PowerPoint remote control, and a set of numbers floated over from the distance. They quickly combined and froze on the screen at 588 yuan. The moment this price was announced, it immediately caused another wave of exclamations. Feng Jing had made so much preparation, and even though the final price wasn't cheap, it was far lower than what everyone had expected. That's right, Feng Rao said with a smile. The final price for our basic Jade Skin Cream series is 588 yuan a bottle. Our purpose is to let more people enjoy the miraculous effects of Chinese medicine. Because you don't have to use it every day, one bottle is enough to use normally for 2 to 3 months. After using it, you basically don't need to use other essence water, moisturizer, face masks, etc., so I believe that even the working class can afford this price. Logo. Feng Jing's words received a round of applause. Feng Jing pressed the PowerPoint on the remote control, and two more sets of prices appeared on the screen. They were 1888 yuan and 3888 yuan. Feng Jing continued, to target different consumer groups, we've also launched 2 other products. They are the 1,888 renminbi congealed fat series and the 3,888 renminbi jaded bones ice skin series. Different prices mean different levels of purification and different effects. I can guarantee that you get what you pay for. You can choose the grade that suits you according to your financial ability. The price did not surprise everyone. After all, if a product wanted to dominate the market, it had to distinguish between the consumer groups and launch different prices and quality products for different groups. Only by forming a ladder could the benefits be maximized. This is simply a matter of one willing to fight and the other willing to suffer. Luo, we won't force you to buy the most expensive products. There are products that cost hundreds, thousands, and even more than 3,000 yuan. You can choose whatever grade you want. Just when everyone thought that the bidding was over, Feng Jing pressed the remote control in her hand again. The prices of the 3 sets had all disappeared, and in their place was a beautiful crystal bottle. Feng Jing smiled. The 3 series of products we just announced are all our mass-produced products. Next, I'm going to introduce to you our limited edition Jade Skin Cream, the Secret Code Series. Feng Jing pointed at the big screen behind her and said, as everyone can see, our Skin Code Series. Limited edition Jade Skin Cream is made up of 33 layers of natural crystals stacked together. There are even 3 fixed rings made of platinum on the outside. This is a beautiful piece of art in itself. Moreover, it's not just the packaging that's luxurious. Feng Rao smiled and said, the Skin Code Series Limited Edition Jaded Skin Cream. It's hand made by our research team according to the ancient recipe. On top of that, we also added expensive essential oil ingredients. You can say that we've done the best we can do so far. Naturally, the effect is much better than the mass-produced version. As this was a limited edition product, Feng Jing didn't want to beat around the bush and directly said, limited by the harsh requirements of the process and production environment, our Skin Code Series of Jaded Skin Cream is sold in a limited number of 300 bottles a year, 100 of which are sold in China and 200 are sold overseas. In terms of price, it's 880000 yuan a bottle in China and 150000 euros a bottle overseas. Feng Rao said with confidence. Everyone couldn't help but gasp after hearing this. This Paradise Company really dared to set a price. This price was already the price of a top international luxury brand. Were they that confident? However, most of the audience were just amazed. They couldn't afford the limited edition anyway, so it didn't matter how high the price was. As for the big bosses of the e-commerce market who didn't lack money, they naturally didn't change their expressions. Lu Dong even secretly decided that if the effect of the jaded skin cream was really that good, he would buy 2 limited edition bottles for his wife. The crystal bottles alone were so pleasing to the eye. The press conference could be said to be a great success. Today's announcement segment was coming to an end. Feng Jing secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At least she didn't screw up on stage. In fact, she had been quite nervous before she went on stage. Her legs were even trembling. However, once she went on stage, she was so focused that she forgot about her nervousness. Just as Feng Jing was about to announce the release date and invite everyone to the experience area to try out the jaded skin cream, her assistant Lu Qian's voice suddenly came from her earpiece. Director Feng, the chairman has informed us to add a new segment, logo. Feng Jing was slightly taken aback, but she maintained a faint smile on her face and did not say anything. She knew that Lu Qian would definitely convey Xia Ruofei's orders to her in the shortest possible time. Sure enough, Lu Qian immediately said. The chairman said to arrange for President Lu of Kyokoboku Group to give a speech on stage. Feng Rao nodded and smiled. Next, let us welcome the founder and CEO of Kyokoboku Group, Mr. Lu Dong, on stage with a warm round of applause. Feng Rao looked in Xia Ruofei's direction. As the lights were dim, she could not see clearly. She could only see a faint smile on Xia Ruofei's face. Lu Dong, who was standing Beside Xia Ruofei, stood up and buttoned his suit as he strolled towards the stage. At the entrance of the stage, he took the microphone from Lu Qian and then strode to the center of the stage. Lu Dong smiled at Feng Jing and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Feng. Today's press conference was very successful. I think your jaded skin cream will be popular before it's even sold." "Thank you, Boss Lu," Feng Rao replied with a smile. She didn't know Xia Ruofei's intention of arranging for Lu Dong to go on stage, so she didn't say anything more and just let Lu Dong take control of the stage. Lu Dong quickly turned to the audience and spoke into the microphone. Just now, in the audience, the bosses of Jumei Group, Weiping Shopping Mall, Gold Rush Group, and several other e-commerce companies have reached a preliminary consensus with Chairman Xia of Peach Blossom Company. Now, on behalf of these e-commerce companies, and of course, our Jingbei Shopping Mall, I am very honored to announce something. At this point, Lu Dong paused and looked around the audience, then continued, that is, Peach Blossom Company's Jade Skin Cream will be sold at the same time in our 5 e-commerce companies. For the specific online time, you can pay attention to the official website of Paradise Corporation or the website of our 5 companies shopping mall. Our Jingbei Group will open a reservation channel at midnight tonight. Friends who are interested can make a reservation first. You'll get first hand information on the sale of the jaded skin cream. Feng Rao was surprised and overjoyed. She was immersed in joy. Products, publicity, and channels were all indispensable. The Paradise Corporation didn't lack good products. Now, their funds were much richer than before, and the funds for publicity were also much more abundant. This press conference was a very good example, and it could be said that they had put in a lot of money. However, the construction of the channel was not done overnight. E-commerce companies like Kyokuboku Group and Gold Rush Group controlled the largest sales channels in China. Nowadays, online shopping had become a part of life. As long as one could keep up with the times, they were used to buying things on the Gold Rush Group's Taobao and Skycat. A considerable number of people relied more on Kukubi Mall when buying home appliances, office computers, mobile tablets, and other products. The sales of the cosmetics in Jumei Mall, Weiping Mall, and so on were also quite amazing. The fact that these e-commerce sites could sell the jaded skin cream at the same time solved a big problem that had been troubling Feng Jing for a long time. Moreover, looking at Lu Dong's state, it was clear that this was not as simple as providing channels. It was obvious that e-commerce websites such as Jingbei Group would invest a lot of resources such as advertising spots on the front page to promote the Yusher cream. With a good product, an explosive and hot news conference, and now an invincible channel, the popularity of the jaded skin cream was irreversible. After the audience stopped clapping, Lu Dong continued, I've just talked to Director Xia in the audience. Not only will our Jingbei Shopping Mall provide jaded skin cream at 3 prices, but the limited edition Skin Password series will also be the first sale on our 5 websites worldwide. If you are interested, don't miss this opportunity. You should know that there are only 100 bottles of secret jade skin cream sold in China every year. After speaking, Lu Dong smiled at Feng Jing and left the stage. Feng Rao quickly recovered from her joy and quickly said, Dear guests and media friends, that's all the content we're going to release today. Next, everyone can enter the experience area that we have specially set up from the East Passage. We have prepared a large number of jaded skin cream experience equipment for everyone. You can try the magical effects of jaded skin cream for yourself. Friends who wish to leave, please take the west corridor. Don't forget to collect your gifts at the entrance counter. Our company has prepared 2 jade skin cream experience suits and one of Miss Dave's new album for everyone. Feng Jing bowed to the audience and said, "All right, thank you for coming." "Thank you. Thank you." As soon as Feng Jing finished speaking, the lights on the stage dimmed. She walked towards the entrance of the stage and removed the microphone. In just a few minutes, Feng Jing felt like she had just taken part in a long race. She felt completely exhausted. Fortunately, the press conference went well and the results were far better than expected, so she felt relaxed at the moment. "Boss Feng, well done." Xia Ruofei personally stood at the entrance to welcome Feng Jing. Feng Rao glanced at Xia Ruofei and said, "What's the use of saying it now when you're lazy and refuse to do it? I'm willing to do anything for you." Capitalist, logo. Hee hee. Don't you have a share too? Xia Ruofei laughed. Today's press conference was a success. Your status as an internet celebrity will definitely increase again. You still say it. Feng Rao said coyly. The previous incident had already slowly died down, but this time, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but raise his head and laugh. The audience had begun to leave in an orderly manner. Most of the e-commerce employees who had come here directly left, but there were still hundreds of real audience members and media reporters, most of whom went to the experience area. At the press conference, the effects of the jaded skin cream were described by many celebrities as miraculous. The audience and reporters were naturally very interested, especially the media reporters. If they wanted to get first-hand material for the report, they naturally had to experience the effects of the jaded skin cream in person. Feng Jing still had a lot of things to do. She had to lead the team to deal with the aftermath. Besides, although Xia Ruofei had settled the e-commerce channel, she still needed to discuss the specific things. This included the opening of his own store, the specific time of release, and many other details. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not need to worry about these things. He had always been in control of the general direction and was used to leaving the specific problems to others. Chief Feng, can the production capacity of the pharmaceutical factory keep up? Xia Ruofei asked. It's not a big problem. Feng Rao replied without hesitation. The new production line had already been tested and put into use, so the production capacity was still relatively abundant. In addition, I've already asked the pharmaceutical factory to start production at full speed a few days ago. As for the Skin Code series, the jaded skin cream needs to be hand boiled, and this time, you promised Kyokoboku Group that you would sell it at the same time. Are you okay with it? The original limited edition Skin Code series had to be pushed back for a period of time compared to the mass-produced version. Of course, this was also due to the consideration of sales strategy. After the jaded skin cream was launched, it would first build up its reputation and accumulate word of mouth. When necessary, it could also be hyped up a little. Then, it would be more appropriate to release the luxury version of the Skin Code. However, it was obviously unnecessary now. This press conference had already ignited the topic, and Xia Ruofei had just promised Lu Dong to sell a limited edition jaded skin cream in Jingbei Mall. I prepared the original jaded skin cream, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. I can hand it over to the manufacturer at any time. After the jaded skin ointment was brewed by hand, It had to be further processed in the pharmaceutical factory, adding some expensive essential oil components, and then bottled. The quality must be guaranteed. I don't want to lie to the consumers, and I don't want the reputation that I've worked so hard to build up to be destroyed. Feng Rao said, half jokingly. Are you still worried that I'll do the work? Xia Ruofei asked. Feng Jing rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei, but she had nothing to say. Just like today's press conference, it looked dangerous before the start, and was in danger of an empty space at any time, but Xia Ruofei had solved it easily. He's never failed on anything he's promised. Feng Jing couldn't help but think. That's good. Feng Jing said, whether or not I can become famous all depends on this period of time. The jade skin cream was extremely important to the entire Peach Blossom Company. The main reason was that the profits were simply too shocking. Although Feng Jing complained on stage, emphasizing how precious the medicinal materials were, how harsh the production conditions were, and how high the cost was, Feng Jing and Xia Ruofei both knew in their hearts that even the 3888 yuan grade of Yusher cream only cost 20 to 30 yuan. Of course, this account could not be calculated in this way. The most precious part of the jaded skin cream was naturally not the medicinal materials themselves, but the intellectual property rights. Without Xia Ruofei's formula, even if they knew all the ingredients and gathered a group of experts to study it, they would not be able to crack the secret of the jaded skin cream. This was the true value of jaded skin cream. But no matter what, the amazing profits of the jaded skin cream were objectively there. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, the other e-commerce company's model is relatively simple. They just need to receive orders and deliver the goods. Meanwhile, President Liu has prepared a self-operating store for us at Jingbei Shopping Mall, so we can use Jingbei Group's powerful logistics channel. When the time comes, as long as we send a sufficient amount of goods to the Jingbei Logistics Sanshan branch, they will naturally coordinate and send them to several hub warehouses. After the customers place their orders, we don't need to do anything. The entire process will be done through Jingbei Logistics. I'll settle everything by today and arrange for the pharmaceutical factory to prepare the goods. Feng Jing nodded. Don't worry. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I've always trusted you. I'll set up a banquet to reward you all tonight. After you're done here, you can go over directly. I'll send you the location on WeChat. Take care, Chairman. Feng Ke said. In the evening, Xia Ruofei invited Song Rui, Xingbang, and the team led by Feng Jing to the celebration party. The atmosphere was very lively. At the same time, there was a heated discussion on the internet. The two keywords, jade skin cream and Paradise Corporation, quickly became hot search terms, and Paradise Corporation once again appeared on Weibo's hot search list after the abalone auction logo. The commenters on the internet also became active. There were more and more jokes about Paradise Corporation. Although these jokes were mostly meant to ridicule it, they objectively increased the exposure of Paradise Corporation. Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing naturally welcomed them. Even if there were some jokes about Paradise Corporation, they just laughed it off. The next day, there were many people on the streets discussing the Peach Blossom Company and the jaded skin cream. In an office building in Beijing, 3 white-collared women were chatting in the tea room while holding cups. Lily, did you see the press conference of the jaded skin cream yesterday? It sounds pretty good. Lily took a sip of her coffee and said with disdain, it's all hype. Cosmetics nowadays are mixed. I can't believe such a small company. If you're going to buy something, buy a big brand, the quality is guaranteed. Another white-collar worker immediately expressed a different opinion. Lily, you definitely didn't watch the live broadcast yesterday. Even Jennifer praised the magical effect of the jade skin cream. I don't believe that anyone could have hired Jennifer to help him hype up the news. Her husband is a super rich man with a net worth of tens of billions. Jennifer? Lily was stunned. Isn't that so? The white-collar worker said, I'm telling you, she's not the only one. There's also the Best Actress Natalie, Juliana, Helena, and Catherine. The white-collar worker was counting the international stars that appeared in the video of the press conference yesterday. Lily, who was beside him, was almost petrified. After she came back to her senses, she quickly put the cup down and said, so awesome. I have to go and see the replay. Hurry up and send me the link to the video. After that, Lily hurried back to her desk. At the University of Jiangsu and Zhejiang, Qiantang City, Jiangsu and Zhejiang Province. A few girls were walking around the campus with books in their hands. One of the girls with two braids turned around and asked, while walking backward, Woof. Do you think the jaded skin cream that has been so popular these past 2 days is reliable? With so many celebrities around, surely they can't just lie with their eyes open. A girl with a few freckles on her face said hesitantly, besides, this company's products have always been the best. My grandfather has eaten the ironhide fungdo from Paradise Company before, and its effects are much better than other brands' fungdo. Iron, skin keyed, and skin care products are two different things. The girl said, this company has never produced any cosmetics before. Is it really that magical to suddenly release a new product? At this time, the apple-faced girl who didn't speak earlier suddenly said, stop arguing. I think this jaded skin cream is most likely reliable. What do you mean? The braided girl hurriedly stopped and asked. The apple-faced girl had always been well informed. In the dormitory, she was known as an all-knowing scholar. She pretended to be mysterious and looked around, then lowered her voice and said, did you know? I saw Tao Jingjing using a skin care product a few days ago, but I couldn't recognize the brand at that time. After watching the press conference of the jaded skin cream yesterday, I remembered that Tao Jingjing was using the jaded skin cream. Ah? Really? The girl with freckles on her face said, doesn't that mean? The apple-faced girl nodded and said she must have gotten the trial jade skin cream in advance. Think about it, what kind of person is Tao Jingjing? Her father was a high-ranking official in the capital. Even she was using the jaded skin cream, which meant that this skin care product must be extraordinary. It might even be comparable to those luxury brands that cost thousands or even tens of thousands. Otherwise, how could Tao Jingjing possibly use it? That's true. Which part of her body isn't branded? The girl said. The apple-faced girl said, yes. What was even rarer was that the selling price of the jaded skin cream was quite affordable. The 588 yuan model was still affordable. I'm telling you. I've already made a reservation at Kyokuboku Mall. It's just a matter of luck on the day of release. I'll make an appointment immediately too. I'll go too. Similar scenes played out in different places in the country. The data from e-commerce platforms such as Jingbei Shopping Mall showed that the number of reservations for the jaded skin cream had exceeded 100,000 in just one day. Even the limited edition jaded skin cream had more than 200,000 Reservations. Looking at the data, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel that there were so many rich people in China. The limited edition jaded skin cream was sold for as high as 880,000 Chinese dollars. The limited edition jaded skin cream was also sold in very small quantities. The 5e commerce platforms only sold 30 copies in total. Even though they might not necessarily buy it even if they made a reservation, the data made it clear that the cream was already popular even before it was sold. Logo. Xia Ruofei stayed in the capital for 3 days. After attending the press conference, he had a small gathering with Xia Ruofei and other friends. Then, he hurriedly took a flight back to Sanshan. He had promised Lin Xiao that he would try his best to go back before the holiday. Of course, things in the capital were almost done. Feng Jing stayed behind to finish some follow-up work and should be back in a few days. Xia Ruofei was just going back first. It was 10 in the morning when they returned to Sanshan. Xia Ruofei returned to Taoyuan Farm to get a brief understanding of the company's situation. During the period when Feng Jing was not at home, the marketing director, Xiao Chang, was temporarily in charge of the company's operations. Especially after the release of the jaded skin cream, which was extremely popular, there was a lot of work to be done after that. Xiao Chang was the one who led people to work overtime day and night. Xia Ruofei listened to Xiao Chang's report and focused on understanding the production situation and stock situation at the pharmaceutical factory. After all, it was going to be sold on several e-commerce platforms at the same time. From the pre-orders, it could be predicted that the sales would be explosive. Of course, not everyone who made a reservation could buy it. There would definitely be a limit to the number of sales. This was not an intentional hunger marketing, but limited by the current production capacity. Of course, the rarer something was, the more expensive it would be. An appropriate limited sale would still stimulate the consumer's desire to buy it. This was a method that had been tried and tested time and time again. This was also the reason why some cell phone brands were always criticized for the limited purchase, but still insisted on this approach. Xia Ruofei didn't have the habit of holding a long meeting. After listening to Xiao Chang's report, he simply gave a few instructions and let everyone continue with their work. Ying Luo was very busy now. Since everyone was working according to schedule, Xia Ruofei certainly wouldn't give them any instructions. Of course, it was almost time for lunch. This was also a very important reason. Ran Ran had already told Lin Xiao that she would be there for lunch. 11:30 a.m., Deguanshan District. Xia Ruofei drove the Night 15 into the underground parking lot of the community. When he bought a house for Lin Xiao, Xia Ruofei bought a parking space. Parking spaces were in high demand. If he had not had a good relationship with Jianda Group, he would not have been able to buy one at the end of the day. Lin Xiao and Hu Zi's mother didn't drive, and they rarely came over to stay. This time, it was the National Day holiday, and Lin Yui had brought her daughter, Nan Nan, back to the farm staff dormitory. Therefore, the mother and daughter moved to the new house to stay for a few days. However, Xia Ruofei felt that he would need a parking space in the future. Since he did not have much money, he would just treat it as an investment. As a matter of fact, it was very convenient to have a parking space when he occasionally came over. He could directly enter the community and the underground parking lot by swiping the car owner card. After he parked the car, he took the elevator from the underground parking lot with 2 large bags of things and went directly to the high-end residential area on The 18th floor, the grand view of the world. There was one unit per elevator, and only by swiping the owner card could he enter the corresponding floor, which was quite safe. Of course, Xia Ruofei also had a business owner card. One of the bags was the Taoyuan vegetables that Xia Ruofei took out from the medium. The other bag was some special pastries and Beijing opera masks that he bought for Lin Xiao in the capital. Coming out of the elevator, there was a wide corridor directly. The elevator was used by a card, and the escape passage of the corridor was one way and could only be opened from the inside to the outside. So, this corridor was actually the private space of the owner. Xia Ruofei took a few steps to the door and moved the two big bags to one hand. Then, he reached out and pressed the doorbell. Whose mother's happy voice came from inside the house. "They're coming." After the door opened, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Godmother Ruofei, come in quickly." Who? Zi's mother was wearing an apron. She personally took out a pair of slippers for Xia Ruofei from the shoe cabinet at the entrance and called him into the house. "Godmother, how's your health recently?" Xia Ruofei put the bag on the ground and asked with a smile as he changed his shoes. "Very good." Hu Zi's mother laughed and said, "Now, besides picking Nan up every day, I also have to go to Zhuhai Park for a walk and sing with the group of old ladies. Didn't you say that walking more is good for the body? See, I've been wearing the bracelet you bought for me. More than 10,000 steps a day." Before Hu Zi's mother moved back to the city, Xia Ruofei bought her a smart bracelet online and spent a lot of money to teach her how to synchronize data with her phone. Now, the old lady was quite fashionable and even knew how to share her steps on her WeChat moments. Although she didn't have many friends on WeChat, she still enjoyed it. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I know. You can see it on your WeChat moments. You've done well." As the two of them were talking, there was the sound of hurried footsteps coming from the stairs. Although it was a flat floor house, it was on the top floor, which was higher than the other floors. The roof was 2 stories high, so it was only separated by an attic during the renovation. The entire upper floor was Lin Xiao's boudoir. After all, Hu Zi's mother was old and it was not safe for her to go up and down frequently, so her room was downstairs. "Brother Ruofei." Lin Xiao's voice was full of joy. Xia Ruofei changed his shoes and walked into the living room. He saw Lin Xiao rushing down the stairs and into his arms. Logo. Xia Ruofei's eyes were filled with adoration. He smiled and said, "You little girl, you're already a university student, but you're still so energetic. Slow down, don't fall, we have brother Ruofei here." Lin Xiao wrapped her arms around Xia Ruofei's waist and looked up at him with a smile. Her eyes were full of reliance on Xia Ruofei. Hu Zi's mother laughed. "You little girl. How old are you already? Why are you still so clingy to your brother Ruofei?" Lin Xiao smiled mischievously and said, "Mom, quickly go and cook. You've been talking about making delicious food for brother Ruofei since yesterday." All right. Hu Zi's mother said, "Ruofei, take a rest in the living room. Dinner will be ready soon." "All right, godmother, thank you for your hard work." Xia Ruofei quickly said. "This child, you're still being so polite to godmother." Huer's mother rebuked. "Oh, godmother. I brought you some vegetables, you can put them in the refrigerator." Xia Ruofei said as he passed the bag of Taoyuan vegetables to Hu Zi's mother. You bring something every time you come. Aren't you wasting money by selling these vegetables at such an expensive price? Hu's mother nagged as she took the bag to the kitchen. Even though she was blaming Xia Ruofei, her eyes were filled with relief. In the living room, Xia Ruofei glanced at Lin Xiao and said, "Stop looking. The things in this bag are for you. Long live Brother Ruofei." Lin Xiao cheered and grabbed the big bag. Wow! Yellow pea cake, Poria cocos, park, and date paste cake. Seeing Lin Xiao's happy face, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but shake his head. What a greedy little cat. Hey! Don't eat it now. I won't be able to eat later. Lin Xiao's mouth was stuffed with pastries as she mumbled, "It's okay, I'm just trying it." Xia Ruofei shook his head with a bitter smile. This girl, Xiao, how does university feel? Xia Ruofei asked as he leaned on the sofa. Not bad. Most of the first years are basic courses, but you've also come into contact with some professional stuff. There are many big names among the teachers. Lin Xiao said. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, systematic learning is very important. Don't think too much over the next few years. Just focus on your profession. Don't save on money. Your brother is not short of money now. I know. Lin Xiao said, you gave me so much money in one go. I won't be able to finish spending it in 4 years. When Lin Xiao started school, Xia Ruofei secretly gave her a bank card with 300,000 yuan in it. Lin Xiao had always been very sensible. Xia Ruofei was not worried that she would spend money recklessly. Anyway, he treated Lin Xiao as his own sister. Girls should be raised well and could not be wronged. I'm afraid that you won't be able to bear to spend the money, so I've made you a bank card. Xia Ruofei smiled. Brother Ruofei is the best. Lin Xiao said with a sweet smile. Very quickly, Hu Zi's mother had finished cooking. The three of them sat in the bright and spacious dining room and had a happy lunch. Everyone was in a good mood today, so they drank a little wine. Lin Xiao also drank 2 glasses of Semillon wine. Her little face was red, which made her look even more lovely. After the meal, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Godmother, Xiao, I bought each of you a piece of jade when I went to the capital this time. Ruofei, you're wasting money again. Hu Zi's mother reproached, Godma is already so old. Why is she still wearing jade? Jade is meant to be used. What does this have to do with age? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I spent a lot of time and effort to get this jade. You must wear it on your body and never take it off. Xia Ruofei said as he took out 2 protective jade leaves from his bag. When he opened his palm, Hu Zi's mother and Lin Xiao couldn't help but widen their eyes. So beautiful. It's like a real leaf. Lin Xiao was indeed a student of advertising design. She was keenly aware of the extraordinariness of these jade leaves. I feel that they seem to have a spirit of their own. They look very comfortable and harmonious. Ruofei, this jade must be very expensive, right? Hu Zi's mother said, her heart aching. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I didn't spend much. Godmother, you have to remember my words. This jade has to be worn on your body to change your aura. If you hide it at home, it'll be a waste of my good intentions. Also, you can't let others touch it easily, or else your aura will be chaotic, and my money will really be wasted. Xia Ruofei was also worried that Hu Zi's mother would think that the jade was too precious. and would not bear to bring it along. If she kept it as a treasure, it would really be a waste. Moreover, wearing jade had these requirements, so he was right. Hu Zi's mother also knew Xia Ruofei's temper. The jade leaf had already been bought, and she had no choice but to accept it. Back then, Xia Ruofei had tried his best to make her accept the entire house. She had no choice but to smile bitterly and said, "I know. Godmother will definitely wear it every day and will never take it off." "Me too." Lin Qiao immediately raised her hand. Xia Ruofei was relieved. He stood up and said, "Come, come, come, I'll help you put it on now. Godmother first." With that, Xia Ruofei placed one of the jade leaves on the coffee table and picked up the other jade leaf. He walked behind Hu Zi's mother. Logo. Hu Zi's mother was still a little embarrassed, but she could feel Xia Ruofei's deep filial piety, so she nodded her head in relief. Xia Ruofei wrapped the red string around Hu Zi's mother's neck and fastened it to the back. During this process, he had already used his zhenqi to form a thread and lightly pricked the skin where the jade leaf was, secretly staining the jade leaf with a trace of Hu Zi's mother's blood. The jade leaf immediately absorbed Hu Zi's mother's blood. Hu Zi's mother could vaguely feel that she was very close to this jade leaf. She picked it up with great fondness, lowered her head, and examined it. She smiled and said, "Ruofei, you don't say. This piece of jade seems to have a spirit. Godmother likes it a lot." Xia Ruofei smiled. "I'm glad you like it. Remember, you must wear it on your body, and don't take it off at any time." Hu Zi's mother and Lin Qiao both said in unison. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. "You all know how to answer." First, Lin Qiao smiled and said, "You've said it several times in this short period of time. How can we not remember it?" "Brother Ruofei, don't repeat yourself. Otherwise, you'd be Mrs. Lin." Xia Ruofei said, Okay. Just remember that it's my turn." Lin Qiao said eagerly. "Brother Ruofei, help me put it on." Xia Ruofei smiled as he picked up another jade leaf and put it on Lin Qiao's finger. During the process, he naturally did the same thing. Xia Ruofei did not intend to let Hu Zi's mother and Lin Qiao know the special nature of this jade leaf. Anyway, as long as they wore the jade leaf at all times, it was equivalent to giving them a powerful protective talisman. Xia Ruofei could rest assured of their personal safety. Lin Qiao naturally felt the closeness between her and the jade leaf and fondled it with love. "Godma, Qiao, why don't you stay at the farm today?" Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Lin Qiao immediately replied, "Okay. I still want to see Master and the others." When Lin Qiao was interning at the Paradise Company, 2 female employees taught her how to use PS, AI, and other software. They helped her do a lot of design, and the other employees in the art design team had a good relationship with her. Hu Zi's mother hesitated for a moment before saying, "We've just moved into our new house." Lin Qiao said, "The house doesn't have legs. It can't run away. You haven't been staying here for more than a month. You little girl. What are you saying?" Huer's mother laughed and scolded. Xia Ruofei also tried to persuade her, "Godmother, just go back and stay for a day. Don't you miss Nan Nan?" Hu Zi's mother was in charge of picking up and sending Nan Nan every day. She had also established a deep relationship with the cute little angel. When she heard this, she no longer hesitated and nodded slightly. "Yay. Lin Xiao cheered, let's go. Let's set off. Now. The three of them cleaned up the house and drove back to the farm. As soon as Lin Xiao returned to Taoyuan farm, she took some small gifts she bought on Egret Island and went straight to the company's general office building to meet her former colleagues. On the other hand, Hu Zi's mother ran to the staff dormitory to see Nan Nan. She said she was going to stay for a day, but in fact, Lin Xiao didn't want to leave after she stayed. Xia Ruofei drove her to the high-speed rail station to return to Egret Island on October 7th. Then, he sent Hu Zi's mother back to the rental house in the Forestry Bureau's family area. For the convenience of sending and dropping Nan Nan off, Hu Zi's mother still lived in this rental house. The new house at Grand View of the World was empty most of the time. After sending Hu Zi's mother off, Xia Ruofei did not stay in the city for long and immediately drove back to Taoyuan farm. 2 days ago, the company's official website and several other e-commerce platforms had announced that the Jade Skin Cream would be on sale on the last day of the National Day. The time was 12 p.m. Feng Jing had already returned to Sanshan. The company's administrative department, sales department, and even finance department had all been transferred together, just for the sale of the Yusher cream. They had to monitor the background data of all major e-commerce platforms, answer customers' questions, arrange the delivery of goods after the sale, produce data reports, and so on. There was still a lot of work waiting for everyone to complete. Xia Ruofei returned to the farm at 11:50. He drove straight to the comprehensive office building and quickly walked up. No one went to the cafeteria to eat. They were all gathered in a large office on the third floor, nervously watching the situation on the various platforms. There were only a few minutes left before the sales would be open. Whether the previous popularity of the Jaded Skin Cream was false or not would depend on the situation this time. Logo. In the big office, the employees in charge of the platform's back-end data each had their own duties. Feng Jing, Xiao Cheng, Peng Hao, and the other company executives were standing in the office. Seeing Xia Ruofei enter, Feng Rao immediately went up to him and greeted, "The chairman is here." "How's the situation?" Xia Ruofei asked. "Everything is ready," Feng Jing said. "Other than the shop in the Heavenly Cat, the other 4 e-commerce companies have opened their own shops for us. The first batch of goods we prepared 3 days ago has been sent to the nearest e-commerce warehouse. We will have to deal with the orders from the Heavenly Cat." "Can that person spin it?" Xia Ruofei asked. "We will definitely need to hire people to operate it in the long run," Feng Jing said. "For now, other than the employees who are already running the shop, our administrative and marketing departments have tried to transfer as many people as possible to support us. Let's deal with today's peak order first." We're still releasing the goods in stages. After we're done today, we'll hurry up and recruit people," Xia Ruofei said. "Understood," Feng Rao replied. "How's the coordination in the logistics department?" Xia Ruofei continued. Feng Jing said, "Our shop has been operating normally. It's just that we didn't focus on our business in the past. However, we have signed a major customer agreement with the logistics company. This time, the news of our Jaded Skin Cream has been hyped up. The logistics company has also contacted us on their own initiative and said that they will give us certain preferential policies to ensure that we can send orders to the entire country as soon as possible." Xia Ruofei nodded. "Other than special requests from our customers, we will try our best to use high quality logistics companies. It doesn't matter even if the cost is slightly higher. Understood. Feng Jing nodded and said, most of our orders are from SF Express. They're fast and reliable. Very good. Our company focuses on improving our brand. You have to pay attention to every detail. Xia Ruofei said, satisfied. At this moment, Feng Jing's assistant, Lu Qian, said nervously, it's time. Xia Ruofei and Feng Rao looked at each other and walked over. A row of computers displayed the data of different e-commerce platforms. Feng Jing even had someone download plug-ins to read the server time of each platform. Nowadays, the internet was basically used to synchronize time, so the server time of each e-commerce platform was roughly synchronized, and the error would not exceed half a second. When the time displayed on the plug-in became 12 at midnight, the back-end data immediately began to rise wildly. The real-time order data shot up like a rocket. In less than 10 seconds, the number of orders on each platform exceeded 1,000. And this number was still rising. Every second that passed, a large number of orders would appear. At 12:02, the employee in charge of monitoring Jingbei Shopping Mall's own store, Taoyuan, stood up first. His voice was filled with irrepressible joy. Chairman, CEO Feng, Jingbei Mall is sold out. Almost at the same time, the inventory of the gold mining group's Skycat flagship store and the remaining 4 platforms were all sold out. Feng Rao was very excited. She couldn't help but clench her fists and said, beautiful. Chairman, we've definitely succeeded this time. For the first sale of the Jade Skin Cream, Xia Ruofei had distributed 10,000 copies to each e-commerce platform. Among them, 5,000 copies of the 588th edition, 3,000 copies of the 1,888th edition, and 2,000 copies of the 3,888th edition. In addition, he had also specially provided 30 limited edition skin code series, 5 copies each for each e-commerce platform. It was equivalent to more than 50,000 bottles of jaded skin cream, and it was all sold out in just 2 to 3 minutes. This was a rather impressive result. Even the limited edition jaded skin cream that cost 880,000 yuan a bottle was sold out. It was 880,000 Huaxia dollars, not 88 yuan. It could only be said that there were too many rich people nowadays. The employees were all overjoyed, but Xia Ruofei was very calm. He smiled and said, this is just the beginning. Moreover, they've only bought all of them now. It's hard to guarantee that there won't be any future orders that are cancelled due to late payments or refunds. That's definitely not the majority. Feng Rao said with a smile. Chairman, don't you worry. Our jaded skin ointment is on fire. Our Paradise Corporation is going to be famous all over the world. Naturally, Xia Ruofei was very happy, but he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The main business of the Taoyuan company was the production and sales of agricultural products. However, after so long, the most popular product was actually a skincare product. Perhaps the special medicine for treating autism, Yangxin soup, would be launched soon, and it would be even more popular. Xia Ruofei thought to himself, isn't this a little improper? At this moment, Feng Rao walked up to them with a smile and said, Chairman, why are you in a daze? Was he calculating how much money he had earned? Don't bother, the sales statistics are out. Take a look. Xia Ruofei took the report that had just been printed out and looked at the total figures. The total sales this time had reached more than 108 million yuan. The cost of this batch of jaded skin cream, including the raw materials, labor, logistics, platform, and so on, would not exceed 3 million yuan. It was not even a fraction of the sales. In other words, in a short 2 minutes, the Paradise Corporation had made a profit of 100 million. Logo. Huge profits. It was definitely a huge profit. This was even faster than robbing a bank. That's why they say women's money is easy to earn. Otherwise, how could all those cosmetic companies, big and small, earn so much money? After Xia Ruofei had experienced it for himself, he finally felt the madness. Of course, other cosmetic companies definitely did not have such a high profit rate like Paradise Corporation. Seeing that Xia Ruofei was in a daze, Feng Rao gently pulled on his sleeve. Only then did Xia Ruofei snap out of his daze. He understood what Feng Jing meant and immediately announced loudly, "Dear colleagues, I have a piece of good news to report to you. During the launch of our new product, the Jaded Skin Cream, our sales broke through 100 million yuan in 2 minutes." The office was suddenly filled with cheers and applause. Xia Ruofei waited for the noise to die down before continuing with a smile, "And this is only because we've implemented a purchase restriction. If we open up the market for purchase, this number will increase by a large margin, or even several times." All right. Everyone's mission has just begun. Xia Ruofei said, "The biggest test is yet to come. Whether we can handle so many orders in time and deliver the products to the customers as soon as possible will depend on everyone. My fellow colleagues, you've all worked hard. After this, I'll treat everyone to a meal and give everyone red packets. Boss, can I change it to travel benefits?" Xia Ruofei replied without hesitation, "Sure. Any travel expenses within 20,000 yuan will be covered by the company. However, we have to leave in batches." After earning so much money in one go, Xia Ruofei was naturally not stingy and generously promised generous benefits. Yay! Long live the boss! All right. Everyone, get into position. Feng Rao clapped her hands. "I'm working overtime today to settle the order." Everyone in the office got busy. Some were doing some confirmation work in the background, some were contacting the logistics company, and some were sending the order data. In the warehouse area of the pharmaceutical factory, many people were also busy printing orders, packing products, and so on. The logistics trucks of SF Express, which had been waiting in advance, also moved quickly. Everyone was united, so the efficiency was naturally quite high. The local buyers would receive the goods as soon as this evening. Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing walked out of the office. Feng Jing grumbled with a smile, "Chairman, you're too generous. You gave out 20,000 per person in a single sentence. There are dozens of people participating in this battle. The company is making money, what's wrong with giving everyone some benefits?" Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "The money hasn't been transferred to my account yet." Feng Jing said, "These e-commerce platforms all have a payment cycle. Besides, we haven't even settled on our building in the city yet. Don't spend so much money next time." Xia Ruofei accepted her advice and smiled. All right. I'll be more careful next time." In the next few days, everyone in Paradise Corporation was in a state of excitement and business. After all the orders were settled, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, Feng Jing couldn't rest. It wasn't normal to mobilize people from various departments to fight the fire, so her top priority was to recruit people. Fortunately, the customer service, after, sales, and warehouse management of the e-commerce platform were not too professional. The academic requirements were not very high. As long as a person with a normal IQ had been trained for a period of time, they could basically do the job. However, as the number of employees in the company increased, the relocation of the headquarters naturally became more and more urgent. The office space at the Misty Paradise Farm was limited, and it was impossible to move all the recruited people to the suburbs. Food and lodging were a problem for these people. Hence, while Feng Jing was handling recruitment matters, she would often find time to visit the city, hoping to find a suitable location, preferably a building, to prepare for the relocation of the headquarters. Of all the orders, there were definitely cases of late payments and customers not wanting to return the goods after receiving them. However, these cases were extremely rare among the total of more than 50,000 orders, so the sales figure had undoubtedly exceeded 100 million yuan. A few days later, the e-commerce platform's payment was gradually transferred to the Peach Blossom Company's accounts. The company that received the money the fastest was naturally the Jingbei Group. On one hand, with their relationship with Xingbang, the money would have to be paid sooner or later, so Lu Dong was naturally willing to do them a favor. On the other hand, Kyokuboku Group's logistics level was also the highest, which meant that the order completion was the most timely, and the money would be transferred the fastest. A few days after Jingbei Group's 20 million yuan payment was received, the other four e-commerce platforms also gradually returned the money. It was also the first time that Paradise Corporation's account had such a large amount of cash flow. One day, Xia Ruofei had just arrived at his office when Feng Jing quickly entered with the financial statements. She smiled and said, "Chairman, the payment from the 5 e-commerce platforms has all been transferred to our accounts. After deducting the channel fees, our net income has reached about 102 million. This is the detailed report, take a look." Xia Ruofei waved his hand and laughed. "I only need to know the numbers. I won't look at the specific reports." Feng Jing didn't force him. She kept the report and said seriously, "Chairman, we can't wait any longer for the relocation of our headquarters. It must be completed as soon as possible. So, you can't embezzle this 100 million yuan to other places." Xia Ruofei laughed. "I was wondering why you were so enthusiastic. You even personally sent the report over. It turns out that you were waiting for me here." Feng Rao blushed and said, "I'm doing this for the company." One must know that Xia Ruofei had a previous record. Last time, he had earned nearly 200 million yuan with great difficulty, but before he could even keep it, Xia Ruofei had used it to buy a courtyard house. Feng Jing didn't want something like this to happen again. If she didn't have enough funds to move the headquarters, she would really go crazy. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, okay. I promise I won't use this money. If you don't have enough funds for the relocation of the headquarters, you can come to me again. That's more like it. You're like a boss." Feng Jing chuckled. "I've never been a qualified boss," Xia Ruofei said with a sad expression on purpose. "You only just found out." Feng Rao chuckled. The two of them joked for a while before Xia Ruofei asked, "How's the production at the pharmaceutical factory?" "It's very smooth. We've already hoarded a lot of goods." Feng Rao laughed. "The jaded skin cream is so profitable that Xia Ruofei can't wait to use all the production lines to produce it. Xia Ruofei said. Seriously, that won't do. The heart-nourishing soup project was no less important than the jaded skin cream. Besides, this is a good thing to do. We can't just focus on making money. He was just joking. Feng Jing smiled and said, Xia Ruofei has always been in charge of the heart-nourishing soup project. He has feelings for this project. How could he not care about it? I knew it. Xia Ruofei also smiled and asked, have you set the release date for the next batch of goods? I'm pretty much sure, probably in half a month. Feng Rao replied immediately. Our first batch of goods has been delivered to the consumers. Most of them will definitely use it at the first moment. The effect of the jaded skin cream is beyond doubt. It will definitely cause another wave of craze. We're planning to hold it down for now and wait for half a month before we open it for purchase. By then, the sales will definitely be quite hot. Xia Ruofei smiled and pointed at Feng Rao. It seems like you've grasped the essence of hunger marketing. Alright, we'll do it according to your plan. Yes, Chairman. Feng Jing stood up and left Xia Ruofei's office. In another half a month, the jaded skin cream would usher in the second round of sales. It was still 50,000 copies, but this time, there was no limited edition skin code series. The rarer something was, the more expensive it was. Only 100 bottles of this limited edition skin code series were sold in China a year. It was impossible to sell a year's quota in 2 or 3 times. They would definitely have to keep it for the event and sell a small amount. Even without the 30 bottles of limited edition jaded skin cream, the sales of 50,000 square meters of jaded skin cream would be at least tens of millions. Although the second round of sales was important, Xia Ruofei could not attend it personally. He had more important things to do and had to leave the Three Mountains for a while. He estimated that the second round of sales would have ended by the time he returned. Just as everyone was busy preparing for the second round of sales, Xia Ruofei had already arrived at Sanshan Airport in the Night 15 SUV driven by Yi Lingyun, dragging a small suitcase logo. At the entrance of the International Departure Hall, Xia Ruofei took the small login case from Yi Lingyun's hands and smiled. Lingyun, let's stop here. There's still a lot of work waiting for you at the farm. Don't worry, Brother Xia. Yi Lingyun nodded. The quality of this batch of tea leaves you gave me is very good. I will definitely be able to make high-quality de Hong Pao. They definitely won't ruin our Paradise Corporation's reputation. Xia Ruofei laughed, of course I believe you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given you all of this business. Lingyun, you'll just take care of the tea. The company will do its best to ensure the rest. If you have any difficulties, just look for President Feng. I've already spoken to her. Understood. Yi Lingyun said bluntly. Xia Ruofei beckoned to Yi Lingyun and pushed the boarding box into the airport hall. 10 hours later, Xia Ruofei walked out of Sydney's Kingford Smith International Airport. He had come here this time specifically to improve the quality of the winery's grapes. Australia was in the southern hemisphere, and its season was the opposite of China. September and October were the best season for grape planting. Xia Ruofei had already prepared the grape seedlings in advance. Through Xia Qing's repeated experiments in the spirit map space, she finally managed to cultivate the excellent breed of half-lawn white grapes. Semillon itself was a species of white grape with an extremely strong vitality. In addition to the unique conditions in the spirit map space, Xiaoqing made use of the time flow that was 30 times faster than that of the Archean realm. After a few experiments, she obtained the best species of grape and quickly began to reproduce these grapevines. After cultivating a batch in the Archean realm, he would immediately transplant them into the mountain and sea realm. Then, he would continue to cultivate another batch in the Archean realm. Now that there were enough grape seedlings in the mountain and sea realm, he could completely replace all the grape seeds in the 2 wineries under Xia Ruofei's name. Xia Ruofei should have arrived in Australia earlier. However, he had been busy with this and that for a while and had almost never stopped. When the jade skin cream was finally a success, he could finally free up some time, so he quickly flew to Australia. This was because if they delayed any longer, they would miss the best season for grape planting. Xia Ruofei stepped out of the airport, looked at the blue sky and white clouds that were the symbol of Australia, and took a deep breath. From afar, Liang Qichao had already walked up to them. "Boss, you've had a long journey," Liang Qichao said with a smile. Xia Ruofei punched Liang Qichao's shoulder and said, "Brother Liang, Australia's soil is really nourishing. Your weight has grown again." "Don't mention it," Liang Qichao said, "I gain weight easily. I put on weight even when I drink cold water. It's hard work here, come on, you should be very nourished." Xia Ruofei exposed him without mercy. Every day, he lived in a farm with thousands of hectares of green grass, with a man-made lake as clear as a mirror at the entrance, accompanied by swans and kangaroos all day long. It was simply a fairy-like life. Liang Qichao chuckled and took Xia Ruofei's login case very naturally. The 2 of them walked towards the parking lot. On the way to Immortal Farm in Hunter Valley, Xia Ruofei asked, "Have you prepared the warehouse I asked you to rent?" "Of course. We've settled all the paperwork yesterday, and the right to use that warehouse will be ours for the next month." Liang Qichao asked, "What are you trying to put in there? The farm is so big, yet it's not enough for you. Why do you have to rent a warehouse outside?" "It's a secret." Xia Ruofei smiled mysteriously and said, "Take me to her first." Liang Qichao pursed his lips. "You're still trying to keep me in suspense." Fine. I don't care about the boss's business. I'll take you there now." Xia Ruofei had searched for the warehouse on the internet and called Liang Qichao to rent it. It was also in the Hunter Valley area. After checking the warehouse, Xia Ruofei was quite satisfied. The situation was similar to what he had seen on the internet. First of all, it was big enough to fit so many grape seedlings. Besides, the location was relatively remote. Xia Ruofei had taken a look on the way there. There were no surveillance cameras at the nearby intersections, which made it easier for him to do things. "All right. Not bad. Xia Ruofei said happily, "Brother Liang, give me the key to the warehouse. I'll be useful these 2 days." "Oh right. Help me find 2 trucks in 2 days. The day after tomorrow. At 8 in the morning. Wait at the entrance of this warehouse." "No problem." Liang Qichao passed the key to Xia Ruofei. The 2 of them got back into the car and headed to Paradise Farm. Xia Ruofei leaned back on the passenger seat and looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window. He asked, "Brother Liang, there's no problem with the seeds we sent over last time, right?" Immortal Land Farm had completed the planting experiment, and Liang Qichao was eager to show off his skills, so he quickly sent the planting plan and the seeds back to China. Naturally, Xia Ruofei would not be against money. After all, Paradise Farm earned US dollars. Therefore, he quickly contacted a few seed companies that he had contacted in advance and transported the seeds to the warehouse in Sanshan City in the shortest time possible. Then, Xia Ruofei would find time to bring all these seeds into the spirit map space and let Xia Qing finish the job of soaking and drying them. Due to the flow of time, all the strengthened seeds had been processed within a day. Logo. Xia Ruofei quickly informed Feng Jing and asked her to arrange for the seeds to be sent to Australia. No problem, Liang Qichao said excitedly. I basically planted all of them. The rate of germination is quite high, and from the looks of it, they're growing very well. That's good. Xia Ruofei also smiled. This means that our Paradise Farm will soon start to generate a lot of cash flow. Paradise Farm's biggest advantage was that it had a large area and sufficient water. As long as there was no problem with sales, the profit was quite amazing. After all, Paradise brand sold quality vegetables, and the price was not generally high. Liang Qichao nodded and said, vegetables have their own growth cycle. However, the growth rate of Taoyuan vegetables is much faster than ordinary vegetables, so this cycle can be shortened by a lot. I've already contacted Maya. We've initially set Black Friday this year, and we'll distribute the goods to all the supermarkets in the country at the same time. Black Friday was a popular, man-made festival in the West in recent years. It was similar to China's 11/11. The so-called Black Friday was the second day of Thanksgiving every year. Thanksgiving was the fourth Thursday in November, so Black 5 was the fourth Friday in November every year. On this day, businesses would do a lot of promotions, and it was also a festival for the hand-chopping gang. All right. Xia Ruofei nodded in agreement. We can also cooperate with the supermarket and do a Black 5 promotion. However, we have to be careful not to give people the impression that we are common goods. I understand. We're still discussing the specific plan, and Maya still respects our opinions, Liang Qichao said with a smile. We'll have another big event on Christmas Day, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. We'll make Paradise Farm famous. Great minds think alike. Liang Qichao laughed. After returning to Paradise Farm, Xia Ruofei checked out the peach garden. Vegetables that had been planted on this scale under Liang Qichao's lead. Even though Xia Ruofei had been mentally prepared, he was still shocked when he saw the endless vegetable field. Liang Qichao was right. The seedlings cultivated from these seeds were very tenacious, and there was no soil in Australia that was not acclimatizing to them. Each one of them was growing very well, and the lush green made people like them. After returning to the small villa by the artificial lake, Xia Ruofei washed up and changed into a set of home clothes. Then, he tried the Australian food that Uncle Bill had prepared. In the evening, Xia Ruofei did not go to the West couple. Instead, he took a walk by the artificial lake in Paradise Farm and went back to his house to rest. The next day, Xia Ruofei drove the farm car to West Winery after breakfast. He didn't inform the West couple in advance when he came to Australia this time. Hence, when the couple saw Xia Ruofei, they were both surprised and happy. They hugged the young boss warmly. Uncle Carter, how have you been? Xia Ruofei asked in English with a gentle smile on his face. Of course, I'm full of energy every day, Old West said happily. On the other hand, Auntie Kelly said, he's full of a sense of belonging here, because you kept the name of West Winery. Xia Ruofei laughed. It's such a good intangible asset. How can I give it up? Uncle Carter, how's the winery doing? He asked. Xia Ruofei's company in China was still expanding rapidly, and the department structure was not complete. For example, the overseas business division had not been established yet. Xia Ruofei entrusted Liang Qichao to send professional financial staff to check the accounts regularly, and he rarely asked about it himself. Everything is normal, Old West said. The turnover is also roughly the same as in previous years. The wine-making work in the winery had been completed a long time ago. And this period of time was also a relatively relaxed time of the year. Of course, this was only relative. Australia's tourism industry was developing very well, especially since the Chinese people were becoming richer. Every year, there was an endless stream of people who came to the Hunter Valley to travel. As the Hunter Valley's special winery, there was an endless number of guests every opening day. Xia Ruofei nodded. Uncle Carter, the main reason I came to Australia this time is to improve the winery's grapes. I'm going to replant the grape seedlings I prepared. Old West was shocked and said in surprise, eradicate them all and replant them? Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. All the products of my company must be the best in the industry, and wine is no exception. Of course, I'm not saying that the products of West Winery or Golden Oak Winery are bad. I just think they can be better. Old West didn't quite agree with the young boss's words. He had been in the business for decades, so he was very confident in the quality of his grapes. As for the Golden Oak Winery, although he didn't want to admit it, the fact was that the Golden Oak Winery's grapes were even better than the West Winery's. They were among the best in the entire Hunter Valley. Old West couldn't imagine that this young boss from China could find better grape seedlings. Boss, the cultivation of grape seedlings is very complicated. If you don't pay attention to a certain detail, it may affect the quality of the grapes, Old West tactfully reminded him. Madam Kelly gently tugged at Old West's clothes, reminding him that the person in front of him was their boss. Xia Ruofei didn't think that it was a mistake. He smiled and said, Uncle Carter, I know all of this. I spent money to buy the winery, so how can I be against money? Don't you agree? Old West was sure that Xia Ruofei had been tricked into buying poor quality grape seedlings. Although Xia Ruofei had already made it clear, he still could not help but say, Boss, the grapes of West Winery and Gold Oak Winery are at their best growing period. They can be planted for another 20 to 30 years without a problem. If we replace the grape seedlings, the harvest cycle alone may take 2 to 3 years. This, Uncle Carter, I believe that my grape seedlings don't need such a long period to mature. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Although his voice was gentle, there was an undeniable meaning behind it. Old West said dejectedly, all right. You're the boss, so you have the final say. There was a hint of helplessness in his words, as well as some resentment. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I've come to you today to ask you to organize a team to eradicate all the existing grape trees. At the same time, we'll hire some people. We'll start planting new grapes tomorrow. Then, Xia Ruofei added, don't worry, Uncle Carter. The new grape species is still Semillon. From now on, our winery will only produce Semillon white wine. I'm going to make it the symbol of the winery, and even the Hunter Valley. Old West looked at the ambitious boss in front of him and smiled bitterly. It was Easy to get rid of the grape trees, but if the seedlings Xia Ruofei had prepared were not reliable, it could take 2 to 3 years. If he didn't do this, he would be able to produce a large number of grapes every year to make wine, which would be a great loss. Moreover, it would be a joke if the wine of a few years in a winery was out of stock. However, Xia Ruofei was now the owner of the winery and even the Golden Oak Winery. He had the final say in everything, no matter how close Old West was to the winery. He was only an employee under Xia Ruofei. He had to follow his boss's orders. To put it bluntly, Xia Ruofei only needed to say the word and he would be fired. All right. As you wish, boss. Old Wester shrugged and said. Then, he walked into the bar dejectedly and began to call for help. Logo. A small shovel truck was uprooting the lush grape trees in the vineyard of West Winery. Old West and Xia Ruofei stood together on the hill. He looked at the lively vineyard and thought that the bigger Golden Oak Winery was the same. His heart ached and the flesh on his face trembled. Xia Ruofei's mood was the exact opposite. There was no construction without destruction. The destruction in front of him was for the sake of revitalizing the winery in the future. It was as if he could see the peach blossom grapes that he had improved in the spirit map space growing prosperously in the winery. Uncle Carter, stop looking. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I brought some good tea from China. I'll make it for you to try. Old West smiled bitterly. Out of sight, out of mind. He could only nod in resignation. He looked back at the vineyard and left with Xia Ruofei. After returning to the vintage-looking winery, Xia Ruofei retrieved a small box of Da Hong Pao and a small purple clay tea set from his car. In fact, these items were stored in the storage space. However, it did not seem logical to carry a tea set with him, so Xia Ruofei made up the illusion that they were stored in the car. In a short while, the room was filled with the fragrance of tea. Old West, who had been a little depressed, couldn't help but get excited when he smelled the unique aroma. Even Auntie Capella, who had been busy behind the bar counter, was attracted by the rich aroma of tea. Boss, is this the tea from China? It smells so good. Old West couldn't help but exclaim in admiration before he even tasted it. Xia Ruofei's action of brewing tea was very skillful. His movements were like floating clouds and flowing water. In addition, he was a cultivator with a good cultivation base, and his every move was in accordance with the way of nature, so the action of making tea was even more pleasing to the eye. Even the foreigners who were completely ignorant of the industry couldn't help but be attracted. Auntie Kelly also sat down and said with a smile, Xia, from the way you brew tea, I seem to see the 1,000-year-old culture of your ancient China, Xia. Ruofei raised his head and smiled gently in the mist. Then, please have a taste of our country's drink. With that, Xia Ruofei pushed the 2 cups of freshly brewed tea in front of the two of them. Then, he picked up a small teacup and brought it to his mouth. He gently blew on it and took a small sip. Mr. and Mrs. West followed suit and took a sip of the tea. How is it? Xia Ruofei asked. Old West's brows furrowed for a moment before relaxing. He savored the taste and said, the taste is a little bitter. I wasn't used to it at first, but after the aftertaste, my mouth is full of fragrance. China's tea drinks are indeed very magical. No wonder they are so popular all over the world. After tasting it, Auntie Capella also had a lot of words of praise. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Thank you for your praise. Uncle Carter, Auntie Cabelli, this box of tea leaves and this tea set are for you. I hope you can fall in love with the Chinese tea culture from now on." The workmanship of this set of purple clay teapot was very exquisite. Whether it was the materials, craftsmanship, shape, or other aspects, they were all top grade. The most important thing was that it was full of traditional Chinese characteristics, which was often an irresistible temptation for foreigners. As expected, Old West immediately revealed a surprised and happy expression. "Oh, this was a precious gift. Boss, thank you very much for your generosity. Xia, you're such a generous and friendly boss." Auntie Kelly also put her arm around Xia Ruofei's shoulder affectionately and said, "I'll go make you something delicious." "Thank you, Auntie." Xia Ruofei turned around and smiled. After Madame Cabelli left, Xia Ruofei said to Old West, "Uncle Carter, I know that you can't accept my decision to uproot the old grape tree today. But please believe me, it won't take long for you to know how correct my decision is." After Old West accepted Xia Ruofei's gift, he was too embarrassed to keep a straight face. He sighed helplessly and said, "I hope you're right, boss, otherwise our losses would be huge." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded, "I know how you feel about the winery, so I won't make an impulsive decision. Don't worry, you won't be disappointed." At this point, Old West could only trust Xia Ruofei. What was done. With the West couple's passionate invitation, Xia Ruofei stayed at the winery for half a day. After lunch, he was ready to drive back to Paradise Farm. Mr. and Mrs. West personally sent Xia Ruofei to the yard. Xia Ruofei stood beside the car, opened the door and closed it. He turned around and said, "Uncle Carter, in addition to cleaning up the vineyard today, don't forget to gather enough skilled manpower. I'll send the grape seedlings to you tomorrow morning. I hope we can finish the planting work quickly." "Don't worry." Old West nodded. "I've already made arrangements." Xia Ruofei nodded and waved at the old couple after he got into the car. He then stepped on the gas and drove away from West Winery. Logo. Xia Ruofei did not go anywhere in the afternoon and night. He stayed in Paradise Farm. The scenery here was very beautiful, and the environment was quite quiet. The air was filled with the fragrance of the grass. Beside the mirror, like man-made lake, lying on a recliner and reading a book, with a cup of tea in hand, it was definitely a rare enjoyment. This could also be considered as him stealing half a day of leisure. The next morning, Xia Ruofei left Paradise Farm in Liang Qichao's car at 7 o'clock. He went straight to the warehouse that he had asked Liang Qichao to rent in advance. Xia Qing had already prepared all the grapevines in advance. The Semillon grape species had an extremely tenacious vitality, and the grapes were mainly bred through cutting. In addition, they were high-quality breeds cultivated in the spirit map space, so the survival rate of these grapevines was definitely very high. After Xia Ruofei entered the warehouse, he locked the door from the inside. He then released his mental power out of habit and inspected the large warehouse inch by inch to prevent anyone from secretly installing listening and monitoring equipment. If it was in the past, Xia Ruofei would have to inspect such a large warehouse alone. It would be a terrifying task. The main reason was that there were too many places to inspect and the workload was too heavy. However, ever since he had mastered the use of mental strength, the conventional methods that Xia Ruofei had learned before were completely useless. He only needed to release his strong mental strength to Check inch by inch, and the possibility of missing something was very low. After making sure that the warehouse was safe, Xia Ruofei took out all the grapevines that Xia Qing had neatly stored in the spirit map space. Due to the relatively large planting area, there were also a lot of grapevines, which almost filled up half of the warehouse. At 8 o'clock, Liang Qichao personally brought 2 large trucks to the warehouse on time, along with some unloading workers he had hired. Woof. Ruofei, when did you get so many grape seedlings? The moment Liang Qichao entered the warehouse, he was shocked by the saplings. Xia Ruofei smiled and said casually, I've already contacted them back in China. That's why I asked you to rent the storage unit for me in advance. There was plenty of sunlight in Australia, and the planting of wine grapes was very extensive. Liang Qichao thought that Xia Ruofei had contacted a supplier in Australia, so he did not continue to ask. He immediately got the workers to start loading the truck. After more than an hour, all the grape seedlings were finally loaded into the truck. Xia Ruofei drove the truck in front while Liang Qichao escorted the truck from behind. The 3 vehicles drove towards West Winery. Old West had already invited experienced farmers to wait at the winery. The car drove straight to the vineyard. After Xia Ruofei asked the workers to unload enough seedlings for the vineyard of West, he asked the truck driver to rest in the winery. There were still many grape seedlings left in the truck, which were prepared for the Golden Oak Winery. The planting here might not even be completed in a day, but Xia Ruofei did not want to load the trucks again after unloading them, so he asked Liang Qichao to book both trucks. When they began to unload the seedlings, Old West couldn't wait to check. However, after looking at it, he was a little disappointed that these grapes were of a Semillon variety. It was not bad, but he could not see any difference from the grapes that were originally grown in his own winery. Old West also noticed that although the seedlings had been treated, they didn't have a film to keep the grapevines dry. He was even more certain that the seedlings were ordinary. It had been almost 2 hours since he'd taken the grapes out of the origin space. They looked a little shriveled. Old West couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't know if they would even grow, let alone how many years it would take for them to bear fruit. He didn't know what the quality of the grapes was, or if they were suitable for making dry white. However, Xia Ruofei had already made up his mind. Old West had no choice but to accept the fact that he had removed all the grapes. The trucks were still unloading, so he immediately began to organize the workers to plant the cicadas. He wanted to move as fast as possible. After all, there were still so many grape seedlings left for the Golden Oak Winery in the truck. The situation might get worse if he took too long. Xia Ruofei watched with great interest. The workers Old West had hired were very experienced, and their actions were very skilled and deft. Soon, the cutting seedlings were planted one by one. These seedlings were all planted diagonally to the north. The labor of the workers was very clear. Some people dug pits, some inserted the seedlings, some filled the soil, and some watered the crops. The ridges for planting grapes had been prepared in advance, so the efficiency was very high. Xia Ruofei looked at it for a while and then ran to the truck to check the remaining grape seedlings. He asked the winery's workers to help get a few large buckets of water, and then personally carried the buckets to water and moisten the grape seedlings that could not be planted for the time being. Of course, Xia Ruofei took out a small amount of the spirit heart flower petal solution from the medium and poured it into the bucket while avoiding everyone's eyes. With this magical solution, the grape seedlings would not wither, even if they were left in the carriage for 2 or 3 days. Although the grapes didn't need to be watered every day, the modern vineyard was also equipped with an automatic irrigation system. While everyone was busy, Xia Ruofei pretended to be strolling around. He quietly approached the water tower and added a small bottle of petal solution. Xia Ruofei believed that after he had done all this, the survival rate of the grape seedlings would be extremely high. It might even be 100%. He was busy for an entire day. In the evening, the workers immediately stopped their work and got off work on time to go home. Fortunately, everyone was very efficient when they were working. They basically filled up the vineyard of the Wester winery in a day, and there was still a little bit of space left. Old West decided to leave 2 workers to finish it tomorrow, while he took most of the people to the Golden Oak Winery to continue planting. After having dinner at West Winery, Xia Ruofei returned to Paradise Farm. He did not have to worry about anything else. Even the accommodation of the 2 drivers was arranged by Liang Qichao. It was a quiet night. The next day, Xia Ruofei followed everyone to the Golden Oak Winery. The workers continued to plant grapes. The area of the Golden Oak Winery was far larger than that of the West Winery. It took 3 days of hard work to plant all the grape seedlings. What surprised Old West was that on the last day, the seedlings that were unloaded 3 days ago didn't wither even though they looked withered. He also knew that Xia Ruofei would use a bucket to replenish the water in his spare time. However, the effect of this help was not obvious. By right, the grapevines would have withered and died on the last day. Old West couldn't understand it either. The only explanation was that the Semillon grape seedlings that Xia Ruofei had brought were extremely tenacious. Seeing that all the grape seedlings from the spirit map space had been planted, Xia Ruofei's heart relaxed. The next thing to do was to wait. Time would prove that Xia Ruofei's decision was correct. Xia Ruofei invited Mr. and Mrs. West's and all the other workers to a drink in the town's bar. He even gave Mr. and Mrs. West's a good bonus to honor their work in improving the grape variety. After planting all the grape seedlings, Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry to leave Australia. On one hand, he liked the leisurely life here. On the other hand, the grape seedlings had not fully grown and Xia Ruofei could not be completely at ease. If he stayed here, even if there was a problem with the grape seedlings, he could use the petal solution of the spirit heart flower to provide emergency treatment to the seedlings. Old West had been starving for the past few days. He was most worried about whether the grape seedlings could survive. He patrolled the 2 vineyard sites almost every day. As time went by, the worry on Old West's face gradually lessened. He found that almost none of the grape seedlings couldn't survive. On the contrary, they were becoming more and more energetic day by day, and many of them even grew new shoots. The survival rate was close to 100%. Old West thought it was a miracle. Especially when this batch of grape seedlings looked very ordinary, the survival rate was even more precious. Logo: West Winery Vineyard. Xia Ruofei was led by the excited Old West as they walked between the ridges. The 2 of them even squatted down to check on the condition of the grape seedlings from time to time. Boss, the vitality of this batch of grape seedlings is really good. Old West praised. We haven't found any dead seedlings so far. It's almost certain that the survival rate is over 99%. Xia Ruofei also saw that the 2 or 3 Tender shoots that had been left on the seedlings when they were planted had already sprouted and turned into small green leaves. It was obvious that they had begun to take root and absorb nutrients. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "I didn't lie to you, did I? Uncle Carter, you're not worried anymore, right?" Old West rolled his eyes and said unhurriedly, "Boss, it's just the first and most basic step. The most important thing is how many years it will take for the grapes to bear fruit. We still don't know how good the quality of the grapes is, and whether they can meet the requirements for wine brewing. A good start is half the success." Xia Ruofei laughed. "We're already halfway to the revival of our winery. Isn't it worth celebrating?" Old Wester was stunned for a moment before he laughed heartily and said, "Boss, you're a little different from the average Chinese. In my impression, most Chinese people are low key, humble, and many of them are pessimist, but you're full of optimism." Xia Ruofei stood up and dusted off the dirt on his hands. He smiled and said, "That's because I have absolute confidence in this batch of seedlings. Uncle Carter, perhaps it won't take a few years for you to be completely at ease." "Why?" Old Wester asked, puzzled. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Uncle Carter, don't worry so much. The only thing you need to do is to take care of the grapevines here and Golden Oak Winery. Use the most scientific method to manage them. Leave the rest to time." Old Wester shrugged and said, "All right. I'm a professional in this area. Of course. I have absolute confidence in you," Xia Ruofei said. Xia Ruofei drove Old West to the nearby vineyard of the Golden Oak Winery to check on the growth of the grape seedlings. Then, he returned to Paradise Farm with a peace of mind. Xia Ruofei stayed in Australia for 2 more days. He went to Sydney to visit Tang Etienne's family and guided Tang Hauran in his cultivation. Then, he took a plane back to China. After more than 10 hours of long-distance flight, Xia Ruofei dragged the boarding box out of Sancheon Airport. Once they left the airport, Xia Ruofei was stunned. He saw that He Lingyun, who had come to pick them up, was standing next to Feng Rao. "Chairman, you've had a long journey," Feng Rao said with a smile. Xia Ruofei said, "CEO Feng, why did you come here personally? What's the matter?" "Of course it's a good thing." Feng Jing smiled and said, "Let's go. We'll talk in the car." The 3 of them got into their cars at the parking lot. Xia Ruofei asked, "What's the matter? I even let you personally pick me up from the airport. It seems like this is the first time I've enjoyed such treatment. Right?" "Chairman, the second round of sales for our jaded skin cream has just ended," Feng Jing said happily. "The situation is quite good." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Just for this? Why don't you just call me and tell me, or wait until I get back to the company? This matter isn't important?" Feng Jing looked at Xia Ruofei coyly and said, "Just like our previous judgment, after about half a month of preparation, the public opinion of the jaded skin cream did not decline. Instead, it rose. As the first batch of users started to use it, the magical effect of the jaded skin cream was revealed. The number of discussions on the internet went up all of a sudden. Feng Rao was very excited. She continued, "Other than a few internet ghostwriters of unknown origins, most of them have positive comments. Many popular posts on forums and big verses on Weibo have posted their comments. There should be many professionals among them. They have a very high evaluation of our products. This is all within our expectations." Xia Ruofei laughed. "Then, can you guess how long it took for us to sell it out this round?" The stock released by the e-commerce platform is the same as last time. Feng Rao looked at Xia Ruofei and asked with a smile. The last time we started. I remember it was around 2 minutes. Xia Ruofei scratched his head and said, since you're asking me that, it must be faster. This time. 1.5 minutes? Stop guessing. Feng Rao giggled. You definitely won't be able to guess it. Let me tell you, it's 59 seconds. In less than a minute, all the stocks were sold out. Woof. These consumers were crazy. Our products are not cheap. Either. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. What is not cheap? 588 yuan for a bottle, that's the price of mid to high-end cosmetics, and we have so many portions. Compared to those international brands, it's like a cabbage. Feng Jing said, but when it comes to effectiveness, those cosmetic products that cost thousands or even tens of thousands of yuan can't even hold the shoes of our jaded skin cream. Domineering. Xia Ruofei laughed and gave Feng Jing a thumbs up. Feng Rao smiled in embarrassment and continued, Chairman, you don't know this, but once the sales time is up, the back-end orders skyrocketed. I'm even worried that the platform's server won't be able to take it. Logo. You're thinking too much. When it's the 11/11 gala, they'll have to deal with millions of orders in a second. There won't be any big problems. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, we have over 100 billion transactions a day. It's fine even with such a large number of visits. With our level of data, it's nothing, you're right, Feng Jing chuckled, although I've been following up the entire time, it still feels like a dream. 100 million yuan a minute. It's like they're snatching money. Don't say that in public, Xia Ruofei said. Our cost is very high. Xia Ruofei winked at Feng Rao after he finished speaking. Feng Rao couldn't help but giggle. Chairman, I have something to report to you, Feng Jing said seriously. What do you think? Xia Ruofei rubbed his eyes and sat in a daze for more than 10 hours on the plane. He felt a little tired mentally, so he leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. I've been looking for a suitable building in the city recently, Feng Jing said. Xia Ruofei opened his eyes and smiled. I was wondering why you came to pick us up personally today. It must be because of this. Xia Ruofei knew that Feng Jing wanted to speed up the construction of the company's headquarters. After all, it would be more convenient to manage the company in Taoyuan Farm in the early stages. However, as the company grew, it would not be appropriate for the company's headquarters to be in the suburbs farm. Xia Ruofei had already realized this, but he could not find the time to do it. Feng Rao smiled shyly and nodded. Tell me, Xia Ruofei said. What have you gained recently? It's like this. I found a property that I think is suitable in all aspects. Feng Rao organized her thoughts and said, this property is located on Shishan Road in the Bell Tower district. It's a good location, just tell me about this property. Xia Ruofei said. With a smile. Yes, Chairman. Feng Jing nodded and said, this is an office building called Hengli Building. It was jointly developed by the Provincial Power Construction Group and a real estate company. Xia Ruofei frowned and said, state-owned enterprise? Yes, I am. Feng Rao said, the Power Construction Group was the one who invested the land. The building was built with the money from Bojun land. It has a total of 15 floors. The 1st to 9th floors belong to Bojun Real Estate, and the 10th to 15th floors belong to the Power Construction Group. The part that we're going To sell now is the property rights of the Power Construction Group, the 10th to 15th floors. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and nodded. This kind of joint development is common, but under normal circumstances, there should be a clause in their contract that gives priority to the acquisition. Feng Rao smiled. I've done my research. There are indeed terms for priority acquisition in the contract, but Bojan Real Estate hasn't been doing well in the past 2 years. There's a problem with their cash flow, and they can't take over this part of the estate. They've already stated that they've given up on priority acquisition, so the current situation is that the estates on the 10th to 15th floors are for public sale, and the one in charge is the provincial Sasak. What's the price? Xia Ruofei asked. Feng Rao had obviously done her homework. She said without thinking, as far as I know, the State-Owned Assets Control Commission wanted to use the auction method at first, but not many companies responded, so they changed to inquiry mode. I specifically organized a team to analyze it. If we bid 30,000 per square meter, we should be able to get it. Then, before Xia Ruofei could ask, Feng Jing threw out another set of data. The area of each floor of the Hengley building is about 1,500 square meters. The Power Construction Company has a total of 6 floors, so the total area is about 9,000 square meters. In this case, the total price is about 270 million yuan. Our company currently has around 150 million yuan in liquid funds, and the subsequent sales of the jaded skin cream can still bring in a large amount of cash flow. As long as we ask for an installment during the purchase negotiation, and the terms of payment within 1 or 2 years, we can afford it even if we don't apply for a bank loan. Feng Rao became more and more excited as she spoke. She turned to Xia Ruofei and said, Chairman, I personally think this is a very good opportunity. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Oh? There must be a good reason for President Feng to be so optimistic about this business. If you can convince me, I will fully support your acquisition. Don't worry about the funds. Feng Rao nodded and said, Chairman, first of all, this is a ready-made building. It was originally an office building. After we bought it, we can put it into use immediately after some simple renovation. The relocation of our company's headquarters is already something that we have to do. In this case, it's obviously much faster to buy it directly than to buy the land and build it again. Xia Ruofei nodded but did not say anything. Hence, Feng Jing continued, the second reason is that the electricity construction company's property is located on the 10th to 15th floor of the building, which is obviously better than the 9th floor below. From the outside, the Hengley building is located on Xishan Road in the Zhonglu district of the center of Sanshan City. That is the CBD area, and there are many office buildings nearby. Even if it's only half of the building, it's still a great improvement to our company's image. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, There's a third point? Of course. Feng Jing smiled and said, Thirdly, if we buy it, we'll become one of the 2 owners of the Hengley building. As for the owner of the 1st to 9th floors, Bojan Real Estate, as I've said just now, they've been doing poorly in the past 2 years, and their capital chain is on the verge of breaking. They might have to deal with some of their businesses in the future to cash out, which means, Xia Ruofei continued Feng Jing's sentence and said, in other words, if we buy the Hengley Building's electricity construction company's part of the business, it's very likely that we'll be able to buy the remaining 1st to 9th floors from Bojan Real Estate in the future. Then, the entire building will belong to our company. Yes. Feng Rao said excitedly. According to our analysis, it's highly possible. Bojan real estate isn't in a good position. Chairman, Feng Jing continued, this way, it's very likely that we'll have our own building. By then, it won't be called the Balance Power Building anymore. It'll be called the Paradise Building. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and nodded. In this case, if our company continues to grow and expand in the future, we'll have enough space. Boss Feng, this is a sustainable acquisition plan. Feng Rao looked at Xia Ruofei uneasily and asked, Chairman, what do you mean? Sure. Xia Ruofei said concisely. Feng Rao was stunned for a moment before she reacted. She was overjoyed and said happily, Chairman, you agree? Xia Ruofei laughed. You've given so many reasons, and they're all very good. I agree with you, so of course I'll agree. Xia Ruofei looked at Feng Jing with a strange expression and said, CEO Feng, you can't be thinking that I'm not very happy about the relocation of the headquarters, right? Feng Jing thought to herself, you've always been a passive person, but it seems like I misunderstood you. It's not that you don't want to spend money to move the headquarters, you're just lazy. Although she was complaining in her heart, she still went easy on Xia Ruofei since he had already agreed to her plan to acquire the Hengli building. She smiled and said, no. In the past, we didn't have enough funds, so even if we had an idea, it was difficult to implement it. The whole company is yours, so how can you be so negative? Xia Ruofei glanced at Feng Rao and said with a smile, it seems that the hot sales of the jaded skin cream has boosted Boss Feng's confidence. You're already so eager to try a 200 to 300 million acquisition. This was something you didn't even dare to think about before, logo. An outstanding professional manager must be good at adjusting the company's development strategy and psychological positioning according to the company's strength and prospects, right? Feng Jing smiled. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, you're right. I chose you because of this. Feng Rao blushed when she heard Xia Ruofei's slightly ambiguous words. She quickly adjusted her expression and said, Chairman, since you've agreed, then I'll officially contact the State-owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission today to try to win this project. This was the largest acquisition the company had made since its establishment, and it was also one that would affect the company's long-term development. Feng Jing was extremely excited and eager to give it a try. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, sure. If there's anything you can't make a decision on, report to me at any time. Understood. Feng Rao said excitedly. In the next few days, Feng Jing put most of her energy into the acquisition. The second sale of the jaded skin cream had just ended, and the company's work was going on in an orderly manner. Everyone had their own duties, so there was no need for Feng Jing to spend too much energy on it. On the second day after Xia Ruofei returned to the country, he held a celebration party and gave out a bonus to all the employees who had worked before and after the sale of the jaded skin cream. He also announced a new company benefit. All employees would have a paid vacation opportunity every year. The company would provide travel subsidies, and the employees could choose the location. Tourism benefits were also divided into 3 levels, and the subsidies for each level were different. Generally speaking, the first level of subsidies was enough to support employees to travel to European and American countries. The second level allowed employees to travel to domestic and in-depth travel or Southeast Asian countries. The third level allowed employees to travel to at least 1 or 2 cities in the country. The Grading of travel subsidies was based on, in addition to the level of the employee, the quantitative scoring of their usual performance, etc., and the evaluation of the grade every year. This level was not only related to the travel subsidy, but also related to the promotion and transfer of employees. This quantitative scoring system was timely introduced after Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing's repeated discussion. The two of them agreed that since the company was developing so fast, it was time to set up rules. To put it simply, it was to be systemized and standardized. The first group of employees to receive travel subsidies were the ones who had participated in the work before and after the Jaded Skin Cream project. The employees were naturally overjoyed, and Xia Ruofei's heart was filled with a sense of achievement. He had never been a stingy person. The company was making money, and Xia Ruofei would definitely not mistreat the employees who were working hard for the company. Soon, Xia Ruofei had been back for a week. He had basically spent the entire week on the farm. Other than the 2 dates he had with Ling Qingxue, he had spent most of his energy on work. Yi Lingyun and a few veterans had made de Hong Pao tea leaves out of the tea leaves that Xia Ruofei had provided before he left the country. They had obtained a total of 500 caddies. Xia Ruofei tried it himself and felt that it tasted pretty good, although it was still lacking compared to his collection of de Hong Pao. It was much better than the so-called top-quality de Hong Pao on the market. Xia Ruofei knew that apart from the quality of the tea leaves that far exceeded other tea companies, Yi Lingyun's ancient tea making skills that he had directly inherited from old man Li Jifu also played a very important role. Xia Ruofei was very happy. Not only did he praise Yi Lingyun and the others, but he also announced on the spot that they would receive travel benefits, just like the employees who had participated in the Jaded Skin Cream project. The other departments of the company also cooperated. Some were in charge of design, some were in charge of packaging, and some were in charge of publicity. Soon, this batch of tea leaves was packaged into small gift boxes. This batch of Taoyuan brand de Hong Pao was sold in Taoyuan Company's Skycat flagship store and its own store in Qqbi. Other than using a large banner on the front page of the e-commerce platform's online store to promote it, Paradise Corporation did not hold a press conference specifically for this Paradise brand de Hong Pao. On the one hand, the quantity of this batch of goods was not large. On the other hand, the current Paradise Corporation was no longer the ignorant company of the past. After experiencing the auction of the top grade 1, headed abalone, the press conference of the Jade Skin Cream, the first sale, and so on, it was now a company with a considerable reputation in the country. Compared to the past, when its reputation was only limited to Sanshan City and the Southeast Province, the current Paradise Corporation had a considerable reputation in the country. It even had a lot of attention overseas. This was naturally due to the Jaded Skin Ointment. It had been more than a month since the launch of the Jaded Skin Cream, and the first batch of Jaded Skin Cream had been released for more than half a month. More and more consumers had recognized the Jaded Skin Cream, and it had naturally spread abroad. Although the overseas release date of the Jaded Skin Cream had not been confirmed yet, there were countless people who went abroad every day. Some were studying abroad, some were traveling, and some were visiting relatives. Among them were the users of the Jaded Skin Cream. The effect of the Jaded Skin Cream was so amazing that such a phenomenal product was like an all-in-a-cloth bag. It was impossible to hide its edge. Just a few days ago, the company began to receive calls from overseas, all of which were seeking cooperation. There were Europe, the United States, Southeast Asia, and even Africa. Logo. Of course, Xia Ruofei had not dealt with these intentions for cooperation yet. His idea was to deepen his business in the domestic market and wait for the company to expand and increase production before he attacked the overseas market. In any case, the good products were there, and now that their reputation had been established, there was no need to worry about not having a market. It was the same for the Paradise card, de Hong Pao. With the Peach Blossom Company's reputation as the foundation and the preconceived impression of peach blossom products are definitely of high quality, even if the company only put up a promotional banner in its online store and made a routine notice on the company's official website, there would still be a large number of people willing to try the new products of the Peach Blossom Company. Nowadays, there were people opening the official website of Paradise Corporation, the flagship store of Heavenly Cats, the self-operated stores in North Capital, and so on every day. The purpose was to not miss the new round of sales of Jaded Skin Cream. Therefore, as soon as Peach Blossom Company's new tea product was put on the online store, someone immediately discovered it. There were even some online media reporters who saw it and posted online reports, which was equivalent to advertising for Paradise Corporation for free. The tea leaves from Paradise Corporation were not cheap. The standard price of a 500 grams was 18,888 yuan. Although it was a far cry from the price of the mother tree de Hongpo that was sold for 2, it was still mass-produced after all. Moreover, the mother tree de Hongpo was more expensive because it was rare. The rarer something was, the more expensive it would be. In other words, if all 500 caddies of tea leaves were sold, it would bring in a revenue of nearly 10 million yuan. Of course, the marketing department had designed a detailed sales strategy. There were various specifications of tea leaves to choose from on the online store, including 50 grams of experience tea to 1 pound of standard gift boxes. There were 5 to 6 grades for consumers to choose from. Those who could not afford it could buy small packages to try the taste. However, no matter which grade it was, the unit price was the same, about 18,000 yuan. As for the 500 grams, it was sold for 18,888 yuan. The remaining 800 yuan was actually the money for the packaging. Although the price was very high, the users who were waiting to buy the Jaded Skin Cream were basically financially well off. Therefore, after the Taoyuan de Hong Pao was put up on the online store, they began to receive orders one after another. There were people who bought from 50 grams to 1 pound. Although there was no bombarding order flow like the Jaded Skin Cream, they still sold 20 to 30 pounds in a very short time. Xia Ruofei was not worried at all after getting the data. The reputation of the Peach Blossom Company was there, and the quality of the Peach Blossom de Hong Pao was also there. He was not afraid that these tea leaves would not be able to sell. On the contrary, he was worried that the production capacity could not keep up in the future. This was because he believed that there would soon be returning customers who could recognize the goods. Moreover, the internet was so developed now, and perhaps Paradise brand de Hong Pao would become an internet celebrity product again. At that time, the number of orders would surge. These few days, Feng Rao had been going to the city frequently. The matter of the Taoyuan de Hong Pao was basically handled by Xia Ruofei. What made Xia Ruofei feel strange was that Feng Jing had not reported to him the progress of the purchase of the Hengli building project. That afternoon, Xia Ruofei flew to the sales office to check the data of the blog shop's back end. On her way back to her office, she happened to see Feng Jing walking over from the opposite side of the corridor. Just as Xia Ruofei was about to greet Feng Jing, his phone rang. So he took out his phone and looked at the caller ID. It was an international call from Australia, Old West. Hence, Xia Ruofei answered the phone and gestured to Feng Jing to follow him back to his office. Feng Rao looked exhausted. She nodded at Xia Ruofei and followed him. Xia Ruofei walked in front and put the phone to his ear. He smiled and said in English, "Uncle Carter, how are you? It should be evening in Australia now. Is there something you need?" Old West's excited voice came from the phone. "Boss, I feel that there is something wrong with the seedlings in the vineyard." Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment and frowned. He opened the office door and said, "Something's wrong? What happened? Could it be that the saplings are dying on a large scale?" Xia Ruofei felt that the possibility was very low. Those seedlings were all cultivated in the spirit map space. And their mother tree was the grape tree of West Winery. The possibility of acclimatization should not be high. And even if they were not acclimatized, Xia Ruofei had poured a lot of precious spirit heart flower petal solution into the irrigation water towers of the two wineries. How could these seedlings be in trouble? "No," Old West quickly replied. "Boss, you don't have to worry." Xia Ruofei heaved a sigh of relief and asked, "Then what's wrong?" "Boss," Old West said, "I've been patrolling the vineyard every day. I realized that these grapes are growing too fast. It's so fast that it's terrifying." Xia Ruofei heaved a long sigh of relief. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Uncle Carter, can you please finish your words in one breath next time? You stopped talking halfway. I was almost scared to death by you," Old West said nervously. "I'm sorry, boss. But I think it's not normal to grow too fast. According to my estimation, the growth rate of this batch of grape seedlings is at least 3 times that of normal seedlings. There shouldn't be any problem with this batch of seedlings, right?" Xia Ruofei replied indifferently, "Uncle Carter, there's nothing abnormal about this. I've carefully improved these grape seedlings, and they're already growing very fast. You'll see next year that not only are they growing fast, but the quality of the grapes they produce is absolutely first class." "Next year?" Old Wester was stunned for a moment. He said in disbelief, "Boss, you mean our grape trees can bear fruit in less than half a year? This is too unbelievable." The growth cycle of grapes varied according to the species. Under normal circumstances, it was possible for newly planted Semillon grapes to bear fruit in 1 to 3 years, depending on the growing environment. However, the grape picking season in Australia usually started in March, which was only 5 months away from planting the grape seedlings. It was completely beyond Old West's knowledge that the grapes could be picked in such a short time. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Although I can't guarantee it, there's still hope. Uncle Carter, I hope you can take good care of these precious grape seedlings. We might have a surprise next year." Definitely. "Don't you worry," Old West said happily. "Boss, then is there anything we need to pay special attention to in the maintenance of these grape trees?" Xia Ruofei smiled and shook his head. "No, just like how you took care of those Semillon grapevines." I understand. "Uncle Carter," Xia Ruofei said, "I still have something to do here. Let's call it a day. I'll leave the vineyard to you." "All right, boss. I'll report to you in time if anything happens." Old West hung up the phone happily as if he had just taken a calming pill. Xia Ruofei placed his phone on the office table and leaned back on the soft chair. Is it from the Australian vineyard? Feng Jing asked. Feng Jing knew that Xia Ruofei had acquired a winery in Australia. She even knew that Xia Ruofei had acquired the winery under the name of an offshore company. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded, yeah. He's a very dedicated old man and the original owner of the winery. Why does it sound like there's something wrong with the vineyard over there? Feng Rao asked. Hey. I brought some improved grape seedlings to plant last time. Xia Ruofei laughed. But it grew too fast and scared Uncle Carter. Feng Rao couldn't help but laugh. As a founding member of the Paradise Corporation, Feng Jing naturally knew about Xia Ruofei's capabilities. The various vegetables and fruits in the Paradise farm not only grew much faster than their own kind, but their quality was also much higher. She was already used to it. Xia Ruofei also laughed and said, let's not talk about this. President Feng, I called you here today to ask you about the situation of the acquisition of the Hingley building. It has been a week. Is there any progress? Feng Rao's expression turned helpless. She shook her head with a bitter smile and said, Chairman, the reason I didn't report to you in time was because there hasn't been any substantial progress. Sigh. We've encountered some unexpected resistance. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, tell me. I might have a way to solve it, logo. Feng Rao sighed and said, I reported to you last time that the property rights of the Hingley building belong to the Provincial Power Construction Group, which is managed by the Provincial SASAC. This building's sale is handled by the State-owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, and the specific executive is a section chief surnamed Li from the Property Rights Management Office. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I understand. The King of Hell likes to see. The little devil is difficult to deal with, right? Isn't that so? Feng Rao said with a bitter smile. Xia Ruofei knew that a senior manager like Feng Jing, who was also a top student who had returned from abroad, was used to the culture of foreign companies. She would definitely not be used to the shirking, wrangling, and inefficient operations of the system. However, Feng Jing's EQ was quite high. Even if she didn't like this kind of situation, she could still handle it easily. Her low mood today clearly showed that she had encountered some difficulties. He wants something in return? Xia Ruofei frowned and asked. That's for sure, Feng Rao laughed bitterly, this section chiefly has a big appetite, and he's very annoying. Feng Jing furrowed her brows and a look of disgust flashed across her eyes. We don't object to normal courtesy. After all, this is a society of human relationships. But if they ask for too much, we can't let them have their bad habits. Xia Ruofei's voice turned cold. I know your temper, that's why I didn't dare to agree so easily. Feng Rao said. Then, she lowered her voice and continued, he wants $1 million, this is simply insane. Xia Ruofei snorted coldly and said, you're just a small section chief. How dare you have such a big appetite for a project? It's obvious what kind of a parasite he is usually. Feng Rao nodded in agreement and said, although I didn't do it openly, it's obvious. I didn't give in, so this matter has been stagnant. We didn't even manage to submit our acquisition letter of intent. Xia Ruofei's eyes flashed coldly. And he said, you don't have to worry about this, I'll handle it. He had thought that it was just a normal acquisition and that Feng Jing could handle it. The biggest problem should be raising funds. He didn't expect that. Some man-made factors would cause the progress to come to a standstill. This made him a little annoyed. Feng Jing nodded. Just then, her phone beeped with a WeChat notification. Feng Jing took out her phone and glanced at it. She frowned and said, "Isn't this? They're asking me again, who is it?" Xia Ruofei did not react immediately. That section chief Li. Feng Jing pouted. Who else could it be? Xia Ruofei opened his eyes wide and said, "You guys added each other on WeChat?" "He wanted to add me the second time we met," Feng Jing said helplessly. "He said it was more convenient to contact me about the project. How could I reject him in that situation?" Feng Jing passed her phone to Xia Ruofei and said, "You see for yourself. Look at this guy's character. Is this appropriate?" Xia Ruofei hesitated. "What else can I talk about with someone like that?" Feng Rao replied angrily. "What's inappropriate about that?" Xia Ruofei laughed drily and said, "Then I'll see." After that, Xia Ruofei took his phone and scrolled through the WeChat conversation all the way to the top. He saw that they had just added each other as friends. Then, he started to look at the chat history between Feng Jing and Section Chief Li. As he read on, Xia Ruofei's face darkened and the cold light in his eyes intensified. Feng Jing was right. This section Chief Li was indeed hinting that he wanted some benefits. What made Xia Ruofei even angrier was that section chief Li was actually coveting Feng Jing's beauty. He kept hinting to her that she had to pay something in order to get the project and that she could be friends with him. Xia Ruofei picked up the speed of browsing. In the past few days, Section Chief Li had asked Feng Jing to meet him at night at least 3 times. Of course, Feng Jing had rejected all of them. Xia Ruofei snorted and asked, "Boss Feng, why didn't you report this earlier?" Seeing Xia Ruofei's angry face, Feng Jing did not feel wronged. Instead, she felt warm inside. She said softly, "I know that you've been busy with the Dahong Pao issue these days and didn't want to distract you. I'm not doing anything specific. It's Xiao Chang, Ling Yun, and the others who are busy. How can I be distracted?" Xia Ruofei said. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, "Isn't this section chief a little too bold? He actually dared to be so explicit in WeChat? Isn't he afraid that you'll take a screenshot and expose him?" Feng Jing pursed her lips and said, "Chairman, he only added me on WeChat after we met for the second time. I've already seen it. It's a new WeChat number that was requested by a new phone number, and his WeChatments are empty. Even if we take a screenshot, we won't be able to find anything against him. He can completely shirk his responsibility." Xia Ruofei opened it. Just as Feng Jing had said, her moments were as clean as a beggar's wallet. Other than some health information that she had deliberately shared in the past few days, there was nothing useful. Feng Jing continued, "I've tried to get information out of him before. I tried to change the topic to the details of the project and his unit. However, he's very alert. Whenever I talked about this, he either didn't reply at all or avoided the topic. I couldn't find any weakness in him at all." Logo. Xia Ruofei nodded. He had seen what Feng Jing had said. At the end of the chat history, the new message that Chief Li had just sent was, "CEO Feng, I actually really want to be friends with you. How about this? If you're still interested in that project, come to Shishine Hotel Room 503 at 8 o'clock tonight and we'll talk." Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "CEO Feng, I've changed my mind. Give him a reply and agree to meet him tonight. Feng Rao was shocked and quickly said, Chairman, this. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, don't worry. I'll go with you tonight. I've always wanted to get the project, but if I don't teach this scumbag a lesson he'll never forget, I'm afraid I won't be able to get over this. Xia Ruofei was a very protective person. He would protect his own people in every way possible. This section chief Li actually had evil ideas about Feng Jing. Xia Ruofei could not let him off so easily. Chairman, we can't do anything illegal. Feng Jing said worriedly. Why not? Forget it. There are a lot of scumbags like him. It's fine as long as the project goes smoothly. I didn't lose anything anyway, no. Xia Ruofei said decisively, it's settled then. President. Feng, don't worry. I'm trained by the army, how can I go back and do illegal things? Feng Rao hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. All right then. I'll listen to you. After speaking, Feng Jing didn't hesitate any longer. She picked up her phone and immediately replied to Chief Li. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, all right, I'll arrange the rest. You should go back and rest for a while, you must be tired these few days. Let's go after dinner. Good. Chairman, I'll head back first, Feng Jing said as she stood up. Xia Ruofei smiled at her gently and nodded. After Feng Jing left, the smile on Xia Ruofei's face immediately disappeared. His expression turned cold. He leaned back in his office chair and pondered for a moment. Then, he took out his phone and made a call. The Property Rights Management Office of the Provincial Capital Administration. In a small independent office, a man in his mid-30s in a gray jacket was writing materials on the computer. There were 2 mobile phones next to him, and one of them suddenly rang with a WeChat notification. This man was the section chief Li that Feng Jing had mentioned. He stopped typing and hesitantly picked up the phone. He lit up the screen and looked at it. Then, the corners of his mouth slowly curved up, and his eyes revealed a proud look. Section Chief Li muttered to himself, I knew it. Who would have a problem with money? No matter how arrogant a woman was, she would still be willing to do anything in the face of great benefits. Great beauty, at least you're aware of the situation. After that, Section Chief Li quickly replied to Feng Jing, it seems that Boss Feng has finally thought it through. I'll be waiting at the hotel tonight. Then, he immediately picked up another phone and skillfully dialed a number. Hey, Gang Z, help me book a room. No problem, Brother Li. Which one do you want? Isn't that obvious? 503. All right. I've been saving this room for you. The guest rooms were full the day before yesterday. And I didn't even give them out. The voice on the other end of the phone had a hint of flattery. All right. I know you're a sensible kid. Section Chief Li said, don't worry. Of course. The prerequisite is that you have to keep your mouth shut. I understand. Gangzi quickly said, your business is more important than my own. I won't tell anyone anything about you, even if you beat me to death. Alright, hurry up. And prepare the room for me. I'll come over after dinner. Division Chief Li said impatiently. He hung up the phone right after he finished speaking and continued to gather the materials while humming a song. After Feng Jing's WeChat reply, his brain seemed to have become a lot brighter. He was simply filled with ideas, and his efficiency in obtaining materials instantly increased. At Taoyuan Farm, Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing had dinner together in the company's cafeteria. Then, the two of them walked out of the general office building side by side. A black Mercedes drove over and stopped in front of the office building. Yi Lingyun got down from the car and handed Xia Ruofei a car key. "Brother Xia, I've already driven the car over." "All right. Lingyun, thank you for your hard work." Xia Ruofei patted Yi Lingyun's shoulder and said affectionately, "You and your brothers should rest well these few days. The next batch of tea leaves won't be here so soon." "I know," Yi Lingyun said. Xia Ruofei nodded at Yi Lingyun, then said to Feng Rao, "President Feng, let's go." Feng Rao hesitated but did not say anything in the end. She only nodded and got into the car with Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei started the car and drove out of the farm, quickly disappearing into the night. The reason he chose the company's Mercedes-Benz was that the Night 15 was too ostentatious. And the Mercedes-Benz was just right for Feng Jing's status as the company's CEO. The sound insulation of the Mercedes-Benz was very good. When all four windows were closed, the sound of the engine and tire noise could not be heard from inside the car. Feng Rao sat quietly in the front passenger seat. After a long time, she finally couldn't help but say, "Chairman, later. Don't be impulsive. If you hit him, then you'll become unreasonable even if you're reasonable." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Do I look like that kind of rude person?" Don't worry. Don't worry." Feng Jing knew that Xia Ruofei was very good at fighting. During the day in Xia Ruofei's office, she had noticed the cold look in Xia Ruofei's eyes when he saw the chat history, so she couldn't be at ease. However, since she had already come out with Xia Ruofei, she could not back out now. Hence, she could only hide her worries in her heart. The car drove for about 20 minutes on the winding expressway. After passing through a bridge across Min River, they could see the lights of the city in front. After another 10 minutes, Xia Ruofei's black Mercedes arrived at Shixin Hotel, which was mentioned in Chief Li's WeChat. After Xia Ruofei parked the car, he turned off the engine and asked, "CEO Feng, do you remember what I said on the way here?" "I'll remember everything, but Chairman," Feng Jing said nervously. "Don't worry, I'll be right outside the door. I'll be able to detect anything that happens in the room and appear in front of you in 3 seconds." Xia Ruofei's voice was steady and full of confidence, which calmed Feng Jing's uneasy heart. Feng Rao nodded and said, "I believe you." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "According to your description, this section Chief Li might be very careful. He might be looking down from behind the window. So, from the moment I get out of the car, I'll be your driver. Don't forget." "I can't forget." Feng Rao laughed. "It's not easy for you to be a leader." Xia Ruofei smiled and shook his head. Then, he opened the door and got out of the car. He jogged around the front of the car and opened the door for Feng Jing. He even put his hand on the door to prevent Feng Jing from hitting her head. Feng Jing held back her laughter as she stepped out of the car. After closing the door, Xia Ruofei took Feng Jing's handbag and walked into the hotel half a step behind her. The two of them walked through the lobby and went straight to the elevator. In the elevator, Feng Jing whispered, "Chairman, you're very skilled in your business. Have you done carrying bags before?" Xia Ruofei's expression was serious, and he looked straight ahead. However, he also lowered his voice and said, "Don't you usually learn to serve beautiful women without a teacher?" Feng Rao's face blushed slightly, but she felt a sense of sweetness in her heart. Ding. Ding. The elevator soon reached the 5th floor. The two of them walked down the corridor and found room 503. Xia Ruofei pressed the doorbell. Within a few seconds, the door of the room suddenly opened. Director Li appeared at the door in a set of pajamas and a pair of disposable slippers. Xia Ruofei glanced at him. This person was in his 30s. His hair was a little thin and he was probably starting to go bald. He might have had some alcohol during dinner. But his face was glowing and he looked like a greasy middle-aged man. The moment Section Chief Li saw Feng Jing, his smile became even more passionate. However, he also saw Xia Ruofei, who was standing beside Feng Jing at the same time. He immediately stopped smiling and asked, coldly, CEO Feng, who is this person, logo? Feng Jing frowned slightly when she saw Section Chief Li in his pajamas. She then said, oh. He's my driver. I'm here to talk to you. Section Chief Li's face darkened. Why did you bring the driver here? Xia Ruofei put on an innocent look and said, I'm in charge of protecting CEO Feng's safety. You guys can talk about your own things. I won't talk. Section Chief Li's eyes flashed with a hint of anger. He had asked Feng Jing to come to his hotel room so late at night to discuss work. His purpose was already clear, but why? Did Feng Jing bring a driver over? Section Chief Li's expression turned cold and he said indifferently, Boss Feng, if you want to do something, you have to be sincere. Is this your sincerity? Feng Rao was confused and asked, Section Chief Li, I'm very sincere. Otherwise, why would I come all the way from the suburbs in the middle of the night to meet you? Section Chief Li cursed in his heart, why the fuck are you acting dumb in front of me? He curled his lips and looked at Xia Ruofei with disdain. Then, he said to Feng Rao, I said to talk to you alone. I'll put it this way, CEO Feng. If you want to talk, then come in alone. Otherwise, we have nothing to talk about. Feng Rao quickly exchanged glances with Xia Ruofei and saw a flash of coldness in Xia Ruofei's eyes. Feng Rao shook her head in her heart. In fact, this was what she had discussed with Xia Ruofei on the way here. The reason why Xia Ruofei followed her upstairs was also her request. To put it bluntly, she was giving Section Chief Li one last chance. If Section Chief Li had given up at the last moment and allowed Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing to enter the room together, even if they did not talk about anything substantial, Xia Ruofei would only give him a light punishment. However, Feng Rao was being too idealistic. Section Chief Li had worked hard for so long and finally felt that he had forced Feng Jing to give in. How could he change his mind at the last minute? In fact, the moment Division Chief Li had this evil thought, his fate was already decided. Only Feng Jing knew that Section Chief Li had lost his last chance to save himself. She finally gave up all hope and pretended to struggle in her heart for a while. Then, she gritted her teeth and said, Little Xia, wait for me in the car downstairs. President Feng, Xia Ruofei said, pretending to hesitate. Section Chief Li said rudely, why are you so long-winded? Don't you listen to your superior? Boss Feng, why are all the drivers in your company so rude? I don't have much confidence in your company. Feng Rao glared at Xia Ruofei and said, get down. Xia Ruofei then said helplessly, all right. Then be careful, President Feng. Section Chief Li shot a warning look at Xia Ruofei, then put on a fake smile and said to Feng Jing, President Feng, please. Feng Rao took a deep breath, nodded, and walked through the door. Section Chief Li stepped aside to let Feng Jing in, then immediately closed the door. He quickly closed the door and pressed the do not disturb light. Feng Rao's eyelids twitched slightly, but she walked in without a sound. In the corridor, Xia Ruofei walked forward unhurriedly and entered the safety passage in a flash. Then, he quickly ran upstairs. Shixin Hotel was just a budget express hotel. Xia Ruofei had reason to believe that Chief Li chose this place because he had some internal connections in this hotel. He thought this was the safest place. However, he also knew that even if Chief Li had acquaintances in the hotel, there was no need for someone to help him watch the surveillance cameras all the time when he was doing those dirty things. After all, these people weren't specially trained agents. Furthermore, they didn't expect Feng Jing to go upstairs with her driver, so the possibility of him being watched was very low. He didn't have to worry about anyone noticing anything unusual and reporting it to Section Chief Li. Xia Ruofei went up the stairs at a very fast speed, almost unaffected by gravity. He sprinted the entire time. The hotel only had 8 floors, and he ran up from the 5th floor. In less than 30 seconds, he had reached the top floor. The iron door of the rooftop was locked, but it could not stop Xia Ruofei. He was too lazy to open the lock, so he used a trace of true energy and twisted it. The big copper lock was pulled out by him. Xia Ruofei did not hesitate when he arrived at the rooftop. He immediately ran to the northeast corner. As a former member of the Special Forces, he was extremely sensitive to directions. He almost didn't need to think. He had already accurately found the top of room 503 based on his subconscious feelings. Without hesitation, Xia Ruofei grabbed the railing of the rooftop and flipped over. He landed accurately on the air conditioner in room 803. Before he landed, he used the window as a stepping stone. When he stepped on it again, it was light, as if it was weightless and did not make any sound. Even if Xia Ruofei had not cultivated, he could do this with his eyes closed when he was in the Lone Wolf Assault Team, not to mention that his strength had increased by more than 10 times. Under the cover of the dark night, Xia Ruofei was like a martial arts master who was as light as a swallow. He kept falling at an unbelievable speed. Each of his movements seemed so dangerous, but it was just right. In the midst of danger, he could accurately find the best point of leverage. Logo 8, 7, 6, 5. In the blink of an eye, Xia Ruofei had arrived at the air conditioner's condenser in room 503. The rooms on this side all had a small balcony next to the air conditioner condenser. The rooms were inside the balcony. Xia Ruofei didn't stop when he landed on the air conditioner's condenser. He used the force to push off and threw himself sideways. Then, he rolled beautifully on the balcony to unload the force and quietly reached the balcony of room 503. In the room, Division Chief Li revealed an ambiguous smile. After closing the door, he walked over to Feng Jing and wrapped his arm around her shoulder. He said with a smile, "Boss Feng, you should have agreed to come out and talk to me face to face. A wise man submits to circumstances." Feng Rao dodged his lecherous hand without a trace and said without batting an eyelid, "Section Chief Li, you asked me to come and meet you, and I'm here. Can we talk about the project now?" A trace of displeasure flashed across Division Chief Li's face, but he quickly put on a smile. He leaned back in his chair and said calmly, "Sure. Didn't I ask you out today to discuss the project?" Section Chief Li could see Feng Rao's resistance, but it was normal to him. Feng Jing had already been reserved for many days, and the fact that she was meeting her in such a setting showed that she had already wavered. Section Chief Li wasn't in a hurry. He had the whole night. In fact, he enjoyed the sense of achievement of slowly breaking the psychological defense of the other party and forcing them to submit. In other words, if Feng Jing didn't resist this kind of thing from the start, and even took the initiative to use her beauty to do things, perhaps Section Chief Li wouldn't have been so interested. Feng Rao's nervous heart relaxed a little. She subconsciously clutched her bag and calmed herself down before saying, "Chief Li, our company is very sincere about this acquisition, and I believe that our offer will definitely satisfy the leader. As far as I know, the companies that are currently interested in the balance power building are not, Miss Feng." Section Chief Li waved his hand and interrupted Feng Jing. "I don't care about your price at all. To be honest, no matter how much money I get from selling those few floors, what good will it do me?" Speaking of this, Section Chief Li made a meaningful look and said, "The money belongs to the country. So, the sincerity I want to see isn't just this." Feng Jing smiled and said, "Division Chief Li, we know that you're in charge of handling these assets. There must be a lot of tedious work to do. It'll be very hard. So, after this is done, we won't forget you. We'll definitely express our gratitude to you." Section Chief Li reached out to pick his ears and said with a lack of interest, "I've seen many empty promises. President Feng, please say something useful." Section Chief Li, since we're already at this point, why don't you state your condition? Feng Jing raised her eyebrows. Division Chief Li raised his eyes and said, "Miss Feng, you're a smart person. You should already know my conditions. I don't like riddles, please just tell me." Feng Rao smiled. Division Chief Li's eyes flickered, but he quickly said, "First, 1 million in cash. Not a single cent less. Of course, I won't let you suffer a loss. As long as I leak some information to you, you'll definitely save more than 1 million in such a big deal. It's a win-win situation." Chief Li was usually more cautious, but he thought Shirxin Hotel was the safest place, even safer than his home. Room 503 was his special room, which was usually not open to the public. The possibility of eavesdropping devices being installed here was zero. In this kind of environment where people thought they were safe, people would subconsciously relax their minds and speak without too many scruples. In their previous interactions, Section Chief Li had hinted to Feng Jing more than once. He had even hinted to her that the amount was 1 million yuan, but this was the first time he had said it so clearly. Feng Rao was slightly happy, but she still looked at Section Chief Li and said, "Since it's first of all, then does Section Chief Li have other conditions?" Section Chief Li's fiery eyes swept over Feng Jing as he said with a smile, "Miss Feng, you're a smart person. Don't you know what other conditions I have?" "I'm not too sure," Feng Rao said. "Since you don't know, then I'll just say it." Section Chief Li stood up and said, "My second and last condition is naturally you, Miss Feng." "What do you mean?" Feng Rao asked, gritting her teeth. "Why are you acting dumb?" Section Chief Li smiled and said, "Miss Feng, it's already so late and I've asked you to come to the hotel. Isn't it obvious what I want? I'll put it this way. As long as you accompany me for a night, those few floors of the balance power building will definitely belong to your Paradise Company." Even though Feng Jing was mentally prepared for this, or more accurately, she was the one who led Division Chief Li to say these words, she still couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine. Her chest heaved up and down slightly, and her heart was filled with shame. And anger. Logo. Section Chief Li didn't notice the change in Feng Rao's expression. He continued to smile and said, Miss Feng, a smart and beautiful woman like you should know how to make use of your advantages. The moment I saw you, I was sure that the Balance Power building definitely belongs to your Paradise Corporation, because your company has a beautiful president. Section Chief Li, this is a bit too much. Feng Jing said, I'm not an easy woman, we're all here to mingle around in the pugilistic world, so why pretend to be virtuous? Section Chief Li's smile disappeared as he said, Miss Feng, as long as you agree to my request, I can be more lenient with the first condition. If you don't agree, then there's no need to talk about this. It's useless even if you give me 2 or 3 million. Then, Section Chief Li's tone softened a little and he continued, Miss Feng, I'm sure you know that. If I don't agree, your company won't even have the right to compete. What do you think? Just think about it. I'm still going to say the same thing, a wise man submits to circumstances. Feng Rao had already gotten everything she wanted, and she felt disgusted by Section Chief Li. She didn't want to pretend to be nice anymore. Her expression turned cold as she stood up and said, I'm sorry, Section Chief Li, I can't agree to your conditions. Goodbye. Section Chief Li was taken aback. He didn't expect Feng Jing to be so decisive. The feeling of having everything under control disappeared. Division Chief Li originally felt that Feng Jing was becoming more and more helpless under his gradual pressure. He was already close to breaking through her psychological defenses, so what happened next should be a matter of time. All of this was beyond his expectations. Seeing that Feng Jing was already walking out, Section Chief Li panicked. He suddenly realized a very scary possibility. He quickly stepped forward to block Feng Rao's path and said, Miss Feng, you're leaving just like that? Are you not going to give us face? Section Chief Li's conditions are too harsh. We can't continue the discussion. What am I staying for? Feng Ke said. Her voice was very calm because she knew that Xia Ruofei would be by her side to protect her. She did not have to be afraid of anything. Miss Feng, you can leave if you want to. I never force anyone to do so, but I need to check if you're carrying any unfriendly trinkets on you and in your bag. Section Chief Li sneered. Section Chief Li, don't go too far. Feng Rao's expression changed slightly as she said, you have no right to restrict my freedom, much less search me. This is illegal. I know more about the law than Miss Feng. Chief Li curled his lips and said, but I sincerely asked you to come here to talk, but you don't seem to be very kind. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being impolite. Section Chief Li was almost certain of the reason behind Feng Jing's abnormal behavior tonight. He was both shocked and angry. He knew that he had been careless. Feng Jing might have recorded something that could be used against him. The only thing that comforted him was that this was Shin Hotel, so he still had a chance to turn things around. Feng Jing hadn't left yet, so as long as he got his hands on her and destroyed her, he would be invincible. As for whether he would continue to control the Paradise Corporation or simply kick them out, it would depend on his mood. With that thought in mind, a sinister look flashed across Division Chief Li's eyes. He grabbed Feng Jing's bag strap and pulled hard, trying to snatch her bag. Feng Rao couldn't help but scream as she tried her best to fight with Section Chief Li. At this moment, a loud bang came from the balcony. followed by the sound of glass shattering and falling to the ground. A figure rushed in from the balcony. Section. Chief Li only felt a blur in front of his eyes. He didn't see the person clearly at all. He didn't even have a subconscious reaction before he felt a pain in his shoulder joint, and then his entire arm drooped down. Logo. Xia Ruofei's speed was too fast. After Section Chief Li's shoulder joint was dislocated, he was stunned for a full 2 seconds before he felt the severe pain. He couldn't help but cry out in pain. Xia Ruofei furrowed his brows and pointed his finger at Division Chief Li. To his horror, Division Chief Li found that he could not make a sound. His mouth was wide open, but his throat seemed to be frozen, and his vocal cords could not move at all. He was like a suffocating duck, opening his mouth and holding his throat, but he could not make a single sound. "Chairman, didn't you say you wouldn't use force?" Feng Jing said helplessly. "Chairman?" Section. Chief Li even forgot his fear and turned to look at Xia Ruofei. "Isn't this Feng Rao's chauffeur? How did he become the chairman?" Xia Ruofei glanced at Chief Li in disgust, then said to Feng Jing, "I'm already very civilized. Is this considered violence? Is there a wound on his body?" Feng Rao glared at Xia Ruofei unhappily. "Wasn't it violence if there were no injuries?" The dislocated shoulder joint was in excruciating pain. In just a short while, his forehead was covered in sweat. He did not know what Xia Ruofei had done to him, but he could not make a sound. This was not considered using violence? However, Feng Jing was also full of hatred for Section Chief Li, so she naturally did not mind Xia Ruofei's sophistry. "What do we do now?" she asked, a little worried. Xia Ruofei did not answer Feng Jing's question. Instead, he looked at Chief Li and said, "You still want to make a sound?" Section Chief Li nodded his head repeatedly. Xia Ruofei said, "Then be good. If you keep wailing like a ghost or a wolf, I'll give you another round. And let me tell you, if your meridians are sealed for too long, even if you unseal them, you might not be able to make a sound. At that time, you can be a mute for the rest of your life." Section Chief Li's face changed drastically when he heard this. He shook his head repeatedly and then nodded repeatedly. Xia Ruofei understood what he meant. He pouted and pointed at him. Division Chief Li immediately groaned in pain. He could make a sound. Section Chief Li was pleasantly surprised, but his expression changed immediately. He quickly covered his mouth and looked at Xia Ruofei, his body trembling slightly. He had been scared out of his wits. In his eyes, Xia Ruofei was a demon. In fact, Xia Ruofei's move might look scary, but it was nothing to be proud of. His Chinese medicine attainment was now comparable to some Chinese medical masters. He had a deep understanding of the human body's meridians. In addition, he had true qi in his body, so it was easy to block Section Chief Li's meridians. Xia Ruofei sat down on the chair and crossed his legs. He asked calmly, "CEO Feng, did you record everything?" Feng Jing nodded. She took out a small recording pen from her handbag and handed it to Xia Ruofei. There was a trace of fear in Division Chief Li's eyes. But at the same time, there was a trace of hidden evilness. Xia Ruofei glanced at Section Chief Li and pressed a few buttons on the recording pen. The room was filled with Section Chief Li's proud voice. 1 million in cash. Not a single cent less. As long as you accompany me for a night, the few floors of the Balance Power building will definitely belong to your Paradise Company. Xia Ruofei turned off the recording. pen and looked at Section Chief Li with a meaningful smile on his face. Section Chief Li's face turned pale, and he knelt down in front of Xia Ruofei. He had forgotten that his right arm had been dislocated, and this sudden movement caused him to lose his balance. He fell to the ground and hit his dislocated shoulder joint. It was so painful that he couldn't help but scream. However, he immediately thought of what Xia Ruofei had just said. It was as if someone had grabbed his neck and his scream stopped abruptly. Section Chief Li's face was pale from the pain. He struggled to kneel in front of Xia Ruofei again and begged, "Big brother. Big brother. I was wrong, please give me a chance. I promise that your company can buy those few floors of Hengli building at the lowest price." If it was someone else who had recorded this evidence, Section Chief Li would definitely not have this attitude. Shixin Hotel was almost his base, and he knew many people in the society. However, the power that Xia Ruofei had just displayed, especially the ability to make him unable to make a sound with a simple point of his finger, was too terrifying. He was scared out of his wits. Therefore, Division Chief Li's first reaction was to beg for mercy. Xia Ruofei glanced at Section Chief Li and said, "I've already given you a chance, but you didn't take it," he said. Section Chief Li was taken aback. He did not know that the chance Xia Ruofei was talking about was the one before Feng Jing entered the room. If he had stopped at the edge of the cliff and allowed Xia Ruofei, the driver, to enter the room with him, Xia Ruofei might have only given him a light punishment. However, things were completely different now. Xia Ruofei ignored Chief Li. He took out his phone and dialed a number. "Where are we now?" A young voice came from the phone. "We'll be there soon. There was a traffic jam on the way." This man was one of the friends that Song Wei had introduced to Xia Ruofei not long ago. He was Lu Jia, who Xia Ruofei had ridiculed for having a weak kidney. His father happened to be the leader of the Provincial State Resources Administration, so Xia Ruofei thought of him immediately. "Yes, go to room 503 directly when you arrive." Xia Ruofei said indifferently, "We'll wait for you here, Logo." "All right," Lu Jia said. "You. Who did you call?" Chief Li's face changed greatly. "You called the police?" "Just stay here obediently," Xia Ruofei said. "You'll know who I've called." With that, Xia Ruofei gestured to Feng Rao to sit down and rest. After a while, Xia Ruofei, who had sharp hearing, heard footsteps coming from the corridor. The footsteps stopped at the door, and then there was a knock. Xia Ruofei stood up and walked over to open the door. Lu Jia was standing at the door, and there were 3 people with cold expressions standing beside him. "Brother Xia, as you ordered, I brought the person," Lu Jia said enthusiastically. "Let me introduce you. This is the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. Let's talk inside," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. All right, Lu Jia quickly said. Xia Ruofei smiled and gestured for her to leave. Then, he turned around and walked back to his room. Lu Jia and the others walked in and saw Section Chief Li sitting on the ground in a sorry state, with broken glass all over the floor near the balcony. "Brother Xia, what's going on?" Lu Jia could not help but ask. Before Xia Ruofei could say anything, Section Chief Li's heart had already sunk to the bottom. Lu Jia only felt that Section Chief Li looked familiar, but Section Chief Li was extremely familiar with Lu Jia. He was the son of the second in command in the unit. What made Section Chief Li shiver even more was that The 3 people he brought were all from the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, and the older one was a deputy director. These people were famous for being impartial in the unit, and many people who violated the rules and regulations had fallen at their hands. Section Chief Li realized that he might not be able to escape tonight, and he was afraid that he would not be able to keep his public office. As expected, before Xia Ruofei could explain the situation, Deputy Director Su, who was leading the group, frowned and asked, "Li Qinggong? What are you doing here?" "Deputy Director Su, you know him?" Lu Xia asked, curiously. "He's a section chief in the Property Rights Management Office." Vice Director Su said. Xia Ruofei said, "Let me say it. Please take a seat." After everyone sat down, no one paid any attention to the dazed section chief Li. They all focused their attention on Xia Ruofei. "You guys should know that the Provincial Power Electricity Corporation is going to sell their business in Hengli Building, right?" Xia Ruofei said calmly. Lu Xia continued, "I know. This matter was handled by the Provincial State-Owned Assets Control Commission. It should be the Property Rights Management Department, right?" Lu Xia had some understanding of his father's work, but he wasn't very confident. He looked at Deputy Director Su. Deputy Director Su slightly nodded and said, "Yes. As far as I know, Li Qinggong's department is in charge of the specific work. So, tonight's incident is related to the sale of assets in Hengli Building?" Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Our company is very interested in this building. More than a week ago, we started to prepare for the acquisition. We also contacted the relevant departments of the State-Owned Assets Control Commission. At once. The contact person is Chief Li." Xia Ruofei paused and continued, "But what surprised us was that the normal routine procedure couldn't be carried out when it came to Section Chief Li. So far, we can't even submit the price. Our company's general manager, Feng Jing, was in charge of this matter at first." Xia Ruofei pointed at Feng Rao and said, "I felt that there was no progress after that, so I asked about it. The result made me very angry. It's all because of this Section Chief Li, who created obstacles for us one after another." After Deputy Director Su heard this, he already understood. This was how things were done in the system. It was inevitable to shirk responsibility and wrangle. Moreover, he was already the deputy director, so he knew all too well what kind of high-sounding excuses Chief Li would use to avoid it. He knew that as long as Chief Li didn't relent, the company would be beaten back even if it submitted 100 times. However, Deputy Director Su thought that Xia Ruofei had come to kill him in a fit of anger and had even hit him. Director Li was covered in dust and his arm was obviously injured. He could not help but frown. Deputy Director Su was an experienced discipline inspector, and he knew how to be flexible. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to Lu Xia's request without even knowing the reason. However, he also couldn't stand the arrogant and domineering nouveau riche who relied on his family's power. In Deputy Director Su's eyes, Xia Ruofei was already such a spoiled brat. He frowned slightly and said, "Mr. Xia, even if Section Chief Li is in the wrong, you should have reported it through the normal procedures. If you can't find Chief Li, you can find his chief, or even the committee leader." Lu Xia quickly said, "Deputy Director Su, let Brother Xia finish first." "Brother Xia, there must be a reason why you attacked me tonight, right?" Xia Ruofei looked at Deputy Director Su and said with a faint smile, "Deputy Director Su, if it was just to create some difficulties for us, I wouldn't have lost my cool." What really made me angry was that this section chief Li openly asked us for 1,000,000 yuan as a reward, and even had bad ideas about our female employees, even though Xia Ruofei did not explicitly say that it was Feng Jing. Feng Jing was so pretty, and was quite famous on the internet. She was with Xia Ruofei tonight, so Deputy Director Su and the others naturally turned their attention to Feng Jing. This made Feng Jing's pretty face heat up. Deputy Director Su said with a serious expression, "Mr. Xia, you have to take responsibility for what you say. Do you have any evidence?" Xia Ruofei glanced at Section Chief Li, who was now like a pile of mud, and said, "Before tonight, we really didn't have any evidence." This section Chief Li is very cautious. But now we have enough evidence. Deputy Director Su saw Xia Ruofei's confident look and couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure?" Xia Ruofei smiled and did not say anything else. He took out a recording pen and pressed the button to start playing. The voice recorder was very good. Although it was in the bag, the sound was very clear. It was obviously Feng Jing and Section Chief Li's voices. The recording kept playing. In the recording, Section Chief Li's triumphant tone formed a sharp contrast with his current sorry state, which was like a dead dog. Deputy Director Su's face became uglier and uglier as he listened. When he heard that Chief Li wanted Feng Jing to accompany him for a night, he couldn't help but slam the back of his chair and stand up. He glared at Chief Li and said, "You scum. You've completely lost the face of the state-owned Assets Control Commission." Section Chief Li lowered his head, his heart full of despair. He still couldn't figure out why the boss of this Paradise Corporation had such a strong background. Even Deputy Director Lu's son was so familiar with him. How could he have applied for an acquisition through the normal procedures? If he had known about Xia Ruofei and Lu's relationship, he would not have dared to treat Feng Jing like that. Now, Section Chief Li really wanted to cry but had no tears. His intestines were almost green with regret. In fact, it was normal for Xia Ruofei to ask Feng Jing to carry out the acquisition plan through formal channels. Unfortunately, in the eyes of the few rat shits like Section Chief Li, the normal things became abnormal. It was ironic. "Mr. Xia, Deputy Director," Su said sincerely, "I'm really sorry that such a scum appeared in the SASAC. At the same time, we also want to thank you for helping us find such a parasite." Xia Ruofei smiled. "Deputy Director Su, you're too kind. There are black sheep everywhere. This has nothing to do with the management of the unit. Thank you for your understanding." Deputy Director Su quickly said, "Mr. Xia, I will report this to the leader of the discipline inspection team immediately. With his situation, the two rules are certain. We may need your company to provide more specific information to assist us in investigating this case, logo." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "No problem. It's our duty to cooperate with your investigation." CEO Feng was the one who followed up on this matter from the beginning to the end. "If you need any cooperation, just contact CEO Feng directly." "All right, thank you, Mr. Xia," Deputy Director Su said politely. He was just a man of principle, but his EQ was not low. The man in front of him had such a good relationship with young Master Lu. And it was obvious that the SASAC was in the wrong this time, so he naturally lowered his attitude. After Feng Jing heard Xia Ruofei's words, she immediately took out a business card and handed it to Deputy Director Su. "Leader, if you need to cooperate with the investigation, just give me a call." "Thank you, Director Feng. Deputy Director Su said with a smile. Then, he handed Feng Jing a business card. Then, Deputy Director Su glared at Section Chief Li and said in a deep voice, Li Qinggong, on behalf of the Discipline Inspection Team, I officially inform you that from now on, your movements will be restricted and you will be under investigation. Come with us. After that, Deputy Director Su gestured to the two subordinates next to him. The two of them immediately understood and walked forward, ready to lift Li Qinggong up. Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat and he said, Please wait a moment. Xia Ruofei walked to Li Qinggong and reached out to his shoulder. He grabbed his arm and gently pulled and pushed it away. Li Qinggong could not help but scream in shock. Deputy Director Su could not help but frown. They had officially taken over the investigation of this matter, but Xia Ruofei still lectured Li Qinggong in front of them. This made him a little unhappy. However, for Luju's sake, Deputy Director Su didn't say anything. After Li Qinggong shouted, he was stunned again. He suddenly felt that the pain had disappeared. Li Qinggong tried to move his arm in surprise and found that it had completely recovered. There was no pain at all, as if the dislocation of his shoulder joint was just a dream. Li Qinggong's respect for Xia Ruofei deepened. In his opinion, this method was simply unpredictable. Deputy Director Su saw Li Qinggong's expression and realized that Xia Ruofei was not teaching Li Qinggong a lesson. He was just trying to fix his dislocated shoulder joint. Deputy Director Su knew that he had misunderstood Xia Ruofei just now. He was secretly glad that he did not lose his temper just now. If he had criticized Xia Ruofei just now, it would have been awkward. Xia Ruofei smiled and pulled Li Qinggong up. He patted his back and said, Section Chief Li, I hope that you will accept the organization's investigation and honestly confess your problems. Don't take any chances. Li Qinggong did not dare to meet Xia Ruofei's eyes. He lowered his head and said, Yes. I don't dare. I don't dare. He didn't know that Xia Ruofei's 2 gentle slaps had already been done without anyone knowing. Xia Ruofei knew that Li Qinggong's career was over, and he might be transferred to the law and put behind bars. However, he felt that this was not enough. This was because Li Qinggong actually dared to have designs on Feng Jing. If they let him off so easily, wouldn't that be letting him off too lightly? Therefore, Xia Ruofei's 2 pats were actually imbued with pure energy. Although Li Qinggong did not feel any discomfort at all, the pure energy would quietly erode some of his meridians in the future. Li Qinggong's body would become weaker and weaker as a result, and most importantly, he would no longer be able to do anything with men and women. In the end, even if a beautiful woman were to strip naked in front of him, he would be powerless. In Xia Ruofei's opinion, this punishment was appropriate. Li Qinggong had asked for it. Xia Ruofei smiled at Deputy Director Su's 2 subordinates, indicating that they could take the man away. The group left room 503. Li Qinggong was still in his pajamas, and 2 officers were holding him on both sides. Xia Ruofei and the rest followed behind the 3 of them. Luju whispered into Xia Ruofei's ear, Brother Xia, why didn't you tell me that your company was going to the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission? You're looking down on your brother. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, It was originally a very simple matter. Who would have thought that it would be so complicated? I just don't want to be special. It's best if things can be done through normal procedures. Luju shook his head and Said with a smile, I didn't know Brother Xia was such an idealist. After all, black sheep are only a minority. Xia Ruofei said indifferently, we don't want to take advantage of the public either. We do business in an open and above-board manner. Using real money to buy these properties isn't idealistic, right? Xia Ruofei then said to Lucia, by the way, you're not allowed to inform anyone about the acquisition. We'll just quote the price and buy it normally. We don't want to mix anything else into this simple business. Understood. Lucia said, but if someone else is blind enough to try and make things difficult for you, you have to tell me immediately. That's for sure. Xia Ruofei patted Lucia's shoulder and said, thank you for today. Aren't you treating me as an outsider? Lucia said, Brother Xia. It's not like I don't know your connections. It's my honor to be able to help you with something, logo. Then I won't stand on ceremony with you. I'll treat you to a drink when I have time. Xia Ruofei said. All right. While they were talking, they arrived at the lobby on the first floor. A middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes saw Li Qinggong's embarrassed look and was shocked. He quickly walked over. Deputy Director Su didn't wait for him to speak. He directly took out his ID and showed it to the middle-aged man. I'm from the Discipline Inspection Team of the State-Owned Assets Inspection Commission. We're performing official duties. The middle-aged man looked at Li Qinggong in shock. At this time, Li Qinggong was completely disheartened. He seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. He looked at the middle-aged man with a dull look and shook his head with a bitter smile. The middle-aged man immediately understood. He sighed and made way. Xia Ruofei walked to the front desk, took out a small stack of cash and handed it over. He said calmly, I accidentally broke the glass door of the balcony. This is compensation for you. With that, Xia Ruofei quickly followed and the group walked out of Shixin Hotel. Xia Ruofei watched as Lucia and Deputy Director Su's cars disappeared into the night. He smiled and said, done. President Feng, let's go. I'll treat you to supper. Feng Rao looked at Xia Ruofei with a complicated expression. She opened her mouth, but did not say anything. However, today's events made her feel very defeated. She had been personally following up on the acquisition of Hingli Building. She had done a lot of work, but to no avail, and finally, she had reached a dead end. And Xia Ruofei had easily solved the biggest problem. It was the same with the spokesperson of Jaded Skin Cream. After the small star changed her mind at the last minute, Feng Jing was also in a terrible state. In the end, Xia Ruofei solved it easily. This made Feng Jing feel useless. She even felt sorry for her high salary and year-end bonus. Xia Ruofei didn't notice Feng Jing's abnormal behavior. He immediately went to a roadside stall for skewers behind Shixin Hotel and ordered a lot of skewers and a few bottles of beer. Xia Ruofei was not a person who was greedy for enjoyment. He could drink a bottle of red wine that cost tens of thousands of yuan. And he could also eat with relish at a roadside stall like this. Besides, he was born poor, so he felt more comfortable this way. President Feng, this restaurant's food is really good. You should try it. Xia Ruofei passed Feng Rao a few mutton skewers and said with a smile. Feng Rao was in a daze. She only came back to her senses when Xia Ruofei passed her the kebab skewer and even shook it in front of her. She quickly said, oh. Thank you, Chairman. Xia Ruofei looked at Feng Rao suspiciously and ate the skewer in a few Fights. Then, he asked, President Feng, what's wrong? I'm fine. Feng Yi forced a smile. Wasn't today's matter resolved perfectly? Xia Ruofei said, why do I see that you don't seem very happy? Feng Rao couldn't help but smile bitterly. She lowered her head and said, Chairman, I just feel that I'm too useless. I can't even do such a simple thing well. Last time, I screwed up the issue of being the spokesperson of the Jade Skin Cream. In the end, it was you who made up for it. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. Why do you think so? As he poured wine for Feng Rao, he continued, we're a team. Wasn't it only right for them to make up for each other's shortcomings? Besides, everyone's field of expertise is different. You're a human, not a god. Don't be too harsh on yourself. I just feel like I'm not capable enough, Feng Jing said as she raised her head. You're still not capable enough? Xia Ruofei deliberately put on an exaggerated expression and said, CEO Feng, your ability is in business management. Do you know how complicated the daily work in the company is? You've taken care of everything. I can't even imagine how messy the company would be if you didn't help me. Feng Rao couldn't help but burst into laughter. You're just lazy. Xia Ruofei said seriously, it's not that. Some abilities are born. Anyway, if you ask me to manage the company, especially when our company is getting bigger and bigger, I definitely won't be able to do it. But you can do it with ease. So, you really don't have to belittle yourself. Feng Rao looked at Xia Ruofei deeply and said, Chairman, I didn't expect you to be so good at comforting people. I'm just telling the truth, okay? Xia Ruofei said, CEO Feng, put away those nonsensical thoughts. I'm very satisfied with your work. Don't even think about deserting. Our Paradise Corporation can't live without you. Feng Rao was touched and nodded, as long as you don't chase me away, I'll always stay in Paradise Corporation. That's the way. Xia Ruofei smiled happily, raised his glass, and said, come, let's have a toast. I wish the company a smooth success in taking over the headquarters building. Feng Rao drank a glass of wine with Xia Ruofei and said with a smile, you've already helped me clear the biggest obstacle. If you still can't take me down, I'll really have to resign. Xia Ruofei laughed heartily. No. It's best if we can complete the acquisition. If the competitors offer too high a price, we won't force them. If we have money, we can afford a house. Come, let's drink. The two of them were eating and drinking at a roadside stall while chatting. Under the dim yellow street light, the two figures sitting opposite each other seemed so harmonious and warm. Logo. More than an hour later, the two of them drove back to the farm. It was already around 11 p.m. After Xia Ruofei's counseling, Feng Jing was in a much better mood. She looked at the lights flashing quickly outside the window and said with a smile, Chairman, I think you're quite good at thinking. Xia Ruofei said, of course. If I hadn't retired from the army, I might have been an instructor or an instructor. If I'm lucky, I might have even been a political commissar. Feng Rao couldn't help but burst into laughter after hearing this. After they returned to the farm, Xia Ruofei sent Feng Jing back to her dormitory. He parked the car in the shed beside the complex and walked back to the small villa leisurely. Xia Ruofei did not notice that in one of the rooms in the complex, Feng Jing was standing behind the curtains. Through the gap, she was watching him disappear into the night. Feng Jing's eyes were a little dazed, but at the same time, there was a hint of shyness. The next day, Feng Jing received a phone call from Deputy Director Su, asking her to bring the most important evidence to the SASAC discipline inspection team to cooperate with their investigation. Yesterday, for safety reasons, Xia Ruofei did not hand the recording pen over to Deputy Director Su and the others. Although Lu Jia had brought the man, there was only one recording. Xia Ruofei would not take the risk without absolute confidence, even if the chances of Deputy Director Su and the others destroying the recording were slim. Feng Jing took the USB with the recording and the purchase materials that she had prepared a few days ago. When she went to the SASAC, in addition to cooperating with the investigation, she had to submit the materials as soon as possible. The purchase deadline was approaching, so she had to hurry. In the next few days, Feng Jing mainly followed up on the acquisition of the building and cooperated with Deputy Director Su's investigation when she needed it. Li Qinggong was isolated for investigation, and the new section chief couldn't be in place immediately, so his work was temporarily taken over by a deputy section chief surnamed Song. There was no such thing as an impervious wall in the world. Moreover, inside the mechanism, the speed of small news spreading was very fast. Therefore, even though Lu Jia didn't say anything about Paradise Corporation, Vice Section Chief Song quickly found out the reason for Section Chief Li's fall. While he broke out in a cold sweat, he didn't dare to neglect Feng Jing at all. Once the organizer paid attention to it, the efficiency would be very high. Feng Jing's acquisition of Hengli Building sped up. The materials were submitted smoothly, and the asset management office quickly gathered several companies and individuals who were interested in the acquisition and held an inquiry meeting. The other companies weren't very interested in buying, and Feng Jing and Xia Ruofei's offer was very sincere and competitive. Therefore, after a few rounds of inquiry, the Paradise Corporation successfully bought the few floors of the Hengli Building, and the total transaction price was 270 million Chinese dollars. After much hard work, Feng Jing finally decided on the payment method. On the day of the contract signing, 100 million Chinese dollars would be paid. Within 3 months of the transfer of property rights, the Paradise Corporation would pay the remaining 170 million Chinese dollars. With these 3 months of buffer period, with the jaded skin cream's super strong ability to make money, 170 million Chinese dollars would be a piece of cake. The acquisition of the Balance Power Building was quite smooth, and the investigation on Li Qinggong was also very fast. Li Qinggong's psychological defense had already collapsed that night. Deputy Director Su and a few disciplinary officers pursued the victory, and he quickly confessed to all the crimes he had committed over the years. As Xia Ruofei had expected, Li Qinggong was a typical corrupt official. What he had done had long broken the law. After the investigation was over, he would be sent to the judicial authorities and be prosecuted. If there were no accidents, his prison life would not be too short. This was what he deserved. The interesting thing was that in the process of investigating Li Qinggong, there was a small interlude that was related to Xia Ruofei, logo. It turned out that after Li Qinggong had explained everything, he knew that he would not be able to escape from prison. His hatred for Xia Ruofei grew deeper and deeper. Previously, he was still a little afraid of Xia Ruofei's strange methods. However, now that he was about to be transferred to the detention center, he would have to go to prison if his sentence was longer. He felt that even if Xia Ruofei wanted to take revenge on him, he would not go to prison. Therefore, after explaining the problem, Li Qinggong started to complain about calling the police. He said that Xia Ruofei had used violence on him that night and even broke his arm. Deputy Director Su had actually seen Li Qinggong's dislocated arm before. However, Xia Ruofei had fixed it back for him. He hated scum like Li Qinggong to the core. He felt that Li Qinggong deserved the pain. However, Li Qinggong had made a big scene, saying that Deputy Director Su was deliberately covering up for Xia Ruofei. After all, there were other people in the special task force, so Deputy Director Su had no choice but to take Li Qinggong to the hospital for an injury examination. The result was shocking. Originally, when an arm was dislocated, even if it was reset, it was definitely impossible to recover completely in a short period of time. The condition of the joint could be seen through an X-ray. However, when Li Qinggong went to the hospital for a checkup, there was no injury at all. Li Qinggong couldn't believe the result and insisted on changing the hospital for a check-up. He even said that Xia Ruofei had not only broken his arm, but had also pressed his acupuncture points and made him mute. No one in the special task force believed Li Qinggong's words. They thought that he was just acting crazy and speaking incoherently. Maybe he had more serious problems that he had not explained, so he pretended to be crazy to avoid it. Therefore, the leader of the special task force increased the investigation of Li Qinggong. Although no other major problems were found in the end, Li Qinggong's intentional obstruction of vision and framing of the witness were also regarded as a crime for resisting the investigation, and became a basis for a heavy sentence. This made Li Qinggong want to cry, but had no tears. Little did he know that even if Xia Ruofei removed his shoulder joint and put it back on dozens of times, as long as Xia Ruofei did not want to, he would not leave any traces of damage. As for the one who made him unable to make a sound, with a touch of his hand, no one would believe him if he told them. Lu Zhe had told Xia Ruofei about this after the incident. Xia Ruofei only smiled and did not take it to heart. The transfer of ownership of Hingli Building went very smoothly. Feng Jing was very careful in handling these specific matters, and there would be no mistakes. Xia Ruofei was also very assured. The transfer of property rights took some time, but the provincial power construction company had already left, so under the supervision of the State-owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, the property of these floors was officially handed over to the Paradise Company. On the day of the handover, Xia Ruofei also came to the scene. This was the first time he was checking out his company's future headquarters on the spot. Looking at the 15-story building in front of him, although only the top 6 floors belonged to Paradise Corporation, this was in the city center. Not to mention a 6-story office building, even an ordinary residence was an unreachable goal for many people. 2 years ago, Xia Ruofei was still a poor veteran. Now, he had such a huge fortune. Even Xia Ruofei felt like he was dreaming. After a simple ceremony was held for the transfer of assets, the Paradise Corporation took over the 6 floors. As for the water and electricity accounts, they would have to wait until the transfer procedures were completed before they could be transferred. The reason why Feng Jing took over the building in advance was that she wanted to plan, renovate it as soon as possible so that she could move the headquarters over. After the people who attended the handover ceremony left, Feng Jing and Xia Ruofei stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the 15th floor. Everything here had been cleared out, and the entire floor looked empty. Feng Rao was very excited. She smiled at Xia Ruofei. and said, "Chairman, how is it?" Did he feel that the mountains were small? "This will be our company's headquarters in the future." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "This is only the 15th floor. What's there to see? Do you think it's Dubai's Burj Khalifa?" "State of mind," Feng Rao said. "I'm talking about the state of mind. Although we only have 6 floors, this is the company's first core fixed asset." Xia Ruofei smiled. "Boss Feng, what are you going to do with the 6 floors? Have you decided?" Feng Rao nodded without hesitation. "I've been thinking about this for the past few days. If the company's headquarters is moved out, we'll have plenty of space. The general manager, vice general manager, and administration department can occupy 1 floor. The marketing department is relatively large, and in the future, the e-commerce area will continue to be strengthened, so it's estimated that we'll use 2 floors, one for finance and security, and 2 more floors. The bottom 10th floor will be used for mobility. After the company expands in the future, the overseas business department may have to be an independent department. They had a special place to work. And the 15th floor of this top floor will naturally be the chairman's office." Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Boss Feng, are you sure? This floor was 1,500 square meters. You made it into a big office, logo." Feng Rao nodded and said, "Isn't that normal? Not only does it have an ultra-wide office area, but it also has a guest area, study room, bedroom, kitchen, activity room, chess room, conference room. In short, it has all the functions and is 1,500 square meters. Only by making the entire floor your office can you highlight your position in the company." Xia Ruofei quickly waved his hand and said, "Stop, stop. I only spend a few days in the office all year round. Isn't it a waste of money for you to build such a luxurious office? Chairman, you need to keep up with the times." Feng Rao immediately lectured. The utilization rate of the office was only one aspect of the problem, but the specifications of the chairman's office could show the foundation and strength of a company. Even if this office is only used for 1 day a year, we still have to do it. Xia Ruofei said helplessly, "I don't care about those perverted logic. I just don't allow this to happen on my side." "President, you're a dictator." Feng Jing pouted and said, "Didn't you say that I'm in charge of all the specific work? Why are you interfering now? You can't mess around even if you're the one in charge." Xia Ruofei said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "I'm really not messing around." Feng Jing said seriously, "Chairman, do you think I was joking with you before? Our Paradise Company is developing too fast. I think it's very likely that we'll be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with big international corporations in 2 to 3 years. The chairman's office really can't be too shabby." Xia Ruofei shook his head helplessly and said, "Forget it, let's each take a step back." There were 2 offices on the 15th floor, one for the chairman and the other for the general manager. "You're also the main leader of the company. It's not appropriate for you to squeeze on the same floor as the administration department." Feng Rao's heart warmed slightly. At the same time, she felt a burst of shyness and joy. Thinking that she and Xia Ruofei would be the only ones working on the entire 15th floor in the future. She couldn't help but look forward to it. Xia Ruofei continued, "By the way, you must make sure that your office has a nice lounge. I know you. You don't even know whether it's day or night when you work. It Won't be as convenient as Peach Blossom Farm in the future. The dormitory is above the office, so your lounge must be more comfortable and warm. I estimate that the utilization rate will be quite high. I understand, Feng. Jing nodded with a smile. Thank you for your concern, Chairman. She continued, I'll gather all the key middle-ranking members of the company in the next 2 days. I'll gather everyone's needs for an office. Then, I'll contact the renovation company to come up with a design plan. We'll try to get the renovation done as soon as possible. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, yes. Don't be afraid of spending money, make sure to use environmentally friendly materials. I don't want my employees to work in an environment full of formaldehyde every day. Understood. Feng Rao said with a smile. The employees working on the farm already knew that the company had bought a 6-story office building and that they would soon move to work in the city center. Everyone was very excited. Although working here was far away from the hustle and bustle of the city, and the environment was good, and the company provided dormitories, it was also very convenient to eat in the company cafeteria. However, most of the employees were young people, and young people could not stand loneliness. In any case, everyone still yearned for the white-collared life in the office building of the CBD. Moreover, Xia Ruofei had promised on behalf of the company that the company would give them a certain amount of rent and transportation subsidies according to the different years of service. Therefore, even if they did not have free dormitories and had to rent a house in the city, their income would not be much less. Feng Jing quickly called for a meeting with the company's middle management to discuss the allocation of offices, staff adjustments, and the purchase of office equipment. The renovation company also quickly entered the office to do measurements and drawings. They began organizing staff to design according to the company's requirements. It was soon mid-November, and the weather was getting colder and colder. Especially since Taoyuan Farm was very close to the sea, the wind was usually quite strong, so many employees wore thick coats to work. During this period of time, Xia Ruofei had been very quiet. Other than the occasional date with Ling Qingxue, he spent most of his time in the farm, the vegetable greenhouse, the pomfrets cultivation workshop, the tea-making studio, the orchard, and other places. He would visit them when he had the time to show his concern for everyone's work. On the company's side, everyone was full of energy. The jaded skin cream was on sale again, and the sales were equally hot. One e-commerce platform server even had a short-term congestion. There were too many people on Jingbei, Tingmao, and other platforms to buy it. Some people considered whether it would be easier to buy it on relatively smaller platforms. Unfortunately, more than 1 or 2 people had this idea, so it led to more traffic flowing to the other 3 e-commerce platforms. It even caused the server to be jammed. Of course, these e-commerce platforms were at the forefront of the entire industry, and their emergency plans were very mature. The problem of difficult visits was quickly solved. However, this little interlude also reflected the hot sales of the jaded skin cream. Because more and more people had already used the jaded skin cream and witnessed its magical effects, now that the jaded skin cream no longer needed the Peach Blossom Company to invest any advertising costs, the brand was enough to support itself by word of mouth. Now, it would be sold twice a month, and the revenue each time was about 100 million yuan, which meant that the fixed revenue could reach 200 million yuan a month. The production cost, labor cost, publicity cost, and transportation cost of the jaded skin cream were all very low. Moreover, it was mainly the initial investment, so the profit ratio was very high. Among the 200 million yuan, the remaining 170 million for the purchase of the Hingley building only needed 1 month to be easily collected. The only problem now was production. The factory could also increase the production line, which would not cost much, but the raw materials and medicinal herbs were not so easy to get. Although the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory had already signed cooperative planting agreements with many places, the planting of medicinal herbs also needed a cycle. Therefore, in the early stage, they mainly relied on purchasing large quantities of medicinal herbs to maintain production, which determined that the production capacity could never have a leap in development. It was estimated that the limited sales policy would continue for half a year to a year. This was not an intentional hunger marketing strategy, and Paradise Corporation did not have any particularly good solutions. Xia Ruofei's life was carefree. On this day, he was lying on the recliner on the balcony of the villa, reading a book while basking in the sun. His phone rang. Xia Ruofei looked at the caller ID. It was Hong Kong's Ma Xiong. So he put the book aside and picked up the phone. Good morning, old Mr. Ma. Nice to meet you, Xia Sheng. Ma Xiong's voice was very enthusiastic. Has old Mr. Ma been well recently? Good. It's all thanks to you. Ma Xiong quickly said, Xiaosheng, I came to you today because I have something to discuss with you. Please speak. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, as long as it's within my means, I will do my best. Thank you. Ma Xiong said, Xiaosheng, the first batch of truffles is going to be on the market soon. Due to factors such as rain and temperature, the production this year is at least 20% lower than the previous years. I think the price might hit a record high. Xiaosheng, I still remember the batch of truffles you put up for auction at the beginning of the year. Do you have any way to get truffles of similar quality this year? Ma Xiong's words also reminded Xia Ruofei. He had not taken care of the oak trees and the soil with fungi after moving them to the mountain and sea realm. In the blink of an eye, it was already truffle season. He wondered if truffles were growing under the oak trees. How much could they produce this year? Xia Ruofei was a little distracted after hearing Ma Xiong's words. Xiaosheng, is there any difficulty? Ma Xiong asked tentatively. Xia Ruofei came back to her senses and hurriedly said, Oh. No. Mr. Ma, I should be able to get truffles, but I'm not sure how much I can get. It's good that you can get it. Ma Xiong was overjoyed. Xiaosheng, how about we continue working together this year? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Of course, there's no problem in cooperating. However, I can't be sure how many truffles I can get. How do you plan to cooperate, Mr. Ma? Xia Ruofei did not mention the quality of the truffles, because he had absolute confidence in their quality. The only thing he was unsure of was whether the truffles in the mountain and sea realm had matured, or how much they could be produced. Ma Xiong seemed to have more confidence in Xia Ruofei. He laughed and said, I have absolute trust in Xiaosheng's ability. As long as you're sure you can get truffles, there's room for cooperation. Ma Xiong pondered for a while before he continued, Xiaosheng, I hope that we can organize our own truffle auction this year. If we have enough, we can use all of the truffles from Paradise Corporation. We want fame. You guys can profit, and we'll each take what we need. This wasn't the first time they had worked together. Like this. It was the same for the one-headed abalone auction last time. Hengfeng Group needed these top-class ingredients to increase their influence, and Taoyuan Company also needed Hengfeng Group's powerful channels. In addition to the considerable profits, the Paradise Corporation would also gain a huge reputation, which could be said to be a win-win situation. Xia Ruofei did not hesitate and nodded. If the commission rate for the auction is according to the market price, then I agree in principle. Xia Ruofei said that not because he was worried that Hengfeng Group would demand an exorbitant price. On the contrary, he was afraid that Ma Xiong would give him a huge discount and not even charge him for the auction. If Xia Ruofei didn't mention it, it was very likely because of his relationship with the Ma family. However, Xia Ruofei felt that business was business. He didn't want to have too many human relationships involved. If they had a good relationship, they could work together often, but the money would be the same. This way, he would not have any psychological pressure when working together in the future. All right. Ma Xiong forced a smile. Xia Sheng, we'll do as you say. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Mr. Ma, I'll contact you in the next few days to confirm the amount of truffles we can provide. Then, we'll discuss the auction in detail. What do you think? All right. Ma Xiong quickly said, Xiaosheng, I'll be waiting for your good news. After hanging up, Xia Ruofei stood up and looked down from the balcony. In the yard, Lightning, Blackie, Fluffy 1, Fluffy 2, and the rest were lazily basking in the sun. They were getting lazier and lazier. Other than going to the farms border a few times a day, the veterans of the security department could not order them around. However, this was good as well. Xia Ruofei would be able to do things more easily. He stood on the balcony and whistled. The dogs, who were lazily lying in the sun, looked up at him at the same time. Xia Ruofei smiled and waved at them, calling, All of you, come up. All of you, come up. These dogs had already gained sentience and could understand Xia Ruofei's orders. As soon as Xia Ruofei finished speaking, they immediately stood up and rushed into the villa. Xia Ruofei left the balcony and walked over to open the door. Soon, he saw Blackie and Lightning rush into the room, followed by Fluffy 1, Fluffy 2, and the rest. As soon as they entered the house, they all shook their heads and wagged their tails at Xia Ruofei. Their expressions were quite intimate. Xia Ruofei touched their heads one by one and went to lock the door from the inside. He also locked the door and the window on the balcony and pulled the curtains. With a thought, Xia Ruofei summoned the spirit painting scroll from his palm. Then, his mind power wrapped around Lightning, Blackie, and the others. With a slight thought, he brought them into the mountain and sea realm of the spirit map space. Lightning had only stayed in the spirit map space for a very short time, so she couldn't help but be a little dazed when the environment changed so quickly. Xiaohei, Fluffy 1, Fluffy 2, and the others had lived in the mountain and sea realm for a long time, so they were extremely familiar with this place. When they entered the spatial realm, they breathed in the air that was filled with spiritual qi. They appeared to be very excited, and ran back and forth in the spatial realm. Currently, the mountain sea realm had developed a large medicinal garden, as well as a living area for hornets, and an area for Cordyceps sinensis, which was surrounded by a net. Xia Ruofei was worried that these mischievous dogs would run around and cause damage to these areas, so he hurriedly stopped them. Xia Ruofei called all the dogs to his side and brought them to the front of the oak forest at the foot of the hill. He pondered for a moment and contacted Xia Qing with his mind. At this moment, Xia Qing was busy in the Archean realm. After receiving Xia Ruofei's orders, she quickly appeared in the mountain and sea realm and came before Xia Ruofei. He was holding 2 truffles in his hands, one big and one small. One was black truffle, and the other was white truffle. These were all harvested at the beginning of the year. Xia Ruofei had kept a small portion of it in his storage space. He had wanted to keep it for himself, but he was not used to the strange taste of truffles. He could not figure out how such a strange, tasting thing could be sold at such a sky-high price, so he had not touched it. Logo. In any case, in the realm, as long as it didn't touch the land, everything seemed to have stopped time and could maintain its original state. It was more effective than any preservation method in the outside world. Therefore, these 2 truffles were the same as when they were first dug out. Xia Ruofei took the truffle from Xia Qing's hand and let him do his work. Then he waved his hand and called Lightning, Blackie, and the others over. Xia Ruofei let Lightning and the others smell the 2 truffles so that they would remember the smell. Then Xia Ruofei said, "All right, let's split up and look for truffles in the oak forest. Let me know when you find it." As soon as Xia Ruofei finished speaking, Lightning, Blackie, Fluffy 1 and Fluffy 2 rushed into the oak forest. In France or Italy, where truffles were produced, people would also use hounds to find truffles. However, many people had been training boars to find truffles for generations. This kind of truffle pig was quite accurate in its search. It was said that mature truffles would emit a smell similar to that of a sow in heat, so specially trained boars were very accurate in finding them. There was also a saying that pigs were trained to look for it, because truffles would emit the smell of hormones, which was a fatal temptation to pigs. Xia Ruofei had never tried to verify it, so he did not know which one was correct. However, he had tasted the truffle and it did feel weird. As for whether it was the smell of a sow during estrus or the smell of hormones, Xia Ruofei could not tell. But no matter what, Xia Ruofei had absolute confidence in Lightning and the rest. Their sense of smell was sharper than the best hunting dogs. After sniffing, they would definitely be able to find the truffles buried underground. The result did not disappoint Xia Ruofei. Not long after Lightning and the rest entered the oak forest, Xia Ruofei heard an excited dog bark. Xia Ruofei walked in quickly and saw Blackie running around a big oak tree. From time to time, it would use its nose to dig at the ground, looking very excited. "There's truffles down there?" Xia Ruofei asked. Blackie immediately wagged its tail and barked at Xia Ruofei. "Received," Xia Ruofei said. Happily, they had found truffles so quickly. It seemed that this season's truffles should have matured in large quantities. With a thought, he retrieved a small shovel from the tool rack of the Archean realm. He first used the shovel to dig at the spot that Little Black had pointed at. At the beginning of the year, Xia Ruofei had already dug for truffles once. At that time, Lightning was in charge of finding truffles, so he had some experience. After using the shovel to dig 60 to 70 centimeters, he could vaguely see a black piece. Xia Ruofei was overjoyed. He put down the shovel and picked up the small wooden shovel to dig around the truffle carefully. If the truffle's exterior was damaged, its value would definitely decrease. Hence, Xia Ruofei was very careful. After a while, a black truffle the size of a football was dug out. It had the fragrance of moist soil and an indescribable, strange fragrance. The experienced Xia Ruofei could tell that this was the pure truffle fragrance. Only high-quality truffles would have such a strong fragrance. Xia Ruofei weighed the truffle in his hand. It was at least 2 caddies in weight. This size was considered very rare in the outside world. What a good start. Xia Ruofei's face revealed a satisfied smile. While he was digging for the truffle, Blackie, Fluffy 1, Fluffy 2, and the others in the forest were also barking excitedly. Without a doubt, they had also found the truffle. It seemed that this year's production was very high, which was why the dogs could find the truffle so easily. Xia Ruofei casually took out a large plastic box from the Archean realm and placed the black truffle inside. Then, he walked into the forest. He saw that every dog was running around a tree, looking very excited. Blackie couldn't help but reach out its claws to dig the soil. It had already dug out a small pit. Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. He quickly walked over and said, "If you find truffles, you can dig a pit of about 50 centimeters. Little Black, Fluffy 1, Fluffy 2, and the others all looked confused. They clearly did not have much concept of 50 centimeters. Without a word, Xia Ruofei raised his shovel and started digging in the pit that Blackie had just dug. His arm strength was extremely strong, and he dug out a 50-centimeter pit in a short while. "It's about this deep," Xia Ruofei said. Truffles were usually found in soil that was around 60 to 70 centimeters deep. So a pit of about 50 centimeters wouldn't hurt the skin of the truffle. Xia Ruofei had considered that the amount of truffles under the oak forest might have exceeded his imagination. If he dug them one by one, it would waste too much time. If Xiaohei and the rest could dig a whole half a meter deep first, it would save him a lot of trouble. It would be equivalent to marking them. Of course, Xia Ruofei could have marked the places with truffles and instructed Xia Qing to do the job. However, Xia Qing already had a lot of work to do. The herb garden, cordyceps, tea garden, meat garden, seafood. He was busy almost every second of the day. Furthermore, truffles grew in the mountain and sea realm, and there was no time flow to increase the speed of time. It was a waste of time to dig out all the truffles. Logo. Besides, Xia Ruofei also enjoyed the joy of reaping the fruits of his labor. With a direct demonstration, Blackie and the rest immediately understood. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and pointed at the truffles in the plastic box. Worriedly. "If you find such things while digging, stop immediately. Don't break their skin, understand?" This order was not difficult for Blackie and the rest. All the dogs followed the order. Fluffy 1, Fluffy 2, and the rest started to dig holes where they had found the truffles. Blackie and Lightning also rushed into the woods to find new truffles. For a moment, a series of rustling sounds could be heard from the oak forest, as well as the happy barking of dogs. Xia Ruofei also picked up the shovel and continued to dig in the hole. After a while, he could vaguely see a piece of white truffle. He immediately changed to a small wooden shovel and carefully dug around the white truffle. Soon, he had harvested a piece of white truffle that was more than half a kilogram. Xia Ruofei placed the white truffle into another large plastic box, dusted his hands, and walked towards his next target. Blackie and the rest were very strong. Digging truffles was a delicate task, especially at the last stage, which required extreme caution. Hence, Xia Ruofei looked around and saw that there were many pits of various sizes in the oak forest. Blackie and the rest were still working hard. If people from the traditional truffle producing areas in France or Italy saw this scene, their jaws would probably drop in shock. Such a small oak forest actually produced so much truffle. Moreover, these seemingly ordinary Huaxia garden dogs were actually more powerful than hunting dogs that had been trained for many years. They were all accurate. Xia Ruofei was focused on digging the truffle. Time passed by slowly, and the 2 big plastic boxes he brought were soon full. Hence, he took 2 more plastic boxes from the Archean realm to store them. These plastic storage boxes were very convenient to use and clean. Hence, when Xia Ruofei first obtained the spirit map space, he bought a lot of them and placed them in the space. He could use them at any time. Unconsciously, after Xia Ruofei dug out a piece of white truffle, he saw that Blackie, Lightning, Fluffy 1 and Fluffy 2 had gathered around him. They were all covered in mud and looked more like dogs. Are you done digging? Xia Ruofei asked, stunned. Lightning wagged its tail at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei nodded and LED Lightning, Blackie, and the rest around the oak forest. They checked a few meters away from the forest and found 2 more fish that had escaped. After digging out the last 2 pieces of truffles, he checked and found that all the truffles in the forest had been dug out. Xia Ruofei started to count his harvest this season. Just now, he had buried his head in digging. When the plastic box was filled, he would use his mind to control the invisible force of space to retrieve new boxes from the Archean realm. As for how much he had gained, he really had no idea. These plastic boxes were scattered around the forest. Once they were filled, they would be left where they were. Xia Ruofei took the new boxes and continued to dig for truffles. However, Xia Ruofei had absolute control over space. He spread out his spiritual power and instantly enveloped the entire oak forest. He also instantly knew what he had gained. After calculating the specific gains, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but open his mouth slightly, revealing an overjoyed expression, logo. Xia Ruofei used his mental strength to scan the area and found 9 large plastic boxes scattered in the oak forest. 5 of them were white truffles and 4 were black truffles. Only one of the boxes was not filled to the brim with black truffles. The other 8 boxes were full. Xia Ruofei had brought over extra large tidying boxes. Each box was filled with at least 80 to 90 caddies of truffles. It was really a big harvest this time. It was several times more than the harvest at the beginning of the year. Xia Ruofei was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. In his eyes, the mud-covered lumps in the suitcase were not truffles, but stacks of cash, and they were green US dollars. He raised his hand to look at his watch. It was already past 6 in the evening. He had entered the interspace around noon, which meant that he had spent the entire afternoon digging truffles. Xia Ruofei was going to go back to the outside world for dinner before he dealt with the truffles. Xia Ruofei was very satisfied with Lightning, Blackie, and the rest's performance today. He patted their heads approvingly and took them to the all-terrain vehicle to the space ocean to wash the mud off their bodies. Then, Xia Ruofei took some flower petal solution and rewarded them. Due to their biological instincts, Blackie and the rest could not resist the temptation of the petal solution. They all gathered around happily and drank it in big gulps. In the end, even the drops of water at the bottom of the basin had been licked clean. They even came over and gently tugged at Xia Ruofei's trousers, not satisfied. Xia Ruofei laughed and scolded, "Not enough. I can tee, I'll make you poor if you eat any more. I'll reward whoever performs well next time. You guys have been lazy these days, basking in the sun at home and not going out to patrol. Lightning and the rest of them were whimpering, looking a little aggrieved. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. His heart softened and he took out a small bottle of flower petal solution and mixed it with the spatial spirit pond water for them to drink. In the end, Xia Ruofei brought all of them back to the outside world. As the water in the sea had a lot of salt content, Xia Ruofei let the dogs go to his bathroom and gave them a good shower. After they were dry, he let them go downstairs. The cafeteria must have closed by now. Xia Ruofei went straight to the kitchen and found some noodles. He cracked 2 eggs, took 2 cabbages from the interspace, and cooked a big bowl of egg noodles. Xia Ruofei, who had been busy the whole afternoon, was famished. The lush green vegetables and the fragrant noodles stimulated his appetite and he finished the big bowl of noodles in no time. After packing up, Xia Ruofei could not wait to go back to his room. Now that Hu Zi's mother and Lin Qiao were not living on the farm, Xia Ruofei was a little lonely, but it was much more convenient for him to do things. He went back to his room and locked the door and windows. He immediately summoned the spirit map scroll and entered the medium. Next, he had to clean up the truffles and then measure the exact weight of his harvest. In order to save time, Xia Ruofei used his mental energy to carry the 9 plastic boxes in the oak forest and went to the Archean realm. Cleaning truffles was also a meticulous job. Xia Ruofei first removed the larger piece of soil from the truffle. Then, he used a small brush to brush off the soil on the surface of the truffle bit by bit. Especially the cracks, which had to be cleaned repeatedly. The hair of the small brush was very soft, so it wouldn't hurt the truffle's skin when cleaning the soil. This task was a test of patience. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei had enough time and patience. He moved the stool over and sat down, carefully cleaning the truffles. The cleaned truffles were placed on a large unfolded plastic sheet according to the type and size. Xia Ruofei worked for more than 10 hours before he finally finished cleaning all the truffles. Then he took out a small scale and began to weigh. He also took a book to record the weight. This time, he asked Xia Qing to help. One person was responsible for passing the truffles and recording, while the other person was responsible for weighing. Soon, all the truffles from this season were calculated. The number made Xia Ruofei quite excited. In total, they had harvested more than 800 pounds of truffles. This number was several times more than the harvest at the beginning of the year. Of course, this was not the most exciting thing for Xia Ruofei. What he was really overjoyed about was that the truffles he had harvested this year were generally quite large. At the beginning of the year, there was a giant white truffle weighing 2.05 kilograms, which broke the world record of 1.89 kilograms. It was then auctioned for a sky-high price of $1.25 million. The person who bought it was the heir of the Italy truffle family, the sexy Monica, who had a one-night stand with Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei's weighing results showed that the biggest piece of white truffle was 2.98 kilograms. It was just a little bit away from 6 caddies. It had broken the record from the beginning of the year. Xia Ruofei could imagine how crazy the auction would be if such a huge piece of white truffle appeared. As for the price, Xia Ruofei could not tell. What made Xia Ruofei even happier was that, other than the 2.98 kilograms white truffle, there were 2 more white truffles and 2 black truffles that weighed more than 2.5 kilograms. If they were to be auctioned at the beginning of the year, they would definitely be the highest bidder. Logo. In addition, there were 13 pieces of white truffle between 2 kilograms and 2.5 kilograms, and 8 pieces of black truffle. In other words, among the truffles he had harvested this time, there were 26 pieces that basically reached or exceeded the weight of the highest bid at the auction at the beginning of the year. Even if the price of the black truffle was not as high as the white truffle, there were still 16 white truffles that had reached the highest bid at the beginning of the year, and most of them were much heavier than the white truffle. Truffles that were less than 2 kilograms were uncountable, and the lightest one was around 800 grams. It could be said that all of them were qualified to be auctioned. In the end, they had collected 171 pieces of white truffle, which was 243 kilograms in total. 119 pieces of black truffle, a total of 164 kilograms. The two truffles added up to more than 800 pounds. After the great joy, Xia Ruofei quickly calmed down. He realized that if so many truffles were put on the market all at once, even if there was a lack of truffles this year, it would definitely have a huge impact on the market price. This was something Xia Ruofei did not want to see. Naturally, he wanted to maximize his profits. According to the information disclosed by Ma Xiong, the harvest of the traditional truffle producing areas was generally not very good this year. The price of the first batch of truffles on the market might climb to a new high. He had to make good use of this favorable situation and not let his good hand be broken. Xia Ruofei pondered for a moment and immediately made a decision. Only a portion of the truffles could be released at the auction that was a collaboration with Hengfeng Group. At most, it would not exceed 1/3. Anyway, the truffles production season would last from November to March and April. Next year, Xia Ruofei could sell them in small batches and hold 3, 4, or even 5 auctions. This way, the impact on the price would be much smaller. There was another important reason why Xia Ruofei made this decision. Yu had gotten a lot of top-grade truffles this time. If they were all put up for auction, it would be difficult to get a high price. The rarer something was, the more expensive it would be. Any one of these top-grade truffles could become the main character of an auction. If all of them were sold at the same time, it would not highlight their preciousness. Xia Ruofei quickly divided the truffles. In the end, he picked out about 90 kilograms for the first auction. The remaining truffles were divided into 3 portions. He initially decided to sell all the truffles in 4 separate auctions. He wanted to take as long a time as possible to cover the entire truffle production season. In every batch of truffles, there were at least 2 giant truffles that weighed more than 2.5 kilograms, with at least 1 black truffle and 1 white truffle each. Xia Ruofei did not put the 2.98 kilogram piece of super white truffle up for auction in this batch. Instead, he put it in the last batch of good stuff, which was definitely the finale. In this batch, there was a 2.75 kilograms white truffle and a 2.66 kilograms black truffle, and some other truffles of other grades. In the end, it was about 55 kilograms of white truffle and 35 kilograms of black truffle. Xia Ruofei found a clean plastic tidying box and poured some rice into it. Then, he carefully placed the truffle pieces into the box, trying to leave some space and deliberately not filling it up. Finally, he poured in the rice and filled all the space, so that the truffle was buried in the rice. Although the spirit map space had an absolute preservation effect, these truffles were going to be sent to the auction, so he simply used the traditional preservation method. He could just take them out from the space when the time came. The truffles were sorted into 12 plastic boxes. Xia Ruofei marked each box to distinguish which auction they would be sent to. The first batch of truffles, about 90 kilograms, was filled with 2.5 boxes. One box was filled with black truffles, and the other 1.5 boxes were filled with white truffles. After arranging all the plastic boxes neatly, Xia Ruofei heaved a long sigh of relief. Although he was happy to see the boxes of truffles, he had to admit that it was a tedious task to carefully clean the truffles, classify, weigh, count, and then mix them reasonably. Even though Xia Ruofei was very energetic, he felt a sense of relief after he was done with everything. From the start of cleaning the truffles to the separation of the ingredients, it took almost 20 hours. Fortunately, all of this was done in the Archean realm. When Xia Ruofei left the realm and returned to the outside world, it was only 8 in the evening. It had been less than an hour in the outside world. Xia Ruofei did not contact Ma Xiong immediately. After all, he had just contacted Xia Ruofei that day. This top-grade truffle was not like cabbages. If he settled everything with this, it would instead cause unnecessary speculation. So he decided to wait for 2 or 3 days. However, Xia Ruofei was not idle. He first talked to Feng Jing. When Xia Ruofei arrived at Feng Jing's office, she was holding a stack of design drawings. She was using a red and blue pencil to mark and modify them. She was very focused. "Are you busy?" Xia Ruofei knocked on the door and said with a smile. Feng Rao heard Xia Ruofei's voice and quickly looked up. She stood up and said, "The chairman is here. Come in and sit." After pouring Xia Ruofei a glass of water, Feng Rao asked, "Chairman, what new instructions do you have?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "This is the internal design of the headquarters? You're out so quickly, logo." "Yep. However, there are some parts that are not quite consistent with what I had in mind. I was just about to ask them to revise the draft and then report it to you." Feng Jing smiled and said, "Every department has a different requirement. It's quite troublesome to coordinate them. You can distribute the design of the corresponding floor to the specific departments and let them check it themselves." Xia Ruofei said, "If you have to do everything by yourself, how are you going to handle it? I'm not too satisfied with this first draft. I'll make some amendments first, before seeking everyone's opinions." Feng Jing asked, "Is there something the chairman wants to talk to me about?" "Oh, there's something," Xia Ruofei said casually. "In a few days, our company will be working with Hengfeng Group to hold another auction." Feng Jing's eyes lit up. She put down the design in her hand and asked eagerly, "Auction? What's the auction this time? Is it still a top-grade abalone?" Ever since she joined the company, Feng Jing realized that Xia Ruofei had been producing a lot of good stuff. Most of them were not produced by Taoyuan agricultural products. However, everyone had their own secrets, and Feng Jing did not delve into them. Xia Ruofei shook his head. "It's not an abalone, but it's still very valuable. It's truffle. Top quality truffle. This is good stuff," Feng Rao said happily. This was a top-grade ingredient that was most favored by the upper-class people. "I also heard that the harvest of truffles this year isn't very good. If we can bring out high-quality truffles to auction, we'll definitely be able to get a very high price." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect you to pay so much attention to the truffle market. Feng Rao smiled in embarrassment and said, on one hand, it's because I'm in this industry now, so I'm used to learning more about top-tier food ingredients. On the other hand, I was lucky enough to taste truffles a few times when I was studying abroad. The taste of truffles is still fresh in my memory. But it's too expensive, Xia Ruofei said. You like truffles? That's easy, I'll give you a piece later. You can cook it yourself, or take it to a Western restaurant and ask a chef to cook it. No, 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 no. This is more expensive than gold. Feng Rao waved her hand. I already have the means to get truffles for auction. What's the big deal about letting you try one or two? Xia Ruofei said nonchalantly, it's decided then. Then, Xia Ruofei did not wait for Feng Rao to reject and continued, Chief Feng, I called you here today to let you know. The second reason is that I hope that you will still be in charge of communicating with Hengfeng Group for this auction. After all, you've dealt with them before and are more familiar with them. No problem. Feng Rao agreed without hesitation. The location of the auction, where do you think would be the most suitable? Xia Ruofei asked again. I think there are 3 choices. One is in a first-tier city in the mainland, one is to put it in Hong Kong, where we can find a place France or Italy where truffles are produced. Feng Rao thought for a while and said, if you're asking for my opinion, I think Hong Kong is the most suitable place. First, our abalone auction in Hong Kong was very successful, and we have a certain reputation. Second, Hong Kong was already known as the capital of Eastern cuisine, and the people of Hong Kong knew a lot about food. Third, Hengfeng's connections are very strong. Even if we hold a press conference in Hong Kong, we can still invite Western upper-class people to attend. Of course, the condition is that our truffles must be of very high quality. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and nodded. All right, I'll discuss it with old Mr. Ma again. By the way, Boss Feng, there's something I have to tell you first. Logo. Speak. Feng Jing said. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, this auction is nominally a cooperation between Paradise Corporation and Hengfeng Group. However, when signing the relevant agreement, I will use the name of my offshore company. This is because I hope that all the profits this time can be transferred to my offshore company's account. If the auction was held in Hong Kong or overseas, the profits could be easily transferred to the offshore company's account. Xia Ruofei was naturally not willing to let go of such an opportunity. If the money was transferred to a domestic company's account, there would be many cumbersome operations to transfer it out in the future. It might not feel much usually, but once a large amount of money was needed overseas and time was tight, it would be more troublesome. After all, Paradise Corporation's future development would definitely be out of China and into the global market. Feng Rao nodded without any hesitation. No problem. It's all your money anyway. Feng Jing couldn't help but burst into laughter. If it was in the past, she might have tried to fight for it, but now that the jaded skin cream sold well, Paradise Corporation had a large amount of cash flow and would continue to earn money in the future, so she didn't care much about the income from this auction. Furthermore, as she had said, the entire company belonged to Xia Ruofei. How could anyone have any opinions on how he wanted to handle the funds? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, all right, it's settled then. I'm still in contact with the source of truffles. After I've finalized it with Hengfeng Group. In a few days, you'll be in charge of the rest of the connection and coordination. Understood. Feng Jing smiled. I'm ready anytime. Xia Ruofei had asked for her opinion on the funding as a form of respect. She felt warm inside and was in a good mood. All right. Then you can go back to your work. Xia Ruofei stood up and said, Ling Yan is urging me to get the green tea. I have to go and settle this. Feng Jing stood up and sent Xia Ruofei to the office door. She smiled and said, our peach blossom de Hong Pao is selling like hotcakes on the e-commerce platform. Ling Yun and the rest were also full of energy. Now, I think we need to set up a special department as soon as possible to be in charge of the tea leaves. Also, you'd better find a new director of security as soon as possible. Feng Rao pursed her lips and laughed. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment and said, that makes sense. I think Ling Yun prefers to make tea leaves, so I'll let him do this. That's what I meant. Feng Rao said with a smile. I will consider it. Go and do your work. You don't have to see me off. Xia Ruofei smiled and waved at Feng Rao before he left her office. After Xia Ruofei left Feng Jing's office, he drove straight to the warehouse in the city. Now that the warehouse had been bought by Xia Ruofei, the core secret of the spirit painting scroll could not be leaked. It would be much more convenient to have such a transit point. Since the landlord was interested in selling it, Xia Ruofei might as well buy it out. When he arrived at the warehouse, he called Yi Lingyun and asked him to bring a truck over to transport the tea leaves. Xia Ruofei had asked Xia Qing to prepare these tea leaves yesterday. The quantity was not as much as the first time. The main reason was that the tea gardens in the Mountain Sea realm could only be harvested once every few months. Thus, they could only rely on the tea trees in the Archean realm to supply them. Xia Ruofei had already instructed Xia Qing to immediately pick and store the tea leaves once the tea trees at the Archean realm could be picked. Today's batch was accumulated after 3 to 4 times of picking. Xia Ruofei calculated the time. Just as Yi Lingyun was about to arrive, he took out the prepared tea leaves from the space and placed bags of tea leaves neatly in the warehouse. Yi Lingyun arrived at the warehouse very quickly. A small truck loaded up all the tea green. On the way back, Xia Ruofei asked Yi Lingyun to get in his car. Lingyun, I'll have to trouble you again. Xia Ruofei said with a smile as he drove. I'm not tired at all. I like making tea. Yi Lingyun chuckled. And I also feel a sense of accomplishment when I see the sales of our tea leaves are so hot. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, then, are you willing to specialize in tea leaves? Yi Lingyun was stunned for a moment and asked in surprise, Brother Xia, tea leaves don't require much energy. It's all staged. Is there a need to be fully responsible for this? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, it might not be in stages. In the future, after we sort out our relationship, I should have work all year round. In theory, tea leaves could be picked in all 4 seasons, such as pre-rain tea, as well as autumn tea, summer tea, winter tea, and so on. The main difference was the variety of tea leaves and the different production areas, so the picking time would be different. Therefore, it was not unreasonable for tea green to be provided every season. Hearing this, Yi Lingyun revealed a trace of joy and asked, Brother Xia, can we really provide such high-quality tea leaves in the future? Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Are you interested in helping me manage this area? Don't worry, you'll be in charge of the tea leaves business, so your pay will still be on par with the company's department director. You might even earn more, because this is linked to performance. Logo. I don't care about that. Yi Linyun replied nonchalantly. Brother Xia, if that's the case, I'm willing to. I knew you'd be willing. Xia Ruofei smiled. It was Xia Ruofei's sudden idea to let Yi Linyun learn how to make tea, and Yi Linyun only followed Xia Ruofei's orders. However, Yi Linyun had been with old Mr. Li Jifu for several months. Old Mr. Li treated him as his own and taught him all his skills without reservation. In the process, Yi Linyun gradually fell in love with the tea-making industry and enjoyed the sense of achievement brought by the process. Yi Linyun chuckled and scratched his head. Xia Ruofei said, "There's no hurry. We'll adjust after the New Year. However, during this period of time, you can consider a suitable candidate to replace the head of security. If necessary, you can secretly observe those veterans." Understood. Yi Linyun said, puffing out his chest. After returning to the farm, Yi Linyun brought a few veterans to start a new round of tea making, while Xia Ruofei returned to his small villa. Xia Ruofei finally contacted Ma Xiong after 2 days. When Ma Xiong received Xia Ruofei's call, he knew that the matter was basically settled. There was a trace of joy in his voice. "Xia Xing, is there any progress with the truffle?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Haha. I didn't fail you." "That's great." Ma Xiong couldn't help but slap his thigh and asked, excitedly, "Xia Xing, how's the quality of this season's truffles? How much is the production?" "Mr. Ma, there's no need to doubt the quality of the products from the Paradise Corporation," Xia Ruofei said indifferently. Ma Xiong was stunned for a moment before he chuckled. "That's true," Xia Ruofei continued. "You don't have to worry about the quantity. It will definitely exceed your expectations." "Oh?" Ma Xiong's interest was immediately piqued. He asked, "Xia Xing, can you tell me more about it?" "Of course." Xia Ruofei laughed. The auction needed to be warmed up in the preparation stage. Some information might be disclosed on the day of the auction, but it was impossible to keep everything a secret from Ma Xiong. "We can provide about 90 kilograms of truffles for the auction this time. Most of them are white truffles, and about black truffles," Xia Ruofei said. "What?" Before Xia Ruofei could finish, he was interrupted by Ma Xiong's shocked voice. "Xia Xing, did I hear you wrong? You mean 90 kg? And it's mainly white truffle?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Of course. Old Mr. Ma." This, Ma Xiong was in disbelief. "Xia Xing, this is unbelievable. In a good year, the entire world only produced about 3 tons of white truffle." It sounded like 3 tons was dozens of times more than 90 kilograms, but that was the weight of all the white truffles produced in all the production areas in the world combined. Furthermore, it was in a year with a good harvest, which spanned several months of production. The truffle picking season had just begun, and Xia Ruofei had managed to gather 90 kilograms in just a few days. Even if he only had half of the white truffle, it was still 45 kilograms. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei had said that white truffle was the majority of the 90 kilograms. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "Old Mr. Ma, do you need to take a break? I'm worried that your heart won't be able to take it. I'm so far away, so I won't be able to save you in time." Ma Xiong laughed out loud and said in a self-deprecating manner, "The older I get, the more impatient I become. But, Xia Xing, you've really given me a big surprise." "Xia Xing, Continue. I'm already mentally prepared. Yes. Old Mr. Ma. Xia Ruofei said, in this batch of truffles, the white truffle is about 55 kilograms. But that's not the main point. At this point, Xia Ruofei kept her in suspense and paused. Oh? Ma Xiong asked. Then. What's the news that's even more shocking? Mr. Ma, Xia Ruofei said with a smile, my truffles are usually heavy. It's perfect for an auction. Ma Xiong's spirits were suddenly lifted. At the truffle auction at the beginning of the year, Xia Ruofei had brought out a piece of white truffle that had broken the world record and was sold for a sky-high price of $1.25 million. Ma Xiong was there at the time and had a deep impression of it. Can you break the record set at the beginning of the year? He quickly asked. Xia Ruofei smiled and said in a relaxed manner, that's for sure. And I can tell you that the record this time will be greatly improved. Xia Ruofei could hear Ma Xiong's heavy breathing on the other end of the phone. He could not help but worry if the old man's heart could take it. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Mr. Ma. I'll keep you in suspense for the specific data. Next, I'll let our company's director Feng take charge of this matter. She will send you the detailed data. In short, we will definitely earn both fame and fortune at this auction. Good, good, good. Ma Ziying said, shushing, it's really not a bad idea to work with you. Xia Ruofei continued to ask, Mr. Ma, I would like to confirm the location of the auction with you. I have discussed it with my colleagues in the company. We think it is more appropriate to place it in Hong Kong. After all, our abalone auction was very successful last time. Sure, I agree. Ma Xiong said without much hesitation. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, it's decided for now. I'll ask Chief Feng to communicate the details to the Hengfeng auction house. By the way, Mr. Ma, I hope you can invite as many socialites and influential people in the industry as possible. It would be best if the famous truffle families in France and Italy could send people. All right. Since you have such a good item in your hands, we'll definitely do our best to promote it. The bigger the influence, the better, said Ma Xiong. Don't worry, I'll take care of the guests. That's great. Xia Ruofei said happily, Mr. Ma, I hope we have a happy cooperation. Truffles delivery season is still long. Ma Xiong was experienced and immediately understood the underlying meaning. He quickly asked, Xia Xing, you're saying that this truffle auction can be held more than once? If nothing unexpected happens, I can get more truffles. Xia Ruofei did not hide anything and said directly, but this time I think 90 kilograms of top-grade truffle is enough. Ma Xiong was overjoyed and said, right, things are precious when they are rare. Xia Sheng, I'll make a reservation with you first. As long as there's truffles being auctioned, you must have priority in cooperating with our Hengfeng auction house. Xia Ruofei laughed. Of course. It's always been a pleasure to work with you. Ma Xiong also laughed out loud. After discussing the general direction with Ma Xiong, Xia Ruofei hung up the phone and told Feng Jing that the negotiations were successful. He asked her to communicate and coordinate with the Hengfeng auction house in a day or two. The person of contact was still the general manager of the Hengfeng auction house, Dong Jiejun, who was urging Xia Ruofei to do something. Ma Xiong had to send his most capable person to follow up. Xia Ruofei made a table with the specific data of this batch of truffles. He also took many photos of the truffles with a single, lens reflex camera and sent them to Feng Jing by email. The auction house had to come up with a plan to warm up and promote the items according to the situation. They also had to design some promotional posters and advertisements. Xia Ruofei had provided some essential materials. This time, Ma Xiong didn't even send anyone to check the quality of the truffle. He had a blind trust in Xia Ruofei. Of course, this was built on their successful cooperation. The preparations for the auction were going on in an orderly manner. The time was set to be 2 weeks later at the Hengfeng Jiehua Hotel in Hong Kong. The Hengfeng Auction House's official website had been hyping up for a long time, and all sorts of promotional activities were being carried out in an orderly manner. Feng Jing hadn't gone to Hong Kong yet, so she was mainly communicating with Dong Jiejun through email and phone calls. Xia Ruofei also began to make preparations to go to the port. However, at this juncture, Xia Qing, who was in the spirit map space, took the initiative to contact Xia Ruofei through Divine Sense, which was a rare thing, logo. When Xia Qing took the initiative to contact Xia Ruofei was packing up. In fact, all of his daily items were stored in the spirit map space. Every time he went out, he would bring a small suitcase for show, so he didn't have much to pack. He was mainly thinking about what gift to bring for Ma Xiong. Xia Ruofei had a lot of good things. Tea leaves and wine were all rare treasures in the outside world. However, these things had been given away before, so there was nothing new. Just as Xia Ruofei was at a loss on what to choose, Xia Qing's voice rang in his mind, "Master." Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and immediately replied with his spiritual will, "Xia Qing, what happened? Is there a problem with the spirit map world?" The number of times Xia Qing took the initiative to contact him could be counted on one's fingers. Xia Qing was only a soul puppet. Most of the time, she completed her work meticulously according to Xia Ruofei's instructions. She did not have much of a human's complex emotions and ability to make impromptu decisions. "No, Master," Xia Qing replied, "I just wanted to report to you that we should be able to harvest the Mountain Sea Realm's cordyceps." Xia Ruofei immediately revealed a look of joy. A few months ago, he had personally rushed to the wormgrass production area in Nagku and brought the local plateau vegetation, soil, wormgrass, and fungi all into the space. He had also asked Xia Qing to specially open up 2 mu of land in the Mountain Sea Realm to cultivate wormgrass. Other than paying some attention to this matter when he was doing cultivation experiments at the Archean realm, Xia Ruofei basically didn't care about it. After that, he had never thought that he would be able to harvest the cordyceps that he had cultivated on a large scale in the mountain and sea realm so quickly. "I'll come in immediately," Xia Ruofei said expectantly. He was already in his bedroom, so he immediately got up and locked the door and windows. Then, he summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm and entered the space with a thought. Xia Ruofei immediately appeared next to the 2 mu of Cordyceps sinensis cultivation nursery in the Mountain Sea Realm. Xia Qing was already waiting for him there. "Master, look." Xia Qing came forward and pointed at the net as she spoke to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei looked in the direction that Xia Qing was pointing at. He saw that the originally black and fertile soil within the silk net was now covered with a layer of purplish, red grass. From afar, it looked like a layer of purplish, red carpet had been laid on the ground. There were also some lucky bat moth larvae that were not infected with the mycelium and successfully grew into bat moths. They flew around in the 2 acres of space. Some attached to the gauze, and some stayed in the land between the grass. These bat moths would be the new force to harvest cordyceps in the future. They would lay eggs on the ground, and in the next growth cycle, some of the bat moth larvae hatched from these eggs would be infected by mycelium and produce new cordyceps. Xia Qing's judgment was right. The grass exposed on the ground had turned purple, which meant that the cordyceps in the soil could be harvested. Xia Ruofei was dumbfounded. After a while, he said, "What the? Isn't the density a little too high? How can those bats and moths lay eggs?" In Nagku, where these cordyceps sinensis were produced, it would take herb harvesters a long time to search inch by inch on the hillside of the plateau, at an altitude of 4000 to 5000 m, before finding one wormgrass. The probability of finding 2 wormgrass in a very close distance was very low. The 2 acres of land covered by the net were covered with purple, red grass. If the grass harvesters of Nagku saw it, they would not believe their eyes. Xia Qing said, "Master, the spiritual qi in the mountain and sea realm is too rich. These bats and moths grow very quickly, and their egg laying rate is also very high. The survival rate of the eggs is even more astonishing. It's not surprising that their production rate is high." Xia Qing paused and continued, "Bats and moths breed very quickly. I suggest expanding the scope of cordyceps cultivation after this harvest. The next time the cordyceps grows, it will be too dense, which may affect the quality." Xia Ruofei nodded. "No problem. I'll buy the mesh and other materials and send them over. I'll have to trouble you to get them ready." "It's my duty, you're too kind, master," Xia Qing quickly said. After taking a look outside the mesh, Xia Ruofei decided to harvest all the wormgrass. There were many bats and moths within the range of the net. If he went in directly, he might disturb them and even hurt these fragile moths. However, in the spirit map space, this was not a difficult task for Xia Ruofei. With a slight thought, his powerful spiritual will enveloped the 2 acres of area. Following that, the tens of thousands of bats and moths within the net were all bound by an invisible force and gathered in one area. Whether it was those that were still on the net, those that were hidden among the dense grass, or those that were flying in the air, all of them were wrapped in spatial force, without exception. Xia Ruofei's control over the entire spirit map space had reached a very deep level. This piece of land was only 2 mu, which was a small corner in the mountain sea realm. Even if the number of bats and moths doubled, with Xia Ruofei's current strength, he could still easily control it. Xia Ruofei had already done the relevant design when he was building the cordyceps sinensis cultivation nursery. These bats and moths were restrained by an invisible force in space and slowly gathered in a corner. Then, Xia Ruofei used another spiritual thought, and a piece of silk net hanging at the side immediately unfolded. Logo. Under Xia Ruofei's precise control, the buckles were fastened one after another. This piece of mesh was tightly connected to the original mesh, forming a small isolation area, isolating the bats and moths inside. "Let's go," Xia Ruofei said to Xia Qing, "Go in and take a look." One of the nets was fixed with magic tape. Xia Ruofei lifted the net and carefully stepped into the cordyceps sinensis cultivation nursery with Xia Qing. There were too many mature grass here, and they could easily step on them if they were not careful. Xia Ruofei squatted down, and Xia Qing immediately handed him a small wooden shovel. Xia Ruofei carefully dug into the soft soil with the shovel. Wormgrass was not like truffles. They basically grew underground, so Xia Ruofei quickly dug one out. Xia Qing immediately handed over a very soft brush. Xia Ruofei used the brush to carefully clean the soil on the surface of the cordyceps. Then, a fat cordyceps with a head of grass appeared in front of the two. This was not Xia Ruofei's first time harvesting wormgrass. When Ying had just collected the mycelium, soil, and vegetation, he had asked Xia Qing to experiment with planting them at the Archean realm. Hence, he had a rough idea of what they were. Comparing the two, Xia Ruofei was very satisfied with this wormgrass that he had randomly picked. It seemed to be thicker than the wormgrass he had picked at the Archean realm. "You're an expert, take a look." Xia Ruofei smiled as he handed the heavy winter caterpillar fungus to Xia Qing. Xia Qing took it and looked at it briefly, then said, "Master, judging from its weight, color, and some distinctive features, as well as the unique thick butter fragrance, this wormgrass is of extremely high quality. It's not inferior to the worm grass we planted at the Archean realm. In fact, it might even be better. If all the wormgrass in this garden could reach such a high quality, we would have a big harvest this time." Xia Ruofei revealed a satisfied smile and dusted off the dirt on his hands. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's start work. Xia Qing, make a trip to the Archean realm and find a set of tools for digging the wormgrass. Also, find a few plastic boxes and bring them over. We'll dig together." "Yes, master." After Xia Qing left, Xia Ruofei started to focus on digging the wormgrass. Very soon, Xia Qing returned to the wormgrass cultivation nursery from the Archean realm. The master and servant split up and began to get busy in the garden. This was perhaps the simplest grass digging job in the world. There was no oxygen, deficient environment like the snow region plateau, no plateau snow wolves that could appear at any time, no dangerous steep slopes, and no need to search inch by inch with wide eyes. All they had to do was to keep digging. Of course, they still had to be careful not to damage the skin of the Owedo, but for Xia Ruofei and Xia Qing, this was a simple thing. For a whole 8 to 9 hours, this master and servant pair did not stop at all, bending over to work. Fortunately, Xia Qing was only a spiritual puppet, and Xia Ruofei's physique was stronger than a bull. If it were an ordinary person, his waist would have been broken. Xia Ruofei looked up. The two of them had only completed a very small area. As far as the eye could see, it was still a large area of purple, red. Although Tumu of land wasn't big, and the two of them were very skilled in digging the wormgrass, they couldn't stand the high density of the wormgrass. There were probably hundreds of wormgrass in every square meter, so it was normal for the two to progress slowly. He stood up gloomily, stretched his sore waist, and said to Xia Qing, "It seems like I won't be able to finish it today. I still have things to do outside, so I can't stay in the origin space all the time." He pondered for a moment and continued, "How about this? Xia Qing, let's stop here for today. Let's go to the Archean realm and clean up the wormgrass. We'll also take stock of today's harvest. You can slowly dig out the rest of the wormgrass." "Yes, master." Xia Ruofei and Xia Qing left the Owedo cultivation nursery. He carefully stuck the magic tape on the mesh and then used the invisible force of space to unbuckle the quarantine area mesh, hanging it on one side. The bats and moths regained their freedom and immediately flew away. Bats and moths could be seen flying everywhere. in the area of 2 mu. After a while, some of the bats and moths slowly fell down, stopping on the gauze or on the purple, red grass. Although he had not harvested all the cordyceps yet, it was not good to keep the bats and moths in such a small space, so Xia Ruofei decided to let them out first. When Xia Qing went to dig wormgrass again, he would come in and isolate them again. Xia Ruofei brought Xia Qing and the cordyceps he obtained this time back to the Archean realm. Working in the Archean realm could save him some time. Also, he wouldn't disturb these bats and moths if he stayed further away. These bats and moths were now Xia Ruofei's precious treasure. The next step was to continue to expand the area of the worm garden. The master and servant arrived at the spatial spirit pond. Xia Ruofei first picked up the ladle beside the pond and scooped up some clear spatial spirit pond water. He gulped down a few mouthfuls and instantly felt refreshed. The fatigue in his body seemed to have been removed. "Let's start work," Xia Ruofei said. He and Xia Qing started to clean the wormgrass one by one with soft brushes. There was a large amount of cordyceps, and the work was not easy. The cleaning work had to be very meticulous and careful, so it took even longer than digging the cordyceps. After a full 10 hours, the master and servant pair finally cleaned up all the awito they had harvested today. Fortunately, the flow of time at the Archean realm was 30 times faster than the outside world. Xia Ruofei didn't mind spending more time here. After cleaning up the cordyceps, Xia Ruofei lay down on the recliner by the pond and said, "I'll rest for a while." Xia Qing, check how much we've gained this time. Yes, master. Xia Qing was absolutely obedient to Xia Ruofei's orders. Besides, he was never tired. As long as he absorbed a small amount of spiritual qi, he could always maintain a full health state. Xia Ruofei was resting on the deck chair with his eyes closed. In this space that was rich in spiritual qi, there seemed to be a sweet scent in the air, which made one feel relaxed and happy. He actually fell asleep without realizing it. Xia Ruofei didn't know how long had passed before he woke up. He saw Xia Qing standing beside him with her hands down. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked, "Xia Qing, you've already finished counting?" "Yes, master." Xia Qing bowed slightly and said, "I've already finished counting. I saw that you were resting, master, so I didn't disturb you." "Hey, you could have just woken me up," Xia Ruofei said. "Tell me, how's our harvest this time?" "Yes." Xia Qing said immediately, "Master, we have a total of 2,168 wormgrass this time." Xia Ruofei sat up from the chair and asked with his eyes wide open, "How much?" Xia Qing was startled. She hesitated for a moment and said, "Master, it's 2168. I counted them one by one, so it shouldn't be wrong." Xia Ruofei only knew that he had harvested very quickly today, and should have gained a lot, but when he heard the exact number Xia Qing had reported, he was still shocked. Xia Ruofei's first reaction was to return to the mountain sea realm in a flash. He stood in front of the net of the Chinese caterpillar fungus garden and gauged the area that had just been harvested. The result made his old face blush. He and Xia Qing had been busy for so long, but they had only harvested 5 or 6 square meters. In the purple, red color, it couldn't be seen if one didn't pay attention. Xia Ruofei quickly calculated in his heart. The wormgrass was distributed very evenly. If he could harvest 2,160 wormgrass in such a small area, how many wormgrass could he harvest in 2 acres? He wouldn't have known if he didn't count. but he was shocked when he did. In this mere 2 mu of land, he could actually harvest about 500,000 cordyceps. Logo. With a thought, Xia Ruofei returned to the Archean realm in a flash. Xia Ruofei's round trip took 2 to 3 minutes, but more than an hour had passed in the Archean realm. Although Xia Qing didn't know why Xia Ruofei suddenly left, he was still loyal to his duty, and began to spread the 2,000 wormgrass on the plastic sheet. After the Cordyceps sinensis was harvested, it still needed to be dried into dry grass, before it could be the final product. Once Xia Ruofei entered the space, he said, "Xia Qing, your next main task is to harvest the cordyceps in the cordyceps garden. As long as you have time, go and dig up the cordyceps. Harvest all the cordyceps as soon as possible." 2 mu of land didn't feel big, but after experiencing it for himself today, Xia Ruofei knew that it would take a lot of time to harvest all the Uito. Because this was a meticulous work, he couldn't rush it, or else the skin of the wormgrass might be damaged, causing damage. Even if the cordyceps were growing in the shallow layer of the Earth's surface, and even if Xia Qing became more and more skilled in her work, and even if she could work 24 hours a day, it would still take 1 or 2 months to finish harvesting. "Yes, master." Xia Qing had never hesitated to carry out Xia Ruofei's orders. "These cordyceps are already drying. I'll go over and continue digging." Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "Wait a moment." He scanned the area with his mental energy and quickly found some mesh and iron wires in a corner of the Archean realm. These were the leftovers from the previous time he built the cordyceps plantation. Xia Ruofei casually stored them in his storage space. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and these things flew over and floated in front of him. "Let's go," Xia Ruofei said. Then, with a thought, he disappeared from the Archean realm with Xia Qing, the mesh, iron wires, and buckles. The next moment, they appeared beside the wormgrass nursery in the Mountain Sea realm. Xia Ruofei's idea was simple. He wanted to build a small space next to the wormgrass nursery for the bats and moths to live in. Because Xia Qing had to come over to harvest the cordyceps at any time, Xia Ruofei couldn't come in to help isolate the bats and moths every time. Xia Qing's control of space was very limited, so Xia Ruofei had to do this personally. In addition, he also considered that the next step would be to expand the area of the wormgrass cultivation nursery. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to set up a small area next to the nursery with a mesh net for the bats and moths to live in. When he expanded the area of the nursery, he would include this area. In this case, it would be fine even if the bats and moths laid eggs in this quarantine area during this time. Xia Ruofei and Xia Qing worked together and quickly set up an isolation area of about 5 to 6 square meters, which was completely covered by the gauze. Xia Ruofei lifted the veil of the quarantine area and used the invisible force of space to transfer all the bats and moths in the wormgrass nursery to the quarantine area. Finally, he stuck the veil on it with magic tape. "It's done." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Xia Qing, it's been hard on you during this period of time. After you finish the other daily tasks, come and harvest the wormgrass. Dig out all the wormgrass as soon as possible." "Yes, master," Xia Qing said without hesitation. Then, she went into the Uito cultivation nursery and began to work without a word. Xia Ruofei stood outside and said to Xia Qing through the net, "That's right, pay attention to the time. After the winter cordyceps in the Archean realm is done drying, remember to inform me immediately." "Yes, master." Xia Qing stood up and said respectfully. All right, then you can go back to your work. I'm going out first. When Xia Ruofei returned to the outside world, the sky was already dark. He had spent almost the entire day in the medium. Fortunately, the company's operations were going on as usual, and Feng Jing had left for Hong Kong in advance, so he had some free time. The phone that he had placed on the table had never rung before. The spirit map space must have blocked the signal of the phone, so Xia Ruofei usually did not bring his phone with him when he entered the space. However, he would separate a small portion of his mental energy so that he would be able to detect it immediately if someone accidentally barged in or if his phone vibrated. His phone had not rung that day. There were only 1 or 2 WeChat notifications. Xia Ruofei was busy digging up the wormgrass and did not bother with them. After returning to the bedroom, Xia Ruofei picked up his phone and looked at the messages. One was from Ling Qingxue, and the other was from Feng Jing. There was nothing important, so Ling Qingxue was just casually chatting. Seeing that Xia Ruofei was ignoring her, she sent a pouting emoji. Feng Jing gave a brief report on her work in Hong Kong over the past 2 days. Xia Ruofei replied to both of them on WeChat and found an excuse to explain. He chatted with Ling Qingxue on WeChat for a while and felt his stomach rumbling with hunger. Ying hadn't eaten much the entire day and had only drunk some water from the spirit pond in the space. Even though he had an extraordinary physique, he still felt his stomach growling. So he told Ling Qingxue, got up, and went downstairs. He opened the refrigerator and rummaged through it. It was already 8 in the evening. Xia Ruofei was too lazy to cook, so he found some dumplings and cooked them to fill his stomach. Logo. These dumplings were not frozen dumplings from the supermarket. Xia Ruofei had asked Chao Tieshu's wife to make them for him. They were kept in the refrigerator so that he could quickly get food when he was too lazy to cook. The filling of the dumplings was made from Taoyuan vegetables. After it was cooked, the fragrant taste immediately spread out, making Xia Ruofei's appetite increase. He gobbled up the entire bowl of dumplings, at least 20 or 30 of them, before he felt that his stomach was almost full. After dinner, Xia Ruofei did not rush to go upstairs. Instead, he took out a special cigarette without any logo, flicked one out, and lit it up. Then, he walked out to the yard to take a walk to digest his food. Xia Ruofei walked around the farm for a while and returned to the courtyard of the villa. He sat down on the stone bench in the courtyard and sighed as he smoked. Ever since he had obtained Xia Qing's spiritual puppet, Xia Ruofei felt that he had less to worry about. Xia Qing's working ability was beyond doubt. He had created it to assist in the management of the space. But today, Xia Ruofei felt that one Xia Qing was not enough. If he were to encounter such a complicated job, no matter how capable Xia Qing was, he was the only one. If only we had a few more soul puppets like Xia Qing. Xia Ruofei looked at the stars in the sky and muttered to himself. If there were 100 spiritual puppets in the medium, everything would be done quickly. Not to mention 100 spiritual puppets like Xia Qing, even if there were 3 or 5 more, the work efficiency would be improved several times. However, Xia Ruofei was only thinking about it. At least, it was impossible for him to realize it at the moment. Xia Qing, the only soul puppet, was also left behind by the space's original owner. All he did was inscribe the core runes to activate Xia Qing and make her recognize him as her master. It was Impossible for Xia Ruofei to make a spiritual puppet by himself. A soul puppet at Xia Qing's level had already exceeded the peak of the outside world's technology by a large margin. At least, Xia Ruofei had never seen any intelligent robot developed by any organization that could be as realistic as Xia Qing. Not only in appearance, Xia Qing's body was also made of unknown materials. Even Xia Ruofei couldn't tell the difference between her and a real person. The most important thing was that Xia Qing had a certain level of independent thinking ability and could communicate with Xia Ruofei like a normal human being. This was a level that the artificial intelligence in the world today was far from reaching. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and shook his head. He knew that he was being too extravagant. However, he suddenly thought of another possibility. Perhaps, the only possibility that he could create a spiritual puppet himself was that mysterious cave in the mountain and sea realm, with those unsealed treasures. Xia Ruofei had gained immeasurable benefits just by getting the human-shaped jade talisman. There were also the earth and heaven jade talismans at the back, and there was a small jade box in the last light ball. Since it was placed behind the heaven jade talismans, it must be more precious. If there was still a glimmer of hope to obtain the method to create a spiritual puppet, it would definitely be in the 2 jade talismans and the jade box. However, Xia Ruofei would give it a try every now and then. He was still some distance away from breaking through the protective light film of the earth jade talisman. He did not even dare to think about the heaven jade talisman and the jade box. Besides, even if he did get the method to make the spiritual puppet, Xia Ruofei estimated that the conditions to make it would be very harsh. The materials might be very difficult to collect, or the method might have a very high cultivation level requirement. In short, Xia Ruofei did not believe that such a high-level spiritual puppet could be easily created. He shook his head with a smile, knowing that he was thinking too much. These things were still far away for him. He could only let Xia Qing try her best to harvest the cordyceps, as it would take some time, but there was no other way. After playing with Blackie and Lightning in the yard for a while, Xia Ruofei went upstairs to take a shower. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening when Xia Qing took the initiative to contact him with her divine sense. Xia Ruofei immediately locked the door and windows and entered the spirit map space. He had stayed in the outside world for about 2 to 3 hours, which meant that 3 to 4 days had passed in the Archean realm. Those cordyceps had already been dried. When Xia Ruofei arrived at the space, Xia Qing immediately came to greet him. Master, these 2,000 pieces of cordyceps have already been processed. Xia Qing pointed to a plastic box and said. Xia Ruofei took a look and saw that the Awido had been neatly placed in the plastic box. If a timid person, especially a person with trypophobia, saw these thick, dried worms, with dark purple grass on the head of each worm, they would probably be scared to death. However, in Xia Ruofei's eyes, the cordyceps sinensis was very pleasing to the eye. What's the weight of the finished dried grass? Xia Ruofei knew that Xia Qing had definitely weighed it before. He didn't need to tell her to do so. Xia Qing wasn't a machine that executed commands. Most of the time, she would make decisions based on her own database, which was the most valuable part. Of course, this was also the main reason why Xia Ruofei felt that he had no hope of creating a spiritual puppet. Sure enough, Xia Qing immediately said respectfully, Master, the total weight of the 2160 wormgrass is 1963.6 grams, almost 2.5 kilograms. Xia Ruofei quickly calculated in his heart and said with a smile, in other words, almost every 1100 of them weigh 1,000 grams? The wormgrass he had harvested this time were all quite uniform in size, no big or small. Hence, Xia Ruofei didn't even need to divide them into different levels. He only needed to do a simple division to get the result. Yes, master. Xia Qing nodded. Very good. Xia Ruofei was genuinely happy. The last time he tried planting it, it weighed about 1,200 wormgrass per kilogram, which was far beyond the standard of 1,500 wormgrass per kilogram. Xia Ruofei didn't expect that the quality of the wormgrass harvested from this large-scale planting would be even higher than the ones harvested from the experimental planting. Back then, they had harvested less than 500 grams of wormgrass for the experiment, but it was bought by President Lin of Qiantang Tongren Hall for 350,000 yuan. In other words, the purchase price given by Mr. Lin at that time was 700,000 yuan per kilogram. When CEO Lin returned to Qiantang, he immediately asked a professional organization to test the Awito that Xia Ruofei sold him. The test results were far beyond their expectations. For this reason, President Lin even called Xia Ruofei to report the test report's data. Then, he embarrassedly said that the price of 350,000 yuan was a little too low and insisted on paying Xia Ruofei another 50,000 yuan. Xia Ruofei had smiled and declined. That little bit of money was nothing to Xia Ruofei. The bulk of the wormgrass would be his. However, the fact that Mr. Lin was able to offer 800,000 yuan per kilogram also reflected the high quality of the batch of cordyceps. This time, the cordyceps he had harvested was even better than the one he had planted last time. Xia Ruofei estimated that President Lin would buy it without hesitation even if he asked for 1.1 million grams. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but start to calculate how much profit he could make if he harvested all the wormgrass in the Cordyceps sinensis nursery. He conservatively estimated that these 2 acres of land could harvest about 500,000 Cordyceps sinensis. This batch of wormgrass was more average. After being made into dry grass, 1,100 wormgrass would weigh about 1,000 grams. In other words, Xia Ruofei would be able to harvest about 450 kilograms of dried grass. Even if it was calculated at 800,000 yuan per kilogram, that would still be 360 million yuan. Xia Ruofei was shocked by the result. It was just 2 acres of land. In a few months' time, besides making a trip to the production area of Naku, he basically did not pay any other costs, but he could obtain a profit of 3 to 400 million yuan. This was simply a zero capital 10,000 profit. Logo. Although Xia Ruofei had already estimated that the benefits would be very considerable when he decided to cultivate the Awito, the data he obtained after the harvest today still made him feel a little dizzy. Even now that the Paradise Corporation had entered the fast track of development, and the Taoyuan vegetables and jade skin cream could reap a large amount of profits, the huge profits from Cordyceps sinensis still surprised Xia Ruofei. Xia Qing, quickly harvest all the Awito. Xia Ruofei said with a hint of excitement, I'm going to expand the cultivation garden as soon as possible. Yes, master. Xia Qing said, I'll go and continue digging for wormgrass. Wait. Xia Ruofei stopped Xia Qing. Pick out 500 grams of wormgrass and wrap it in a gift box. I'll use it these 2 days. Understood. Xia Qing said calmly. During the day, Xia Ruofei was still hesitating about what gift to give Ma Xiong. After all, he was in Someone else's territory, and it would not be good to go empty-handed. This batch of wormgrass was like a timely rain. The wormgrass itself was a precious herb with higher nutritional content than ginseng. It could enhance the body's immunity and nourish the lungs and kidneys. For the elderly, this gift was perfect. After giving Xia Qing a few more instructions, Xia Ruofei left the space and returned to the outside world. It was already past 10 at night. Since he had to fly to Hong Kong the next day, Xia Ruofei took a shower and went to bed. The next morning, Xue Ming, the manager of Hengfeng Group's Sanshan office, personally brought a car to Taoyuan Farm and sent Xia Ruofei to the airport. This time, Ma Xiong had sent a private jet to pick Xia Ruofei up. Just like the top-grade abalone auction, Xia Ruofei had to bring 90 kilograms of precious truffles. It was not convenient to take a civilian flight. In Ma Xiong's opinion, it was not safe either. Hence, he insisted on sending a plane to pick him up. Xia Ruofei could not reject him and could only agree helplessly. Xia Ruofei and Xue Ming were old acquaintances. They exchanged a few words before Xue Ming personally placed the 3 boxes that Xia Ruofei had prepared into the trunk of the Mercedes-Benz. When they arrived at the airport, Xue Ming carried the precious truffles onto the plane. After he had settled down, he respectfully said goodbye to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei had been in Ma Xiong's Gulfstream G650 private plane many times. Ma Xiong had even sent a plane to pick him up several times, so the flight crew was very familiar with Xia Ruofei. They were also very respectful to Xia Ruofei because they knew that this young man had an extraordinary relationship with their big boss. Besides, Xia Ruofei did not put on airs. He was very gentle to everyone, which made the crew members have a good impression of him. The flight from Sanshan to Hong Kong was very short. However, in the short 2 hours, Xia Ruofei still enjoyed the best service. Other than Ma Xiong's collection of fine wine, there was even a professional chef who was cooking for Xia Ruofei on the plane. The Gulfstream G650's cruising altitude was higher than that of the general civil aircraft. This altitude level was more stable, except for slight bumps during the take off and landing. The rest of the time was quite stable. Xia Ruofei had basically enjoyed a French feast in the sky before landing in Hong Kong's airport. Ma Jiming and Feng Jing went to the airport to pick them up. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they got on the car and returned to the Hengfeng Jiahua Hotel in Hong Kong. As expected, the Ma family had arranged for Xia Ruofei to stay in the only presidential suite in Hengfeng Jiahua. Xia Ruofei knew that he couldn't refuse. Ma Xiong would definitely not agree to it, so he had no choice but to accept it. Ma Xiong had invited many upper-class celebrities to this auction. Many of them were from Europe and America. The only presidential suite was reserved for Xia Ruofei. It was clear that Ma Xiong valued him. Xia Ruofei had just placed the 3 boxes of truffles into the specially prepared cold cabinet when Ma Xiong brought Tian Huixin and Huan Huan to his room. "Brother, are you okay?" Huan Huan wriggled out of Tian Huixin's arms and quickly pounced on Xia Ruofei. "Little Huan Huan." A warm smile appeared on Xia Ruofei's face. He lifted Huan Huan up and kissed her on her tender little face. He said, "Long time no see. Huan Huan has grown so much taller." "Yeah," Huan Huan said proudly. "That's because Huan Huan has been very obedient during her meals." Not bad," Xia Ruofei complimented them. He then carried Huan Huan and greeted Ma Xiong and Tian Huixin. Old Master Ma, and Tian, nice to meet you. Xia Sheng, you've had a hard journey. Ma Xiong said with a smile. They all knew that Huan Huan and Xia Ruofei were very close. She had always been very clingy to Xia Ruofei, so they did not let Huan Huan get off Xia Ruofei's arms. If it was any other guest, it would be a little impolite. However, the Ma family treated Xia Ruofei as one of their own, so it didn't matter. Everyone, please take a seat. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, President Feng, I have some tea leaves in my bag that I brought from home. Could you please make some for everyone? All right, he said. Feng Rao replied. Xiaoxing, there's no hurry to drink tea. I came here today to take a look. Ma Xiong quickly said. Although he had already known the specific data of this batch of truffles many days ago and knew that Xia Ruofei would not give an empty promise, as a glutton who loved truffles, he could not help but want to see what the giant truffle that was more than 5 caddies was like. However, Xia Ruofei did not put the giant white truffle that was nearly 6 caddies on the auction logo. Xia Ruofei gestured for Feng Rao to continue making tea as he laughed and said, Mr. Ma, I brought the truffles. They won't grow legs and run away, so don't worry. Oh, right, Xia Ruofei turned around and said, President Feng, there's a brown gift box in my bag. Please help me get it. All right, please wait a moment. Feng Rao replied. Soon, Feng Jing found the tea can and gift box in Xia Ruofei's bag. She walked over with the 2 items and handed the gift box to Xia Ruofei. Then, she went to the side to make tea. Xia Ruofei carried Huan Huan with one hand and passed the gift box to Ma Xiong with the other. He smiled and said, Mr. Ma, this is just a small gift to show my respect. Ma Xiong's eyes lit up as he knew that Xia Ruofei's gift must be something good. He took the gift box and said happily, Xia Sheng, you're so polite every time you come. I'm so embarrassed, haha, it's just a little local specialty. Xia Ruofei smiled. This is a product that our company is currently selling. It's a gift for you to nourish your body. Oh? Ma Xiong couldn't help but open the gift box on the spot. The couple, Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin, were also very curious about Xia Ruofei's gift and couldn't help but stick their heads out to take a look. As soon as the box was opened, Ma Xiong couldn't help but gasp. Ma Jiming even directly exclaimed in surprise, such a huge Awito. Xia Sheng, your gift is really too rare. In the box, more than 500 cordyceps sinensis were neatly arranged, with their heads facing the same direction. Each one of them was quite plump and presented a beautiful golden color. The Ma family had seen the world, especially the Hong Kong people who paid special attention to food and medicine. They all knew how precious this grade of cordyceps was. Ma Xiong held the gift box in his arms as if he had found a treasure and said emotionally, although I know that Xia Xing is always generous, I was still shocked by such a large wormgrass. What's more, these wormgrass are very even. Tian Huixin also said. Yup. Ma Xiong said, Xiaoxing, you must have spent a lot of money, right? Ma Xiong knew that a small box of wormgrass would cost at least a few 100,000 yuan. Although this amount of money was nothing to him, there were many good things that could not be bought with money, such as the old wild ginseng, the top-grade truffles, and abalone provided by Xia Ruofei. The wormgrass obviously belonged to this category. Xia Ruofei chuckled. This is our company's product. We didn't spend much on it. I'm glad you like it. Of course, I like good things. Ma Xiong laughed. And said, especially since I'm an old man. I need to nourish myself. Everyone laughed when they heard that. Ma Xiong was still in good health. He was lucky to be alive after suffering from a severe cerebral hemorrhage. There would definitely be some side effects. However, Xia Ruofei's miraculous treatment did not cause any side effects. In fact, his body was in good condition. He was even better than before he fell sick. Therefore, the Ma family was very grateful to Xia Ruofei. Xiaoxing, does this mean that your company still has a lot of such wormgrass? Ma Jiming asked. Xia Ruofei knew what Ma Jiming meant. He smiled and said, we do have some, but we've already reached an agreement with Tongren Hall, so we're basically not selling them to the public. That's a pity. I wanted to have a chance to work together. Ma Jiming said with regret. Ma Xiong laughed and said, Jiming, you can't earn all the money. Xiaoxing had many good things. I have my own business partners. Ma Xiong knew that Tongren Hall had a unique advantage in the sales of expensive Chinese medicine like cordyceps. Although Hengfeng Group was involved in many fields, Tongren Hall was still better than them in the Chinese medicine industry. Now that the channels were king, it was reasonable and irreproachable for Xia Ruofei to choose Tongren Hall as his business partner. Feng Rao served the tea and Xia Ruofei invited everyone to enjoy the tea. They sat down and chatted for a while. Xia Ruofei noticed that Ma Xiong was a little absent-minded and knew that he was still thinking about the truffles. He could not help but laugh to himself. Xia Ruofei stood up and put little Huan Huan down. Then, he said, Mr. Ma, I'll take out the truffle first. Otherwise, you won't even be in the mood to drink tea. Ma Xiong's face turned red as he laughed awkwardly. Hee hee, I've been looking forward to this batch of truffles ever since I saw the data you sent me, he said. Xia Ruofei walked over and opened the refrigerator. He took out all 3 plastic boxes. Ma Jiming also came over to help. The two of them carried the 3 boxes to the living room and placed them on the coffee table. Xia Ruofei opened all 3 plastic boxes in one breath. The truffles were all buried in the rice, so one couldn't tell from the outside. However, Xia Ruofei had personally put them in, so he was naturally very familiar with them. He reached into one of the boxes without thinking and took out a huge piece of white truffle from the rice. The truffle was as big as a basketball and it was heavy in his hand. It looked like a large piece of ginger or a sweet potato. However, it was this unremarkable-looking large piece of sweet potato that seemed to have endless magic, and immediately caught the Ma family's eyes. This is too big. Ma Xiong was shocked as he mumbled to himself, this is the finale item for tomorrow's auction? Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Yes, 2.73 kilograms. The living room quieted down. Ma Xiong, Ma Jiming, and the others were breathing heavily. After a long while, Ma Xiong said with a bitter smile, I shouldn't have come. I saw such a good piece of white truffle, but I had to put it up for auction. Xiaoxing, do you know how cruel it is for an experienced truffle glutton? Tian Huixin and Feng Rao couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. Old kids, old kids. People would slowly return to their true selves as they grew older. Ma Xiong's expression at that moment was like a child who had just seen his favorite toy. Tian Huixin knew how much her father-in-law loved truffles, so she couldn't help but say, why don't we Discuss this with Ruofei. No. Ma Xiong said firmly, the auction is more important. Besides, the promotional video was released a few days ago. How could the finale item be missing? Ma Xiong was still rational. He knew what was more important. He knew that not only could he not buy this giant white truffle from Xia Ruofei in private, he could not even bid for it at the auction. There were no impenetrable walls in the world. This was an auction hosted by Hengfeng Group. If he were to bid or entrust someone else to bid, it would eventually be exposed by the media in Hong Kong. He would definitely be accused of deliberately hyping up the price. At that time, good things would turn bad. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Old Mr. Ma, don't worry. I've long known that you love truffles, so how could I not have made preparations? Oh? Ma Xiong's eyes lit up. He looked at Xia Ruofei expectantly and asked, Xia Sheng, you mean? Xia Ruofei smiled and did not say anything. He took out a piece of white truffle from the plastic container on the far right that was not full. This piece of white truffle was about the same size as the one he had just taken out. It also had a strong and unique smell. To Ma Xiong, this smell was the symbol of extreme deliciousness. The visual impact of the two truffles placed together was even stronger. Xia Ruofei pointed at the piece of white truffle and smiled. Mr. Ma, I prepared this for you. Are you satisfied, Logo? This truffle was indeed specially prepared by Xia Ruofei. He knew that Ma Xiong loved truffles. Among the white truffles produced this time, there were a few that weighed more than 2.5 kilograms. Even if they were to be sold in 4 auctions, there would be enough. Therefore, he chose a truffle that was about the same weight as the final truffle in the auction. He was giving Ma Xiong enough face. Ma Xiong was stunned when he saw the huge piece of white truffle. He couldn't believe it and thought he had heard it wrong. He couldn't help but turned to Xia Ruofei and asked, Xia Sheng, you're saying this white truffle isn't going to be auctioned? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh and asked, Mr. Ma, this piece of white truffle weighs 2.67 kilograms. Have you seen this piece of white truffle in the relevant data we sent over? No. Ma Xiong quickly replied. I don't have any. So I prepared it especially for you. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I hope you're satisfied. I'm satisfied. I'm satisfied. Ma Xiong said, Xia Sheng, you're too kind. I can wake up laughing from my dreams. Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. After Ma Xiong finished speaking, he looked at the basketball-sized truffle and smiled happily as if he was looking at the most beautiful woman in the world. Ma Jiming hesitated for a moment and said, Xia Sheng, truffles of this size are very rare. It's better to auction them off. Ma Xiong immediately glared at Ma Jiming, but he knew that his son was right. He really wanted the white truffle, but from a logical point of view, it was the most suitable to auction it off. If there was no other 2.73 kilograms white truffle, it would have broken the world record. Even though he was very reluctant, he couldn't scold Ma Jiming, so Ma Xiong's expression became very strange. Xia Ruofei laughed in his heart and said, Mr. Ma, it doesn't matter. This truffle looks quite rare now, but there's still a long way to go before the truffle season this year. Maybe in a few months, this truffle will no longer be a big deal. Xia Ruofei's words were meaningful. Ma Xiong and Ma Jiming understood immediately. They looked at each other and could not hide their joy. They knew that Xia Ruofei's words meant that he could find more of these top-grade truffles. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei had mentioned that this season's truffles might be auctioned more than once. They would have to cooperate many times, which made it even more obvious. Ma Xiong nodded and said, Xia Xing, the Ma family and Hengfeng Group will always be your most trustworthy and loyal partners. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Ma Xiong picked up the white truffle and pointed to the other one that was going to be auctioned. Xia Sheng, I'll be taking the things first. We'll settle the bill according to the auction price of this truffle. Ma Xiong loved the top-grade abalones and truffles from Paradise Corporation. Since Xia Ruofei was willing to let him buy them in private, he would not be polite. However, he would never let Xia Ruofei suffer a loss in terms of price. It was the same this time. He would buy the truffle that Xia Ruofei had reserved for him at the same price as the 2.73 kilogram white truffle. Xia Ruofei knew Ma Xiong's temper, so he didn't reject him. He just smiled and said, all right, we'll do as you say. Ma Xiong had wanted to chat with Xia Ruofei, but he was eager to go home after getting the white truffle. Such a good thing, of course, he had to take it back and store it at the first moment. Truffles were precious ingredients that were not easy to preserve. Even if they were preserved in the most scientific and reasonable way, they would only last for 1 or 2 weeks at most, so it was better to eat them as soon as possible. With such a big piece of truffle, Ma Xiong could totally invite his friends and old gluttons who shared the same interests as him to have a good meal together. Xia Sheng, I'll be going back first. Ma Xiong said, let's talk over dinner tonight. After that, Ma Xiong instructed Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin to chat with Xia Ruofei for a while more before he left. Ma Jiming watched Ma Xiong leave and shook his head with a bitter smile. He said to Xia Ruofei, Xia Sheng, my father's just like that. Please don't mind him. How could that be? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, old Mr. Ma is a man of character. We hit it off pretty well. That's good, Ma Jiming said. Oh right, Mr. Ma, how's your recovery? Xia Ruofei asked in a low voice. Tian Huixin was chatting with Feng Rao. However, she seemed to have heard Xia Ruofei's words and could not help but feel her face heat up. Huan Huan sat on Xia Ruofei's lap. As a child, Ma Jiming was not too embarrassed since he did not know much about this. He revealed a grateful expression and said, he's recovering very well. Xia Sheng, I'm so grateful to you. You see, my family already owes you so many favors. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, it's nothing. You're welcome. We're friends. Shouldn't friends help each other? Yes. Yes, we're friends. Ma Jiming quickly said. Although he was the eldest son of the Ma family and had tens of billions of assets, he was very glad that the Ma family could make friends with Xia Ruofei. Logo. Obviously, the other party's wealth was far from being comparable to his own, but Ma Jiming often had a feeling of being in a higher social class. Ma Jiming's family of 3 stayed in Xia Ruofei's room for about an hour. Considering that Xia Ruofei was tired from the long journey, they also got up and left. Even though Huan Huan was a little reluctant, Xia Ruofei was in Hong Kong and she would be able to see him again during dinner. Hence, after Tian Huixin coaxed her, she obediently bid Xia Ruofei farewell. After Ma Jiming and the other 2 left, only Feng Rao and Xia Ruofei were left in the house. Feng Rao looked at Xia Ruofei with a smile and asked, Chairman, would you like to rest for a while, or would you like to listen to My report? Xia Ruofei leaned back on the sofa and said lazily, I don't think there's anything to report. I'm 100% confident in you, you can make the decision anyway. Feng Rao could not help but glare at Xia Ruofei and said, Hey! You're such an incompetent boss. At least put on an act. Xia Ruofei sat up straight and said in a serious tone, All right then. Boss Feng, tell me about your work these few days. Feng Rao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She shook her head and said, You're not acting like one at all. Forget it, forget it. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Otherwise, I'll be so angry that I'll die sooner or later. Xia Ruofei was already on the verge of breaking down. Hearing this, he immediately smiled and said, That's the way. Haven't we always been working well together? You just need to grasp the details. No problem. Feng Rao helplessly dragged out her words, but let me make this clear first. I'm not going to show my face in public. This time, we'll leave it all to the Hengfeng auction house. After the Jade Skin Cream's launch, Feng Jing's popularity on the internet had reached a peak. Now, in Sanshan, she was easily recognized by many people on the streets. This made Feng Jing extremely nervous every time she went out. She even had to wear sunglasses and a face mask. It was almost like she was being treated like a celebrity. Therefore, before coming to Hong Kong this time, Feng Jing had expressed her unwillingness to appear on stage again. In her own words, she was a professional manager, not an artiste. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Our Paradise Corporation should at least send a representative, right? You don't need to host for a long time. The main characters of the auction are our top-grade truffles, and the one on camera is also the auctioneer. No. You go up yourself. Feng Jing was determined. All right, then we won't show our faces. Xia Ruofei said, It's an auction anyway. We'll take the money and leave after we're done. As for taking the opportunity to promote the company and improve the company's image, it doesn't matter. Feng Rao was dumbfounded. After a long while, she looked at Xia Ruofei and said, No way. How can you be so irresponsible? Xia Ruofei said nonchalantly, I'm just thinking for you. Since you don't want to show your face in public, I have to follow your advice. Boss Feng, as a boss, I still respect the opinions of my employees, but you have to go up. Feng Rao said, What a great opportunity. Do you know how many socialites are here this time? Our company just so happens to be taking the high-end route. Xia Ruofei grinned. I can't. I'm not good with words, and I've never been to a big scene. I'm easily nervous. No. Since you don't want to go on stage, forget it. You'll still have this opportunity in the future, Feng Rao snapped out of her daze. She looked at Xia Ruofei with a half-smile and pouted. Chairman, you're so mean. Feng Jing stomped her feet helplessly and said, All right, I'll go on stage, all right? That's the way. We still have to rely on you at the crucial moment, right? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, You said you were useless last time. Now you know how useful you are, right? Feng Rao glared at Xia Ruofei and said, You only know how to bully me. Even though Feng Jing said that, she still reported her work over the past few days to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei sighed from the bottom of his heart after hearing the story. All of this work was very cumbersome, and there were many steps that needed to be coordinated. Feng Jing, along with Lu Qian and another young female employee, In the marketing department, worked late into the night almost every day to manage these cumbersome tasks in an orderly manner. She was indeed quite capable, and her sense of responsibility was unsurpassable. Xia Ruofei said to Feng Rao sincerely, "President Feng, you've worked hard." "Thank you." Feng Jing felt her face heat up as Xia Ruofei stared at her. She avoided his gaze and said, "Chairman, every time you tell me how hard it has been, I always have an ominous feeling. Are you going to cheat me again?" Xia Ruofei couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "Is my image in your mind that bad?" "Yep." Feng Rao nodded seriously. Feng Jing couldn't help but burst out laughing when she saw Xia Ruofei's defeated look. "I'm just joking with you. I'm getting such a high salary and bonus, so of course I have to do my best." Feng Rao said seriously, "This is my job." "No, it's not." Xia Ruofei said, "You've done so much for the company. I know what you're doing. Director Feng, as long as the company exists, as long as you don't want to leave, you will always be the general manager of the Paradise Company." Feng Rao also looked touched. A gentleman would die for his bosom friend. Moreover, she still had some unclear feelings for Xia Ruofei. Feng Rao didn't say anything, but the atmosphere in the room became a little ambiguous. Feng Rao was the first to break the silence. She blushed and stood up, saying quickly, "Chairman, I'll go to Lu Qian's place to go through tomorrow's schedule again. You should rest for a while." After she finished speaking, she quickly walked towards the door. Xia Ruofei felt a little strange, but he did not think too much about it. He called out from behind Feng Rao, "You'll be attending the banquet with me tonight. Don't forget." "I know," Feng Rao said without turning her head. She then opened the door and walked out. Xia Ruofei kept the truffles back into the spirit map space. Only in the spirit map space could the truffles be kept fresh. In the outside world, no matter how well protected they could not stop the truffles from going bad. The cold cabinet in the room had a password, and only Xia Ruofei could open it. He just had to put the truffle in before the auction tomorrow. After that, Xia Ruofei went to take a shower and then lay down on the soft bed to sleep for a while. In the evening, Ma Xiong's family invited Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing to a banquet. Ma Xiong even cut a small piece of white truffle excitedly and asked the hotel's Michelin chef to make an Italy risky with thin slices of white truffle. In Ma Xiong's words, only the simplest way could reflect the most original taste of the top white truffle. Before the auction for the truffle started, Xia Ruofei and the others had already enjoyed the deliciousness of the top-grade white truffle. The Ma family seemed to love truffles. Not only Ma Xiong, but Ma Jiming, Tian Huixin, and even Huan Huan also seemed to be enjoying the white truffle while eating the Italy risotto. Obviously, Feng Rao loved the taste of white truffles and ate them with great relish. Perhaps Xia Ruofei was the only one who did not feel anything for the expensive white truffle tonight. In fact, he was not used to the strange taste. Xia Ruofei saw that Feng Jing almost swallowed her tongue and was secretly amused. He decided that when he returned to the Three Mountains, he would pick 2 small truffles for Feng Jing so that she could eat her fill. He would treat it as an employee benefit. After dinner, Xia Ruofei sat on the yacht with Ma Jiming's family of 3 and enjoyed the beautiful night view of Port Victoria. This was, of course, little Huan Huan's suggestion. She liked to stay with Xia Ruofei. Every time she saw Xia Ruofei, she wanted to stick to him. It was almost 10 p.m. when he returned from the night tour. Xia Ruofei took a shower and prepared to go to bed. At this moment, pleasant and light music rang out from the bedside. Someone was ringing the doorbell. Outside. Xia Ruofei turned to look at the LCD screen on the bedside table. When he saw the visitor at the door, he couldn't help but open his mouth slightly. Logo. Xia Ruofei was stunned for 2 to 3 seconds. Then, as if he had just woken up from a dream, he pressed the open button under the LED screen on the bedside table and walked out quickly. At the door, a tall, blonde beauty had a faint smile on her face, and her bright, pure blue eyes seemed to contain a myriad of flirtatious expressions. This late-night visitor was the Italy beauty, Monica, who had once had a one-night stand with Xia Ruofei. She was also the heir of the famous truffle family, the Graio family, and the executive vice president of the Graio Group. Xia, are you surprised to see me? Monica looked at the stunned Xia Ruofei and asked with a faint smile. I'm a little surprised. Xia Ruofei touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. Aren't you going to invite me in for a drink? Monica's blue eyes turned slightly and blinked at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei had been in a daze the whole time. He came back to his senses and quickly stepped aside. Oh. Please come in. Monica smiled at Xia Ruofei and walked into the presidential suite with elegant steps. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, looked out guiltily and quickly closed the door. Before he could turn around, he felt a soft and delicate body hugging him tightly from behind, causing his body to stiffen. A faint fragrance wafted into Xia Ruofei's nose. The wild fire in his heart seemed to have been ignited. Xia Ruofei turned around and Monica's sexy lips were already kissing him. Xia, I miss you so much, she mumbled. At this moment, there was no need for words. All of Xia Ruofei's rationality had been thrown out of the window. He held Monica's pretty face and responded enthusiastically without hesitation. An intense and long-lasting battle started from the entrance of the presidential suite. It was not until the moon was high in the sky and the night was quiet that the two stopped fighting and lay down on the soft bed in the master bedroom. Monica, I'm so surprised to see you. In Hong Kong, Xia Ruofei stroked Monica's charming golden hair and said softly. Monica moved her delicate body to a more comfortable position and rested her head on Xia Ruofei's chest. She smiled and said, Mr. Ma has invited us. The truffle that is going to be auctioned this time has an unparalleled attraction, especially to our Graio family. Xia Ruofei was slightly surprised. He thought that Ma Xiong had only invited some rich people from the east and the west. Although the Grasso family had huge assets, they were in the truffle business. Didn't they say that people in the same industry were enemies? Xia Ruofei was shocked. At least 1/5 of the world's truffle business is in your family's hands. You still need to purchase truffles from other companies? Monica laughed and said, our family's truffles are also purchased from truffle hunters, right? As long as the price wasn't too outrageous, we would definitely buy truffle that could break world records. This also represented the influence of a truffle company, to a certain extent. At your auction. At the beginning of the year, wasn't it me who won the bid for the white truffle? Xia Ruofei suddenly realized. He hugged Monica and said, so that's how it is. It seems that I made a wise decision to auction these truffles. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met you in Hong Kong. Monica threw Xia Ruofei a flirtatious look and said, I Saw the information Mr. Ma sent over and guessed that this batch of truffles must have come from your company. That's why I fought for the opportunity to come to Hong Kong for the auction. To be honest, I'll never forget that night in Australia. Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. At the same time, he felt a strong sense of achievement. Easterners were more reserved. Although Ling Qingxue would always go limp and beg for mercy when they were together, she would never say such words that made his heart beat faster like Monica. Xia Ruofei put his arm around Monica's exposed shoulder and smiled. If I had known that you guys were also interested in top-grade truffles, I would have contacted you directly. It's not too late now, Monica said, smiling. Xia Ruofei was a little embarrassed as he said, all the truffles are on the auction list now. I can't trade directly with your group this time. Monica gently twisted her body and said, Xia, the truffle harvest season has only just begun. This shouldn't be the last batch of truffles your company is selling, right? Of course. Xia Ruofei replied without hesitation. Monica, I understand what you mean, he asked with a smile. But, if I take care of your company, what benefits do I get? Monica turned around and glanced at Xia Ruofei flirtatiously. I've already given you the biggest benefits. What more do you want? Xia Ruofei laughed and hugged Monica. If such benefits come a few more times, then I can consider the matter of the truffle. After he finished speaking, he turned over. Monica didn't expect Xia Ruofei to be so lively, so quickly. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. However, there was some joy in her scream. Soon, a series of subtle sounds came from the room. Logo. It was past 9 o'clock at night. Monica sat up from the bed with a satisfied expression. She lowered her head and kissed Xia Ruofei's forehead before putting on her clothes. Monica, it's so late. You should sleep. Here. Xia Ruofei said guiltily as he leaned against the headboard. Mr. Ma will definitely come to see you tomorrow morning, Monica said with a smile. And I think your beautiful general manager will come early too. I think you don't want to be found by them, right? Xia Ruofei's expression froze for a moment. However, he remembered that Monica had taken the initiative to look for him at around 10 o'clock at night. It was already the latter half of the night after they had sex. At this time, women needed comfort the most, but she still had to put on her clothes and leave by herself. Xia Ruofei's heart was filled with guilt. He sat up and hugged Monica, who was putting on her clothes. Stay. Just sleep here, I'll wake you up earlier tomorrow. Monica felt her body go soft and she fell on Xia Ruofei. She hesitated for a while, but still nodded. Xia Ruofei was overjoyed. He laid down with Monica in his arms and covered her with the blanket. Then, he snuggled into the blanket and hugged her tightly from behind. Although the beauty in his arms was full of seduction, Xia Ruofei knew that it was too late and he had a press conference to attend the next day. Hence, he only hugged Monica and whispered in her ear, "Go to sleep." Although Monica's back was facing Xia Ruofei, she felt a sense of security when Xia Ruofei hugged her tightly with his strong arms. It was as if all the troubles Italy had been thrown to the back of her mind. Soon, the two of them fell into a deep and sweet dream. Initially, Xia Ruofei wanted to wake Monica up at 6. It was only around 5:30 when he felt movement. The habit he had developed over the years made him always vigilant even in his sleep, so he immediately woke up. Through his drowsy eyes, Xia Ruofei saw that Monica had already quietly gotten up and started to put on her clothes. "Monica," Xia Ruofei called out. Monica was shocked. She turned around and said with an apologetic tone, "My dear. Did I wake you up?" Xia Ruofei picked up his watch from the bedside table and glanced at it. "Isn't this too early? You can sleep a little longer, it's better to leave early," Monica said with a smile. "It won't be good for you if someone comes looking for you. I know you Easterners are more conservative. Besides, if I go downstairs now, I can go back to my room and have a beauty sleep." "All right then," Xia Ruofei said as he got off the bed. Monica pressed him down and said, "My dear, you don't have to get up, just sleep a little longer. I can go downstairs by myself." After she finished speaking, Monica stared at Xia Ruofei with a smile. Under Monica's gaze, Xia Ruofei could only nod and say, "All right, I'll listen to you. Be good, close your eyes and go to sleep." Monica playfully pinched Xia Ruofei's face and said. Xia Ruofei saw that Monica was treating him like a child and couldn't help but find it funny. However, he still closed his eyes. Monica chuckled and quickly put on her clothes. Then, she kissed Xia Ruofei's face, who had his eyes closed, and left the bedroom. Xia Ruofei heard the door open, and then light footsteps came from the corridor outside the presidential suite. He knew that Monica had already left. Xia Ruofei opened his eyes. With his hands behind his head, he stared at the ceiling in a daze. Last night's madness was still vivid in his mind, and Monica's fragrance was still lingering on the bed. He had thought that he would feel guilty and empty after Monica left, but he didn't. After that one night with Monica in Australia, Xia Ruofei was like a child who had done something wrong. Whenever he thought of Ling Qingxue, who was thousands of miles away, he could not help but feel extremely guilty. However, this feeling had faded a lot today. When he recalled the scene last night, he felt a faint warmth in his heart. Xia Ruofei was no longer a virgin. From Monica's behavior last night, he knew that Monica had rarely had sex with a man and a woman. She might even be like what she had said jokingly in Australia the last time. She would be like a Chinese woman who kept her chastity for him. Xia Ruofei turned over with a complicated expression. He buried his head in Monica's pillow and took a deep breath. He let out a long sigh in the faint fragrance. She felt less guilty, but more conflicted. Xia Ruofei couldn't fall asleep anymore. He laid on the bed and let his thoughts run wild for a while. Then, he got out of bed and washed up. He changed into a set of sports attire and hung a towel around his neck. He took the elevator to the hotel's gym. In fact, Xia Ruofei's current physical fitness did not need the equipment in the gym at all. Moreover, the strength of the equipment would not be of much use to Xia Ruofei. Whether it was the great Tao arts or the little golden man's body, tempering movements, they were both extremely effective in strengthening and training the body. However, he might have thought of the first time he met Monica, so he came to the gym without thinking. The Hangfeng Jiehua Hotel was mainly hosting guests from all over the world who came to participate in the auction these few days. In order to take care of everyone's living habits and considering that some guests still had jet lag, some of the hotel's facilities, such as the gym, swimming pool, tennis court, and so on, were all changed to be open 24 hours. When Xia Ruofei arrived at the gym, he realized that there were already a few people working out. It was only 6 in the morning. In fact, Xia Ruofei only wanted to sweat. Even if the strength training machines were at their maximum, Xia Ruofei felt as light as a feather. So, he walked straight to the treadmill. Without any preparation, Xia Ruofei set the treadmill to 13 kilometers per hour and started running. This speed was definitely too fast for most long-distance runners. And ordinary people couldn't hold on for long. However, Xia Ruofei's breathing was steady. He adjusted his headphones as he ran. Then, he found his favorite music on his phone and played it. He placed his phone in front of him and put on his Bluetooth sports headset. The reason why he had set this speed was because when Xia Ruofei first met Monica, there was a guy who came to challenge Xia Ruofei. In the end, he was crippled by Xia Ruofei. It was the same Xia hotel and the same gym. The only difference was that it was in Shenzhen last time and in Hong Kong this time. Of course, this time, there was no sexy beauty by his side, and at the same time, there were no annoying flies. Just as Xia Ruofei was thinking about this, God seemed to have heard his thoughts. A white man in Adidas sportswear with a small sports bag walked to Xia Ruofei's side. Seeing Xia Ruofei's speed, the Caucasian felt that this scene was familiar. He couldn't help but turn to look at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei happened to look over at the same time. When their eyes met, both of them looked surprised. This man was Blake, who had been jealous of Xia Ruofei at the Jia Hotel gym in Shenzhen. He had almost lost his ability to compete with Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei remembered that this guy was the vice president of a France food chain, Brack Group. He had a bad relationship with Xia Ruofei during the truffle auction. Xia Ruofei furrowed his brows. This guy had been rude to the Huaxia truffle that he had looked down on at the auction. Xia Ruofei had wanted to sue him for slander, but for some other reason, Ma Xiong had helped to mediate. Xia Ruofei had thought that it was not a big deal, so he had let it go. He didn't expect to meet this guy in Hong Kong again. Could it be that Ma Xiong had also invited the black group to the auction? When Xia Ruofei thought of this, he couldn't help but feel unhappy. Logo. Naturally, Blake had also recognized Xia Ruofei. This scene was so familiar. It was the same gym at Jia Hotel, and there was also a Chinese young man who was running on the treadmill. The memory at the beginning of the year made Blake quite unhappy. Although Xia Ruofei had some complaints in his heart, he didn't show it in front of Blake. He didn't know what was going on with Jia. He had to at least ask Ma Xiong after he met him. He just glanced at Blake, raised his eyebrows, and asked in standard English, "Do you want to run together?" Blake's face turned red and then white. He stared at Xia Ruofei for a few seconds, then quietly picked up his things and left. Xia Ruofei smiled and continued to run on the treadmill. This coincidental encounter did not cause any waves in Xia Ruofei's heart. He was secretly looking forward to Monica coming to the gym with the same thoughts as him. In reality, Monica had been tormented by Xia Ruofei for most of the night yesterday and was extremely exhausted. She had to force herself to get up this morning. After returning to her room, she immediately went back to sleep. Xia Ruofei's body was slightly sweaty from running. He got off the treadmill and left the gym. He returned to the presidential suite to take a shower. It was almost 7 o'clock. He changed into casual clothes and took the elevator to the buffet restaurant downstairs. As soon as they entered the restaurant, Xia Ruofei saw that Ma Xiong and Feng Rao were already sitting by the window. Ma Xiong's sharp eyes spotted Xia Ruofei at once, and he immediately smiled and waved at him. Xia Ruofei quickly walked over and said, "Mr. Ma, why did you come here to have breakfast with me? How bad do you think I'll feel? Ma Xiong laughed and said, people sleep less when they get old. I wake up at 5 o'clock every day, so I can come over to have breakfast with Xia Xing. Feng Rao also greeted Xia Ruofei and said, Chairman, let's go get some food first. Hengfeng Jiehua's breakfast buffet is quite sumptuous. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Mr. Ma, President Feng, you guys can eat first. With that, Xia Ruofei got up and went to the dining area to get a plate of exquisite pastries. Then, he took 2 pieces of corn, an egg, and a glass of fresh milk. He took the plate and went back. Xia Xing, are you only eating this much? Young people should eat more. Ma Xiong said, with a smile. That's enough, Xia Ruofei smiled. You don't need to eat too much for breakfast. The 3 of them chatted as they ate. Ma Xiong suddenly said, Xia Xing, there's something I don't know how to tell you. Seeing Ma Xiong's troubled look, Blake's figure suddenly appeared in Xia Ruofei's mind. Mr. Ma, if you have anything to say, just say it, he said with a smile. Do we need to beat around the bush with our relationship? Yes. Yes, Ma Xiong said. Xia Xing, I'll get straight to the point. Do you still remember the French man named Blake? As expected, it was related to him. Xia Ruofei thought. He didn't pretend that he couldn't remember, so he nodded and said, of course I remember him. I had a deep impression of him since I was in Xinqing City at the beginning of the year. Why? He's here this time? Xia Ruofei did not mention that he had already met Blake at the gym. He did come to Hong Kong, and he's staying at Hengfeng Jiehua Hotel. Ma Xiong forced a smile. But we definitely didn't send an invitation to the Black's restaurant chain. Ma Xiong said immediately. The Black Group was quite influential in the world of food and beverage, and they were famous for their authentic French food. If it were any other auction house, they would definitely have attended the truffle auction. However, Ma Xiong knew that Jianjia was at odds with Xia Ruofei and Blake when they were in Xinqing City at the beginning of the year. Ma Xiong had experienced it himself. That was why Ma Xiong specifically told the auction house not to send an invitation to the Black Group. However, to Ma Xiong's dismay, Blake's group showed up uninvited. Furthermore, it was George Blake, the young man who had a conflict with Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei smiled. I believe that old Mr. Ma would definitely not invite them. Yeah. Ma Xiong forced a smile and said, I just got the news this morning. The person Blake Corporation sent this time is George Blake, the one you met in Qing City last time. They paid the security deposit according to the normal procedure and bought the ordinary seats. You know that we are holding an auction, so we definitely won't drive our guests out, although Blake's position in his family group was not particularly high, and his ranking among the heirs was also very low. He was supposed to be a guest at the auction with his status, and he must have been invited by the organizer. Ma Xiong did not expect him to come uninvited. He did not even contact the auction house. Instead, he paid the deposit through the normal procedure and got an ordinary seat. He didn't know if the other party knew their own limits, or if they wanted to keep a low profile, but Ma Xiong was caught off guard by this logo. He was worried that Xia Ruofei would bear a grudge because of this. That would not be worth it. Hence, he rushed to the hotel early in the morning and explained to Xia Ruofei immediately. Ma Xiong did not know that Xia Ruofei had already met up with Blake in the hotel. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei was not a petty person and would not vent his anger on the Hengfeng auction house because of this. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I understand. Mr. Ma, since the auction allows ordinary guests to pay the deposit, we can't break the rules, Ma." Xiong heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you for your understanding, Xia Sheng. Don't worry, it'll be fine if Blake goes to the auction, but if he dares to play any tricks, I won't let him off easily." At the beginning of the year, Ma Xiong should have supported Xia Ruofei to go through legal procedures with Blake and sue him for slander. In fact, Ma Xiong had also put a lot of pressure on Blake's catering group. However, Xia Ruofei's request was for George Blake to make a public apology in the media. This was completely unacceptable, to Blake's group, as it was a huge blow to their reputation. Therefore, Blake's group had asked an old friend of Ma Xiong to mediate the situation. Ma Xiong still owed this friend a lot of favors in his early years. In the end, he could only go to Xia Ruofei's side with an apologetic heart. Xia Ruofei was relatively easy to talk to. He knew that Ma Xiong must have his own difficulties. Moreover, it was not a big deal. So he agreed to let it go. If Blake had provoked him this time, Ma Xiong would not have cared about his feelings and would have settled both old and new scores to give Xia Ruofei an explanation. Xia Ruofei chuckled. "Mr. Ma, it's not that serious. I think he came to the auction to buy some truffles. He couldn't have flown all the way from Europe to cause trouble, right?" In fact, Xia Ruofei had overestimated Blake. Although Blake didn't want to cause trouble, the main reason he came to Hong Kong was because he knew that Monica was in Hong Kong. That was why he had come here. In addition, he had also found out from the brochure that the truffle supplier for the auction was Xia Ruofei's Paradise Corporation. If he could embarrass Paradise Corporation at the auction, he would be more than happy to do so. "I don't think he would dare to," Ma Xiong said. Xia Ruofei's eyes were cold as he said, "Even if he doesn't cause trouble, I don't want our truffles to be bought by Blake's group." Ma Xiong was stunned for a moment before he said awkwardly, "Xia Sheng, he's already gotten a ticket to the auction. With the Black Group's financial resources, there's no way he'll return empty-handed. After all, your truffles are of extremely high quality, and the harvest this year isn't very good. High-end ingredients like this are rare everywhere." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Even if it can't be avoided, we have to make him bleed a lot and hit him until he's in pain." Ma Xiong chuckled and shook his head. "The quality of this batch of truffles is so high. No matter who wants to buy it, they'll definitely have to pay a huge price." Xia Ruofei knew that Ma Xiong did not understand what he meant, but he did not explain further. He just smiled and changed the topic. After breakfast, Ma Xiong accompanied Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing to the grand banquet hall on the third floor of the hotel to check out the auction venue. The auction would start at 9:30 in the morning. Then, Ma Xiong returned to the lounge next to the banquet hall, while Xia Ruofei returned to the presidential suite to change into a formal suit. In addition, he also had to take out the truffles from the spirit map space and put them in the cold cabinet in advance. In a while, the people from the auction house would come to the room to collect the truffles. At around 9 o'clock, Feng Rao accompanied the manager of the auction house, Dong Jejun, to Xia Ruofei's room. Xia Ruofei took out the precious truffles from the freezer. Dong Jejun examined them carefully and handed them to the staff who came with him. They then escorted the truffles downstairs. Xia Ruofei, who had changed into formal wear, took the elevator to the third floor with Feng Jing. The big banquet hall on the third floor had been renovated. Whether it was the sign, in area at the entrance or the interior of the hall, the logos of Paradise Corporation and Hengfeng Group were hung everywhere. Exquisite promotional posters could be seen everywhere. The screen at the entrance of the banquet hall and the large projector screen in the hall were also playing the promotional video that Hengfeng Auction House had specially hired an elite team to rush out. The guests attending the auction also arrived one after another. In addition to the local tycoons, peace guards, and social celebrities, there were also many people with Western faces coming out of the hotel's internal elevator. Most of them were rich people and representatives of famous catering companies in Europe, America, and Australia invited by Ma Xiong. What made Xia Ruofei feel a little regretful was that Tang He from the United States and Tang Etienne from Australia could not make it because they had other work schedules. The two Mr. Tang called Xia Ruofei to express their apologies. At the same time, the two of them asked Xia Ruofei to leave them some top-grade truffles. They expressed that they were willing to buy them at the price of the auction. On one hand, it was to support Xia Ruofei's business. On the other hand, they really liked truffles, a top-notch delicacy. Xia Ruofei received the guest list in advance. Other than Blake's group, who had come uninvited and paid the deposit, the world's most famous Western restaurant chains were all present. In addition, the Michelin restaurants, which might not be particularly large, but were very famous in the industry, had also sent representatives to attend. In addition, there were at least 5 European and American tycoons with assets comparable to Tang He and Tang Etienne, who came in person. Seeing the list, Xia Ruofei jokingly said to Feng Jing, CEO Feng, "I'm guessing that Hong Kong's airport will be very busy these few days." Feng Rao couldn't help but chuckle. The preparations for the auction had gone very smoothly, and she was in a good mood. Most of these rich people had come by private jet. It was estimated that the tarmac of Hong Kong airport could hold a small private jet exhibition. At this moment, Ma Xiong, who was dressed in a suit, walked over quickly. "Xia Sheng, I'll introduce you to a few friends later." Ma Xiong laughed and said, "Mainly some old friends in Hong Kong. They are also very interested in you." "Oh? I'm just a young man, how can those rich people recognize me?" Xia Ruofei joked. "I might not have noticed you before, but after the one-headed abalone auction, I'm afraid not many people in the upper class of Hong Kong haven't heard of you." Ma Xiong laughed and said, "A few of my old friends are complaining to me. They said that I didn't inform them in advance, and as a result, I missed the chance to get the top-grade abalones." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "You can tell them that there will definitely be more abalones. They just need to recognize the Paradise Corporation's brand. That'll be fine. Of course, there's also your Hengfeng auction house." Ma Xiong couldn't help but laugh. Dong Jejun and Feng Ku were in charge of the auction this time. Ma Xiong was a man of virtue and prestige, so he didn't have to personally welcome the guests at the entrance. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two of them prepared to enter the hall and wait. At this moment, Blake, who was wearing a custom-made Armani suit and had smooth hair, also walked out of the elevator. He walked to the door and saw Xia Ruofei. He stopped and looked at Xia Ruofei with lightning-like eyes. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, looked at Blake calmly. After a long time, Blake curled his lips and said, I heard that the truffles for this auction are all provided by your company? If the quality is good enough, our black group will consider taking care of your business. Logo. Blake's tone was as if he was giving alms. Ma Xiong's face darkened. He did not expect the young and aggressive Blake to be so domineering. He had already started to provoke Xia Ruofei before he even entered the arena. Xia Ruofei's expression did not change. He glanced at Blake and said, "Take care of our business? Perhaps you'll be disappointed, but you won't be able to bid for any truffles today." Blake sneered and said, "You can buy truffles with money." What a big joke. Xia Ruofei ignored Blake and said to Ma Xiong, "Mr. Ma, let's go in." Ma Xiong immediately nodded and glared at Blake. Then, he said to Xia Ruofei, "Xia Xing, please." The two of them had just taken 2 steps when Xia Ruofei heard Blake's surprised voice from behind. "Monica. You've come." Xia Ruofei stopped in his tracks and turned around. He saw Monica, who was dressed in a luxurious gown, walking out of the elevator with elegant steps. She was tall to begin with, and with a pair of handmade high heels from Ferragamo, her long legs looked even more slender. When she walked over with elegant steps, she immediately attracted many stunned gazes. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but think of last night's charming scene, and his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Monica's eyebrows furrowed slightly at the enthusiastic Blake, and then she nodded at him as a greeting. Then, she shifted her gaze to Xia Ruofei. A beautiful smile bloomed on her delicate face. She quickened her pace and walked towards Xia Ruofei. "Xia. It's a pleasure to meet you again in the beautiful Hong Kong," Monica said in English. Xia Ruofei also pretended that they had just met and smiled. "Monica, you're getting more and more beautiful." Monica glanced at Xia Ruofei flirtatiously. At this time, she had already walked in front of Xia Ruofei. Without hesitation, she hugged Xia Ruofei and kissed him on the cheek. While they were hugging, Monica pinched Xia Ruofei's waist lightly. This small action in front of everyone made Xia Ruofei's heart skip a beat. He felt nervous and excited. Although hugging and kissing were normal European customs, Xia Ruofei still attracted many envious gazes to be able to hug a beauty like Monica. When Feng Rao saw this scene from a distance, she didn't know why, but she felt a faint sorrow in her heart. Blake's eyes were almost on fire. Just now, he had taken the initiative to greet Monica, and the two of them were old acquaintances. Even the Grayo family that Monica belonged to and the Black family that he belonged to had the intention of matchmaking the two of them for marriage, but Monica had been so cold to him. Following that, Monica hugged Xia Ruofei and pressed her face against his. The difference in treatment almost drove Blake crazy with jealousy. There was a deep chill in his eyes as he gritted his teeth and stared at Xia Ruofei. He clenched his fists under his sleeves so tightly that his nails were almost piercing into his flesh. Blake really wanted to go up and beat Xia Ruofei up, but in the end, his rationality won over his impulse. He just stood there and watched Xia Ruofei, Monica, and Ma Xiong walk into the auction venue while talking and laughing. Chinese country. "Bumpkin, I'll definitely teach you a lesson," Blake said in his heart with hatred. Blake also stepped into the auction hall. He didn't have an invitation, so after checking the security deposit receipt and ordinary admission ticket at the entrance, he was led to the ordinary area at the back by the staff. Xia Ruofei, Monica, Ma Xiong, and the others were naturally seated in the guest area in the middle of the front row. Ma Xiong was also a smart person. He arranged Xia Ruofei and Monica to sit next to each other. After Xia Ruofei and Monica sat down, Ma Xiong greeted them and left his seat to chat with his old friends who had been invited to the auction. Ma Xiong didn't introduce Xia Ruofei to his friends before the auction started. There was a small appreciation luncheon after the auction. Those who were invited were Ma Xiong's old friends of many years. Each of them was an influential figure in Hong Kong and held an important position in the upper class of their respective industries. Ma Xiong planned to introduce the place to Xia Ruofei during the lunch as it would be more suitable for them to interact. After Ma Xiong left, Xia Ruofei and Monica were left in their seats. However, there were cameras everywhere in the venue, and there were many people behind them. There were also cameras from the media everywhere, so the two of them still sat upright and did not dare to do anything out of line. Of course, although the two of them were sitting in their seats without looking at each other, they could still speak softly. However, when they spoke, they would cover their mouths with their hands to prevent others from reading their lips. The Hong Kong paparazzi were too powerful, so Xia Ruofei had to be careful. "Monica, are you done resting?" Xia Ruofei asked in a low voice. Monica's eyes were looking forward, as if she was watching the official promotional video of the auction very seriously. At the same time, she covered her mouth and said softly, "Very good. I feel full of energy now." "Xia, you're a man with magic, logo." Hearing Monica's unconcealed praise, and even a hint of admiration in her tone, Xia Ruofei could not help but feel a strong sense of achievement. "Are you free tonight?" he could not help but blurt out. Monica couldn't help but chuckle and said, "My dear, you're becoming more and more infatuated with me." Xia Ruofei coughed awkwardly and said, "It's not easy to see you. We should treasure our time." "I agree. Then I'll come to you tonight?" Monica giggled. "The moment I think of your body, I'm so excited that I don't even want to attend the auction." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but sweat. "Sister, aren't you too proactive? It'll make me feel like I'm being raped by you." However, he couldn't admit defeat in front of a beautiful lady. Hence, Xia Ruofei quickly smiled evilly and said, "If you can unlock more positions, you'll definitely enjoy it more." Monica's charming blue eyes became even more blurred. She chuckled and said, "That will depend on your ability." At this moment, the guest sitting next to Monica was also led to his seat by the staff. The two of them immediately stopped this charming topic and began to talk about the auction in a serious manner. At 9:30, the auction officially began. This time, Feng Jing had specially changed the arrangement. She did not go on stage at the opening of the auction. The manager of Hengfeng Auction House, Dong Jiejun, had taken her place. Xia Ruofei flipped through the auction schedule. Feng Jing only had a simple speech after the auction. She really didn't want to show her face in public, but she couldn't refuse Xia Ruofei's scoundrels. In the end, this arrangement was a compromise. Dong Jiejun didn't give a long speech after he went on stage. He only enthusiastically introduced the situation of the auction items and expressed his gratitude to all the guests who had come to support him today. Then, he invited the gold-class auctioneer of Hengfeng Auction House, Lu Zhongguang. There were 38 pieces of white truffle and 19 pieces of black truffle in the auction. The largest white truffle weighed 2.75 kilograms, and the black truffle weighed 2.66 kilograms. There were also 6 pieces of white truffles and 3 pieces of black truffles that were above 2 kilograms. In addition, there were 15 pieces of white truffle and 7 pieces of black truffle, between 1 to 2 kilograms. The remaining 16 pieces of white truffles and 8 pieces of black truffles were at least 800 to 900 grams. It could be said that the truffles being auctioned this time, even if they were the worst, would be considered the best. The first items up for auction were white truffles and black truffles that were less than 1 kilogram. The 8 pieces of black truffles were first revealed. About half of the buyers in this auction were from Europe and the United States, so the auction was settled in the US dollar, the common currency. The 8 pieces of black truffles were auctioned off one by one. The average weight of the 8 pieces of black truffles was 800 to 900 grams. The final price was basically more than $4,000. The 8 pieces of black truffles brought Xia Ruofei a total income of $35,000. On the other hand, the price of white truffles was obviously much higher. White truffles of the same weight were more precious than black truffles. In addition, the harvest of white truffles this year was the worst in recent years, which objectively led to the rise in price. Each of the 16 pieces of white truffle had a starting price of $10,000. And the lightest one was 882 grams. This truffle was sold for a high price of $65,000, and the other 15 pieces were all sold at the same price. In the end, the 16 pieces of white truffles were sold for a total of $1.129 million. This was only the warm-up auction, and the good stuff was yet to come. Even so, Xia Ruofei had already made $1.164 million. Basically, the ones who were bidding were all buyers from the normal section. Although this batch of truffles would definitely be considered the best in any other occasion, in today's auction it was only the lowest grade. There were still many bigger truffles that had yet to be revealed. And the special guests who had been invited to the auction would basically not bid at this time. People of status still had to be reserved. Blake, who was sitting in the common area, also had a disdainful smile on his face. He didn't participate in the competition for the truffles. After the truffles that were less than 1 kilogram were sold, Lu Zhongguang immediately announced the start of the second batch of truffles. There were too many top-grade truffles in this auction, and now that Paradise Corporation's reputation had spread, it could be considered a brand guarantee. So Lu Zhongguang rarely kept people in suspense. The entire auction was very tight. The remaining 11 pieces of black truffles were all arranged to be auctioned in this batch. Among them, there were 7 pieces that weighed between 1 to 2 kilograms, 4 pieces that weighed more than 2 kilograms, and including the largest piece that weighed 2.66 kilograms. The price of black truffle had always been much lower than that of white truffle. Even with the sharp decline in production this year, the transaction price of black truffle was still much lower than that of white truffle. 7 pieces of black truffles that weighed 1 to 2 kilograms were sold for a total of $380,000. The 4 pieces of black truffles that weighed more than 2 kilograms brought Xia Ruofei a total income of $730,000. The 2.66 kilogram black truffle was sold for $200,000, which was far more than the current price of black truffles. Of course, the black truffle, which had broken the world record in weight alone, could not be priced according to the market price due to its rarity. Now, all that was left was the auction of the white truffle. The rich and famous who had been uninterested all this time also sat up straight and began to show serious expressions. Although Blake was still pretending to be indifferent, his eyes that were looking at the stage from time to time revealed his inner thoughts. The first item on the auction stage was white truffles, between $15 and 2 kilograms. The starting price of these white truffles was $100,000. The first piece of white truffle weighed 1.12 kilograms. And everyone was eager to bid. Soon, the price reached $210,000. This was already close to the limit of the price in previous years. However, due to the poor harvest this year, the price might be higher. The chefs from 2 Michelin restaurants had also participated in the bidding. Even after the price had reached $210,000, the 2 of them were still weighing the strategy to increase the price. After all, if he brought a piece of white truffle back to the restaurant, it would definitely bring a considerable advertising effect, and he would definitely not lose money if he divided it up and sold it in the restaurant. At this moment, a lazy voice said, $250,000. The voice came from the ordinary seats. Lu Zhongguang was stunned for a moment, but his professionalism made him almost subconsciously look in the direction of the voice. Then, he accurately reported the price. The gentleman in number 184 bid $250,000. It was Blake who was holding the bidding card number 184. Blake's offer was a bit unreasonable. The price was already close to the ceiling, but he suddenly increased it by $40,000. It was obvious that he was determined to get it. After he made his bid, he glanced at Xia Ruofei. Of course, he did not forget to sneak a glance at Monica. Unfortunately, Monica's expression did not change at all. As soon as this bid came out, the people who had been bidding gave up one after another. Although there were many rich people here, none of them were fools. Besides, there were still more than a dozen white truffles waiting to be auctioned, and there was an even more important finale later on. If they had money, they could buy truffles. No matter how good Blake was, could he get all the truffles in such an unconventional way? Sitting in the middle of the first row, Ma Xiong's face turned ugly, but he couldn't do anything about it. Blake had come all the way here uninvited. He was definitely going to make a move at the auction, and he couldn't stop him. Ma Xiong was worried that Xia Ruofei would feel uncomfortable. Lu Zhongguang saw that the buyers present did not seem to have any intention of bidding, so he said without much hesitation, "Is there anyone else who wants to bid higher?" $250,000. Going once. $250,000 going twice. $250,000. Third, just as Lu Zhongguang was speaking and raising the auction hammer, another faint voice came from below the stage. $300,000, logo. The price of $250,000 was already shocking enough. Now, someone actually added another $50,000, bringing the price to the $300,000 mark. Everyone couldn't help but look in the direction of the voice. Ma Xiong smiled bitterly. He did not even need to turn around to know that the bidder was Xia Ruofei. Blake also jumped up from his seat as if his tail had been stepped on. He criticized loudly in English, "You're the owner of this batch of truffles. What right do you have to participate in the auction?" Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, "Which law states that the owner of an item can't participate in the auction? I suddenly found this truffle pleasing to the eye and decided to buy it back at a high price. Is it anyone's business? I'll just give you the auction commission, not a single cent less. Are you going to bite me?" Blake's face was as calm as water. He snorted and said, "You're raising the price with malicious intent." And in front of so many people, he publicly did such a shameless thing. This is just too unbelievable. Xia Ruofei stood up, stared at Blake, and said quickly. Don't talk about those useless things. I just don't want to sell truffles to a sanctimonious hypocrite who slanders our company's reputation and the quality of our truffles. I'm targeting you. The other guests can bid however they want, I will not interfere. The reporters in Hong Kong took out their cameras and started taking pictures of Xia Ruofei and Blake. At the same time, many of them were asking each other about the past grudges between Xia Ruofei and Blake. However, that incident happened in Xinqing City. At that time, the influence of the Peach Blossom Company wasn't that big, so the reporters in Hong Kong didn't know about it. Hong Kong reporters loved to collect and write such trivial news. They secretly decided that they would interview Xia Ruofei or Blake after the auction to restore the previous incident. The reporters were like sharks that smelled blood, while Ma Xiong and Feng Jing shook their heads with bitter smiles. Feng Jing was initially a little resistant to appearing in public and speaking on stage, but now it seemed like her previous worries were unnecessary. This was because Xia Ruofei had successfully stolen all the limelight. No matter what, all the major media outlets would definitely make a special story about this scene tomorrow. After Xia Ruofei pulled away the hatred, Feng Jing's speech on stage would not attract much attention. However, Feng Jing didn't want this kind of hatred, because no matter what, it would affect Paradise Corporation's reputation. Unfortunately, it had already happened, and Feng Jing didn't know much about the matter between Xia Ruofei and Blake. Although she had heard some things during breakfast, it wasn't appropriate for her to ask in detail. Besides, Feng Jing had been backstage the whole time and wasn't by Xia Ruofei's side, so it was too late to stop her. Hengfeng's gold medal auctioneer, Lu Zhongguang, had lost his composure for the first time in such an important occasion. He stood on the stage in a daze, not knowing how to deal with this sudden situation. Mr. Lu, did you hear my offer? Xia Ruofei reminded him. Lu Zhongguang seemed to have woken up from a dream. As an experienced auctioneer, he naturally knew that Xia Ruofei's bid was in accordance with the rules under such circumstances. Besides, Xia Ruofei was Ma Xiong's guest of honor, so he nodded without hesitation and said, Mr. Xia has bid $300,000. Is there anyone else who would like to increase the price? In fact, he didn't even need to ask this question. The price of $250,000 was already too high. Who would want $300,000? Everyone's money didn't come from nowhere. Just as Lu Zhongguang was about to start the countdown, to everyone's surprise, Blake hesitated for a while with a gloomy face, then clenched his teeth and shouted, $350,000. This was the power of combat. Luckily, the white truffle wasn't too big, at least not too eye-catching in today's auction. The price wasn't too high either, so Blake could afford it even if he had to use his own money. However, just as he finished speaking, Xia Ruofei made a bid without thinking. $500,000. If Blake's bidding was unreasonable just now, Xia Ruofei's bidding was super unreasonable now. He had completely ignored the value of the truffle. Blake almost spat out a mouthful of blood. You can't play like this. Even if the item is yours, you still have to pay the auction commission in the end. What good would it do you to fight to the death like this? Xia Ruofei's unhesitating bid also shocked Blake. Even after Lu Zhongguang finished counting down, he did not bid again. Lu Zhongguang stood on the stage and said with a strange expression, Congratulations, Mr. Xia, for winning this 1.12 kilograms white truffle for $500,000. These words didn't sound right. He had bought his own things, what was there to congratulate him for? Not to mention, this price was more than enough to buy 2 pieces of white truffles. The guests and ordinary buyers below the stage also showed a funny expression. However, Xia Ruofei was not affected at all. He still had a faint smile on his face. Blake's face was like the bottom of a pot. However, when Lu Zhongguang announced the result of the auction, it was as if a bolt of lightning had struck Blake's mind. Didn't you just randomly bid to stop me from participating in the auction? I thought you didn't care about that little bit of commission? Then I'll bid for every piece of truffle, and I'll bid as much as I can. By then, you won't be able to sell any of these truffles, and you'll have to lose a large amount of commission from the auction. The entire auction will become a joke. Logo. When Blake realized this, a smile appeared on his face. He felt that he had grasped Xia Ruofei's weakness. He even regretted not bidding. He felt embarrassed to be scared by a mere $500,000. At this time, the second piece of white truffle was put up on the auction stage. It was a 1.2 kilogram piece of white truffle, and the starting price was also $100,000. When Lu Zhongguang announced the start of the auction, before anyone else could bid, Blake raised the sign in his hand and shouted, $250,000. Xia Ruofei also raised his board without hesitation. $300,000. $350,000. Blake also raised his sign and shouted fearlessly. The others, who were originally very interested in the truffle, could not help but smile bitterly when they saw this. Before they could bid, the holder of the truffle was already competing with others and raising the price to the sky. Backstage, Feng Rao was also burning with anxiety. She had already realized the problem that Blake had thought of. In this endless competition, the one who would be hurt was the Paradise Corporation. Not only did he lose a lot of benefits, but more importantly, his reputation was also greatly damaged. Besides, Blake didn't have to worry at all. At most, he would return empty-handed, but he could still mess up a press conference and turn Paradise Corporation into a joke. Feng Jing didn't believe that Xia Ruofei would be so brainless. She was worried that Xia Ruofei would lose his cool and not realize the stakes. In fact, Xia Ruofei's performance was similar to Feng Rao's judgment. The trend of the truffle auction was exactly the same as the previous one. After Blake called out the price of $350,000, Xia Ruofei immediately called out the price of $500,000 without any hesitation. The difference was that Blake wasn't scared this time. He just kept the bidding card in his hand and didn't plan to put it down. $600,000. Blake said proudly. The buyers in the audience thought that these two people were crazy. The white truffle was worth at most $200,000, but they were outbid by 3 times the original price. How could they buy things happily like this? The first time, everyone felt that it was a little interesting and had the mentality of watching a show. However, the second time was still the same. It was just the two of them fighting, and the others had no room to bid at all. The buyers who really wanted to buy a few truffles were starting to feel unhappy. $700,000. Xia Ruofei called out indifferently without changing his expression. $800,000. Blake felt that he had caught Xia Ruofei's weakness and was fearless. He looked at Xia Ruofei like a cat teasing a mouse and continued to bid. $900,000. Xia Ruofei's expression turned ugly. Blake was overjoyed. He immediately raised his sign and shouted, $950,000. After the bidding, Blake said in his heart, I'll round it up for you. I'll stop when you call for $1 million. This truffle will end here. Let's take it slow. I'll see how you can continue this auction. Wouldn't those super rich people be so angry that they left early? Ha ha ha, just as Blake was fantasizing, he saw many people's eyes focused on him. What was going on? Blake felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what it was. He just felt that something was missing. Something is missing. Blake suddenly realized that Xia Ruofei had not bid yet. He quickly stood up and looked at Xia Ruofei. Blake's seat was in the back row, so he could only see the back of Xia Ruofei's head from his side. She saw Xia Ruofei talking to Monica in a low voice, and the two of them laughed. Although he couldn't see his face, one thing was for sure. He didn't seem to have any intention of raising the price. Blake suddenly felt a burst of cold sweat on his body. He couldn't help but shout, Chinese man. Why did you stop bidding? Xia Ruofei stood up slowly and turned around to look at Blake. He smiled and asked, Why should I bid? Didn't you just say that you wouldn't let me buy a piece of truffle? Blake's voice even trembled a little. How can you go back on your word? The guests and buyers in the auction hall couldn't help but laugh at Blake's words. Do you think the auction is a game for children? You're also an adult in your 20s. Do you believe what others say? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Can't I suddenly change my mind? Blake felt like he was struck by lightning. You can't play like this. How could the Chinese be so untrustworthy? He changed just like that? The white truffle was only worth $250,000 at most. Now, under the bidding of the other party, he had raised the price to $950,000 without any hesitation. That was almost enough to buy 4 truffles like this. The money was not the most important thing. It was almost $1 million, which was still affordable for Blake. At most, he would feel a little bit of pain, but the matter was not that simple. His status in the family was not as good as his brother's, and he was also ranked lower in the position of the heir. Moreover, he had screwed up 2 business deals in a row some time ago, and the family had been criticizing him greatly. If he bought a white truffle worth at most $250,000 at an auction for $950,000, he didn't know what kind of storm he would face in his family when the news spread back to France. Blake panicked, and he shouted in both shock and anger, You're raising the price with malicious intent. You're the owner of this batch of truffles, so your bid is invalid. Xia Ruofei looked at Blake as if he was an idiot and said, I don't want to explain the same question a second time. The law will tell you whether my offer is valid or not. Then, Xia Ruofei glanced at the buyers who were watching the show and said, Also, you can say that I'm raising the price maliciously, but I have to make it clear that this is entirely directed at you. To put it bluntly, you're an unwelcome character in our paradise corporation. I will not participate in the normal bidding of other buyers. Blake gritted his teeth and glared at Xia Ruofei as if he wanted to eat him up. Xia Ruofei laughed coldly without a care. He turned to look at the stage and said to Lu Zhongguang, Mr. Lu, I think you can start the countdown. Lu Zhongguang finally came back to his senses. This was the second time he had been distracted on the stage. The main reason was that the auction process today was too unusual. Even Lu Zhongguang, who was used to big scenes, felt a little frightened. Lu Zhongguang looked at Blake sympathetically and then started to perform his duty. Number 184, Mr. Blake, has bid $950,000 for this white truffle. Is there anyone else who wants to bid higher? This was just a routine. With this price, even if one's head was clamped by a door, it was impossible to increase the price. Lu Zhongguang waited for a while before he started the countdown. $950,000 going once. $950,000 going twice. $950,000 going 3 times. The auction mallet slammed down heavily. Deal. Lu Zhongguang said, "Congratulations, Mr. Blake, for successfully winning the bid for the 1.2 kilogram white truffle." Blake didn't feel anything to be happy about. He felt like all the strength in his body had been sucked out, and he sat down on the chair weakly. His performance today was too clumsy, like a big fool who had been played in the palm of someone else's hand. He thought that he had found Xia Ruofei's weakness, but he did not expect that Xia Ruofei had already planned this. The funny thing was that he had foolishly jumped into the trap. Now, Blake felt that he was a complete fool. Logo. Feng Jing, who was standing at the side of the stage, had seen everything that had just happened. A smile appeared on her pretty face. She felt that Xia Ruofei was really too evil. He had played Blake like a fool. When she saw Blake's expression, she started to doubt her life. However, Feng Rao's worry didn't decrease at all. After Blake's incident, the 2 pieces of white truffle had already been sold out. The piece that Blake bought was also a product of their fight. The negative impact of Xia Ruofei personally raising the price was still present. Besides, if Blake continued to stir up trouble, the auction today would become a joke. At this moment, Xia Ruofei stood up and gestured for the staff to pass him a microphone. Then, Xia Ruofei took the microphone and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, some of you may already know me, but let me introduce myself first. I'm Xia Ruofei, the chairman of Paradise Corporation. Today's auction items are all provided by our company." Then, Xia Ruofei turned around and looked at Blake indifferently. She continued, "I just said that there's no personal grudge between Blake and me. He once slandered our company's reputation in public and doubted the quality of our truffles without any basis. He even has racial discrimination and publicly called Chinese people liars, saying that it's impossible for China to grow high-quality truffles. It's been more than half a year since the incident, and he still hasn't apologized. In addition to the rich and famous people from Europe and the United States, there were also many upper-class people in Hong Kong who came to the auction. These super, rich and famous people were all from the older generation of Hong Kong and were very patriotic." Hearing Xia Ruofei's words, they all looked at Blake with dissatisfaction. Xia Ruofei paused and continued, "This auction is open to the public. As long as you pay enough security deposit, you can participate in the auction. This is the Hengfeng Auction House's rule and I can't break it. So, even though we don't welcome Blake, we didn't stop him from entering the arena." But Xia Ruofei changed the topic and said, "I've said it before. I'm not willing to sell our truffles to such a person. I'm not even willing to have any business dealings with the Blake Group in France. If he must buy it, then be prepared to pay a few times the premium." Xia Ruofei stared at Blake and said, "As long as you participate in the auction, I will definitely raise the price. As for the price I will stop at, that will depend on my mood. So, it's best to be careful when you bid." Blake's face turned very ugly. He snorted coldly and sat in his seat without saying a word. He had already lost all face today, and after returning home, he would be questioned by his family, so he was in a bad mood at the moment. He had just bought a piece of white truffle at a sky-high price of $950,000. He couldn't leave the venue at this time, and he couldn't go back on his word. He had paid $1 million as a deposit. The Hangfeng auction house wasn't afraid that he would break his promise. After hearing Xia Ruofei's reasonable words, Feng Jing felt a little more at ease. Although these remarks might not be able to restore all the negative effects, at least they could improve it and make their own voice. Under such circumstances, it was already a great achievement to be able to do so. At least, that was what Feng Jing thought. Just as Feng Rao thought that Xia Ruofei had finished speaking and the auction would continue, Xia Ruofei had no intention of sitting down. He glanced at the guests and buyers in the hall and continued, but no matter what, it's my fault that the auction was affected because of this interlude. So, I've decided that the truffles that I bought because of Blake's bidding will all be auctioned at a small private auction tonight. Friends who are interested can sign up with our Paradise Corporation staff after the auction. You can participate after you pass the review. I also hereby announce that tonight's private auction will be charity-based, and 10% of the proceeds will be donated to the Hong Kong Charity Association. After Xia Ruofei said this, Feng Jing almost slapped the table and praised him. This had basically saved all the negative effects. Xia Ruofei also admitted that his fight with Blake had affected the auction, causing some people who really wanted truffles to be unable to buy them. That was why they were holding a private auction tonight, so that people could still bid. The so-called review, everyone knew that it was only for Blake. As long as the others had enough financial strength, they would definitely be allowed to participate. Wasn't the Hangfeng auction house unable to stop Blake from entering the auction? Then Xia Ruofei would organize a private auction. It would be considered a small-scale social gathering. As the host, Xia Ruofei would have the right to invite and reject anyone. For those who really liked the Paradise brand truffles and wanted to bid, it was nothing more than waiting for half a day, and it didn't have much of an impact. Therefore, the previous negative effects were basically non-existent. Even God would forgive a young man who was happy to take revenge. In fact, Xia Ruofei's statement would add points to Paradise Corporation logo. He had also announced that he would donate 10% of the auction proceeds to charity. The Paradise Corporation had a charity fund under its banner, which was built by Tang Etienne's large donation. However, in order to avoid suspicion, Xia Ruofei decided to donate it to the Hong Kong Charity Association. Many similar auctions were of a charitable nature, but it was extremely rare to see a one-time donation of 10%. After all, the white truffles were worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. The heavier truffles could definitely reach millions of dollars. If there were a lot of them, then 10% would be a lot of money. Xia Ruofei's words immediately received a warm round of applause, especially the guests and buyers from Hong Kong. They all looked at Xia Ruofei with approval. Ma Xiong finally smiled. Xia Ruofei smiled. Sorry for wasting everyone's time. Let's continue with the auction. After that, Xia Ruofei shot Blake a warning look and then returned the microphone to the staff. On the stage, Lu Zhongguang also understood and said, "All right, thank you for your generosity, Mr. Xia. Next, we will begin the auction for the third piece of white truffle. This piece of white truffle weighs 1.22 kilograms, and the starting price is 100,000 US dollars. Everyone can start bidding. After Liu Zhongguang said that, everyone subconsciously looked at Blake. Blake seemed to have suffered a big blow. He sat on the chair with a pale face and didn't say anything. The scene was silent for a moment, and everyone realized that the auction seemed to be back on track, so they began to bid. $180,000. $190,000. $200,000. The price continued to rise, and the final price of the white truffle reached 245,000 US dollars. This was a normal price. Although it was a little more expensive than the general market price for white truffle, it was still within a reasonable range, considering the impact of poor harvest and the fact that the single weight of the white truffle was more than 1 kilogram. The person who won the bid for the white truffle was the owner and head chef of the Spain restaurant, Mr. Jose. He happened to be sitting on Xia Ruofei's left. He was also a well-known Michelin star chef. Although the size of his restaurant, Isaac, was not large, and he did not have a chain store, he was famous in the Western food industry. Many old gluttons traveled thousands of miles to try his restaurant. Although he knew that there were more than 2 kilograms of truffles to be auctioned, he was well aware that there was still a gap between him and the rich and powerful. Therefore, the most realistic thing was to buy 1 or 2 truffles now, which was crucial for the development of the restaurant. So, after successfully bidding for the white truffle, Jose was quite happy. Xia Ruofei politely congratulated him. "Thank you, Mr. Xia," Jose said with a smile. "I hope you can go to Spain when you have time. I'll make you a feast." "That's a great honor." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I can't wait to taste the culinary skills of Chef Jose. This is my name card." "Mr. Xia," he said, handing over his business card. "If you're in Europe, you must contact me." "All right." Xia Ruofei took the name card politely and gave one to Jose. The auction was still going on. Blake seemed to be unable to recover from this setback. He knew that even if he caused trouble, he would not be able to affect Xia Ruofei. Even if he deliberately made a bid and stopped. After Xia Ruofei raised the price, the most he would do was delay the auction for half a day. Speaking of losses, Xia Ruofei would at most lose some commission from the auction and 10% of the charity fund, but it would still earn him a good reputation. Besides, he had already foolishly given Xia Ruofei $950,000. With this $950,000, would Xia Ruofei care about the commission? Besides, he could not offer too low a price. Otherwise, other buyers would compete with him even without Xia Ruofei. What if he raised the price too high and Xia Ruofei refused to accept it? Wouldn't he be a sucker again? After much consideration, Blake sadly realized that he had no way to deal with Xia Ruofei. Now, he could only place his hopes on the giant white truffles at the end of the auction. If he could get 1 or 2 pieces, it would at least be able to offset some of the noise within the family. However, judging from Xia Ruofei's determination today, it would not be easy for him to successfully bid for it. In the end, all 13 pieces of white truffles were successfully auctioned off, and Blake didn't make any more trouble. The 13 pieces of white truffles brought Xia Ruofei a total income of $3.64 million. Including the US $950,000 that Blake had given him, Xia Ruofei had made a total of US $4.59 million from the auction of the white truffle. In addition to the earnings from the previous 2 rounds of auctions, Xia Ruofei had made a total of $6.864 million so far. And this was before the shooting of more than 2 kilograms of white truffle had even started. Furthermore, this was not even a quarter of the truffles that Xia Ruofei had harvested this season. There were a total of 7 pieces of white truffles that were more than 2 kilograms. The largest piece was 2.75 kilograms. The exact weight of the truffle had never been announced, but everyone guessed that it would definitely break the world record. This was because the current world record was also held by the truffle from the Paradise Corporation. It was the final item at the auction at the beginning of the year in Chongqing, which weighed 2.05 kilograms. It was only about 2 kilograms among the items that the Peach Blossom Company had put up for auction this time. There were already 7 truffles that were more than 2 kilograms. It couldn't be that it couldn't even exceed 2.05 kilograms. This was soon proven. The first truffle that was auctioned had already broken the record of the world's heaviest white truffle at the beginning of the year. This white truffle was the lightest of the 7 truffles, but it still weighed 2.09 kilograms. As soon as the truffle was revealed, it caused an intense fight. Many rich people from Hong Kong, Europe, and the United States also joined in the bidding. Not everyone was waiting for the final item. There were many rich people present today, and several of them were worth billions of dollars. Now, there were only 7 truffles left, and they couldn't miss any chance. In the end, after a fierce competition, the 2.09 kilograms white truffle was won by the Hong Kong tycoon, Xing Nanian, for $1.33 million. It was not considered low to find a price. At the beginning of the year, the 2.05 kilograms white truffle at the auction in Shenzhen was bought by Monica, who was next to Xia Ruofei, at $1.25 million. However, that truffle was a world record holder at that time. This also reflected the scarcity of the best white truffle this year. Mr. Nian from the Jing family was so happy that he could not close his mouth. Xia Ruofei was also very happy. It seemed that this season's truffle would earn him a lot of money. Blake was even more upset when he saw that each of Xia Ruofei's truffles was sold at such a high price. At the same time, he was also very envious when he saw the huge white truffle on the stage. He wanted to bid, but he was worried that Xia Ruofei would raise the price. He was in a dilemma. While Blake was hesitating, the white truffles that were more than 2 kilograms were sold one by one. The truffles that were presented were arranged from the lowest to the highest in weight, and because there were fewer and fewer things, the final price of the truffles was also higher. In the end, with the $1.33 million from the first piece, the total price of the 6 white truffles reached $8.58 million. There were a few times when Blake wanted to bid, but Xia Ruofei would turn around and glance at him as if she had sensed something. Blake was immediately scared and sat down in his seat, gritting his teeth. However, he could do nothing. At this time, the auction finally came to the final segment. The final white truffle was placed on a large tray, covered with a red silk cloth. 2 staff members carried it and placed it on the auction stage logo. When it came to the finale, Lu Zhongguang's voice also became a little high-pitched. Before we start the auction for the last piece of white truffle, I would like to solemnly announce that a new world record has been set for the weight of a single white truffle. That's the white truffle on the stage. It weighs 2.75 kg. Although they were already mentally prepared, when they heard Lu Zhongguang announce the exact weight of the white truffle, the guests and other ordinary buyers could not help but gasp. At this time, the red silk cloth covering the white truffle had been pulled down by the hostess. The giant white truffle, which was bigger than a basketball, was completely revealed to everyone. The visual effect of such a large piece of white truffle was quite shocking. White truffle was known as the diamond on the table. A small thin slice of it was worth hundreds of dollars. Such a large piece of white truffle looked like a large piece of ginger, but it seemed to be shining in everyone's eyes. Blake also sat up straight from his seat, and his eyes were shining as he stared at the white truffle. He knew that the final price of this truffle would definitely not be low, but he was still eager to bid. If he could successfully bid for this world record-breaking white truffle, then the trouble caused by his previous foolish actions would be much less. The influence of such a truffle had already exceeded its economic value. As the world's top Western food chain brand, Blake Corporation really needed a brand like this. Blake was not the only one who thought so. Monica, who was sitting beside Xia Ruofei, also had a strange look in her eyes. She must have been very tempted. Monica had also tried to bid for the truffle a few times before, but she had not been successful. If she still failed at the last piece, she would have to return empty-handed from this trip to Hong Kong. Of course, Monica felt that her trip to Hong Kong was not a fruitless one. Reuniting with Xia Ruofei was her biggest gain. She was happier than any truffles on the stage. The auction for this white truffle has officially begun, Lu Zhongguang said with a smile. As usual, the starting bid will be 0 yuan. This was already the basic routine. The final item would be auctioned off at 0 yuan. There was no need to worry about it not being sold or being sold at a very low price. This was confidence. As soon as Lu Zhongguang finished speaking, someone immediately made a bid. The big king of shoes in the United States, Lofus, was the first to raise his bidding board and said loudly, $1.5 million. Lofus' assets were almost the same as Tang He's, who also played an important role in the American business world. He was one of the world's richest people. His bid made the ordinary buyers give up completely. The starting bid of 0 yuan was just a gimmick. With so many rich and powerful people present, and the white truffle being so rare, the possibility of buying it at a low price was impossible. There was another person in the normal servers who was filled with excitement, and that was Blake. The white truffle had already caught his eye. After Lofus bid, he only hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and raising his bidding card, $1.55 million. Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows when he heard Blake's voice. This guy really doesn't learn his lesson. Just as he was about to make a bid to suppress Blake, a mocking voice came from the other side of the venue. Mr. Xia, you don't have to do it yourself, let me do it. $1.6 million. The voice came from the guest area, where the rich and famous from Hong Kong were sitting. Xia Ruofei was elated. It seemed that his words had aroused the hatred of the Hong Kong tycoons. The bidder was Mr. Nian from the Jing family, who had won the white truffle. Previously, he was one of the richest men in Hong Kong, with a net worth of tens of thousands of dollars. Naturally, he would not care about $1 million. Blake was so angry that he almost blew his top. He didn't feel like he had done anything today. However, he was being targeted in every way. Actually, if he had been more low-key in the beginning and did not speak in a charitable tone when he entered the door, Xia Ruofei might not have been so obvious. Not to mention, there wasn't even an explanation for the grudge they had at the beginning of the year. Xia Ruofei was not someone who would swallow his anger. It was fine if they didn't meet, but since they met on a narrow path, and you were so arrogant, who else would I step on if not you? Blake raised his sign again with a gloomy face. $1.66 million. $1.7 million. It was almost like a seamless link, and another price immediately appeared in the Hong Kong tycoon area. This time, it was Hong Kong's entertainment tycoon, Xia Ruofei, who bid without thinking. He didn't give Xia Ruofei a chance to bid at all. Seeing this from backstage, Feng Jing couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. A smile appeared on Xia Ruofei's face. He leaned back on the soft seat and watched the tigers fight. In terms of economic strength, the black group was not much worse than the rich people in the room. However, George Blake's position in the Blake group wasn't very high, and the amount of funds he could mobilize was certainly not the same as those of the rich people. After being rejected twice in a row, Blake realized that he was going to suffer a loss today, and it was impossible for him to get back his face. Of course, he could continue to bid higher, but it would be meaningless. If he bid too high and all his opponents stopped, he would lose everything. If the bid was too low, it would be useless. Logo. Even if he called a high price, Xia Ruofei would continue to bid, and he wouldn't accept it. At most, the white truffle would be left unsold. However, Xia Ruofei had already said that he would be holding a small private auction in the evening. If this record-breaking white truffle was put up for auction, it would attract more people to attend. Xia Ruofei had only lost 10% of the charity funds and some commission from the auction. To Xia Ruofei, who had earned a lot today, this was nothing. After thinking through all this, Blake sat back in his seat like a deflated ball. He had given up on the auction. The fight for the white truffle had just begun. This white truffle wasn't much heavier than the previous ones. The last one weighed 2.53 kilograms and was sold for $1.63 million. But this white truffle had the halo of a world record. Moreover, this was the final truffle of the day. Many of the rich people present had not gotten anything yet, so the price of this truffle had risen due to many factors. Monica, who was beside Xia Ruofei, couldn't sit still either. She hesitated for a moment before raising her board and said clearly, $1.75 million. Ms. Grasso bids $1.75 million. Lu Zhongguang immediately said, the price has now reached $1.75 million. This is a piece of top-grade white truffle that has broken the world record. It is one of a kind in this world. If we miss this opportunity, we might not encounter white truffle of such weight and quality for many years to come. Lu Zhongguang's words were very tempting. This was also the most important embodiment of whether a professional auctioneer was valuable. A successful auctioneer like Ying must have studied psychology very well. She had to be good at grasping the buyer's psychology and use her words and body movements to arouse everyone's desire to buy. Lu Zhongguang was obviously one of the masters. However, Xia Ruofei was laughing in his heart. He had prepared 4 batches of truffles. The final item of each batch was a giant white truffle, and the weight of the individual truffle was gradually increasing. In other words, for every truffle auction held by the Paradise Corporation this season, there would always be an item that broke the world record. Of course, the buyers at the scene did not know. The price of $1.75 million was not particularly high. So Monica's offer was quickly refreshed by higher prices. $1.8 million US dollars. $1.88 million US dollars. $1.9 million US dollars. In a short while, the price of the white truffle had exceeded the $2 million US dollars mark in an unprecedented manner. The bidder was Nicola, a wealthy man from Romania. Nicola's company was engaged in the sales of fertilizer and agricultural machinery. It might sound insignificant, but it was this insignificant industry that brought Nicolai billions of euros in wealth. He had also been crowned as the richest man in Romania for several years in a row. $2 million was obviously a huge price. It wasn't that the rich couldn't afford it, but the price was already close to the limit of the truffle's value. It wouldn't be worth it if they offered a higher price. Monica could only sigh helplessly and give up the competition when the price reached $2 million. Xia Ruofei saw that Monica was a little disappointed. He couldn't help but lean over and whisper, "Monica, don't worry. I won't let you return empty-handed." Monica's beautiful eyes glowed. She turned around and almost kissed Xia Ruofei. The two of them quickly separated. A little. Monica covered her mouth with her hand and asked in a low voice, "Xia, you still have truffles?" Xia Ruofei smiled. "If someone else wanted it, I wouldn't have it. But you're different. So, can the truffle's quality also reach the level of today's auction?" Monica asked in surprise. She didn't dare to hope for something as shocking as the final white truffle. As long as it reached about 2 kilograms, or even lighter, as long as the truffle was of good quality, her mission would be considered complete. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Don't worry. Let them fight for this truffle. I've left you a pretty good one." Monica's eyes flickered and she glanced at Xia Ruofei flirtatiously. She chuckled and said, "Then I'll get it from you tonight?" Xia Ruofei's heart fluttered and he said, "That's what I wanted to say too. I'll wait for you." Monica pursed her lips and smiled, nodding her head gently. Just as the two of them were chatting, the price of the white truffle reached a new high. Guohongjiang, the real estate tycoon from Hong Kong, directly quoted a price of $2.1 million US dollars, breaking the record price. Guohongjiang's net worth was close to 20 billion US dollars, and he was one of the richest people in Hong Kong. He hadn't made a move all this time, not even when the competition for the white truffle was so intense. It was not until the price broke through $2 million and the momentum stagnated that he made a bid without any warning. He even increased the price by $100,000 in one go. He was obviously determined to win. The wealthy Romania man, Nicholas, frowned slightly. He thought for 2 to 3 seconds before raising his sign again. $2.15 million. $2.2 million. Guohongjiang didn't even bother to raise his sign. He immediately announced his price without even a second of hesitation. He was sitting in the middle of the first row, and the famous Mr. Guo was well known in Hong Kong, so Lu Zhongguang immediately confirmed the price. $2.2 million. Lu Zhongguang's voice trembled as he said, "Every bid is setting a new record." The record price of a single white truffle would be greatly increased, and it might be difficult to break for a long time in the future. Is there anyone else who is willing to offer a higher price? Nicolai hesitated for a long time. Several times, he was ready to raise the sign, but then he put it down again. As for the other buyers, they basically gave up when the price reached $2 million. Lu Zhongguang was a little disappointed when he saw that no one else was bidding. However, this disappointment was fleeting. The auction today had been successful enough, especially the last piece of white truffle, which had dazzled the audience. $2.2 million going once. $2.2 million going twice. $2.2 million going 3 times. Deal. As the gavel fell, the last piece of white truffle was finally sold for the sky-high price of $2.2 million US. There was a burst of applause in the auction house, especially in the area where the Hong Kong tycoons were sitting. In the end, this piece of top-class white truffle fell into the hands of a tycoon in Hong Kong, and everyone felt honored. Everyone expressed their congratulations to Guohongjiang. Guohongjiang, who was nearly 60 years old, also stood up and waved to everyone with a smile. Although Blake had created a few small interludes in the first auction of the truffles, it was still a successful one. Other than Xia Ruofei, who had won the bid for the 90-kilogram truffle after the fight with Blake, Xia Ruofei had earned a total of US $17.644 million from the other truffles. In this way, all the truffles harvested this season could bring Xia Ruofei tens of millions of dollars in income. This was definitely a shocking number. Lu Zhongguang expressed his gratitude to all the buyers, then completed his task and returned to the backstage. The manager of the auction house, Dong Jiejun, walked up to the stage with a microphone and said with a smile, "Thank you very much to all the guests and media friends who are here." He was also very grateful for the full support of the Paradise Corporation. Without the high-quality truffles from the Paradise Corporation, there would not have been such a successful auction today. Next, let us welcome the chairman of the Peach Blossom Company, Mr. Xia Ruofei, to the stage to say a few words to everyone. A round of applause instantly broke out in the venue. When Xia Ruofei heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Didn't Ying Luo say that Feng Jing would go up? Why did it become me? Logo. Just then, Xia Ruofei felt his phone vibrate. He took it out of his pocket and saw that Feng Jing had sent him a WeChat message. "Chairman, you've already become the focus of everyone just now. You should do this job of showing your face. Sacrificing you alone is better than both of us sacrificing, right?" There were also a few snickering emojis attached to the message. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly, "So he's throwing me out." However, since everyone was clapping and Dong Jiejun kept signaling to him from the stage, Xia Ruofei had to go up, even if he had to force a duck to the perch. Fortunately, he was used to big scenes in the past 2 years. Even in front of a big chief like Elder Song, he could remain calm, so there was no problem with stage fright. Xia Ruofei muted his phone, stood up, and walked towards the stage. He buttoned the first button of his suit. Xia Ruofei took the microphone from Dong Jiejun and said with a smile, "There was a small interlude in today's auction, but the overall effect was very good. Once again, on behalf of the Paradise Corporation, I would like to thank my friends for your support. I would also like to thank everyone for your recognition of our company's products." Then, Xia Ruofei started to shamelessly promote the Peach Blossom Company. "Our company is a company that specializes in high-end agricultural products, pure traditional Chinese medicine cosmetics, and high-end traditional Chinese medicine herbs. Since the beginning of the company's establishment, we have determined to go on the high-quality route. I believe that friends who know our company know that in the past 2 years, we have launched Taoyuan brand vegetables, fruits, abalone, truffles, and so on, all of which are of the highest quality. Not long ago, our company's jade skin cream has created many sales miracles in a short time." Xia Ruofei had been speaking on stage for 4 to 5 minutes, but no one felt bored. Some people might have participated in the last auction of the best abalone, and some people might be using the jaded skin cream, but many people didn't know that these famous products came from the same company in the mainland. After Xia Ruofei's brief introduction, many people could not help but be shocked. With so many products, any one of them could become a company's fist product, but this Paradise Corporation seemed to have no end, pushing out one product after another. Even the world's richest people with billions of dollars had developed a strong interest in the Paradise Company. As the best in the business world, they naturally knew that the potential of such a company was almost infinite. Perhaps the current scale of Paradise Corporation was insignificant compared to their company, but no one could predict what would happen in the future. To borrow the words of a great man, the Paradise Corporation was like the sun at 8 or 9 in the morning, rising slowly. Xia Ruofei didn't take up too much time. He knew that when things reached an extreme, they would reverse. If he said too much, it would only annoy others. In the end, the news media would only report the essence of the story. So he stopped his self-praise at the right time and said with a smile, "I was planning to hold another private auction tonight, but someone's quite tactful. Now that I only have a piece of white truffle, it seems like there's no need to hold another auction," he thought. Everyone couldn't help but smile when they heard this, and many of them turned their heads to look at Blake. Blake sat in his seat, with a dark face. He stared at Xia Ruofei on the stage, with a venomous look. This was a grudge, but Xia Ruofei did not care. He continued, "So I've decided that the final truffle will be auctioned here. I'll donate all the money I earn from the auction to the Hong Kong Charity Association. I hope everyone will bid enthusiastically. This is also a good deed. I'll return the stage to Mr. Liu and let him host the final charity auction." There was a round of applause from the audience. Many people were praising Xia Ruofei's charity. The white truffle was worth at least $200,000 US. It was a commendable act to donate it all in one go. The media reporters were also writing furiously. It seemed that they would also report this detail in detail. Blake was even more jealous and hateful that all the good things were taken away by Xia Ruofei. He had gained both fame and fortune. Although he had paid more than $200,000, Xia Ruofei had earned a few $100,000 more from the truffle that Blake had bought. He had earned a lot of money, at least $500,000 more, and had a good reputation in the end. As for Blake himself, he suffered a double loss and became the biggest joke of this auction. In everyone's eyes, Blake was simply a clown through and through. Xia Ruofei took 2 steps towards the entrance of the stage and stopped. She picked up the microphone again and said, "Oh right, there's something I almost forgot to tell you. Tao Yuan Company and Hong Kong's Hengfeng Industry have reached a strategic cooperation agreement. In the future, our company's top food ingredients, Chinese medicinal herbs, and other precious products will be auctioned together with Hengfeng Auction House. I hope that everyone will continue to support us and Hengfeng Auction House." Xia Ruofei paused and then smiled mysteriously. "For example, the top grade abalone we auctioned last time, or the top grade truffles we have today. We will continue to sell them in the future. In short, please remember one thing. You can buy the world's top ingredients and Chinese medicinal herbs from the Paradise Corporation at the Hengfeng Auction House. For more specific information, please pay attention to either the Peach Blossom Company or the Hengfeng Auction House's official website, logo. Xia Ruofei passed the microphone to the staff and walked down the stage confidently. He returned to his seat. Xia Ruofei's last words were discussed with Ma Xiong. Such a top auction could easily create a brand effect. Moreover, Hengfeng Group was indeed an excellent partner, which was beneficial to both parties. Therefore, in the future, if there were no accidents, Xia Ruofei would choose Hengfeng Auction House as his first partner for items that needed to be auctioned, like top-grade abalones and top-grade truffles. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, many of them became very excited. Many people had returned empty-handed today. There was no other way. There were too many monks and too few gruel. Those who had come to the auction were basically the elites of the high-end food and beverage industry or the rich who loved truffles. Xia Ruofei's words had clearly indicated that today's truffle auction would not be the last. There would be a second and third truffle picking season. To the buyers who were secretly disappointed, this was great news. Therefore, the applause this time was even more enthusiastic. After Xia Ruofei left the stage, Lu Zhongguang, who had just taken a few sips of water, returned to the stage. The auction for the last truffle was still hosted by him. Ladies and gentlemen, we meet again. Lu Zhongguang made a small joke, and then went straight to the point. Entrusted by Mr. Xia, we will add a truffle to the auction. This white truffle weighs 1.12 kilograms. The starting price is $100,000. Although everyone already knows, I still have to remind you that Mr. Xia will donate all the proceeds from the auction of this white truffle to the Hong Kong Charity Association. Now, everyone can start bidding. $150,000. $180,000. $200,000. $230,000. Lu Zhongguang's voice had just fallen when the bidding began one after another. He did not even have the time to repeat the price. The reaction to the truffle was much more enthusiastic than when it first appeared, and it quickly broke the last normal price of the previous auction. At that time, the bid was called for $210,000, and then the price became extremely unreasonable as Blake raised his sign. On one hand, this was the last truffle, and compared to those that were more than 2 kilograms, the threshold was much lower, so the buyers who had not gotten any before were all bidding. On the other hand, the truffle was being auctioned for charity, and the final buyer would also be contributing to charity. Moreover, it could be on the news, so everyone's enthusiasm for buying was naturally different. In the end, the white truffle was sold for $320,000, which was far more than its actual value. The winner was Nicolae, a wealthy man from Romania who had participated in the bid for the final truffle. Nicola had gained nothing before. Although the truffle was only 1.12 kilograms, he would be pleased to get it. At least he did not return empty-handed. Moreover, he could also win a good reputation for charity, so Nicolas was very happy after the successful bid, and even stood up to express his gratitude to the people around him who congratulated him. The auction came to a perfect end. Other than the white truffle he contributed to a charity in Hong Kong, the rest of the truffles were sold for a total of $17.644 million. Xia Ruofei insisted on paying the auction commission according to the market price, which included a 10% commission, 3% tax, 1% insurance, catalog, and other miscellaneous fees. Xia Ruofei's net income was more than $15 million. Xia Ruofei did not need to personally take part in the delivery of the auction items and other clean-up work. Feng Jing's team and the Hengfeng auction house's team would naturally handle it well. Xia Ruofei followed Ma Xiong to the resting hall next to the auction hall. Although he wanted to stay with Monica, there were too many people present. Besides, Ma Xiong had to introduce him to some of the Hong Kong socialites. So, he could only give Monica a look and left the auction hall first. At noon, Ma Xiong would host a banquet for his old friends at Hengfeng Jiahua Hotel. It wasn't lunchtime yet, so everyone was arranged to stay in this lounge. When Ma Xiong led Xia Ruofei in, there were already many people chatting in the lounge with glasses of red wine. Mr. Xia, both of you have gained both fame and fortune today. Congratulations. The auction was a huge success. Heroes really come from youngsters. We old people admire Xia very much. Many people came up to him enthusiastically. Ma Xiong also introduced them to Xia Ruofei with a smile. The real estate magnate of Hong Kong, Guohongjiang, and the rich man, Xing Jianian, who had been very active in bidding at the auction today, were all present. To urge the rich people of their level to take care of the delivery of the auction items and such. Guohongjiang, Xing Jianian, and the others were also very enthusiastic about Xia Ruofei. Especially Old Master Zheng. He held Xia Ruofei's hands and said, "Xia Xing, you've really brought honor to the Chinese today." When those foreigners saw our top-grade truffles, they looked like they had seen a ghost. "You're too flattering," Xia Ruofei said politely. "Ha ha ha." Guohongjiang also laughed heartily. "I've wanted to attend the abalone auction the last time, but something happened at the company and I couldn't attend. It's a good thing I didn't miss the truffle auction this time." Ma Xiong teased, "Director Guo, you're not just saying that you didn't miss anything. Even the biggest white truffle in the finale has been taken by you. Even I'm envious." Guohongjiang glanced at Ma Xiong and said, "Chairman Ma, you're so close to Mr. Xia. If you want truffles, do you have to fight with us at the auction? Who wouldn't want too much truffles?" Ma Xiong laughed. "Good job, Ma Lousy. He's been like this since he was young, insatiable and greedy." Guohongjiang scolded jokingly. Xia Ruofei could tell that this real estate tycoon had a good personal relationship with Ma Xiong. The way they spoke was very casual, and it was obvious that they were old friends. Ma Xiong laughed and said to Xia Ruofei, "Xia Xing, you should get closer to Director Guo. He's not only the boss of Hong Kong's real estate industry, but also a director of the Hong Kong horse race. In Hong Kong, his words are more powerful than mine." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be moved. Hong Kong's horse race was one of the largest running organizations in the world. It was also approved by the special region government to legally run the horse race. The entire horse race was controlled by the board of directors, which consisted of 12 directors. Each director was a very prestigious person in Hong Kong society. Although this was a voluntary position and there was no remuneration, it was a manifestation of social status in Hong Kong. "Mr. Xia, if you like horse racing, we can have more exchanges," Guohongjiang said. With a smile. "I don't know much about horse racing," Xia Ruofei said half-jokingly. "Chairman Guo, Ma Xiong said with a smile. Xia Xing doesn't know much about horse racing, but if there's any health problem with the horses, he might be able to help." Guohongjiang raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh? Does Xia Xing have any experience in raising horses?" "I'm not sure if Xia Xing has ever raised a horse before, but his medical skills are simply too brilliant." Ma Xiong laughed out loud. I don't think the health of ordinary horses will be a problem for Xia. Sheng. Xia Ruofei and Guohongjiang smiled bitterly at the same time. Chairman Ma, are you making fun of me? Guohongjiang pretended to be angry. Mr. Ma, I'm studying traditional Chinese medicine, not a vet, Xia Ruofei smiled. Bitterly. Logo. Guohongjiang, Xingjianian, and the others couldn't help but laugh. I think Xiaoxing's medical skills are top notch. If there's any health problem during the race, he'll definitely be able to solve it easily. Ma Xiong said with a serious expression. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. Old Mr. Ma, you're flattering me. I'm not that amazing. I just know a little art from my ancestors. Don't be so humble, Xia Sheng, Ma Xiong insisted. Director Gua, Boss Xing, you guys might not know yet, right? Last time, I had a serious cerebral hemorrhage, and even our Hengfeng Hospital's Dr. Qin announced that there was no point in resuscitating me. It was Xiaoxing who pulled me back from the brink of death, and there were no sequelae. Guohongjiang and the others immediately widened their eyes. They had all heard about Ma Xiong's serious illness, but Ma Xiong's health was related to Hengfeng's stock price, so some detailed information couldn't be obtained by outsiders. Therefore, it was the first time that Guohongjiang and the others had heard of this detail. The way they looked at Xia Ruofei had changed. These super-rich people would have more than enough money to spend in a few lifetimes. The Paradise Corporation had top-grade abalone, truffles, and wild ginseng. That was hundreds of years old. Perhaps they would value Xia Ruofei more and would look up to him. They would actively seek cooperation, but there was a limit to their value. After all, they were no longer so desperate for money. However, with Xia Ruofei's amazing medical skills, it was a completely different story. The richer a person was, the more afraid they were of death. Moreover, everyone was the same when it came to diseases. Didn't you say that you could escape death's scythe just because you had a net worth of hundreds of millions? Even a legendary figure like gang leader Qiao couldn't compare to pancreatic cancer, right? Therefore, in the eyes of these rich people, a doctor with excellent medical skills was far more worth befriending than the boss of a company with endless potential. Xia Ruofei did not expect Ma Xiong to bring up such a story from the horse racing incident. He could not help but smile bitterly. Ma Xiong observed his expression and immediately smiled. Xiaoxing, Director Gua, and the others are my old friends. They won't tell anyone about your medical skills, so don't worry. After he finished speaking, Ma Xiong turned to Guohongjiang and the rest and said, Director Gua, Boss Xing, Xiaoxing is a person who doesn't like trouble. So he didn't let me tell you about his medical skills. It's better for you to know this yourself, but don't spread it. Guohongjiang understood tacitly and quickly said, I understand. Chairman Ma, Mr. Xia, don't worry. We know the severity of this. Xing Yinian also expressed his opinion without hesitation. This matter is only known to the few of us. It will definitely not be spread. Elder Xing had lived for 60 to 70 years and was even more aware of the stakes involved. Guohongjiang's attitude towards Xia Ruofei became even more enthusiastic. Mr. Xia, is there anything else you've come to Hong Kong for besides the auction? I still have some faith in Hong Kong. If you need my help, don't be shy. Xia Ruofei smiled. This time, it's mainly about the auction. It's been successfully completed. If there's nothing else, I'll be returning to the mainland in 2 days. It's rare to come here, so There's no hurry to go back. Guohongjiang quickly said, Hong Kong still has many places worth visiting. Also, if Mr. Xia is interested, I can take you to the racetrack. You won't see such a lively place in the mainland. Xia Ruofei nodded. I'll thank you first, Director Gua. I don't have anything urgent to rush back to. I'll follow old Mr. Ma's instructions in Hong Kong. Chairman Ma, Mr. Xia, is finally here in Hong Kong. You have to give me a chance to be the host. Guohongjiang said to Ma Xiong. I'll definitely give you face since you've asked for it yourself, Chairman Gua. Ma Xiong laughed. Don't worry. Even if you didn't say so, I would have asked Xia Xing to stay for a few more days. He's my savior. Guohongjiang was overjoyed, and the Jing family's young master quickly extended an invitation to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei naturally responded very politely. Anyway, he had come to Hong Kong and Island to listen to Ma Xiong's arrangements. It didn't matter whether he returned to the mainland a few days earlier or later. There was nothing particularly urgent during this period of time. The cordyceps in the medium was also in the harvesting process, so Xia Qing couldn't finish it in a short time. The top-grade Abalonian truffles couldn't be put up for auction right away. The company's operations were quite smooth. And it didn't matter if he was still the boss. Guohongjiang and Jing Jianian were definitely not the only guests invited by Ma Xiong. Hence, after exchanging pleasantries for a while, Ma Xiong introduced Xia Ruofei to other friends. However, he did not promote Xia Ruofei's medical skills anymore. He must have a special relationship with Gua and Jing. Ma Xiong pulled Xia Ruofei to the side and whispered, Xia Xing, I told Elder Gua and Elder Jing about your medical skills. Without discussing it with you. Please don't take it to heart, Xia Ruofei smiled. Old Mr. Ma is definitely doing this for my own good. Why would I take offense? Xia Ruofei understood immediately that Ma Xiong was doing this to build his own network. His company had impeccable products and huge potential. The only thing lacking was that its foundation was too weak and its foundation was not deep. This needed time to slowly accumulate. Logo. Guohongjiang, Jing Jianian, and the other influential rich and famous people in Hong Kong could be of great help to Xia Ruofei. That was why Ma Xiong had deliberately revealed Xia Ruofei's medical skills to them. Ma Xiong smiled and said, It's good that Xia Xing understands. Director Guo's influence in Hong Kong is above mine, and there are many fields that our Hengfeng group has not yet been involved in. With his and Zhang's help, your company will definitely be able to develop very smoothly in Hong Kong. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Thank you, old Mr. Ma. Everyone got to know each other in the lounge and chatted for a while. The lunch was ready, and Ma Xiong called everyone to the banquet hall. Ma Xiong was definitely the main character at the luncheon. He also highly recommended Xia Ruofei, so Xia Ruofei naturally became one of the focal points. Many of Ma Xiong's friends came up to toast and chat with him. Guohongjiang and Jing Jianian were even more enthusiastic about Xia Ruofei. After the lunch, the two of them chatted with Xia Ruofei for a long time and invited him to their house. In the afternoon, the auction's cleaning up was basically over. Hengfeng's transfer was naturally fast. More than $15 million of auction funds were transferred to Xia Ruofei's overseas offshore company account on the same day. Now, Xia Ruofei's offshore account already had more than $30 million. This money was more than enough to cover the daily expenses of the Australian winery. Meanwhile, Australia's Paradise Farm was about to start generating profits soon. The new grapes had been planted in the winery, and if everything went well, they should be able to use the new grapes to make wine next year. At that time, the winery would also be able to generate considerable profits, and the offshore company would have more and more funds. Moreover, it was very easy to transfer money back to China from overseas. If there was a lack of funds to pay for the building, Xia Ruofei could transfer a sum of money back at any time. Of course, it would take some effort to transfer the money back. Hence, Xia Ruofei would not use the money unless it was necessary. Feng Jing and her team handed over the work here and prepared to return to the Three Mountains the next morning. That night, Xia Ruofei asked Ma Jiming to book a private room at Hengfeng Jiehua Hotel and invited Feng Jing and the employees to have a meal together. It could be considered a celebration party. Besides, Xia Ruofei had also specifically instructed Feng Jing to buy a gift for each employee at the airport's duty-free shop. The limit was 30,000 yuan. Even Feng Jing had her own. Xia Ruofei had paid for the gift out of his own pocket as a reward for his own employees. The team that came to Hong Kong this time, including Feng Jing, only had 4 or 5 people. Xia Ruofei had earned more than 15 million US dollars, which was almost 100 million Chinese dollars. The welfare for these employees was only about 100,000 yuan, so Xia Ruofei naturally didn't care. He had always been very generous to his employees. Wu Qian and the other girls were naturally overjoyed. They all shouted, "Long live the boss!" With 30,000 yuan, they could at least buy a very good LV bag or other luxury goods of equivalent value at the airport's duty-free store. For these girls, this was simply a heavenly blessing. Feng Jing knew Xia Ruofei's temper, so she didn't reject him. She even expressed her gratitude to Xia Ruofei on behalf of the employees. After dinner, Wu Qian and the others dragged Feng Jing out to go shopping. Wu Qian said with a smile, "President Feng, we've been working here for almost a week. Today's work is completed successfully. Come with us to relax." "That's right, President Feng," a round-faced girl also said. "Aren't you afraid that you'll tire yourself out from working all day long? You need to have a sense of relaxation." Xia Ruofei smiled. "Boss Feng, I think the employees are right. Don't be too tense. Relax when you need to. There's still a few more emails from the company, but I didn't have time to read them today," Feng Jing said with a bitter smile. "I'm going to deal with it tonight." Actually, Feng Jing wasn't much older than Wu Qian and the others. It was just that she was too engrossed in her work. She looked like a typical career woman, so she appeared to be more mature than her actual age. Wu Qian and the others were all thinking about Hong Kong's night view or shopping at Sha's store, but Feng Jing was still thinking about work. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "CEO Feng, you can't finish your work. I think Feng was right just now. We must have a balance between work and rest. You don't have to do anything tonight, go out with them. This is an order." Feng Rao glared at Xia Ruofei and said, "What kind of order is this?" Wu Qian was Feng Jing's assistant and was closer to her, so she was a little braver with her words. She giggled and said, "President Feng, in our company, the chairman's words are like the imperial edict. Do you dare to disobey the decree? What nonsense is this?" "Fine. Feng." Rao smiled bitterly. "I can go out with you, but I have to be back before 10 o'clock. Ah? At 10 o'clock, Wu Qian's face suddenly turned bitter. Xia Ruofei quickly gave Wu Qian a look. Wu Qian immediately understood and said, all right, I'll listen to you. Xia Ruofei said, that's right. Wait a minute. I'll arrange a car for you. Just tell the driver where you want to go. Yay! Long live the chairman. Wu Qian said happily. Xia Ruofei gave Ma Jiming a call. Ma Jiming naturally arranged a business car for Xia Ruofei without a second thought. He even sent the best driver in the company. Feng Jing left the hotel with Wu Qian and the rest. Xia Ruofei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He took out his phone and called Monica as he walked towards the elevator. When Xia Ruofei returned to the presidential suite on the top floor, she immediately took out a 2.5 kilogram piece of white truffle from her interspace and placed it in the refrigerator that had been specially added to the presidential suite. He then walked to the large balcony connected to the living room and looked down from the balcony on the highest floor. At this time, the lights in Hong Kong had just lit up. The beautiful Port Victoria was in the distance. From Xia Ruofei's position, he could see the lights of the boats on the sea and the traffic on the seaside roads. The night was intoxicating. However, Xia Ruofei's mind was not on the night. After he smoked a cigarette on the balcony, he heard Yuer's doorbell ring. He quickly snuffed out the cigarette and threw it into the trash can by the balcony door. Then, he rushed over to open the door. Monica was standing at the door. She was still wearing the dress that she had worn at the auction today. Her slender legs were stretched tightly by the dress, and her graceful figure was undoubtedly revealed. However, Monica's hair was still wet. It was obvious that she had already taken a shower in the room, changed into this dress, and dressed up carefully. Xia Ruofei could see the tenderness in her charming blue eyes. Xia Ruofei, who was already a little impatient, fell for her even more at this moment. He grabbed Monica's hand and pulled her gently, causing Monica to fall into his arms. Then, Xia Ruofei locked the door with his foot. The two of them couldn't wait to kiss each other in the living room. Their charming voices soon rang out in the presidential suite. After a long time, Monica, with her messy hair and lazy expression, drew circles on Xia Ruofei's chest and asked, Xia, is the truffle you mentioned in the morning in Hong Kong? I don't want to return empty-handed from this trip to China. Monica, you're so charming, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. I forgot what I was supposed to do when I saw you. Xia Ruofei sat up straight and said, let's go, baby. I'll show you the stock I've specially reserved for you. Monica was already weak from the torture, but when she heard that the truffle was in the presidential suite, she immediately perked up and quickly sat up. Xia Ruofei did not hide anything in front of Monica and walked straight to the living room. Monica casually wrapped a towel around her and quickly followed. Clang, 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 clang. Xia Ruofei smiled and opened the door of the cold cabinet. Baby, come and take a look. Are you satisfied? Just as Monica walked over in anticipation, the melodious doorbell suddenly rang. Logo. When the doorbell rang, both Xia Ruofei and Monica were petrified. They froze in their tracks. Now, one of them was naked, only wearing a pair of small underwear, while the other was wrapped in a bathrobe that could not cover her seductive figure. When they heard the doorbell, their hearts almost jumped out of their throats. Xia Ruofei slowly turned his head and noticed a small LCD screen on the wall. There were many such control terminals in the presidential suite to ensure that the guests could control it from a close distance. Feng Jing was displayed on the LCD screen with a small plastic bag in her hand. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but sigh. Didn't he send her away after dinner? Why did the women return to the hotel so quickly? This didn't make sense. He didn't realize that 2 to 3 hours had passed since he and Monica had been fooling around in the hotel. And how could a strong woman like Feng Jing have the same brain circuits as an ordinary woman? She was not very interested in shopping, but she was dragged out by the girls, so she took a taxi back to the hotel. After shopping for a while, Xia Ruofei quickly gestured for Monica to keep quiet. Monica nodded in understanding. The two of them did not even dare to move. They stood still and looked at the LCD screen nervously. Xia Ruofei thought that Feng Rao would probably think that he was not in the room and return to her room after. The doorbell rang for a while. The situation was just as he had predicted. Through the LCD screen, Xia Ruofei saw Feng Jing ring the doorbell twice. After a while, a suspicious expression appeared on her face before she turned around and walked back. Xia Ruofei heaved a long sigh of relief. However, before his expression could relax, he was shocked again. Feng Rao, who was still in the video, took out her phone and dialed a number. Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. Everything happened so quickly that he had no time to react. Forward, forward, forward. Our team is facing the sun. Xia Ruofei's unique ringtone suddenly rang loudly. The worst thing was that when Xia Ruofei opened the door for Monica, he had placed his phone on the shelf beside the door. Then, the two of them kissed each other at the door and couldn't wait to get into bed. His phone was left at the door. Although the presidential suite's sound insulation was good, the phone's volume was set to the maximum. Furthermore, it was a very loud rock and roll military song. It was hard for Feng Jing not to hear it, even though there was only a door between them. As expected, Xia Ruofei saw the scene on the LCD screen. Feng Jing was stunned for a moment, then she walked back to the door and listened carefully. Then, the doorbell rang again. Obviously, Feng Jing had heard Xia Ruofei's phone ring. Xia Ruofei made a prompt decision and pointed to a room. Monica understood and immediately tiptoed into the room and locked the door. Luckily, there are more rooms in the presidential suite, Xia Ruofei thought to himself. He didn't have time to think about it. He quickly started to clean up the room as fast as he could. He even used his true qi and mental power. On the sofa in the living room, on the desk in the study room, on the floor of the bedroom. His and Monica's clothes were scattered everywhere. Xia Ruofei seemed to have transformed into a Superman who could teleport. He used his fastest speed to shuttle back and forth and stuffed all the clothes into an empty cabinet. Then, he picked up a shirt and fanned it hard, hoping that the smell in the room would spread out as much as possible. Even though Xia Ruofei was physically strong, he had done so many things in just 1 or 2 minutes. He was exhausted and drenched in sweat. Most importantly, he was scared. His mind was spinning quickly, and he quickly picked up a bathrobe and put it on. Then he quickly went to the bathroom to wet his hair and picked up a towel. Only then did she drag her slippers and walk to the door. "They're coming," Xia Ruofei replied loudly. Opening the door, Xia Ruofei asked, while drying his hair, "President Feng? Why are you back so soon?" "I rang the doorbell for a long time, so I thought you weren't in the room." Feng Rao laughed. "Hee hee." Xia Ruofei laughed and said calmly, I was in the shower and didn't hear the sound of the water. Did you call my phone? I can vaguely hear my phone ringing, yep. If I didn't call you, I wouldn't have known you were in the room. Fengke said. Then, she looked at Xia Ruofei strangely and asked, Chairman, what are you doing at the door? It's inconvenient for me to go in? Xia Ruofei quickly replied, how can that be? It was convenient. It was convenient. Come in. After saying that, he quickly stepped aside to make way for her. Feng Rao looked at Xia Ruofei with a smile and walked into the presidential suite with the small bag. I saw a nice bag when I was shopping just now, she said as she walked. I bought one for you too, you can give it to your girlfriend when you go back. Yo. You're still thinking of me when you're shopping. Xia Ruofei said absent-mindedly, then I won't stand on ceremony. I'll thank you on behalf of Qingxue. Why are you being so polite with me? Feng Jing said as she looked around. Although it's not the first time I've been to this suite, I still can't help but exclaim how luxurious it is. Logo. Xia Ruofei followed Feng Rao's gaze and looked around. He almost fainted from shock. He glanced at the bed. In the bedroom, there was a touch of pink under the duck-down quilt, and he could vaguely see a little lace edge. Xia Ruofei rushed out like a spring and stuffed the fish that escaped under the blanket. Then, he looked at the surprised Feng Rao and laughed dryly. The room is too messy. The clothes before the bath are all thrown around. Actually, Feng Jing didn't see it clearly, but after Xia Ruofei said that, she immediately thought of what Xia Ruofei was hiding. It was probably something close, fitting, and her face couldn't help but heat up. She quickly looked away and didn't dare to look in the direction of the bedroom. Xia Ruofei was a little anxious. Madam, you gave me a bag and I've accepted it. If there's nothing else, you can go back and rest. Or go deal with the mail. Aren't you that dedicated to your work? What are you doing in my room? Seeing Feng Jing looking around the suite, Xia Ruofei's heart started to race. Especially when Feng Jing's gaze swept past the room where Monica was hiding, his heart almost jumped out of his throat. However, what he was afraid of came. Perhaps it was because the auction had ended and it was a huge success. Feng Jing was very relaxed and had no intention of going back immediately. She laughed as she read, I used to live in this presidential suite too. I think I'm staying in this room, Feng Rao said as she walked towards a room. Xia Ruofei was so shocked that he almost screamed. The room that Ying was in was the room that Monica was hiding in. In such an emergency, Xia Ruofei casually pointed at the room. Unexpectedly, it was the room that Feng Rao had stayed in the last time. Monica did not have the time to think so much. She must have subconsciously followed Xia Ruofei's directions and hid in the room. As Feng Rao walked towards the door, Xia Ruofei quickly called out, President Feng. Xia Ruofei's voice was trembling. Feng Rao stopped and turned around. Chairman, what's wrong? Xia Ruofei forced himself to remain calm and laughed dryly. Oh, it's nothing. Didn't you say you had a few emails to deal with during dinner? Yep. Feng Jing smiled and said, I'm just here to give you my bag. I'll be back soon. Feng Rao took a few more steps forward and said, by the way, I'll take a look at the room I stayed in last time and relive the feeling of being in a presidential suite. Feng Jing had already reached the door and was stretching out her hand. President Feng. Xia Ruofei was so shocked that he called out again. Feng Rao was also shocked by Xia Ruofei. She retracted her hand and asked, "What's wrong?" Xia. Ruofei racked his brain and said, "What? What kind of bag did you buy? Open it and give me in." Introduction. Feng Jing couldn't help but laugh. "Chairman, why are you so jumpy today? It's just a small LV handbag. A woman's handbag. You won't understand even if I tell you." Tonight, Feng Rao seemed to feel uncomfortable if she did not go back to her room. After being interrupted by Xia Ruofei twice, she still reached for the door handle. Xia Ruofei was so nervous that his heart was about to jump out of his throat. The scene of Monica wrapped in a bath towel being seen by Feng Rao appeared in his mind. Feng Rao's hand was already on the doorknob. Kata, kata. She wrung her hands twice and frowned. Eh? Why is the door locked from the inside? Xia Ruofei's soul, which was about to leave her body, seemed to have returned to its original position. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Thank God Monica remembered to lock the door from the inside. I'm not too sure, he quickly replied. When I first checked in, I walked around the apartment. Did I accidentally press the lock button and close the door? I see, it's fine, it's fine. If you want to go in and take a look, I'll call the waiter to open the door. Xia Ruofei said immediately. The room card of the presidential suite could be used to open the door of the entire suite, but the doors of the rooms in the suite were not opened by card. Most people who lived here wouldn't lock an empty room from the inside. If they made a mistake, they could make a phone call and the waiter would come to open the door. Although Xia Ruofei was straightforward, he had no intention of taking action. He was also praying that Feng Jing wouldn't insist on entering the house to take a look. Unless Feng Jing realized that something was wrong, she would definitely give up on that idea. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel nervous. He wondered if Feng Jing had discovered something. For example, the pink lace bra, the smell of Monica's perfume in the room, or something else that he hadn't noticed. Fortunately, none of his worries turned into reality. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Feng Jing laughed and said, No need. So what if it's locked? Why did they bother the waiter so late at night? There are so many rooms here, you won't be able to stay in all of them, right? Xia Ruofei felt a weight lifted off his chest and quickly said, That's true. Then, let's not open it. In fact, Xia Ruofei was acting like a snake. Feng Jing did not notice anything wrong. She had only wanted to enter the room on a whim. After all, she had stayed here before. The bag had been delivered, and the door couldn't be opened. Feng Jing's strong woman nature quickly returned as she started thinking about the few emails that she had yet to deal with. Hence, she quickly bade Xia Ruofei farewell and left. Xia Ruofei personally sent Feng Jing to the door as if he had been pardoned and thanked her for the gift. After Feng Jing left and Xia Ruofei closed the door, he heaved a long sigh of relief and leaned against the door as if he had collapsed. Xia Ruofei realized that his back was drenched in sweat. It had only been a few minutes since Feng Jing had entered and left, but Xia Ruofei felt like a long time had passed. After leaning against the door for a while, Xia Ruofei looked around guiltily. After confirming that there was no one outside the door, he walked to the door of the room where Monica was hiding. Xia Ruofei gently knocked on the door and said, Monica, come out. They've already left. The door opened with a click, and Monica, who was still wrapped in a bath towel, walked out of the room. The two of them stood at the door, looking at each other. A few seconds later, the smiles on their faces slowly bloomed, and then they laughed. Those few minutes were too exciting, especially when Feng Jing's hand went to turn the doorknob. Xia Ruofei almost thought that the whole thing had been exposed. Fortunately, in the end, he was not in danger. It had to be said that this feeling of being a thief could actually bring an inexplicable excitement. The two of them laughed for a while before slowly stopping. Then, they looked into each other's eyes in unison. Both of them could see a small flame in each other's eyes. Without any words, Xia Ruofei and Monica hugged and kissed each other tightly. Soon, the cumbersome bath towel and bathrobe were thrown far away, and a charming battle began again. The flames of war burned from the living room to the study, and then from the study to the bedroom. Finally, the final battle was carried out in the bathroom with an extra large jacuzzi. Unknowingly, more than an hour had passed. When the two of them slowly recovered from their crazed state, they remembered that they had not seen the white truffle. Xia Ruofei looked at Monica, who was drenched in sweat. The two of them took a couple's bath, changed into a clean bathrobe, and walked out of the bathroom. Xia, it was crazy tonight, Monica said as she held Xia Ruofei's arm. If you don't show me the white truffle, I'm afraid I can't help but, Xia Ruofei laughed and said, baby, let's look at the truffles first. The night is long, we have a lot of time. I promise I'll make sure you're full tonight, logo. As the two of them spoke, they came to the specially added cold cabinet. Xia Ruofei entered the password and opened the cold cabinet. Then, he took out the white truffle that he had prepared earlier. Monica stared at it intently until the entire white truffle appeared in front of her. Throughout the entire process, her eyes widened, and she looked more and more excited. She had thought that it was already very good that Xia Ruofei had reserved a truffle for her. She did not have much hope for the weight and quality of the truffle. If there was a truffle comparable to the final item of the auction, why did he not auction it? However, when Monica saw the truffle, she realized that Xia Ruofei had left the best truffle for her. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Monica, this white truffle weighs 2.53 kilograms. Its quality is definitely not inferior to the truffles at the auction. Are you satisfied with this? Xia, I didn't misjudge you. Monica said excitedly, with this truffle, my trip to Hong Kong will be a great success. As long as you're satisfied, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Monica looked at the truffle for a long time, and the more she looked at it, the happier she was. Although they had already seen several truffles of similar quality at the auction, they had only been seen from below the stage. Now that they could see it up close, it felt completely different. The shock brought by a top-grade truffle was naturally completely different. Monica was born into a family of truffles. She grew up smelling the fragrance of truffles. The pure taste of this white truffle fascinated her. Xia Ruofei felt that he was being ignored by the beauty. He deliberately said with a sad face, Monica, you're making me jealous. Monica couldn't help but laugh. She turned around and hugged Xia Ruofei. Jealous of a piece of truffle? I didn't expect my man to be so narrow-minded. Xia Ruofei suddenly felt his anger rising. He pulled Monica into his arms and pressed her almost perfect face against his. He said fiercely, you dare to say I'm narrow-minded? It seems that the punishment just now was not enough. After saying that, his hands began to move around. Feng Jing had already been here once and probably wouldn't be coming back. It was already past 10 a.m. and Xia Ruofei didn't have many friends in Hong Kong. No. One would visit him in the middle of the night, so he was more daring. Monica laughed as she dodged. And said, "My dear, wait. We'll talk after we're done with the proper business. What I have to do now is official business," Xia Ruofei said with an evil smile and then lowered his head. However, Monica stretched out her hand to block Xia Ruofei's mouth and insisted, "Xia, I'll spend more time with you after I'm done with the truffle, okay?" Xia Ruofei could tell that Monica was not flirting but was really rejecting him. He could not continue in this situation, so he let go of her hand helplessly. Monica pursed her lips and smiled. She glanced at Xia Ruofei flirtatiously and said, "Xia, keep this truffle first." For such a top-grade truffle, every minute it was exposed to the air would increase the risk of it going bad. Thus, Monica was also in a hurry to keep the truffle in the cold storage after looking at it. Xia Ruofei nodded and kept the truffle in the cold cabinet. Monica asked with a smile, "Do you have a computer?" "Of course, please wait a moment," Xia Ruofei said. After he finished speaking, he went straight back to the bedroom. In a place where Monica's line of sight was blocked, he took out a computer bag from the space. Inside it was his Apple laptop and a full set of mouse power sources. Monica took the computer bag and went straight to the study. She connected the computer to the power supply. Xia Ruofei was standing beside Monica. After entering the login page, Xia Ruofei went over and entered the system with his fingerprint. Monica opened the email software with practiced ease. After logging in, she downloaded a document and started editing it on Xia Ruofei's computer. Xia Ruofei did not look at the computer screen. His eyes were all on Monica. Monica stared at the screen attentively, clicking with the mouse from time to time and then quickly typing on the keyboard. Her expression was quite serious. As soon as she entered her working state, she immediately had the aura of a strong woman. However, Monica was only wrapped in a bath towel at the moment, barely covering the alluring parts of her body. Her hair was also let down. The two temperaments of languidness and seductiveness mixed together with a serious and focused one, more or less, looked out of place. The corners of Xia Ruofei's mouth slowly curled up. Monica hit the enter key and said with a smile, "Done." Then, she found the extension port in Xia Ruofei's laptop bag and connected the printer in the study room to the computer. She quickly finished the installation. Soon, a document was printed. Xia Ruofei then turned his attention to the computer screen. The printer was still spitting out the printed paper. Xia Ruofei had already seen the contents of the document on the computer screen. Now that Xia Ruofei's English was very good, he could easily tell that it was a truffle transfer agreement. The document was probably a template Monica had left in her email. She had only downloaded it and modified a portion of the content. By then, the document had been printed. Monica smiled and handed it to Xia Ruofei. "Xia, take a look. Sign if there's no problem, logo." Xia Ruofei glanced at Monica, took the agreement, and started to read it. The important parts had been bolded, so Xia Ruofei could easily find the key information. $1.55 million. Xia Ruofei shook his head without thinking. "Monica, this price is too high. We're friends, I can't charge you so much money." This price was basically the same as a piece of white truffle that was about the same weight as the one at the auction. It seemed that Monica was referring to the auction price. As expected, Monica's lips curled up slightly as she said, the 2.55 kilograms white truffle at the auction this morning was sold for $1.57 million. I think the price I offered is very suitable. That's different. That's an auction. Xia Ruofei said, the auction price is affected by many uncertain factors. How can it be used as a reference? Besides, I've reserved this white truffle for you. If you're going to sell it at an auction price, why would you look for me? Why don't we just sell it at the auction? Monica smiled and shook her head. Xia, feelings are feelings. Business is business. The two can't be mixed together. I can indeed make a bid at the auction, and our Grasso group can definitely afford more than $1.5 million. However, if I make a bid, can you guarantee that I will be able to get that white truffle? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be speechless. Although there seemed to be a lot of truffles being auctioned today, there were also quite a number of rich people attending the auction. Therefore, the competition for each truffle was quite fierce, especially for the white truffle, which was relatively heavy. If Monica had participated in the bidding for the 2.55 kilograms white truffle in the morning, the final price might have gone up a lot. Monica saw that Xia Ruofei had stopped talking and smiled. I was right, right? So, our company is actually still at an advantage. Without any competitors, we can buy such a high-quality white truffle at a more appropriate price. Xia Ruofei came back to his senses and said, something's wrong. I almost got tricked by you. That's not right. I reserved this white truffle for you, so it's impossible for it to be auctioned. The nature of the two is different, and it can't be measured by the auction price. Even if you want to use it as a reference, you can only use the general market price of truffles this year as a reference. Xia, I know you're good to me. Monica smiled and said, but this is just a truffle acquisition business. I'm not representing myself, but the entire Grasso group, say no more. $1.3 million. Xia Ruofei said without hesitation, if you can accept this price, modify the agreement and print it out now. I'll sign it immediately. If you still insist on the price of $1.55 million, then I won't sell this white truffle. Monica couldn't help but be speechless. Why was he being a scoundrel? Moreover, the seller insisted on lowering the price, and the buyer had no choice but to do so. How could there be such a strange thing? Monica looked at Xia Ruofei, and Xia Ruofei stared back at Monica's eyes. From his eyes, Monica could see his determination. She smiled bitterly and said, all right, my man, I'll listen to you. Then, she found the price page on the computer and changed the price to $1.3 million according to Xia Ruofei's request. Then, she printed out the page separately and replaced it with the corresponding page in the agreement. Monica bound the agreement and handed it to Xia Ruofei. Can I sign now? Xia Ruofei's face finally revealed a smile. He readily took out a pen from the pen holder and signed his name on the seller's position. Monica also signed her name. Her English was written very elegantly and eternally, exuding a sense of elegance. There were 2 copies of the contract. Monica handed Xia Ruofei one and smiled. All right, the deal is complete. I'll get someone from the company to come and hand over the white truffle tomorrow. Before that, they'll transfer the money to your account. Oh, right, write down your bank account number for me. I'll send it to the company tonight. You should be in Italy at this time. Before Monica could finish Her sentence, Xia Ruofei had already picked her up by the waist. Ah, Monica cried out in shock. Xia. Ruofei chuckled. There's still time to deal with these things tomorrow. Now that you've finished your business, it's my turn to do my business. Monica laughed and said, Xia, give me your bank account number. We'll talk later. I haven't turned off the computer. You still care so much at a time like this? Oh. God, a charming spring scene began to spread from the study room. The next day, when Xia Ruofei woke up, Monica had already left his room, leaving only a few strands of golden hair on the pillow and a faint fragrance in the blanket. Xia Ruofei couldn't even remember what time it was yesterday. He only remembered that Monica, who had gone limp, still asked him to write down his bank account number. Xia Ruofei turned his head and looked at the bedside table. The offshore company account that he had written on the note yesterday had indeed been taken away by Monica. Another piece of paper was placed in the same position. Xia Ruofei took it and saw Monica's familiar handwriting. Xia, thank you for spending 2 wonderful and crazy nights with me, and thank you for the surprise. Someone will come to you with the agreement from last night. I'm going back to Italy today, and I'll be flying back early in the morning. I'll miss you and look forward to seeing you next time. In the end, Monica even drew a sexy lip, which was probably drawn with lipstick. Xia Ruofei held the piece of paper and sat on the bed in a daze. The experience of the past 2 days had undoubtedly been crazy. He had completely let go of his body and mind when he was with Monica. He didn't feel empty after having a good time. Looking at the beautiful handwriting on the note, a faint warmth gradually welled up in his heart. His feelings towards Monica were very complicated. The first night of secret joy should have been based on desire, but this time, after being reunited after such a long time, that feeling seemed to have changed slightly. Monica's figure slowly appeared in Xia Ruofei's mind. Her every frown and smile, her sexy elegance, and her madness in bed. A warm smile gradually appeared on Xia Ruofei's face. He took another look at the note and solemnly kept it in the medium. To Xia Ruofei, this was indeed a precious gift. Besides, such a piece of paper that could easily reveal a secret would only be safe if it was kept in the medium. Xia Ruofei composed himself, got out of bed, washed his face, and brushed his teeth. Then, he made a call to order breakfast. On the balcony, Xia Ruofei enjoyed the view of Port Victoria while enjoying the nutritious breakfast prepared by a Michelin star chef. He felt refreshed and felt that life was wonderful. As soon as the service staff left with breakfast, Xia Ruofei received a call from Ma Xiong. Mr. Ma, what's the arrangement today? Xia Ruofei chuckled and asked, are you going to the racetrack? Actually, I want to spend more time with Huan. It was definitely not suitable for children to go to a crowded and fanatical race track. Xiaxing, there's a horse race this afternoon. Director Gua has contacted me. He wants to invite you to join him. Ma Xiong said with a smile. I have no problem with that. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, when I'm in Hong Kong, I'll do whatever the host wants. I'll follow your arrangements. Ha ha ha. Xiaxing is the most distinguished guest of the Ma family. I'll definitely entertain you well. Ma Xiong said, but there's something I can't make the decision for you. You have to make the decision yourself. Xia Ruofei's smile froze, and he asked, curiously, what's the matter? Ma Xiong pondered for a moment before saying, there's someone who wants to meet you. He can be considered an old friend of mine. But this is up to you to decide. If you don't want to see me, I'll go. And reject you, logo. Xia Ruofei was stunned. He could hear that Ma Xiong was in a difficult position. After a moment of silence, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Mr. Ma, I know this person? You don't know him, but you can say that. They have a connection. Ma Xiong said with a bitter smile. Xia Ruofei suddenly understood something. He smiled and said, Mr. Ma, your friend is French, right? Since Ma Xiong had called, he did not plan to hide it from Xia Ruofei. He immediately said, Xia Xing is really quick-witted. Old Blake just arrived in Hong Kong this morning. He asked me to do a job and he wants to talk to you. With Xia Ruofei's personality, he would definitely not agree to this meeting. Blake's restaurant chain had a huge influence in the Western food industry, but it had nothing to do with Xia Ruofei. He did not need to do business with Blake's group at all. Even Xia Ruofei was not afraid that Blake Corporation would ban Yu. How could they ban the top-grade truffle that was sold at the auction yesterday? There were plenty of people who would buy it. However, since Ma Xiong had made this call, it meant that he had a certain relationship with Blake's group, or Blake's group had found someone who could influence Ma Xiong to pass on the message. Wasn't it also because of this that Blake's incident at the beginning of the year was left unsettled? Ma Xiong had treated Xia Ruofei well and he did not want to put Ma Xiong in a difficult position because of this. Hence, he thought for a while and nodded, it's nothing to meet him. Mr. Ma, you can arrange it. Thank you, Xia Xing. Ma Xiong said happily. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei's lips twitched. He did not take the matter to heart. In the morning, Feng Rao and the rest completed their mission and returned to the Three Mountains. Xia Ruofei asked Ma Jiming for a car to send them to the airport. Xia Ruofei also personally followed the car to send them to the airport, giving Feng Jing enough face. At noon, in the revolving restaurant on the top floor of Hengfeng Jiehua Hotel, Xia Ruofei was accompanied by Ma Xiong to one of the private rooms. As soon as Xia Ruofei entered the room, he saw Blake sitting on his seat with a gloomy face. There was an old man with silver hair beside him. The old man looked familiar. It seemed like the Black family's genes were quite strong. The old man was wearing a well-tailored suit, and his silver hair was neatly combed. Although his face was full of wrinkles, his eyes were bright and full of spirit, not at all cloudy like an old man. Horse. My friend. Old Blake stood up and gave Ma Xiong a warm hug. Thank you very much for your help, he said. Old Blake, you guys talk. Ma Xiong said indifferently. I won't disturb you any longer. However, Xia Xing is my most distinguished guest. And I don't want him to feel unhappy. Understood. Old Blake said with a smile. Ma Xiong nodded at Xia Ruofei, closed the door, and left. Mr. Xia, please sit. Old Blake said with an elegant smile. Xia Ruofei glanced at Blake, then pulled out a chair and sat down. Mr. Blake, I heard that you flew all the way here from France. You didn't just come here to see me, did you? Xia Ruofei asked with a faint smile. Old Blake was still smiling. He said, Mr. Xia, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jason. Blake is the chairman of the Black restaurant chain in France, and also the patriarch of the Black family. I've long heard of your great name. Xia Ruofei said indifferently. Mr. Xia, you're too kind. Old Blake said, I heard that. My good, for nothing grandson and Mr. Xia had some unpleasant things. I felt very uneasy, so I flew here from France this morning, hoping to resolve the misunderstanding between you two. Xia Ruofei had a teasing smile on his face the whole time. He listened to Old Blake quietly without saying anything. Old Blake's eyes flickered for a moment, then he looked at Blake with his sharp eyes and said in a deep voice, George, why aren't you apologizing to Mr. Xia? Old Blake was French, but he had been speaking in English. He even spoke to his grandson in English. Obviously, he was considering Xia Ruofei's feelings. He probably didn't know Chinese, or he would have used it to communicate. Xia Ruofei looked at Blake indifferently. Blake's face was so dark that it was scary. There were some red marks on his cheeks. Obviously, Old Blake had slapped Xia Ruofei before he came in. Blake couldn't help but shiver when his grandfather looked at him. Old Blake was the head of the whole family. He had supreme authority in the group and within the family. It could even be said that he had the power to decide the life and death of the family. Since he was a child, Blake had left an indelible impression in his heart. He respected and feared his grandfather. Mr. Xia, I'm sorry, although Blake was unwilling, he did not dare to go against Old Blake's wishes. He gritted his teeth and apologized to Xia Ruofei. Before Xia Ruofei could say anything, Old Blake said loudly, George, speak louder. Didn't you eat? Also, an apology must be sincere. Stand up. Blake was so scared that he stood up from his seat. Logo. He looked at Xia Ruofei coldly and immediately lowered his head. He bowed to Xia Ruofei and said loudly, Mr. Xia, I'm sorry. Please forgive me for my previous offense. After saying this, Blake felt humiliated. His hatred for Xia Ruofei had reached its peak. How could Xia Ruofei not know if Blake's apology was sincere? However, he didn't care at all. If it wasn't for Mei Xiong, he wouldn't even have come to see the grandfather and grandson. Blake Jr. just stood there, and Old Blake asked with a smile, Mr. Xia, what do you think? The Black family's sincerity is acceptable, right? The head of the family had come here in person, and the troublemaker Blake had completely admitted defeat. In Old Blake's eyes, this was the greatest sincerity of the Blake family. Xia Ruofei smiled lightly. Mr. Old Blake. At the end of the Shencheng truffle auction at the beginning of the year, I've already said that unless George Blake makes a public apology in the media, the matter of him slandering our Paradise Corporation's reputation will not end so easily. The smile on Old Blake's face faded a bit. He said, Mr. Xia, I remember that there's an old saying in China, when it's possible to forgive someone, you should forgive them. I believe that the Chinese are very generous. We also have a very famous soldier who once said that we should treat our comrades as warm as spring, and treat our enemies as cold and ruthless as winter. Xia Ruofei said casually. Old Blake was stunned. Mr. Xia, it's just a young man's mouth, there's no deep hatred, right? And your Paradise Corporation didn't suffer any losses from this. Xia Ruofei squinted his eyes. There's no loss, because our company handled the emergency well. It doesn't mean that your precious grandson is right. Of course, Old Blake said, Mr. Xia, let me tell you the truth. A public apology is impossible. Although George can't do anything right, his name carries the family name Blake. And he's also one of the legal heirs of the Black Group. His public apology will seriously affect the reputation of the Black Group, which is unacceptable to me. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Mr. Old Blake, thank you for your hospitality. Actually, Xia Ruofei had not even had a bite yet. After he finished speaking, he stood up and walked out. Old Blake, who had always been elegant and polite, couldn't hold it in anymore. He stood up and said, Mr. Xia, please wait. Xia Ruofei stopped in his tracks and turned around. Mr. Old Blake, since you've already shown your bottom line, I don't think it's necessary for us to continue this conversation. No, Old Blake said. Mr. Xia, don't be so anxious. We can talk about anything, can't we? Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. He walked back to his seat and sat down. He leaned back in his chair and asked calmly, Mr. Old Blake, why don't you tell us your demands first? The head of the Black Group must have come all the way to Hong Kong to resolve the dispute, so there must be something he wanted. Otherwise, why would he have the time to do so? And with the pride of the Black family, how could they be so polite to others? Ever since the conflict at the beginning of the year, the Black family's attitude could be seen. Now that there was a sudden 180-degree turn, it would be strange if there was no problem. Old Blake smiled and said, Mr. Xia, we are very interested in your company's top-grade truffles. We hope to have the opportunity to cooperate. Xia Ruofei's eyebrows raised slightly. He was not too surprised. He asked, indifferently, what else? I hope that the cooperation will be on a deeper level. It would be best if we can sign a supply agreement. Old Blake looked into Xia Ruofei's eyes and said, of course, we will not let your company suffer a loss in terms of price. Old Blake didn't have a choice this time. As a high-end restaurant chain all over Europe, Blake's group had a huge demand for truffles. And this year's truffle harvest was surprisingly poor. If it was just a low harvest that caused the price to rise, the Black Group wouldn't care. They were rich, and the increase in costs caused by market fluctuations would eventually be passed on to the consumers, so they wouldn't suffer any losses. What made Old Blake mad was that this year's truffle harvest was not only much lower, but the quality of the truffles was also generally low. Of course, this wouldn't be a big problem in the past. After all Western restaurants were the same. They weren't the only one. However, this year was different. Not only was the weight of the truffles provided by the Paradise Corporation astonishing, but the quality was also ridiculously good. Yesterday's auction had already caused quite a stir in the European food and beverage industry. Besides, several competitors of the Black Group had also made a fortune in the auction yesterday. This put Blake's group in a passive position. As a heavyweight in the Western food industry, the Western restaurants under the Black Group actually didn't provide truffles. In this long truffle harvesting season, they could only provide some truffles of poor quality, and their individual weight was completely incomparable to the truffles of Paradise Corporation. It would be a heavy blow to the reputation of the Black Group. Old Blake had also heard about the storm at the auction in Xinqing City at the beginning of the year, but he didn't take it seriously. He didn't express any objection after his subordinates dealt with it. It was only after the auction yesterday that he had attracted a lot of attention. When Old Blake found out that the reason why Blake Group did not get any money at the auction was that his grandson, George Blake, had offended Xia Ruofei, he was so angry that he smashed his cup. Especially when Xia Ruofei had publicly announced at the auction that he would never cooperate with Blake's group in any form. Old Blake was so angry that he wanted to beat up George Blake to vent his anger. After careful consideration, Old Blake decided to fly to Hong Kong in person. His only purpose was to resolve the grudges and get the opportunity to buy the best truffle. As an old fox, Old Blake knew that Xia Ruofei must have more truffles. He would not sell all the goods at one auction. To him, this was a great opportunity for Blake's group. That was why he was so polite. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Mr. Old Blake, your request is not low. After all, I just announced in public yesterday that I blacklisted the black group and that we won't allow them to attend any of our future auctions. Yet, you want me to take back what I said just by asking your grandson to apologize, and you even want to bypass the auction and directly buy the top grade truffles in our hands? Is there such a good thing in the world?" Old Blake smiled bitterly and said, "Mr. Xia, you can tell me what you want. As long as it's not an apology in the newspaper or any other request that will damage the reputation of the Blake Group, I will try my best to fulfill it. The financial compensation will definitely satisfy you." Xia Ruofei glanced at Blake with great interest and smiled. "I believe in Mr. Old Blake's sincerity, but I'm afraid that you won't be able to fulfill my request. Tell me first." Old Blake smiled and said, "You said it yourself, I'm very sincere." Xia Ruofei didn't keep her in suspense and said directly, "It's very simple. Take away his right to be the successor. Compensate our Paradise Corporation's reputation and emotional damage, a total of $2 million USD. As soon as Xia Ruofei finished speaking, Blake's eyes widened and he said, "You're crazy. What kind of sweet dreams are you having?" Although his successor was very low in rank, he was at least the successor of the Blake Group. With this identity, he could receive a considerable amount of money from the family. Xia Ruofei's casual words made him lose everything, which made him both shocked and angry. "Pa." As soon as Blake finished his sentence, Old Blake slapped him without hesitation. The crisp sound echoed in the room. Both Xia Ruofei and Blake were stunned. "Logo. George, shut up." Old Blake glared at Blake and said, "I'm talking to Mr. Xia. It's not your place to interrupt." Little Blake covered his burning cheek with his hands. His eyes were filled with fear and humiliation. He didn't dare to disobey his grandfather, but the current situation made him very panicked and lost his composure. Old Blake scolded his grandson and turned to look at Xia Ruofei. His eyes were deep and full of meaning, but Xia Ruofei was not afraid at all. His eyes were as calm as water as he looked at Old Blake quietly. After half a minute, Old Blake finally smiled and said, "Mr. Xia's request is not too much. I agree on behalf of the Blake Group and the Blake family." Little Blake's face turned ashen. He couldn't help but shout, "Grandpa! You can't do this. Shut up." Old Blake reprimanded him without hesitation, "George, this is a lesson for you. From today on, you don't have to deal with the affairs of the group. Just be good." Blake's face turned pale. He knew his grandfather's way of doing things. This was almost like giving up on him completely. As one of the heirs of the family, Blake held an important position in the group. Now, not only was his identity as the heir gone, but his position in the group had also been removed. It was undoubtedly a disaster for him. The Blake family was a big family that had been around for hundreds of years. There were many members in the family. Old Blake Had 20 to 30 grandsons and granddaughters, and that was only the direct line of descent. If all the members were included, there were at least 1 to 200 people in the generation of young Blake. Among so many people, there were naturally good and bad people. Blake was listed as one of the legal heirs and held an important position in the company group. He was one of the best in his generation. Many people had been given up early on. Although they could also get their monthly allowance and live a life without worry, they had no future to speak of. They were basically just wasting their time and waiting for death. In the past, Blake always had a strong sense of superiority when he faced his family brothers and sisters. He didn't expect that he would fall to that kind of position overnight. It would have been fine if he hadn't gotten it before, but now that he had seen the scenery at the top, he had fallen into the mortal world. For the ambitious Blake, it was completely unacceptable. He didn't expect that he would end up in such a state just because of a Chinese man and his touching emotional intelligence. It could be said that Blake's intestines were turning green with regret. If he had known that Xia Ruofei was such a fierce person that even his own grandfather would rush to ask him for cooperation, he would not have dared to provoke Xia Ruofei in Xinqing City. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. After scolding his grandson, old Blake immediately turned to Xia Ruofei and put on a friendly smile. Mr. Xia, the Blake family will make a public statement very soon to strip George of his position as the heir. At the same time, the Blake group will also make a statement to dismiss George from all his positions in the group. Are you satisfied with this? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be secretly surprised. He was a little impressed by this sly old fox's courage. A public statement would be like water that had been poured out. For a big consortium like the Black Group, it was impossible for them to go back on their word. Wouldn't that be like slapping their own faces? Although he didn't make a public apology, those who knew the inside story naturally knew what was going on when he was publicly relieved of all his duties and his status as the family heir. The only difference was that the Blake group's face in front of the general public was saved. Old Blake had been very sincere so far, so there was no harm in continuing the discussion. After all, he didn't need anything from the Black group. On the contrary, the Black group needed him, so he had the initiative. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "If I say I'm not satisfied, will Mr. Old Blake fall out with me? I believe in Mr. Xia's heart." Old Blake laughed. A man who can achieve great things doesn't care about trifles. Xia Ruofei didn't feel anything about Old Blake's flattery. He smiled and said, "You're old Master Ma's friend, so I'll give you face and do as you say. Now, we can talk about our cooperation." Old Blake was also happy. But he didn't rush to get to the point. Instead, he looked at young Blake and said, "George, you can go out first. Reflect on your actions in the hotel. You're coming back to France with me tomorrow." Although Blake was unwilling, he didn't dare to resist his grandpa's power. He could only nod and stand up silently. He glanced at Xia Ruofei and left the room without a word. Blake's eyes were complicated before he left. There was regret, despair, and deep resentment. Xia Ruofei's mouth twitched. He didn't think much of it. To put it bluntly, Blake was just a spoiled child. He was not on the same level as Xia Ruofei. After little Blake left, only old Blake and Xia Ruofei were left in the room. Logo. "Mr. Xia," old Blake said, "I just said that our only request is the truffle supply. I hope we can get the support of Paradise Corporation. Xia Ruofei looked at Old Blake quietly, waiting for him to continue. Old Blake took a sip of wine and continued, "We hope to get at least 100 kilograms of truffles a year. As long as the quality is on par with the truffles we auctioned yesterday, it'll be fine." 100 kilograms of truffles was really nothing to Blake's group, which had countless chain stores. Even if they were to split it evenly, each store might not even get a piece, especially when each piece of truffle from Paradise Corporation was so heavy. However, there wouldn't be an unlimited supply of such high-end ingredients. What Old Blake wanted was the brand effect. If other restaurants had it but they didn't, then the quality would drop. If they could get a supply of 100 kilograms, the situation would be reversed. After all, the truffles that their competitors could get were limited, while the Black Group had so much. As for the tens of millions of dollars to buy truffles, it was nothing to the big Black Group. Besides, it was definitely not a loss to buy truffles, and it would definitely make a lot of money if it was sold in a Western restaurant chain. Xia Ruofei smiled faintly. "Mr. Old Blake, there's such a large supply, and it's exclusive to you. I'm afraid it's not enough to deal with one George Blake. Our company doesn't produce a lot of truffles either, so our old friends can only buy them through auctions." Xia Ruofei's meaning was clear. Not to mention the past grudges with Blake, even if it was a normal business deal, at most, he would not stop Blake's group from participating in the auction and let them compete normally. If he wanted to enjoy the exclusive supply, Old Blake did not offer enough chips. However, business had to be negotiated, and Old Blake was naturally not satisfied with just participating in the normal auction. He had spent so much effort, flying from France as the head of the Blake family, not just to be able to participate in the auction. Old Blake smiled. "Mr. Xia, we promise that the purchase price will not be lower than the auction price of your truffle. We can also sign an agreement that no matter how the truffle market is in the coming year, the purchase price will not be lower than the previous year's price. This agreement is valid for a long time." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Old Blake's suggestion was quite tempting, and it was also risky. After all, the market price of truffle was closely related to the production, and the production was greatly affected by the climate. If the next year's climate was very suitable for truffles to grow, and the production suddenly went up, the price of truffles would inevitably fall. If they still kept the base price this year, the Blake Group would have to pay a lot more money. As for Xia Ruofei's side, it was a greater guarantee. However, Xia Ruofei did not make a sound. He pondered for a while and understood. In fact, Old Blake didn't take too much risk in doing this. The key to the problem was that the truffles of Paradise Corporation were not ordinary truffles. For truffles of this grade, the market fluctuations didn't have much of an impact on their prices, no matter how much truffles were produced. Back then, the Paradise truffle was definitely a rare product. The price of such a top-grade ingredient might fluctuate according to the market price. For example, the price of truffles that were auctioned yesterday was generally higher than the normal price, but the fluctuation was very small. In fact, Blake's promise to keep the price would not cause them to lose a lot of money. Xia Ruofei had a clear idea of what was going on after he understood this. He looked into Old Blake's eyes and said calmly, "Mr. Old Blake, I'll add 2 more conditions on top of this, and I'll agree to the cooperation." "Mr. Xia, please speak." Old Blake was a little excited, but he didn't show it. He still had a graceful smile on his face. Since he had stated his conditions, there was room for negotiation. Xia Ruofei said, first, the truffles purchased by the Blake Group can only be used for the operation of their branches. They cannot be resold. This must be written in the agreement. If Blake Corporation bought the truffles from Paradise Corporation and sold them at a higher price, even if it was only a part of it, it would affect Paradise Corporation's reputation. Xia Ruofei was definitely not willing to see that happen. The Taoyuan truffle had to be an exclusive business, and he didn't want the cooperation to end up in a sales model. Old Blake smiled and said, this is what I should do. I agree. What's the second? Second, the purchase price and the auction price are not equal enough. Xia Ruofei said calmly, I hope it's at a premium, at least 10%. The smile on Old Blake's face froze and turned into a bitter smile. Mr. Xia, isn't this a little too expensive? The auction price is already much higher than the market price. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, Mr. Old Blake, if I'm only going to buy it at the auction price, why would I need to cooperate with Blake's group? Couldn't they just directly hold another auction? This is actually more beneficial for spreading our company's brand. You should know that at this stage, our Paradise Corporation values brand value more than economic benefits. There was no doubt that the influence of the auction was far greater than the deal with the Black Group. Mr. Xia, Old Blake said, in addition to the auction price, we've also promised a base price for the next year. About this, Mr. Old Blake, I won't beat around the bush. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, you and I both know the significance of this guaranteed purchase price. How much do you think the price can fall for truffles of this grade? I'm very happy with the terms, but I'm not satisfied with them. A bitter smile appeared on Old Blake's face. A 10% premium was equivalent to paying an extra $1 or $2 million, and the truffles were still the same truffles, so the profit space of the Blake Group was very small. After Xia Ruofei stated his conditions, he poured himself a glass of wine. He took a sip and leaned back in his chair, waiting for Old Blake's decision, calmly. Old Blake thought for a while and said with a bitter smile, Mr. Xia, I accept your conditions. I hope that you and I can put aside our past grudges and cooperate sincerely. Happy cooperation. Xia Ruofei raised his glass and said calmly, if there's no 10% premium, it'll be a very pleasant cooperation. Old Blake smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then, he raised his glass and clinked it with Xia Ruofei's. He continued, however, to be able to find such a high-quality partner like Paradise Corporation, it's still worth it to spend 10% more. Old Ginger is spicier. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Mr. Old Blake has made a wise decision. Thank you for the compliment. Mr. Xia, when can your company provide truffles? Old Blake asked. Xia Ruofei took a sip of wine and said, I'll leave the cooperation to our company's general manager, Ms. Feng Jing. You can send someone to Sanshan City to discuss the specific agreement with her. As long as the agreement is signed, we'll get the goods ready as soon as possible. Okay. Old Blake nodded and said, I can transfer $2 million to you today. Xia Ruofei took out his business card and wrote down his overseas account number. He said, this is my offshore company account. You can transfer the money directly to this account. Okay. Old Blake carefully put away the business card and said, George's treatment can be written in the attached rules of the agreement as a prerequisite for the agreement to take effect, but I hope your company can keep this a secret. We can sign another confidentiality agreement. Xia Ruofei said immediately. Xia Ruofei had gained some benefits and taught Blake a lesson. Naturally, he would not publicize this matter anymore. It would not do him any good to damage the reputation of Blake's group. That would be the best. Old Blake said happily. The two of them stood up and shook hands. Today, they had only reached a verbal agreement. The specific terms of the agreement still needed to be discussed by representatives from both sides before they could officially sign it. After the deal was settled, Xia Ruofei beckoned to Old Blake and left the private room. He had no interest in having dinner with an old France man. Xia Ruofei went back to his room and ordered another lunch. After he finished eating, he calculated the time and realized that Feng Jing's plane should have landed by now. Hence, he searched for Feng Jing's number on his phone and dialed it. Logo. Chairman. Feng Rao's voice sounded tired. She had been busy with the press conference recently and had reduced her sleeping time. In addition, she had just finished the flight, so she was a little dispirited. The plane has landed. Right? Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, was the journey smooth? Pretty good. I'm on my way back to the farm. Feng Rao smiled. Ling Yun sent a car to pick us up. That's good. Xia Ruofei smiled. There's something I need you to follow up on. Feng Rao joked, you're such a big capitalist, you're too good at exploitation. I've just finished with the press conference and haven't even returned to the company yet. They're starting to recruit people again, hee. Who asked you to be so strong? Xia Ruofei laughed drily. Then, he briefly explained what he had discussed with Old Blake in the morning. After Feng Rao heard this, she couldn't help but say in surprise, Chairman, you closed such a big deal in just half a day? That's good. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, do you really think that I'm just a decoration? Are you a good for nothing? Who told you to always shirk your responsibilities? Feng Rao giggled. Yesterday at the auction, I even did your job. Is that not enough? Xia Ruofei said gloomily. That's a special case. Why don't I apply for a long leave so you can experience what it's like to be the CEO of a company? Feng Jing said without hesitation. Once Xia Ruofei thought of those cumbersome daily management affairs, he couldn't help but feel a headache. He quickly said, Don T, you still have to stick to your post. Now that the company is developing rapidly, we're seriously short of manpower. I can't do without you. When everything is stable, I'll give you a holiday. I'll let you travel abroad. You only know how to exploit the labor force, Feng Jing pouted. Xia Ruofei laughed drily and continued, speaking of which, I feel that the company's structure isn't perfect yet, and the shortage of staff hasn't been easily solved. We'll do some research when I come back. We need to fill in some senior managers, and it's best to have some talent reserves. Our company's expansion won't be slow in the next step, I know. I've been thinking about this problem. Feng Jing said, I'll find some time to organize my thoughts. I'll write something for you to read first. Yes, thank you for your hard work, President Feng. Xia Ruofei said. This time, he did not tease her and his tone was very sincere. It's good that you know, Feng Jing said with a smile. Then, the two of them returned to the main topic. Boss Feng, the people from the Blake group should be arriving at the Three Mountains in 2 days. They are in a hurry. Xia Ruofei said, you'll be in charge of the arrangements. The main things are the following. Chairman, please wait a moment. I'll take note of this. Feng Ke said. There was some noise coming from the phone. It was probably Feng Jing looking for her notebook. All right, you can speak. Feng Rao said quickly. The core of the deal is the conditions that I've discussed with old Blake. No discounts, a 10% premium, a guaranteed purchase in the coming year, no reselling, and so on. Also, anything related to George Blake must be written in the attached rules of the agreement as the prerequisite for the agreement to take effect. Xia Ruofei said. Feng Rao quickly recorded it and said, I've remembered all of this. What else? They'll probably ask for a non-disclosure agreement, mainly because of George Blake. They can't afford to lose face. Xia Ruofei said, I've already agreed to this. However, to keep it a secret, you don't have to bring your team to follow up on this matter. You can do it yourself. It's not going to be a difficult negotiation anyway. Understood. Feng Ke said. There's also the issue of confidentiality. We have to sign an agreement. That acquisition agreement, especially the contents of the attached conditions, cannot be leaked in the slightest. Otherwise, it would be a slap in the face. Xia Ruofei said. Don't worry. I'm going through a special process and won't be filing this agreement with the company. I'll rent a safe in the bank and store it. Feng Ke said. This is for the best. Xia Ruofei said, also. Although it's a long-term supply agreement, there's still a time limit. You can discuss it. 3 to 5 years is fine. I'll give you full autonomy. Anyway, the purchase agreement was based on the auction price of that year. If the auction price was lower than the previous year's price, the price could be guaranteed with the previous year's price. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not mind the time limit. However, it would be better if there was less. After all, the Taoyuan truffle was not limited by the contract. If the cooperation with Blake Group was not pleasant, they could terminate it at any time. Of course, Blake's group would definitely want to sign a long-term contract. After all, they had paid such a high price. Although George Blake was a wastrel, he was still a direct descendant of the family. Old Blake didn't say anything and just gave him a 3 to 5 years contract. They probably wouldn't be able to accept it. It all depended on how Feng Rao was going to negotiate. I understand. Feng Jing said calmly. I'll report the negotiation process to you at any time. All right. Rest well for 2 days after we return. You've been too tired recently, so you have to take care of your health. Xia Ruofei said. Feng Rao's heart felt warm and she said softly, I know. Normally, Feng Jing would tease her a little. How was she supposed to rest when there were so many things to do at the company? However, after hearing Xia Ruofei's ordinary words, she felt a warm current in her heart and the words changed when they reached her mouth. Logo. Not long after he finished his call with Feng Jing, Ma Xiong personally came to the presidential suite to visit. Xia Sheng, thank you for giving me face. Ma Xiong said as soon as they met. Xia Ruofei knew that he was talking about old Blake, so he smiled and said, Old Mr. Ma, you're being too serious. It's just business. Who would be against money? Besides, I have a grudge against George Blake, so they're showing their sincerity to deal with him like this. Ha ha ha. No matter what, you're giving me, Ma Xiong, face. I know what I'm doing. Ma Xiong said, Old Blake was just expressing his gratitude to me. Let's not talk about this anymore. We're not friends. You don't have to be such an outsider. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. That's true. Ma Xiong chuckled. And said, there's a horse race tonight. If you're free in the afternoon, why don't you come with me to the horse race? Director Gua called me early in the morning. All right. The guest will do as the host wishes. Xia Ruofei said. Hong Kong's horse racing culture was very popular. It had formed a complete industry chain, including auctions, training, transportation, veterinarians, betting, and so on. Of course, this huge industry also supported a large number of media, horse racing, TV programs, radio broadcasts, and major newspapers all supported a large group of professional horse racing analysts and commentators. Xia Ruofei had heard about it. Since he had the chance today, he would like to see it for himself. Then, we'll set off at 5 o'clock. You can take a rest in the afternoon, said Ma Xiong. All right, I'll follow your arrangements, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Ma Xiong chatted with Xia Ruofei for a while more before he left. He didn't go home, but stayed in a luxury suite in the hotel to rest. At 5 o'clock sharp, Xia Ruofei and Ma Xiong took his extended Bentley to Hong Kong's horse racing district. It was not suitable to bring children to a place like the horse track, so Huan did not come this time. Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin did not join in the fun either. Horse racing was located in the southeast of the Wanzai district. The first racing field in Hong Kong was built here, and horse racing had been held here as early as 1846. On the way, Ma Xiong introduced the horse racing culture and history of Hong Kong to Xia Ruofei with great interest. Xia Ruofei felt that he had gained a lot of knowledge after listening to him. When night fell, they had already arrived at the horse racing field. Ma Xiong was a rich man, so he was naturally one of the members of the equestrian club. He drove his car directly to the parking area reserved for members. He did not need to walk around half of the racecourse to reach the entrance like the ordinary audience. As the chairman of the Horse Association, Gua Hongjiang naturally had his own private room at the racecourse. It was a first-class room with an excellent location. However, Ma Xiong had personally come to support him and even brought Xia Ruofei, whom Gua Hongjiang wanted to make friends with. Hence, he did not act arrogantly and waited in the private room. Instead, he personally went to the membership parking area to welcome him. Chairman Ma, Mr. Xia, welcome, Gua Hongjiang said with a warm smile on his face. Director Gua is here to welcome you personally. It seems like Xia Xing is the most respected, Ma Xiong said jokingly. Old Mr. Ma, aren't you checkmating me? Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. Director Gua, I'm here to pick you up. I'm just a junior. How could I trouble you to come? Gua Hongjiang laughed and said, both of you are my distinguished guests. Come, please come upstairs. The members' private rooms were all on the second floor of the grandstand. There was a direct staircase next to the members' parking lot, and it was only a few steps away. A soft and comfortable sofa sat in the spacious private room, and facing the horse track was a floor-to-ceiling glass, from which one could clearly see the situation of the entire horse track. Xia Ruofei saw that there were already many people in the stands downstairs. What was interesting was that there were not many young people in the horse track. Most of them were middle-aged, and there were also some elderly people. Almost everyone had a horse scripture book. Most of them were buried in their research and rarely communicated with the people around them. Needless to say, the majority of the audience were betting on horses. It was obvious that the Hong Kong people were very gamblers. Mr. Xia, this must be your first time at the horse track, right? Guohongjiang asked with a smile. Xia Ruofei looked away from the stands and smiled. Yep. Director Guo, there's still quite a bit of time before the match starts, right? I think the attendance rate of this horse track is already very high. Horse racing has become a part of the daily life of many Hong Kong and island people. Guohongjiang smiled and said, the weekly night races at the horse racing track are always full. There are still many people who haven't had the time to enter. I've watched the race in United Kingdom before, and the atmosphere was so different from Hong Kong. Ma Xiong exclaimed. Oh? Xia Ruofei asked with great interest, can you tell me more, old Mr. Ma? Ma Xiong explained, in United Kingdom, horse racing is also a form of culture. For horse racing fans from these countries, watching the race live is more of a gathering for friends. It's a form of social entertainment. That's why most of them will dress formally while watching the race. During the race, they will also drink and chat. It's even common for their families to have a picnic on the grass of the racetrack. As for horse racing, it's just a dispensable interlude. Ma Xiong glanced at the audience who were engrossed in studying the horse scripture. He shook his head with a bitter smile and said, after this sport was spread to Hong Kong, it changed. To put it simply, people put more emphasis on gambling than horse racing. People don't really love horse racing. The so-called horse racing culture is more like a gambling culture. People can enter the racecourse even if they dress slovenly. Most of them spend their time studying horse classics. When they talk to people around them, they always talk about gambling. Chairman Ma, horse betting culture is also culture. Guohongjiang said with a smile. As a businessman, it's not good to gamble too much, Ma Xiong said. Chairman Ma, this is the only part of you that doesn't seem like a Hong Kong person. Guohongjiang laughed. Then, Guohongjiang said to Xia Ruofei, Mr. Xia, how many people in Hong Kong don't like horse racing? The year before last, the entire betting scale in Hong Kong was about 180 billion Hong Kong dollars, of which about 100 billion Hong Kong dollars were betting on horse racing. But Chairman Ma, a rich man in Hong Kong, doesn't like horse gambling at all, and he has no interest in becoming the chairman of the horse race. I forced him to join the horse race, but he doesn't usually come to the racecourse. I can understand that we have different interests. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Ma Xiong laughed at himself and said, maybe I'm old and my thinking is rigid. Xia Sheng, since it's your first time watching a horse race, you can place a few bets and have some fun. Just don't get too engrossed. Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. I'm not really interested in gambling. I'm just here to watch the fun. Although Ma Xiong said that he didn't like horse racing, as a Hong Kong citizen, he knew a lot about it. He smiled and said, if you're really going to bet on a few today, then just take it as supporting Director Guo. Oh? Why do you say so? Xia Ruofei asked, curiously. Guohongjiang smiled and said, I'll say it myself. One of the horses in tonight's competition is mine. Ma Xiong continued, Xia Sheng, Director Guo's horse is the champion. He had won the Asian Championship. He's also the favorite to win tonight's championship. Is that so? Xia Ruofei's eyes fell on the electronic display in the room. The horses participating in tonight's race were listed here, and the real time odds were next to it. The calculation of the odds for horse racing was very complicated and there were various ways to calculate it. However, the general calculation principle was to add up all the bets and distribute them to the winner according to the ratio. This ratio was the odds. Of course, the total amount of bets had to be distributed after a certain amount of taxes were deducted. The odds were naturally low for the more popular horses. Relatively speaking, the odds for the less popular horses were higher, but of course, the risk was also higher. The odds changed in real time according to the amount of bets placed on each horse. The odds would only be fixed when the betting was closed before the game. Xia Ruofei glanced at it and asked, with a smile, "So, this Star of Hong Kong is Director Gua's favorite horse? See that?" Ma Xiong chuckled and nodded. The odds were much lower than the other horses, and everyone was optimistic that this horse would win tonight. Xia Sheng, Director Gua spent more than 20 million Hong Kong dollars to buy this Star of Hong Kong, but you've won a lot of competitions in the past 6 months, so you should have earned back the money long ago. Logo. More than 20 million Hong Kong dollars. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but click his tongue. Ma Xiong laughed. For a racing horse, this price isn't an exaggeration at all. Xia Sheng, do you know how much the most expensive purebred horse is worth? More than 60 million in US dollars. This is a real BMW. Xia Ruofei laughed. It's much more expensive than a BMW. Gua Hongjiang couldn't help but laugh. Horse racing is indeed expensive. A good horse is worth a lot of money. Besides, the maintenance and training of the horse are also very expensive in a year. If we don't talk about other things, just the transportation fee alone will cost hundreds of thousands of Hong Kong dollars. This is really a sport for the rich, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but exclaim. That's not entirely true, Gua Hongjiang said with a smile. There are ways to play with money, and there are ways to play without money. Then he pointed to the grandstand downstairs and said, horse racing in Hong Kong can be said to have a very low entry requirement. The entrance ticket to the horse racing track only costs 10 Hong Kong dollars, and you can just use the 8-star piton. The betting threshold is also very low, only 10 Hong Kong dollars. There are also many ways to play. You can bet on winning alone, position, winning streak, and so on, Director Gua Ma Xiong said with a smile. If you have time later, you can take Xia Sheng to see your beloved horse. No problem. The Star of Hong Kong should be going through all sorts of inspections right now, and he's not allowed to come into contact with the outside world before the competition. Gua Hongjiang smiled and said, but before the competition begins, I can bring Mr. Xia down to take a closer look. Xia Ruofei nodded and scanned the room. He chuckled and said, actually, I don't need to look at it to know that the photos here are all from the Star of Hong Kong, right? This private room was exclusive to Gua Hongjiang. Even if he didn't come, this room was not open to the public, so the decoration and layout of the private room were arranged according to Gua Hongjiang's preferences. There were many photos of the same horse hanging on the wall of the room. Since the Star of Hong Kong was so popular with Gua Hongjiang, it was not difficult to guess. Gua Hongjiang smiled and nodded. Yup. These photos were just changed this year. My previous horse has already retired, and there are a few other horses that have not yet met the competition standards. Then, he sighed and said, it's not easy to find a good horse these days. Isn't this Star of Hong Kong enough for you? Ma Xiong teased. I don't know how many. People are envious of you. Ha ha ha. That's because I have good taste. Guohongjiang said proudly, I had my eyes on this horse not long after it was born. I bought it and trained it for a long time. Oh? Xia Ruofei was a little surprised. So, you're saying that Director Gua spent more than 20 million Hong Kong dollars on a pony? That's normal. Ma Xiong said with a smile. Director Gua has a professional team, and they're all very experienced and have good eyes. The star of Hong Kong had a pure bloodline, and his father was a champion horse, so it was normal for stallions to be sold at a high price. Now that the star of Hong Kong has won so many awards, his net worth must be more than 20 million Hong Kong dollars. It must have more than doubled. Ma Xiong looked at Guohongjiang after he finished speaking. Guohongjiang smiled proudly and said, That's not a big deal. I can't sell the star of Hong Kong anyway. It's my treasure. That's right. Hong Kong's chairman Gua loves horses like his life, everyone knows that. Ma Xiong teased. Ha ha ha. People always have to have some hobbies. Gua Hongjiang said with a smile. Then, he looked at Xia Ruofei and asked, Xia Sheng, are you interested in buying a few bets to play? My performance as the star of Hong Kong is quite stable, and I don't have any strong opponents tonight, so it shouldn't be a problem to win. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, Sure. Then let's play. But it'll be fine after a while. The most important thing is entertainment. At Guohongjiang's level, it was impossible for him to really take a big gamble. In fact, Guohongjiang's horse racing had gone beyond the pursuit of the average citizen. It was a bit like the foreign horse racing culture that Ma Xiong had mentioned. Guohongjiang treated horse racing as an entertainment and social occasion. He would chat with his friends about horses and enjoy the races. As for how much profit and prize money horse racing could bring him, he really didn't care. He was the king of real estate in Hong Kong, and the profit he made every minute was more than the profit of a horse race. Not to mention, if he casually talked about a business deal in the private room, the profit would be enough to buy 10 stars of Hong Kong. All right. You can place your bets directly in the private room. I'll teach you. Guohongjiang said happily. Hong Kong's horse racing had developed into a very mature industry. Now, people could place bets without being present. The internet was so advanced that they could even accept overseas bets. Of course, there was also a spacious indoor trading hall in the racecourse, where there was always a surging tide of people and busy staff. Since Guohongjiang was in the private room of the chairman of the Horse Racing Association, he could naturally place his bets at will. Guohongjiang brought Xia Ruofei to a device that looked like a karaoke machine and started to operate it on the touch screen. Logo. Xia Ruofei had invested 10,000 Hong Kong dollars in Kasaya for entertainment, but it was impossible for him to only buy 10 Hong Kong dollars. That would be too embarrassing. As for who they bet on, they naturally bet on Guohongjiang's star of Hong Kong to win. Even if this horse wasn't favored, Xia Ruofei wouldn't buy another horse. If that happened, his emotional intelligence would be too low. Guohongjiang laughed as he helped Xia Ruofei place his bets. He handed the ticket that was printed from the terminal to Xia Ruofei and said, Mr. Xia, the odds for star of Hong Kong are not high, but it's a stable win. There shouldn't be any suspense in this match. It shouldn't be a problem to make a few thousand Hong Kong dollars. Ha ha ha. Thanks to you, Director Gua. Xia Ruofei laughed. Night fell. Gua Hongjiang ordered for a sumptuous dinner and even opened a bottle of his precious red wine. He treated Xia Ruofei and Ma Xiong to a meal in the private room of the horse track. Of course, there would be more than one race at the night. In fact, there were a total of 8 races tonight, with each race being half an hour apart. Gua Hongjiang's Star of Hong Kong would appear at about 8:30 in the evening. As everyone was eating, the competition had already begun. Xia Ruofei had finally experienced the excitement of the Hong Kong race. The ordinary stands were full. When the horses were ready to go, the crowd could no longer sit still, and almost everyone was standing. The moment they set off, the entire racetrack was in an uproar. Everyone was waving the horse tickets and horse classics in their hands, shouting in all kinds of languages. Some were in English, some were in Cantonese, and of course, some were in Mandarin. Hong Kong's horse racing was an indispensable tourist attraction for mainland tourists. Even in the members' box that had good soundproofing, Xia Ruofei could feel the entire grandstand shaking. The shouts from below could be heard. Come on. You get it. Number 7. Number 7. Charge. Number 5. Go. 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 Cheers, whistles, and shouts resounded through the clouds. The track wasn't long, and the race time was actually very short. In the blink of an eye, the horses had already crossed the finish line. At this moment, it was as if there was an invisible, big hand controlling it. Everyone looked at the big screen in the middle of the field. Without the help of the camera, it was impossible to tell who won and who lost. In the screams and shouts a minute ago, no one knew whether the horse they had bet on was half a body's length ahead of the others. The results were quickly displayed on the big screen. Those who won were naturally overjoyed, especially since the winner of this match was an unpopular horse. The odds were frighteningly high. Many people raised their heads and laughed, or hugged their companions. Of course, there were even more people who were extremely disappointed and sat down dejectedly. There were also people who walked towards the indoor trading hall without a word. The next match would start in half an hour, and they had to hurry up and place their bets. There was a sharp contrast between the crazed crowd in the stands and the calm scene in the private room. Xia Ruofei could not help but feel a little emotional. During the race, Gua Hongjiang didn't forget to comment on the horses. He was a little surprised when the big screen showed that number 2, who had been looked down on before the race, had won. Gua Hongjiang laughed. We've lost big this time. I bet on number 5 to win. Alone, Director Gua, you bought this one? Xia Ruofei asked, surprised. I'm just playing around. Gua Hongjiang shrugged and said. You've had quite a bit of fun too, haven't you? Ma Xiong chuckled. 1 million or so. Gua Hongjiang said. Nonchalantly, I didn't expect number 5 to be so disappointing. The horse is actually a good one, but it's not well trained. I don't think it can keep up. The later part of the race obviously slowed down, and the rider almost lost. Xia Ruofei could not help but secretly shake his head. This Gua Hongjiang really liked horse betting. He had actually bet millions of Hong Kong dollars. And this was not even his own horse. He did not know if he had bought anything from the Star of Hong Kong competition. He must have bought a lot, too. However, Xia Ruofei would not ask about this. After the meal, Gua Hongjiang asked the people to take the things away, but the bottle of red wine was still in the private room. The three of them were also holding their glasses and chatting, occasionally clinking glasses and drinking. The atmosphere was very relaxed, in sharp contrast to the madness in the stands. Guohongjiang raised his hand to look at his watch and said, "It's almost time, Mr. Xia. Let's go down and take a look at the Star of Hong Kong, shall we?" "All right. A BMW worth tens of millions of Hong Kong dollars, I have to take a look at it up close," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. So the three of them put down their glasses and left the private room under Guohongjiang's lead. They went down through an internal staircase. The Star of Hong Kong competition was in the next round, but in order to give everyone more time, there would be a 30-minute interval between the two rounds. Now, the horses were all preparing. Xia Ruofei only found out when she was downstairs. Although she said that she was looking at it up close, it was actually not that close. The horses were about to participate in the race, and to prevent any accidents, no one was allowed to get close to them at this time. Only the participating horse and the rider were allowed to stay together. Xia Ruofei, Guohongjiang, and Ma Xiong saw the Star of Hong Kong 10 meters away from them. Logo. It was a brown stallion. Xia Ruofei couldn't tell what it was, but he felt that the fully equipped rider next to it looked very impressive. "Xia Sheng, Director Guo's Star of Hong Kong is pretty good," Ma Xiong said. "Look at its shiny fur, and the muscles on its chest and butt are clearly defined, especially its hind legs. It's obviously full of strength, and its eyes are bright and full of energy. It's indeed a good horse." Ma Xiong might not like horse racing, but as a Hong Kong citizen, his knowledge of horse racing was far beyond Xia Ruofei's. At this time, Guohongjiang was not modest. He smiled and said, "Mr. Xia, my horse's hooves and legs are the standard dia structure, which is almost the perfect horse racing structure. Look at the horse next to him, it has the bow-kneed structure. Although this little flaw will not affect the race, for a horse race where victory and defeat are on the line, this little flaw may be the difference between the champion and the last place." Xia Ruofei looked carefully at the horse that Guohongjiang had mentioned. He compared it with the Star of Hong Kong for a long time, but could not see any difference in the structure of the legs and hooves. Guohongjiang also knew that he was being too professional. He laughed dryly and said, "Mr. Xia, just listen to what I'm saying. In short, my Star of Hong Kong is almost perfect. In addition, I've hired a top team to train me, so I've achieved a lot of good results this year." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "It seems like I can make a small profit tonight. I don't think you'll lose money." Guohongjiang laughed. Then, the three of them looked at each other for a while. Xia Ruofei listened to Guohongjiang's comments on the competitors of the Star of Hong Kong. He felt that they either had flaws here or there. Anyway, Star of Hong Kong seemed to be winning for sure. It was not until the race was about to start, and the horses and the riders were all heading to the starting point of the track, that the three returned to the private room. After all, they couldn't see clearly from downstairs, but the view from the private room was the best, and the entire track could be seen at a glance. Although he was full of confidence, the game was about to start. Guohongjiang was inevitably a little nervous, which could be seen from his eyes. After Guohongjiang returned to the private room, the first thing he did was to walk to the floor, to ceiling glass. He quickly found the location of the Star of Hong Kong and then raised his binoculars to look at it carefully. After a period of waiting, the match officially began. The horses rushed forward like arrows under the control of the jockmen, leaving a cloud of dust behind them. The cheers and whistles sounded again. Xia Ruofei felt the shaking of the stands. Although Guohongjiang did not lose his composure like the ordinary audience, he clenched his fists tightly and stared at the track as if he was giving the Star of Hong Kong strength. Guohongjiang was right. The Star of Hong Kong was born with superior conditions. He was in the lead from the start. Although the lead in the horse race was usually not very big, it was still obvious to the naked eye that the Star of Hong Kong was in first. Just when Xia Ruofei thought that the Star of Hong Kong was going to win the competition, something unexpected happened. Logo. Halfway through the race, the Star of Hong Kong was only one horse's head ahead. Although it didn't seem like an obvious advantage, in a short, distance race, this kind of advantage that could be seen with the naked eye was actually very big. However, accidents often happened in an instant. Number 4, who was in second place, seemed to be running out of stamina and was gradually caught up by number 2. The rider of number 4 tried his best but couldn't find a way to make sure that the horse wasn't as good as it was. It couldn't accelerate in the back, so he could only sigh in vain. The jockmen could only use their experience to try and grab the advantageous position. Although the rules stated that one could not deliberately obstruct or affect other participating horses, the rules were often vague. Experienced riders could take advantage of the small changes in direction through prediction. The rider of horse number 4 was an experienced rider. He had used his experience to stop horse number 2 from overtaking him several times in a row, and he had done it without leaving a trace. Even the video playback could not determine that he had violated the rules. The rider of horse number 2 was relatively young, and after suffering a loss, he gradually became angry. In addition, they were about to reach the finish line, so in the third attempt to overtake, the tactics became a little more aggressive. Although horse number 4 occupied a very favorable position and used himself and the position of the Star of Hong Kong to block the position of horse number 2, the rider of horse number 2 still urged his horse to rush up, hoping to squeeze into the narrow gap to complete the forced overtaking. The result of this reckless action was that the 3 horses crashed into each other. The Star of Hong Kong had been in the lead since the start of the race, so the rider was also focused on running to the finish line. He didn't know what was going on behind him and was caught off guard. Horse number 2 had run into horse number 4, and then the Star of Hong Kong. The Star of Hong Kong lost his balance, and horse number 2 fell down after 2 collisions. With that, the Star of Hong Kong was also brought down. Horse number 2 smashed heavily on the Star of Hong Kong's back leg. It was a complete mess. Although the horses behind them tried their best to avoid it, 2 of them still couldn't avoid it in time and crashed into it. The speed of the other horses was naturally affected. On the contrary, horse number 4 was only slightly affected and was the least affected. It immediately gained a huge lead. The rider of horse number 4 was overjoyed. He galloped straight across the finish line. This time, there was no need for a replay on the big screen to see that the champion was horse number 4. However, everyone was stunned by the incident just now, and no one cheered. Guohongjiang was even more stunned. His mouth was wide open as he stared at the scene. After a long while, he finally reacted and rushed out of the private room, running towards the field. "This is bad. I hope he's fine," Ma Xiong said with a frown. "Let's go and take a look," Xia Ruofei quickly said. "Let's go." Ma Xiong and Xia Ruofei also ran out of the private room and chased after Guohongjiang. Guohongjiang's concern for the star of Hong Kong was beyond Xia Ruofei's imagination. He ran as fast as he could. When a staff member came to greet him, he waved his hand and said, "Don't mind me. Go and prepare the first aid." The tournament's organizing committee also urgently stopped the preparations for the next match. The medical team was urgently dispatched, and staff members dressed in all kinds of clothes rushed into the arena. Guohongjiang was indeed anxious. Xia Ruofei and Ma Xiong had only been in the room for a short while. They did not manage to catch up with him, and he had run away quickly. Of course, Xia Ruofei was worried that Ma Xiong would not be able to handle it, so he had been taking care of Ma Xiong's speed. Otherwise, even 10 Guohongjiang would not be able to outrun Xia Ruofei. The two of them were stopped by the staff on the sidelines. Guohongjiang was the horse owner of the Star of Hong Kong, and he was also the chairman of the Horse Racing Association. Naturally, he could get in without any trouble. Although Ma Xiong was also a member of the horse racing club, he only came here a few times a year. In addition, the venue was so busy that it was normal for the staff to not recognize him. Ma Xiong looked at Xia Ruofei helplessly and said, "Xia Sheng, let's just wait here." Xia Ruofei asked, "Mr. Ma, how's the rider? I want to go in and see if I can help." The danger of a speed race was even greater than that of an F1 race. This was because the maximum speed of a participating horse race could reach up to more than 60 kilometers per hour. A purebred horse, weighing 500 kilograms at its maximum speed, could achieve a maximum kinetic energy of 89,000 joules in an instant. The impact and destructive power of this momentum were equivalent to the power of 20 square meters armor, piercing bullets. Therefore, once there was a collision, casualties were not uncommon. Ma Xiong understood Xia Ruofei's medical skills. He hesitated for a while before saying, "Let's wait." "Xia Sheng, actually, this kind of thing depends on the rider's luck. If they're unlucky, they'll basically." "Understood." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Then let's not cause any more trouble. We'll wait here and see what happens." "All right." Ma Xiong looked at the scene worriedly and nodded. The two of them did not wait for long. Guohongjiang probably realized that he had left Ma Xiong and Xia Ruofei alone. Hence, after about 5 to 6 minutes, Xia Ruofei saw a staff member rushing over. "Logo. Are you Chairman Ma and Mr. Xia?" the staff member asked loudly from afar. "It's us." Ma Xiong replied. "I'm sorry, Director Guo asked me to pick you two up." The staff member came forward to greet the people, maintaining order, then continued, "Please follow me." Ma Xiong and Xia Ruofei looked at each other and quickly followed the staff into the field. 4 horses were involved in the accident. Horse number 2 and the Star of Hong Kong were in the worst situation. The other 2 horses were also injured because they couldn't avoid the attack in time. Ma Xiong and Xia Ruofei soon met Guohongjiang. "Director Guo, how's the situation? Are you all right?" Ma Xiong immediately asked. Guohongjiang's expression did not look good. He frowned and said, "He's been sent to the hospital. He's not very lucky. He was hit when he fell to the ground. The doctor said it might be internal bleeding, but he's still conscious. His life shouldn't be in danger." Ma Xiong looked at Xia Ruofei subconsciously. Xia Ruofei shook his head discreetly. When he heard Guohongjiang say that the rider's life was not in danger, Ma Xiong immediately understood and did not mention Xia Ruofei's treatment. Guohongjiang looked at Xia Ruofei and said, Mr. Xia, I'm sorry. I wanted to invite you here to have some fun, but I didn't expect something like this to happen and cause you to lose money. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. Director Gua, why are you still talking about that small amount of money? It was just for entertainment. I'm not hoping to make a fortune from this. Guohongjiang waved his hand and said, yes. Yes, yes. Let's not talk about this. Ma Xiong noticed that Guohongjiang was not in a good mood. So he asked, Director Gua, is the star of Hong Kong not doing well? Guohongjiang's face revealed a resentful expression. As he said, it's all that hothead's fault. Harm others and harm yourself. After cursing the rider of horse number 2, Guohongjiang said sadly, preliminary examination. It should be a fracture in the hind leg. It was broken by horse number 2. Xia Ruofei heaved a sigh of relief. When he saw the scene in the private room, where the horse fell to the ground and kicked up a large cloud of dust, he thought that the star of Hong Kong would die on the spot. Now, it seemed that the situation was better than he had imagined. He only had a fracture in his hind leg. However, Xia Ruofei immediately felt that something was wrong. This was because he saw Ma Xiong's expression change when he heard the results. How could it be so serious? Ma Xiong mumbled. Xia Ruofei looked at Ma Xiong and then at the dejected Guohongjiang. He asked, curiously, Mr. Ma, if the star of Hong Kong only had a fracture in his hind leg, his life shouldn't be in danger, right? Ma Xiong sighed when he heard that. However, before he could speak, a staff member ran over in a hurry and whispered something to Guohongjiang. Guohongjiang's expression became even more dejected. He nodded and said, I know. Then, Guohongjiang said to Ma Xiong and Xia Ruofei, Chairman Ma, Mr. Xia, let's send the star of Hong Kong off on his last journey. All right. Ma Xiong immediately nodded. We'll go with you. Xia Ruofei was stunned. He asked in surprise, Director Gua, what? What last journey? Didn't the star of Hong Kong only have a broken leg? What are they doing? Ma Xiong looked at Guohongjiang and gave Xia Ruofei a look. He said, Xia Sheng, let's talk while we walk. Guohongjiang was obviously not in the mood to entertain Ma Xiong and Xia Ruofei, so he walked straight out of the arena. Ma Xiong also signaled Xia Ruofei to follow him. Xia Ruofei was confused. As he walked, he asked, Mr. Ma, what's the situation? Why are we going there? Ma Xiong sighed. Xia Sheng, you might not know much about horse racing, so don't say anything. Director Gua must be in a bad mood right now. I definitely won't say anything. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. But what's going on? You have to explain it clearly. We're going to send the star of Hong Kong off for the last time. He'll be euthanized soon, Ma Xiong said. Xia Ruofei was shocked and couldn't help but cry, what? Euthanasia? Guohongjiang, who was walking in front, obviously heard Xia Ruofei's words. He stopped in his tracks and his back trembled. However, he immediately continued to walk forward. Lower your voice, Ma Xiong said with a bitter smile. Xia Ruofei quickly lowered his voice and asked, No. Old Master Ma, I really don't understand. Isn't it just a fracture in the hind leg? Why was there a need for euthanasia? Could it be because it can't participate in the competition after it's cured? But isn't that too cruel? Of course not. Ma Xiong quickly replied. If they really can't continue to participate due to injuries, they will generally be allowed to retire with dignity and then recuperate until they die of old age. Then why is that? Xia Ruofei asked. In confusion. As Ma Xiong walked forward, he explained in a low voice, Xia Sheng, you just said that it's too cruel to euthanize a horse with a broken leg. In fact, it's the exact opposite. This is the most humane way. I'd like to hear the details. Xia Ruofei said. He also realized that there might be some difficulties that he had to face. After all, he knew almost nothing about horse racing. As expected, after Ma Xiong's patient explanation, Xia Ruofei finally understood the truth. First of all, running was a horse's nature. A horse that couldn't run was like a bird that couldn't fly. It was always in a very unpleasant state. Of course, this was only a small factor. The main point was that, compared to the psychological pain, it was more of a horse with a broken leg that would suffer great physical pain. It took 100 days to recover from a fracture. It was a very long process. If it was a small pet like a kitten or a puppy, it was possible to recover if the injured area was fixed. But for the horses, it was an impossible task. The horse was huge and had infinite strength. Humans could not hold it at all. Therefore, if they insisted on treatment, it would only cause the horse's broken leg to be fractured again before it could heal. This process would cause them great pain, both physical and mental. The amputation plan was not feasible either. The horse itself was too heavy, and the structure of its legs was also very precise, so it could bear such a large weight on its thin legs. If one of his legs was cut off and he could only stand on 3 legs for a long time, not only would the broken leg not recover, but the good leg would also be damaged due to the long period of time. All in all, if a horse's leg was broken, it was basically impossible to heal it. If one insisted on treating it, it would only bring a long period of pain and eventually die a worse death. Therefore, the most humane approach was to euthanize it. This was also the best solution that had been summed up over the years. Otherwise, with Guohongjiang's wealth, as long as there was a little chance, how could he be willing to see his beloved horse die like this? After Xia Ruofei understood the reason, he looked at Guohongjiang's back and understood his feelings. Xia Ruofei's mind flashed back to the photos of the star of Hong Kong winning all kinds of awards in the private room, as well as his outstanding grace after the opening. Even though it was his first day meeting the star of Hong Kong, he couldn't help but feel sad when he found out that such an excellent horse was about to be put down. However, Guohongjiang was the owner of the Star of Hong Kong and he had bought it when it was still a pony. He must have had a deep relationship with it. One could only imagine how depressed Guohongjiang was at the moment. As Xia Ruofei thought about it, an idea suddenly came to his mind. The Star of Hong Kong can't be cured with normal medical treatment, but I can. Logo. Once a horse's leg was broken, the best solution was euthanizing it. The reason for this was that the recovery period of a fracture was very long, and horses were born to run, so during the long recovery period, they would almost certainly break the bones that had not yet healed. After all, no one could restrict the movement of a horse for a long time. It would take at least 3 months. If he could heal the broken bones of the horse in a short time, wouldn't this problem be solved? Xia Ruofei obviously had the ability to do so as long as he was willing to pay the price of the petals of the spirit heart flower. Most of the time, he used a diluted petal solution. He didn't use a lot of it. Now that there were more and more petals in the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei didn't think it was a big deal to use one or two to save the Star of Hong Kong. It could be said that he was fated to be the Star of Hong Kong. After all, he had come here for the Star of Hong Kong. He had even bet 10,000 Hong Kong dollars on the Star of Hong Kong winning the game. Of course, the main reason was that Xia Ruofei could not help but feel sympathetic after hearing Ma Xiong talk about the reason why the horses had to be euthanized after their legs were broken. Although it was beyond his ability to cure all the horses that had encountered such injuries, since he had encountered them, what was the harm in spending one or two spirit heart flower petals? After making up his mind, Xia Ruofei also quickened his pace and chased after Guohanjiang. The facilities in the arena were complete. There was a stable not far away. When Xia Ruofei and Ma Xiong followed Guohanjiang into the stable, it was already surrounded by many staff. These were all people who worked for Guohanjiang. The Star of Hong Kong's series of dazzling results was definitely due to the support of an entire team. Guohanjiang had equipped it with a professional trainer, an experienced rider, and a complete team of veterinarians. With some other staff, the whole team was quite large. Director Gua. Director Gua. Everyone greeted Guohanjiang one after another. But everyone's mood was a little low. Such a champion horse, because of an accident, everything before had become a fleeting cloud. The members of the team had spent almost all their time with the Star of Hong Kong, but now they had to send it to heaven with their own hands. It was hard to describe the feeling. Gua Hongjiang nodded with a gloomy expression. The Star of Hong Kong was now tied to a rack with a rope. The horse was very strong and was struggling in pain. It was impossible to control it with human strength. Its shiny fur was now covered with mud, and the fracture on its hind leg was obviously twisted and swollen. The Star of Hong Kong screamed in pain from time to time. He struggled hard, and the hemp rope cut into his flesh, leaving blood marks. The muscles on Guohanjiang's face trembled as he walked to the Star of Hong Kong. The Star of Hong Kong seemed to have felt something and looked up at his master. Xia Ruofei and Ma Xiong did not say anything. They just stood quietly beside Guohanjiang. At this moment, Xia Ruofei was shocked to see that Star of Hong Kong had tears in its eyes. It seemed to have predicted its fate. However, after seeing its master, it stopped struggling and looked at Guohanjiang with tears in its eyes. Xia Ruofei was shocked. Guohanjiang didn't say anything. He just stared at the Star of Hong Kong for a few minutes. The staff at the side didn't dare to say anything. They didn't even dare to breathe. The veterinarians in white coats had already prepared the injection to euthanize the Star of Hong Kong, but they didn't dare to remind Guohanjiang. At the moment, they just waited carefully with a large syringe. The colorless and transparent liquid in the syringe was shocking under the light of the stables. After a long time, Guohanjiang sighed and turned his head away from the Star of Hong Kong. He said softly, "Let's start." The veterinarian who received the order immediately came forward. "Wait." Xia Ruofei quickly shouted. "Director Gua, please wait." Guohanjiang frowned slightly and turned to look at Xia Ruofei in confusion. Ma Xiong couldn't help but pull on Xia Ruofei's sleeve, trying to remind him. However, Xia Ruofei didn't seem to notice it. He still said to Guohanjiang with a slightly anxious tone, "Director Gua, don't euthanize the Star of Hong Kong yet. There might be a way. At this moment, Guo Hongjiang was in a terrible mood. However, he was still considered to have some self-restraint. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei was a guest that he had invited. If it was someone else who had said this, he would have turned hostile on the spot. The horse racing industry had been in Hong Kong for more than 100 years. For horses with broken legs, the most humane and scientific treatment was euthanizing them. This was common sense in the circle. Even with the rapid development of science and technology in recent years, this problem was still an unsolvable problem. When Ma Xiong heard Xia Ruofei's words, he knew that things were going to be bad. He quickly said, "Xia Sheng, didn't I just explain it to you? A broken leg is fatal to a horse. If there's a way, Director Guo will do everything in his power to save the Star of Hong Kong logo."